Chapter 1. A mere title. As autumn descended, sudden rains became frequent. Sheng Zhiwan stood by the railing in the corridor, raindrops cascading before her like a curtain of pearls. Your Highness, the heir has been standing outside for a day and night. His old wounds have yet to heal, and with the rain, should he catch a chill, it would jeopardize tomorrow's court rewards. The chief made Huan Zhu chatter from behind. Moreover, the heir was manipulated into his association with that peasant girl. Considering his sincere remorse, what harm is there in accepting her? She continued. After all, she is merely a farmer's daughter. Can she truly overshadow your status? It is but a matter of sharing a modest courtyard. Sheng Zhiwan suddenly turned, her previously still form animated. In her past life, she had heeded Huan Zhu's words and welcomed the peasant girl named Meng Yang into their midst. But what had ensued? From a girl beset by hardships to the prosperous Meng family with shops throughout the capital, she became the beloved concubine of the heir, celebrated throughout the city and granted equal status by imperial decree. Ultimately, she had faced Sheng Zhiwan, who was now a commoner, her jealousy leading to her disgrace. Do you understand why you have struggled to bear children and languish in illness? You should have realized this long ago, yet you refuse to confront it. Now, as the end approaches, I shall awaken you. It is Qi Shuxian. He claims that you caused me to lose a child, and thus you must atone in this life. Hence, every time he visits you, he carries a specially crafted sachet. How can you conceive when you are constantly inhaling its fragrance? The image of Meng Yang in her vivid red attire flooded Sheng Zhiwan's mind. Indeed, at that time, Qi Shuxian was no longer the downtrodden heir relying on her for his standing in the imperial city. He commanded an army of tens of thousands and held the highest rank. Even the emperor had been compelled to demote her to a commoner due to his wrath in the entire capital. Who would dare question such a beloved figure over trivial matters such as attire? As this realization dawned upon Sheng Zhiwan, a mocking smile crept onto her lips, which soon erupted into laughter. Huan Zhu was bewildered by this sudden outburst. Your Highness, what is amusing you? Have you had an epiphany? Yet, this cannot be blamed on the heir. Sheng Zhiwan scrutinized the maid, whom she had trusted for over 20 years in her previous life. Had she truly fallen for Qi Shuxian so early? Otherwise, how could she have felt pity for him standing in the rain for an entire day and night? Come, let us see the heir, she commanded. Yes, Your Highness. Huan Zhu's face lit up with joy in the year before her demise. Sheng Zhiwan had not laid eyes on Qi Shuxian. Even when she, burdened by illness, prepared soup and brought it to his study, all she could hear were faint sounds of laughter and the cold, dismissive words of the guards. The Right Chancellor is busy, madam. Please return. Yet today, the man she could hardly hope to see stood drenched in the rain. Beside him a frail woman in coarse cloth, her pale face filled with concern as she urged him to leave. Sheng Zhiwan raised her hand, and the bearers of the palanquin halted immediately. Huan Zhu spat in disdain. How shameless! A wretch like her dares to entangle herself with the heir. Your Highness, I shall teach her a lesson. Without awaiting Sheng Zhiwan's response, she strode towards the pair. Sheng Zhiwan chuckled softly. It was only when Huan Zhu's slap struck Meng Yang's face, resounding sharply, that the two noticed Sheng Zhiwan and turned in unison. Qi Shuxian instinctively shielded Meng Yang behind him. Zhiwan, I have wronged you, but Meng Yang is innocent. She is also a victim of my plight. You often lament the hardships faced by women. If I do not marry her, she will be driven to despair. Can you bear to watch her suffer? It is merely a title, I promise you. I shall never see her again. The handsome man stood tall. Meng Yang, clutching her bruised face, gazed blankly at his retreating figure. Through the curtain of rain, she saw a woman of exquisite grace seated in an ornate palanquin, surrounded by opulence, while her own existence felt like a stain upon this grandeur. A mere title? Do you understand that this title is enough to make me a laughingstock throughout the capital? Sheng Zhiwan's nails dug into her palm. In her desperation for a marriage edict, she had knelt for 3 days and nights outside the Zixing Hall, even resorting to fasting to force a response. At that time, the Qi family had already fallen from grace, with no dignity left, and all mocked her for being a princess consumed by love, losing her sanity for a man. But she had not cared, she had only cared for him. And the outcome, that was indeed laughable. Qi Shuxian frowned in disapproval. It is but a reputation, how can it compare to a life? Sheng Zhiwan turned to Meng Yang behind him. And you? If I were to grant you a sum of silver to ensure your future well-being, would you still choose to be his concubine? Her voice was not loud, nor was her tone accusatory. Yet those words struck like a heavy blow, causing Meng Yang to sway unsteadily. I, the humble woman, I beg your highness for mercy. I have already lost my virtue, and if I cannot marry him, my father and family will surely kill me. Meng Yang's pale face trembled as she knelt in the rain, biting her lip. Sheng Zhiwan lowered her gaze. If that is the case, Huanzhu, please summon Dr. Song to prepare a potion to prevent childbirth. Chapter 2. Raised under your name, Meng Yang suddenly looked up at the sound of her name. Qi Shuxian's expression tightened as well. Zhiwan, how could it come to this? Is it not permissible? Sheng Zhiwan replied, casting a sideways glance. It is merely a matter of status. You will not see her again in the future. So what harm is there in adding another layer of assurance? Meng Yang instinctively turned her gaze towards Qi Shuxian, her pale fingertips submerged in the gentle patter of rain, unconsciously tightening into a fist. Sheng Zhiwan caught sight of this moment, and her lips curled into a smirk. In her previous life, she had been unaware of Meng Yang's pregnancy. Under the persuasion of Huanzhu, she had consented to Qi Shuxian taking Meng Yang into his household, and Qi Shuxian had, just as he did now, made hollow promises to never see Meng Yang again. But what was the outcome? 5 months later, Meng Yang, on the verge of giving birth, delivered a stillborn child, and Qi Shuxian, with bloodshot eyes, stormed into her courtyard. At that time, she had been resting, only to be scolded as a wicked woman by her husband. It was then she learned that Meng Yang had been pushed into the water by Huanzhu, which had led to her premature labor. Huanzhu was her own person, claiming to act in her best interests, yet ultimately, it was she who had been completely unaware, who bore the blame of jealousy and malice. Sheng Zhiwan found this particularly amusing. Noticing Qi Shuxian's grim countenance and his silence, she inquired again, does the heir find this unacceptable? Or, she chuckled lightly, her tone casual. In truth, Miss Ming has long been with child, and you kept this from me, merely waiting until the time was ripe for me to accept it? Qi Shuxian appeared taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sheng Zhiwan was already aware of the situation. However, since she had revealed it herself, he no longer felt the need to shield her feelings. He nodded in acknowledgement, stating, indeed, Meng Yang is already 3 months pregnant. Thus, no matter the circumstances, even if it means compensating with military merit, I shall take responsibility for her. So you stand here, not merely seeking my forgiveness, but actually coercing me into agreement? You even wish to conceal from me that I must accept a child that is not mine? Sheng Zhiwan regarded him coolly. Qi Shuxian frowned. I acted with your well-being in mind. After all, I'm fully aware of how deeply you love and care for me. Suddenly, a voice came from outside. A graceful, slender woman approached, accompanied by several elderly women and maidservants. Mother, Qi Shuxian recognized the newcomer. Madame Kui, the wife of Duke Qi, cast a sympathetic glance at him, immediately signaling a nearby maid to drape a cloak over his shoulders. She then looked with concern at the pale-faced Meng Yang, exclaiming, how pitiful! One injured, the other pregnant, and yet they must endure this torment. You too are to be a father. How can you not discern the gravity of the situation? Qi Shuxian remained silent, lips pressed together. Madame Cui then turned her gaze towards Sheng Zhiwan in the palanquin, her eyes flashing with displeasure. Zhiwan, it is not that your mother is unsupportive. While this matter is indeed Qi Shuxian's fault, it was not born of malice. Moreover, after 2 years of marriage without issue, this Miss Ming's pregnancy is a blessing for the Duke's household. How could you be so jealous as to allow her to kneel in the rain? Upon hearing this, the maidservants hurried to assist Meng Yang, holding an umbrella over her. Sheng Zhiwan observed the scene with indifference. Has your mother forgotten? On the day of our wedding, the heir was inebriated, and the next day, he rushed off to battle. We never even consummated our marriage. How could I be with child? Madame Cui was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Sheng Zhiwan to so shamelessly bring up their marital bed. Her expression stiffened for a moment before she said, that is still a great matter for the Duke's household. So, according to your mother, I not only must accept Miss Ming into the household, but also allow her to give birth. Sheng Zhiwan gazed at her. Madame Cui, taken aback by her audacity, replied coolly, "After all, it is a living life. To dispose of it would tarnish your reputation." Sheng Zhiwan lowered her gaze. "It is unfortunate that the first grandchild of the Duke's household will emerge from a concubine's womb. If this were to spread, I fear there would be much gossip." Madame Cui placed great importance on reputation. Though she hailed from the collateral line of the Qinghe Cui family, she cherished her noble status. Upon her marriage, she had imposed strict rules on her, dictating everything from posture to the manner of eating. She frequently reminded her of the distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate offspring, instilling in her the conduct befitting a noble woman. Yet now, she seemed unconcerned. Madame Cui nodded. "It seems my teachings have not gone unheard these past 2 years. Nevertheless, it matters not. I've already decided that once this child is born, it shall be raised under your name. You will not suffer the pains of pregnancy and childbirth and will gain a child without effort. How could such an opportunity exist? How considerate of you, mother." Sheng Zhiwan replied with a smile. "You understand my intentions well." Madame Cui thought to herself with satisfaction. Sheng Zhiwan nonchalantly nodded, acknowledging her mother's perspective. Since the matter was settled, with the heir injured and Miss Meng pregnant, it would be best to retire quickly. If she lingered, others might misinterpret her as petty and envious. "I feel a bit fatigued. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, she gestured to the maidservants carrying the palanquin. Madame Cui watched her retreating figure, her expression darkening. It seemed the demeanor of a royal princess was hard to shake off. However, she chose to overlook it for today and would later take the opportunity to instruct her on the proprieties of being a daughter-in-law. Chapter 3. What is the reason? As Sheng Zhiwan returned to the pavilion of contemplation, her maid, Ting Lan, suddenly knelt before her with a thud. "Princess, even if you intend to punish me, I must speak today. The heir and his mother have gone too far. You, as a princess, were once revered before your marriage. Yet since you have wed into the Qi State Duke's residence, I have never seen you smile sincerely. You constantly consider the needs of the heir's family. Yet the Duke's household is but a shell. The Duke and his wife insist on maintaining appearances, while you, who are supposed to be the steward, are actually subsidizing them with your own possessions. The eldest young lady directs you regarding her husband's affairs. The second young lady insists on the finest attire from Dingjin Tower. The second young master has driven away the tutor, and the Duke expects you to persuade master due to accept him as a student, bypassing the usual protocols to enter Qingyan Academy. And what of the lady's illness? You attend to all the medicines personally. How much effort have you expended in total? You used to say that the heir's family is your family, and that loving the heir means loving those he cherishes. But what now? You and the heir have yet to consummate your marriage, and he brings forth a pregnant woman, compelling you to acknowledge her, while the lady blames you for being childless. Princess, you cannot accept this child. If you do, your own children will lose their status as legitimate heirs. Ting Lan, having held back these words for so long, finally let them out, but dared not raise her gaze to meet Sheng Zhiwan's expression. The princess could not tolerate a single unkind remark about the heir. "Why kneel?" Sheng Zhiwan gazed at her with a complex expression. "What you say is the truth. Why would I punish you?" "Princess?" Ting Lan was taken aback and looked up. Sheng Zhiwan extended her hand to help her up, leaving Ting Lan astonished. Sheng Zhiwan regarded the maid who had perished at the palace gates in a past life while seeking a physician for her. "You are correct. In the past, I was blind and foolish, unable to see that the Duke's household is a den of wolves. But I see it clearly now. Rest assured, it will not be long before we depart from here entirely." "Princess, what do you mean?" Ting Lan was perplexed. "I will petition my father to grant me a divorce from Qi Shuxian. However, the time is not yet ripe. I must first take vengeance upon those who have wronged me. Moreover, to seek a divorce merely due to a Mengyang would not be easily approved by my father, especially considering I had once set aside my dignity to request this marriage. Fetch my dowry list and the contracts for my private property," Sheng Zhiwan instructed. Ting Lan hesitated. "These are being kept by Sister Huanju." "Where's Sister Huanju?" "She was just here." Upon hearing this, a cold glimmer flickered in Sheng Zhiwan's eyes. She knew well where Huanju had gone. Nevertheless, she possessed a key to access the items. Handing it to Ting Lan, It was not long before the lengthy list and a thick stack of contracts lay before them. When you married, the Empress Dowager prepared 168 baskets of dowry for you, including 16,600 taels of silver, 8 shops, 6 residences, and 6 farms, along with 80 acres of prime farmland. Sheng Zhiwan closed her eyes and listened intently. Had her grandmother anticipated her plight so early? Thus, while advising her, she had also depleted her own possessions to prepare such a substantial dowry, fearing her granddaughter would suffer after marriage. Yet, what had she done? Because of a few words of caution from her grandmother, she had become distant, as if her heart had been clouded by some unseen force. Even in her past life, when her grandmother passed away, she had been locked in the ancestral hall, unable to bid her farewell. Sheng Zhiwan's fingertips dug painfully into her palm. Only when her breath caught in her throat did she abruptly open her eyes and exhale deeply. Fortunately, it was not too late in this lifetime. Her grandmother was still alive, not deceived by some charlatan, ultimately succumbing to an overdose of elixirs. In the past 2 years, how much had been subsidized to the Duke's household? Sheng Zhiwan's gaze shifted back to the list. Tinglan bit her lip, excluding the funds you allocated for purchasing grain, cotton, clothing, and medicines sent to the border, and accounting for the income from the shops and farmland over these 2 years. The total amount subsidized is 23,000 taels of silver. Furthermore, among the jewelry, fabrics, paintings, and decorations from your dowry, 118 pieces are in the possession of the Duke and his wife. 63 pieces have been borrowed by the eldest and second young ladies. And 13 paintings and 6 volumes of chess manuals have been taken by the young master for study. Such borrowing, such studying. Sheng Zhiwan's fingertips traced the list. In the next few days, compile a detailed inventory of all items that have passed through the Duke's residence, as well as those in the storeroom. Find someone to examine them thoroughly. As you wish, Princess. Tinglan felt a surge of joy. The princess had never cared for such material possessions, but the ways of living beings are ever-changing. Sometimes it is these inanimate objects that prove to be the most reliable. The rain grew ever heavier. After an interval of 2 hours, Madame Cui finally escorted someone out herself. "Thank you for your trouble today, Dr. Song." Madame Cui gestured for a nearby matron to hand over a generous pouch. Dr. Song, whose hair was half gray, waved his hand dismissively. He lifted his medicine box and, with the assistance of the younger Dr. Song, climbed into the carriage. The younger Dr. Song was filled with discontent. "Father, couldn't I have come here in this downpour? Yet, the Duke's wife insisted you make this trip personally, saying that the Heir was wounded on the battlefield, and you must see him yourself to be at ease. But I see no serious injury. If you had come a bit later, the wound would have healed completely, and you as well. Visiting the Duke's residence every month. What is the reason behind it? I cannot believe you are genuinely concerned for the Duke and his wife's health. When the third prince had his leg ailment, you did not show such dedication." Chapter 4. A great favor owed to her. The Song family has been engaged in medicine for generations, having served through 3 dynasties. Now, with the esteemed Little Song physician, their accumulated prestige is immeasurable, and countless practitioners have emerged from the pages of the Song medical canon. The name of the Little Song physician's father has even been inscribed in the Hall of Sages. The Little Song physician is perplexed as to why his father holds such a peculiar regard for the Qi State Duke's residence, which has lost everything, including the iron contract. Princess Qingning, the Little Song physician, suddenly utters. He pauses, and soon hears his father say, "Our Song family owes Princess Qingning a tremendous debt of gratitude. Therefore, should she ever call upon us, even if I am better than today, I shall personally attend to the Duchess of the Duke." Princess Qingning? The Little Song physician is taken aback for a moment before recalling. You mean the same Princess Qingning who once begged to marry and nearly starve herself to the point of fainting? He remembers that since her marriage into the Duke's family, he has not heard her name mentioned again. How could their family owe her a favor? Do you remember the epidemic in the Northern Army 4 years ago? The elder Song physician glances at his son. That recipe, which restored our family's reputation, was actually devised by Princess Qingning herself. The elder physician reflects on that time, and the Little Song physician suddenly stands up in the carriage. He bumps his head against the ceiling with a loud thud, disregarding the pain. his eyes wide in disbelief. How could that be? How old was she then? Not even of age, right? You're saying that recipe was hers. She was 14. The elder physician replies with a hint of disdain for his son's incredulity. The little Song physician opens his mouth, struggling for words, and, after a long moment, he finally asks, "Are you serious?" The elder physician, uninterested, closes his eyes again. The little Song physician sits in the carriage, his expression shifting as he tries to recall the snippets of rumors about Princess Qingning. It is said that she was born of a favored palace maid who died from blood loss during childbirth. Yet, the newborn princess Qingming smiled as she grasped the Empress Dowager's hand, earning the latter's favor and being raised under her care, gaining the emperor's affection as well. Due to her frail health, she is sent to the southern palace every winter and brought back in spring. She possesses both beauty and talent, however. More famously, she is known for kneeling for 3 days in fasting to plead for the hand of Qi Shuxian. The entire capital knows of her deep affections for Qi Shuxian. Now that Qi Shuxian has returned from Songnan with a woman, many taverns and tea houses have set up betting pools on how many days it will take for him to agree to let her into the residence. Everyone regards her as merely a lovesick housewife, unaware that it was she who saved the lives of 100,000 soldiers in the Northern Army. The little Song physician pinches his thigh hard until the flesh turns blue, assuring himself that he is not dreaming. Having returned victorious, Qi Shuxian's elder sister, Qi Fian, hurried back to their family home. Upon learning that he was injured and had stood in the rain for a day and a night to appease Sheng Zhiwan, she became furious and shattered a teacup. The shards of celadon flew in all directions, but she paid them no mind. Absurd, truly absurd. You have returned from 2 years of perilous expedition, and it's only for a mere woman. Sheng Zhiwan, actually made you stand in the rain with an injury for a day and a night. As Qi Fian spoke, her ornate headdress of jade and pearl swayed. It is perfectly normal for a man to have multiple wives. What noble young man in the capital does not have a doting wife and beautiful concubines? Only you. I see she is taking advantage of her status as a princess to act high and mighty in our duke's residence. Enough, sister. I owe her an apology in this matter, Qi Shuxian said, having just changed his bandages, his complexion still pale. Lady Cui, concerned for her son, had already sent exquisite meals to him. The two sat nearby, watching him eat a bit. Lady Cui then remarked, "Your elder sister is not entirely wrong. Although you have been away from home for 2 years, I have entrusted the management of our household to her. I do not ask for much, only that she maintain the inner household while you establish your career. However, her actions today clearly lack the dignity expected of a woman of noble birth. Moreover, you have been wronged. It was never your fault. Yet today, she saw me and did not even dismount from the carriage, which obviously shows her resentment." Lady Cui still remembered this detail. Qi Shuxian pursed his lips, but ultimately agreed. Would she dare disagree? Qi Fian scoffed. "Let's not forget how eagerly she married into our family. We are not royalty. You should not show her too much favor. It is better to be stern with her, so she understands her true place. Her behavior is indeed inappropriate," Lady Cui sighed. "It is not our intention to humiliate her, but she holds royal blood and cannot help but be proud. In a marriage, it is vital for the husband to maintain authority, lest future troubles arise. As a husband, you must be able to manage her." "Understood," Qi Shuxian replied lazily, disinterested in the intricacies of household matters. Lady Cui, realizing his lack of concern, recalled something. "The red fox fur you brought back is exquisite. I was thinking of making a pair of knee warmers and 2 hand warmer covers for your elder sister and second sister. Oh, and for Meng Yang, now that she is with child, she must be well cared for." Qi Shuxian was taken aback. That was the fur he had hunted for Sheng Zhiwan. On the day of his departure, she had mentioned the red foxes in Songnan, asking him to hunt one for her, and he had agreed wholeheartedly. Now, however, his mother was bringing it up. Is there another purpose for it? Lady Cui noticed his hesitation. Qi Shuxian shook his head. "No, if mother likes it, she may take it." Chapter 5. The servant acts for your benefit. Cui, sure, felt a sense of relief. "My lady, Miss Huanzhu has arrived," came the announcement from outside. "Young master, the princess has sent a servant with medicine," Huanzhu's voice echoed. Qi Shuxian paused mid-motion with his chopsticks. Qi Fian let out a scornful laugh. I told you so. Truly a wretched creature. You beg her, and she insists on being aloof. When mother made the decision, did she utter a word? Not a peep. And now she is eagerly sending medicine. In my opinion, such a woman deserves to be looked down upon. Let her in, Cui Shi commanded. Huanzhu entered joyfully, but her expression froze upon seeing Cui Shi and Qi Fian. What medicine is this? Cui Shi inquired. Huanzhu hurriedly presented a delicate porcelain vial, saying, Madam, this was gifted to the princess by the empress in her early years. It is said to be remarkably effective for external wounds. Golden Wound Healing Lotion. Qi Shuxian recognized it at a glance. It was rumored to be made from a blend of over a dozen medicinal ingredients, including blood scorpion, gallbladder star, and dragon bone, possessing miraculous properties for immediate hemostasis and skin regeneration, even restoring decayed skin to normal. A vial of this size, merely the size of a finger, would cost at least 1,000 taels. Indeed, Cui Shi had heard of this medicine as well. Her eyes flickered as she instructed, put it down. Return and inform Zhiwan that Shuxian's injury is rather severe. He shall not be visiting her tonight. Understood. Huanzhu, having no reason to linger, cast a discreet glance at Qi Shuxian before departing. Mother, my injury is not serious. Qi Shuxian frowned. Even if it is not serious, you should remain obedient. Cui Shi shot him a stern look. Your wife has a willful nature and will surely find a way to turn things around. Wait until she voluntarily concedes and admits her faults before you go to her. Exactly. She won't be able to hold out for long. Perhaps tonight. She will come crawling back. Qi Fian smirked, then recalled something. And what about you inquiring about her intentions? How can a man without a father, Wang Ziyuan, attain the position of a 6th-rank official while my husband, a son of a minister, is merely given a post as an editor at the Hamlet Academy? Enough. We shall discuss this matter later. Cui Shi rose and advised Qi Shuxian, rest well today. Tomorrow, you must go to the palace to receive your reward. I have heard from your father that the emperor intends to promote you to the 4th rank. Yes. Qi Shuxian did not display overt joy, but a glint of ambition flickered in his eyes. Cui Shi was further pleased by this. In recent years, many had claimed that the Qi Guogong mansion had declined, yet her Shuxian had first achieved the highest honors in the imperial examinations and then accomplished great deeds in Songnan. In these 2 years, many families in the capital, who had distanced themselves from the Guogong mansion, began to reconnect, all recognizing his boundless potential. Not only Shuxian, but her second daughter was also renowned for her beauty, and her 4th son had become a disciple of the esteemed Lin Deru, destined for greatness as well. Only her eldest daughter had married too early, settling for a 5th-rank minor official. Her husband, Lin Wenhui, at 24, had only recently passed the preliminary examination, while Sheng Zhiwan had just secured a position as an editor at the Hamlet Academy through some connections. Cui Shi initially thought this was sufficient. However, the thought of Sheng Zhiwan's wet nurse's son, who held a higher official title than her own son-in-law, left her feeling somewhat dissatisfied. A mere servant's child had a title surpassing that of her daughter's husband by half a rank. Sheng Zhiwan, unable to discern familial ties, clearly needed a reminder. Returning to Pinglan residence, Huanzhu encountered Ting Lan holding a bridal dowry box. Her face darkened immediately as she approached and snatched the box away. How could you touch these items? She questioned sternly. Before Ting Lan could offer an explanation, Sheng Zhiwan coldly interjected, of course, I permitted her to touch them. Is it necessary to inform you? Ting Lan perceived the underlying meaning in those words and chose to remain silent. Yet Huanzhu, feeling secure in her long service to Sheng Zhiwan, the only one who had accompanied her from the palace, and among the maids, held a position of some esteem, felt a sense of indignation. Though she shared the title of 1st rank maid within Ji and Ting Lan, she considered herself a minor mistress within the household. At that moment, being publicly belittled by Sheng Zhiwan in front of Ting Lan vexed her. What does the princess mean by this? I have been by your side for over a decade, diligently considering your needs. You wish to allow someone to handle my bridal dowry list without informing me? If you find my service lacking, simply say so. Sheng Zhiwan leisurely sipped her tea before slowly directing her gaze toward Huanzhu. Why don't you tell me first where you have been and what you have done? Huanzhu's eyes darted. I went to the young master's residence to deliver the medicine. I acted for your benefit. What a noble sentiment for my benefit. Sheng Zhiwan scoffed. You claim to act for my good while sending away the belongings my grandmother left for me. One might think Qi Shuxian is your true master. Huan Zhu's expression shifted slightly. How can the princess misunderstand me in this way? I merely worry that your ongoing conflict with the young master might invite others to take advantage. I never anticipated you would think so poorly of me. As she spoke, she forcefully shoved the box into Ting Lan's arms, nearly causing it to fall to the ground had Ting Lan not reacted swiftly. Huan Zhu, however, cared little, defiantly gazing at Sheng Zhiwan. If the princess believes my actions are wrong, then why not simply dismiss me? Chapter 6. The prodigal. She was certain that Sheng Zhiwan would be reluctant to part with their over a decade-long friendship. Sheng Zhiwan placed her teacup on the table and said, "In that case, I might as well write a letter to have you sent back to the palace. From now on, you shall remain there and not venture outside again." Are you serious? Huan Zhu bit her lip. Sheng Zhiwan merely curled her lips without responding. Huan Zhu finally panicked. Princess, how can you be so heartless? I have served you for so many years, and now being sent back. Which master would ever take me in again? Ah, so you do remember you are but a servant? Sheng Zhiwan leaned slightly forward. Huan Zhu met her dark gaze, and the words she wished to utter became lodged in her throat. Sheng Zhiwan looked at her with an enigmatic smile. Huan Zhu gritted her teeth and knelt down. Crawling to her, Princess, I did not mean it. I only wish for you and the young master to reconcile soon. If you think I have done wrong, I promise. I shall never act on my own accord again. What a selfless concern for my well-being. Sheng Zhiwan smirked. Since you acknowledge your impulsiveness, you shall henceforth be demoted to a fourth-rank maid and serve outside. Your Highness. Huan Zhu could hardly believe it, but upon meeting Sheng Zhiwan's gaze, she bit her lip fiercely and, without uttering another word, dashed out. This interruption caused her to completely forget the instructions given by Lady Cui. However, even if she had remembered, Sheng Zhiwan would not have cared. That night, Sheng Zhiwan slept soundly. It was not until Ting Lan entered for the third time, calling her awake as dawn approached, that she lazily opened her eyes. Are you not visiting the madam today? Ting Lan reminded her, noticing her slow movements. Sheng Zhiwan suddenly recalled. In her previous life, in the 4th year of her marriage to Qi Shuxian, he had been granted a residence, and she had moved out of the duke's mansion, no longer needing to pay daily respects. But that time has not yet come, she stated. I shall not go. Let us head to the storeroom. Sheng Zhiwan personally selected several medicinal herbs and proceeded to the small kitchen, where she combined them with the sweet osmanthus wine she had brewed the previous year to create a fragrant rice ball dish. The rich sweetness of the rice mingled with the herbal aroma, providing a nourishing and invigorating treat. Sheng Zhiwan placed the rice balls into an exquisite food basket. Are you delivering this to the madam? And Ji inquired. Raising an eyebrow, Sheng Zhiwan replied, certainly not. She instructed Ji and Ting Lan to style her hair and apply her makeup. Once ready, she donned the court attire she had not worn for 2 years. The gilded underskirt highlighted intricate patterns, and the wide sleeves and waist sash accentuated her tall figure, while her long hair was adorned with a red gold hairpin shaped like a begonia. As the delicate pearls of her hairpin swayed gently, she radiated elegance and beauty. And Ji and Ting Lan were momentarily mesmerized. Your Highness, you must be the most beautiful woman in the capital. Compared to you, those so-called 4 beauties of the city pale in comparison. It was a pity that their princess preferred to remain indoors, even when she did venture out. She always chose a modest appearance. Prepare the carriage. I shall enter the palace, Sheng Zhiwan commanded as she stepped into the carriage with Ting Lan's assistance. Not far off, a group of young rakes happened to pass by. Upon catching sight of her, the foremost youth in black tightened his reins. The others, alerted by the commotion, followed his gaze. Is that Princess Qingning? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Is she the one who is so desperate to marry Qi Shuxian that she even resorted to fasting? Indeed. Ha! It seems that the young Master Shang has lost his chance. Not to mention her noble status, even her husband's accomplishments far surpass ours combined. Having excelled in the imperial examinations and achieved great feats in Songnan, it is said he is to be rewarded in the palace today. My father mentioned this morning that His Majesty intends to bestow upon him the title of a 4th-rank general. Such a young, fourth-rank general. He is the first of his kind in history. Those noble ladies who once mocked Princess Qingning will surely be envious after today. Not necessarily. Qi Shuxian brought back a woman from Songnan, did he not? What of that? What man does not indulge in multiple wives? It is merely a game to him, and she cannot surpass her. However, given Princess Qingning's beauty, the woman Qi Shuxian brought back should also be remarkable. I heard she comes from a peasant background. The others continued their chatter, but the youth did not catch their words. Just as the carriage disappeared from view, he abruptly turned his horse. I've just remembered something I must attend to. I shall not go to the Zue Xiang Lu today. Hey, young Master Shang. The crowd was momentarily stunned, wishing to call out again, but he had already vanished from sight. What business could the capital's foremost rake possibly have? Surely, he was just avoiding the invitation. Laughter erupted among the group. As Sheng Zhiwan entered the palace, she switched to a palanquin, heading directly to Ci Hui Palace. Within, the surroundings were lush, and the osmanthus tree she had planted with her grandmother in her childhood exuded a delicate fragrance. Everything appeared as it once did, yet somehow different, especially upon seeing her grandmother, who sat in a Zeton armchair, looking somewhat haggard. Sheng Zhiwan's eyes instantly reddened. The maidservant, Xiao Mama, who was massaging the Empress Dowager's shoulders, was taken aback at the sight of her and was about to speak when Sheng Zhiwan gestured for silence. Quietly, she approached Xiao Mama's position and took over the task of massaging her grandmother's shoulders. Chapter 7. Plans and Separation. Xiao Gu. Why does that girl possess such a ruthless heart? It has been 2 years, and merely because I spoke a few words about Qi Shuxian, she has not set foot in the palace even once. I wonder how she is faring now. Those people in the Qi Guogong mansion are hardly amiable. Her elder sister's husband is clearly an inept fool, yet he dares to express dissatisfaction over the position she painstakingly secured for him. And that Qi Shuxian, on the second day of their marriage, departed for the frontier and returned with a woman, truly believing that I, as her grandmother, am oblivious? At the upcoming palace banquet, I shall insist that Qi Shuxian bring her along for a proper introduction. Grandmother, Sheng Zhiwan could no longer contain herself and exclaimed. It turns out, her grandmother had been concerned about her all along. The reason her grandmother wished for Meng Yang to embarrass herself at the banquet in her previous life, only for it to result in Meng Yang's acclaim, even leading to widespread criticism later, was indeed because of her. Grandmother, Sheng Zhiwan's eyes grew even more teary. The Empress embraced her tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. My dear child, have you finally decided to visit me? Come, let me see how you have become so thin. The Empress scrutinized Sheng Zhiwan from every angle, and Sheng Zhiwan allowed her to observe. Once satisfied, the Empress inquired about serious matters. What are your plans regarding that peasant girl? Perhaps we should find an opportunity to send her to the estate. Her affair with Qi Shuxian has become public knowledge. And there are even rumors in Songnan that, were it not for her antidote to Qi Shuxian's poison, the war might have ended in disaster. The Empress couldn't help but scoff at this notion. Where could such news have originated? It was the soldier's blood and bravery that secured the victory. Yet now it is being linked to a mere woman. Sheng Zhiwan paused, stirring the sweet rice balls in her bowl. She recalled that such rumors had also circulated in her previous life. Back then, like her grandmother, she believed it to be a careless whisper until she discovered Meng Yang's various oddities and sent someone to investigate. However, in this life, she would not allow such rumors to fester. Moreover, she intended to reclaim a significant portion of Qi Shuxian's military exploits. Sheng Zhiwan placed the sweet rice balls before the Empress. Grandmother need not worry about me. I have my own plans regarding the Qi Guogong mansion. What plans do you have? The Empress eagerly grasped her hand. Grandmother understands your feelings for Qi Shuxian and fears that those who handle him may turn against him. But you two have not met for 2 years. Now, with an unexpected third party, do you truly believe you can secure his heart? Men are fickle creatures, and he... The Empress hesitated, fearing that Sheng Zhiwan would be upset. Yet, Sheng Zhiwan took the initiative to hold her hand and smiled. Grandmother, I intend to divorce him. Divorce? The Empress's eyes widened in shock. What nonsense are you speaking, my foolish child? You are still so young. How will you manage your life post-divorce? Naturally, I shall live well. Sheng Zhiwan, wary of her grandmother's agitation, carefully laid out her intentions. Even in divorce, I remain a princess. Besides, I have you and father to protect me. The lands and properties you gifted me will suffice to ensure my prosperous life without having to bow to others. Do you not think that is a good plan, grandmother? How can that be the same? The empress shook her head repeatedly. You are, after all, a woman. What being a woman? Rather than entangle oneself in a lifetime of regret, it is better to sever ties early. Grandmother is aware of my circumstances in the Qi Guogong mansion. In the past, I adored him and felt willing. But now, I have come to understand, Sheng Zhiwan declared. You will not regret this? The empress recalled the resoluteness with which Sheng Zhiwan had sought marriage. Sheng Zhiwan shook her head. I will not. The empress gazed at her for a moment before letting out a long sigh. Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall summon your father shortly. Initially, Sheng Zhiwan had resorted to fasting and kneeling to seek marriage. Now, seeking a divorce would not be so straightforward. The empress understood this and planned to appeal on her behalf. However, Sheng Zhiwan shook her head. Grandmother, I have my own calculations. Please pretend you are unaware of these matters for now. When the news of Sheng Zhiwan's entry into the palace reached the imperial study, Emperor Chongsheng was finalizing a decree to reward Qi Shuxian. There were many military generals in the Sheng kingdom, yet most were advanced in age. Qi Shuxian's remarkable emergence was precisely what Emperor Chongsheng desired. Furthermore, his military tactics were exceptional, especially in the final battle where he achieved a decisive victory against a larger force. Such talent would undoubtedly be utilized. Yet, as he contemplated Sheng Zhiwan, Emperor Chongsheng couldn't help but frown. This girl harbored deep feelings for Qi Shuxian, and upon hearing that he returned from Songnan with a woman, she was likely to use the empress's influence to persuade him on her behalf. However, having multiple wives was commonplace for men, and she had initially requested to marry him. After all, Qi Shuxian was not a prince. If he were to punish him, would that not alienate Qi Shuxian's affections? The more Emperor Chongsheng pondered, the more his head ached. Rubbing his temples, he thought, if the empress sends someone to summon me, just say, I am currently occupied. Yes. Su Dabin quickly snapped out of his reverie. The note in his sleeve burned his fingertips, leaving a bitter taste in his mouth. He wondered what had possessed that person to ask him to undermine Qi Shuxian, having been by Emperor Chongsheng's side for many years. How could he not understand the other's intentions? Chapter 8. How to ascend from the 5th rank, yet he could not ignore the matters inscribed on the slip of paper. Just then, news arrived from outside. Upon hearing it, Su Dabin approached the imperial desk with light footsteps. Your Majesty, Princess Qingning has returned. The Emperor Chongsheng raised an eyebrow. Is there any news from the Empress Dowager? It was said that she had consumed more than half a bowl of the sweet rice balls made by Princess Qingning herself and had since fallen asleep. The Emperor Chongsheng was momentarily taken aback. So, Qingning has grown more sensible. I had thought she would come to plead for my assistance. Your Majesty, Su Dabin respectfully lowered her head, but I fear this may not be a good thing. Why is that? The Emperor was puzzled. Su Dabin replied, It is rumored outside that Princess Qingning's request for a decree to marry has angered both you and the Empress Dowager. As for young Master Qi taking a concubine, it seems to be because you and the Empress Dowager no longer protect Princess Qingning. However, you naturally cherish her. Young Master Qi is well aware of this. Yet he still brings her back. It cannot be. Cannot be what? The Emperor's anger flared. Su Dabin hastily knelt on the ground. It cannot be that he is overreaching in arrogance. The Emperor's expression darkened instantaneously. He indeed lacked young military generals. But if Qi Shuxian thought he was indispensable for that reason, the thoughts of an emperor are inscrutable. After a moment, he suddenly glanced at Su Dabin. Who taught you to speak like this? Su Dabin trembled and, filled with trepidation, continued to bow deeply. Your Majesty, please see clearly. I have watched over Princess Qingning as she grew. Now that she is in distress, my heart aches for her. Young Master Qi had clearly promised her that he would never take a concubine in this lifetime. The sound of her bowing echoed continuously, and in a short while, blood appeared on her forehead. The Emperor's doubts began to subside as he waved his hand. Enough, rise. Who instructed you to bow so excessively? At your age, do you not fear knocking yourself to death? With your majesty's protection, I am sturdy. Su Dabin replied with a smile. The emperor snorted coldly, contemplated for a moment, and then looked at the still damp imperial edict on the desk. Forget it. Qi Shuxian is still young, and youth is often accompanied by pride. This promotion to the 4th rank of Pinyin general may indeed be somewhat excessive. Upon hearing this, Su Dabin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Your Majesty is wise. Thus, that individual should be satisfied. However, ever since I began serving that individual, I have only received 3 commands. The first 2 involve matters that could shake the court, and now this one seems to carry an element of personal grievance. Outside the Zhisheng Hall, Qi Shuxian maintained a calm demeanor as he dealt with several officials who approached him for conversation. The Duke of Qi cautioned him, when His Majesty bestows titles today, do not become complacent. Strive harder, and perhaps our family may one day produce a pair of dual nobles. Then, we shall truly shine. Though he spoke of avoiding complacency, the joy was evident in his eyes. Qi Shuxian slightly nodded. In the morning light, his appearance was undeniably handsome, with sword-like brows, bright eyes, and a noble nose. Combined with his martial and scholarly prowess, he exuded an extraordinary presence. Soon, as the sounds of announcements echoed, Qi Shuxian stood in the hall, basking in the envious and admiring gazes of those around him. The Emperor Chongsheng scrutinized him several times, originally intending to commend him in front of everyone. He recalled Su Dabin's words and decided to shorten the praise, simply stating, young and promising, valiant and skilled in battle, before instructing the proclamation of the imperial edict regarding the recent conflict in Songnan. Qi Shuxian indeed achieved great merit, but the true commander during the Songnan campaign was another. The decree contained 3 parts, read in succession. According to Qi Shuxian's last heroic act that turned the tide, he should have been recognized first. Yet, the first proclamation did not feature his name. A flicker of confusion crossed Qi Shuxian's eyes. It was only when he heard his name in the final decree that he realized the emperor had deliberately placed him last. Having mentally rehearsed his words of gratitude prepared the previous day, Qi Shuxian was ready to kneel and express his thanks when he suddenly heard bestowed the title of 5th rank Zhaowei General. He froze in place, unable to process the information. 5th rank? How can it be 5th rank? Zhaowei General. Do not delay in receiving the decree and expressing gratitude, Su Dabin reminded him. Only then did Qi Shuxian suppress his astonishment, pursing his lips as he knelt and bowed, disregarding the gazes that surrounded him. Once the conferral concluded, the Duke of Qi, with a displeased countenance, intercepted Su Dabin as she was about to leave. Su Gonggong, did not His Majesty intend to confer upon my son the title of 4th rank Pinyin General yesterday? How has it now changed to 5th rank? That is a difference of 2 substantial ranks. Are the Duke and the young master questioning His Majesty? Su Dabin inquired with a smile. Certainly not. The Duke of Qi replied, suppressing his dissatisfaction. Watching her depart, the enthusiasm of those who had previously wished to befriend Qi Shuxian due to his military achievements waned. The mind of the sovereign is difficult to fathom. Who knows what His Majesty truly thinks? The Duke of Qi intended to probe further. Qi Shuxian took a deep breath and grasped his arm. Father, please return first. Perhaps this is His Majesty's test for me. I am still young. Being a 4th rank is indeed somewhat exaggerated. Chapter 9. Have you gone to complain? Indeed, the Duke of Qi, fearing his son's discontent, forced himself to maintain a semblance of cheerfulness. It was undeniably improper to be elevated to the rank of the 4th grade with but a single military achievement. Perhaps His Majesty intended to await further accomplishments to justify your promotion, allowing you to establish authority within the army. However, Qi Shuxian nodded slowly, his expression darkening as a sense of unease settled within him. He sensed that matters were far more complicated than they appeared. As he reached the gates of the estate, he beheld Sheng Zhiwan, assisting Ting Lan as she descended from the carriage. Upon seeing the ceremonial attire adorning her, Qi Shuxian was momentarily taken aback, only for his countenance to cloud with fury. No wonder. It was clear now why His Majesty had contemplated bestowing upon him the title of the fourth-grade Pinyin General, only to have it rescinded overnight. Instead, he was granted the paltry title of the fifth-grade Xianwei General. What trials, what legitimate promotions? It was merely Sheng Zhiwan who had gone to the palace to lodge a complaint. The thought of his hard-won achievements, gained through 2 arduous years of shared hardships with ordinary soldiers, braving the elements and enduring the bitter cold, being rendered futile due to her petty jealousy, ignited a fierce anger within him. Unable to restrain himself, he strode towards her, abruptly pulling Sheng Zhiwan away from Ting Lan's grasp. Sheng Zhiwan! Ting Lan, startled by the sudden upheaval, exclaimed, "What are you doing? Young master? Step aside." Qi Shuxian's gaze bore into Sheng Zhiwan, veins pulsing at his temples, his composure shattered. "Did you go to the emperor to complain?" Before she could respond, he continued, "You, a mere woman, why must you torment her? Why seek to ruin her? Was all your talk of the difficulties faced by women merely for the sake of appearing virtuous before others? The moment your interests were threatened, you showed no mercy. On the battlefield, when I was drugged by an enemy spy, it was she who saved me. After receiving treatment, I mistook her for you, and an innocent girl was wronged because of me. Should I not take responsibility? I have vowed never to see her again, and you promised my mother the same. Why, then, do you rush to the emperor with your grievances? Do you seek her death to find satisfaction? Sheng Zhiwan, how could I have overlooked your cruel heart? Just out of jealousy, you wish for the demise of an innocent soul?" With each word, Qi Shuxian struck deeper into her heart. After enduring countless trials to return from the battlefield, he found it intolerable that Sheng Zhiwan could harbor such resentment over a woman. The guilt he once felt while standing in the rain had vanished entirely. Though he had initially considered the words of his mother and elder sister, he never intended to act upon them, holding on to past affections. But what of her? She showed no sign of remorse. Merely a few words erased the suffering he had endured over the past 2 years. Meanwhile, Meng Yang, though a mere peasant girl, had tended to him through the night, sacrificing her own rest. She expressed only the desire to survive, vowing never to compete with Sheng Zhiwan. Yet, despite her humble stance, Sheng Zhiwan continued to pursue her relentlessly. As thoughts of this injustice coursed through him, his handsome visage was marred by anger and disappointment. Sheng Zhiwan regarded the enraged man before her with calm, dark eyes. Was this truly how he perceived her? Ting Lan, already moved to tears, yearned to defend her mistress, but a glance from Sheng Zhiwan halted her. "Is this madness? Do not feign ignorance. Qi Shuxian, you must know that it was all because of you that His Majesty had intended to elevate me to the fourth-grade Pinyin General. And now all is lost." Sheng Zhiwan's expression shifted. In this life, her father had not conferred upon him the fourth-grade title. What had changed? Ah, yes. In her previous life, she had reluctantly agreed to allow Meng Yang to enter the household as a concubine under Huanju's persuasion. Furthermore, to quell the rumors maligning Qi Shuxian, she had made a trip to the palace early that day to speak favorably of him to her father, portraying him as a man of valor and integrity. Her father had merely sighed, commenting on her growth, and soon thereafter, the joyous news arrived that Qi Shuxian had been appointed as the Pinyin General, celebrated throughout the estate. Recalling this, Sheng Zhiwan was filled with self-loathing, wishing she could confront her past self and strike her for her decisions. When Qi Shuxian noticed her silence, he assumed her guilt had rendered her speechless, further fueling his fury. He sought to say more, but Sheng Zhiwan lifted her gaze, stating, "You pledged never to take a concubine. Yet now you force me to accept one. Is that not a breach of honor? You concealed Meng Yang's condition, deceiving me into permitting her entry into our home. Is this not shameful? To accuse me of revealing your misdeeds while you fail to reflect on your own disgraceful actions?" With a cold smile, Sheng Zhiwan wrenched her arm from his grip. Qi Shuxian's force had likely bruised her delicate limb, prompting Ting Lan to anxiously support her, suppressing her tears. Chapter 10. What if I hit you? Qi Shuxian coldly gazed at the retreating figures of the master and servant. Sheng Zhiwan, do not regret. Sheng Zhiwan regretted not having discerned his true nature sooner. Upon returning to the pavilion of railing, she changed out of her ceremonial robes. revealing a significant bruise where Qi Shuxian had grasped her. Her eyes flickered. Although she possessed some martial skills, they were no match for Qi Shuxian's profound internal strength. Should they confront each other again, she might truly suffer the consequences if provoked. It seemed prudent to surround herself with capable and formidable maidservants. Sheng Zhiwan tucked this thought away in her mind. Just as she prepared to rest, a cacophony of shouts and curses wafted in from outside. Instantly, she recognized the voice's owner, and her heart filled with a swell of hatred. Qi Fian, the very person who, after Qi Shuxian rose to power and following her demotion to a commoner by the emperor, had the audacity to take her beloved Wan away for upbringing, only to return her as a lifeless little body. Though in her previous life, she had ultimately forced Qi Fian into exile. What did it matter? With Qi Shuxian around, Qi Fian would not be mistreated on the estate, but her Wan could never return, merely a forsaken child she had rescued. As Sheng Zhiwan recalled Qi Shuxian's indifferent words, she closed her eyes, regaining her composure. Perhaps her 2 years of subservience in the Duke's household had emboldened Qi Fian, as an external sister-in-law, dared to storm into her princess quarters with a retinue of maidservants, bringing chaos and accusations. Sheng Zhiwan, come out. An inner courtyard woman should tend to her in-laws in the back, yet she dares to spread rumors in the front court, causing Qi Shuxian to lose 2 ranks in his deserved titles. Jealous and loquacious. You've committed 2 grave offenses. Why are you still standing there? Quickly seize her and send her to kneel in the ancestral hall. 2 stern matrons approached with cold expressions. Lady of the Heir, please do not put us in a difficult position. Qi Shuxian was the eldest son of the Duke's main line, appointed heir at the tender age of 12. Thus, aside from the pavilion of railing, where she was privately addressed as Princess Sheng Zhiwan, the other servants referred to her as the Lady of the Heir. The maidservants of the pavilion were left dumbfounded, except for Ji and Ting Lan, who gritted their teeth and stood defiantly before Sheng Zhiwan. Which of you had the audacity to accompany Sheng Zhiwan into the palace? Step forward and receive 30 lashes, or both of you will be sold off together. Qi Fian sneered. The other maidservants hesitated, fearful and reluctant to step forward. The eldest miss was indeed audacious. When the princess first married in, she had not only brought a wet nurse, but also 4 capable palace maids. And now, only Huan Zhu remained in this courtyard. Everyone stood frozen, and Qi Fian grew increasingly smug at the sight. Though Sheng Zhiwan claimed to wield the household's authority, she was merely a purse for spending money. The myriad stewards managing the outer courtyard and kitchens would ultimately report to her mother for any significant matters. Only Sheng Zhiwan was deluded enough to think otherwise. Grant her a little goodwill, and she truly believed herself the mistress of the Duke's estate. Now that Shuxian had returned, she sought to create turmoil even within the palace, causing him to lose the coveted 4th-rank general title. Had Qi Shuxian secured the 4th-rank Pinyin general today, she would have been lauded upon returning to her mother-in-law and husband, alongside her sisters-in-law. But now, the more Qi Fian thought, the angrier she became, wishing to personally seize Sheng Zhiwan and slap her twice for relief. However, before she could entertain her fantasy, a gust of wind swept past her, followed by a crisp sound. Her cheek burned as she stared incredulously at Sheng Zhiwan, who had raised her hand. You dare hit me? Qi Fian questioned, doubting her senses, as Sheng Zhiwan had always sought to please her and her second sister. What if I hit you? Sheng Zhiwan, tall and graceful, effortlessly grabbed the emerald-adorned headpiece from Qi Fian's head. The dowry given by her grandmother was now worn by Qi Fian, and the fabrics from her dowry had been fashioned into garments worn by her. How dare she flaunt her authority before her? Sheng Zhiwan showed no mercy, disregarding the hair entangled in the headpiece, forcefully tearing it away. Amid Qi Fian's wails, several strands of hair were yanked out. The maidservants accompanying Qi Fian were horrified, attempting to intervene and pull Qi Fian away from Sheng Zhiwan. Yet, amidst the commotion, no one managed to touch even the hem of her garment. Not only that, but Sheng Zhiwan delivered several more resounding slaps, leaving Qi Fian with multiple handprints on her cheeks before finally releasing her grip. How dare you, Sheng Zhiwan? Qi Fian's hair was in disarray, resembling a madwoman. Her cheeks puffed up, her eyes locked onto the headpiece in Ting Lan's hands. The maidservants gazed at Sheng Zhiwan in shock. Unfazed, Sheng Zhiwan leisurely removed the hair caught in the headpiece, stuffing it into the already stunned Ting Lan's arms before turning away with a composed demeanor. Chapter 11. A lesson for mother. If the elder sister is dissatisfied with the emperor's bestowal upon the crown prince, why not express your desired rank and position? I shall don my court robes immediately and enter the palace, urging father to act according to your wishes. She spoke with a semblance of a smile. Upon hearing this, Qi Fian's expression froze. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly be dissatisfied with his majesty? Oh, Sheng Zhiwan's demeanor turned icy. Then what were the words you just uttered? How do you justify your claim that I maliciously slandered, causing the crown prince's rightful reward to be diminished by 2 ranks? In your eyes, does the crown prince's monumental achievement warrant anything less than the highest accolades? Do you truly believe that the considerations of a sovereign should align with my whims? Qi Fian felt a chill envelop her, momentarily at a loss for words. She was merely following her mother's directive to bring Sheng Zhiwan to the ancestral hall. Such depths of thought were beyond her. Though Sheng Zhiwan spoke the truth, she and her mother had indeed harbored such sentiments. However, should these words escape her lips and circulate, disaster would surely befall her. When did Sheng Zhiwan become so articulate? You are spouting utter nonsense. Qi Fian stammered, trembling as she pointed. Return my headdress. The elder sister seems to have forgotten that it is mine. Sheng Zhiwan replied, unperturbed, her gaze fixed on Qi Fian. And your attire, crafted from the materials of my dowry. She offered a smile. Qi Fian instinctively stepped back, fearing that if she hesitated, Sheng Zhiwan would strip her of her clothing. Yet, she misjudged. Despite her animosity, Sheng Zhiwan would not resort to such indignities against a woman. Are you still intent on dragging me to the ancestral hall? Sheng Zhiwan inquired, tilting her head. Qi Fian's heart burned with resentment, yet she dared not speak further. Although she knew Sheng Zhiwan's words stemmed from jealousy, intended to drive Meng Yang away. What if she lost her mind and allowed such remarks to spread? The consequences would be dire. We are leaving. She gritted her teeth, determined to depart. However, Sheng Zhiwan, with a smile, stepped in front of her. Perfect timing. I too wish to visit the lady. Let us go together. At this, Qi Fian nearly gasped for breath. The residence of Lady Cui was known as Wuxi Courtyard. Since the passing of the old duke, the second and third branches had been separated, leaving only the Qi duke's household residing within the estate. Besides Lady Cui, the duke had 2 concubines, both elevated from Lady Cui's own maidservants, as their birth contracts remained in her hands, and they bore no offspring, rendering their status little better than that of a servant. When Sheng Zhiwan arrived, the 2 were attentively waiting upon Lady Cui. Mother, Aunt Lien, Aunt Ping, Sheng Zhiwan greeted as she entered. But Lady Cui's teacup crashed heavily against the table. How dare you show your face here? You failed to pay your respects this morning, and I assumed you were merely lazy. Given your recent melancholy, I let it slide, yet you sneak back to the palace to hinder Xu Xian? Sheng Zhiwan, what have we, the Qi Duke's household, done to deserve this? Upon your arrival, as your mother-in-law, I entrusted you with the management of the household. The entire Qi Duke's estate is under your control. What more could you desire? Are you truly unable to tolerate Xu Xian taking a minor concubine? Lady Cui's heart ached at the thought of her son's lost 4th rank. Sheng Zhiwan wore a smile that barely concealed her disdain. Qi Fian trailed behind her, and when Lady Cui's furious gaze fell upon her disheveled appearance, she faltered. What has happened to my elder sister? Aunt Ping exclaimed, alarmed and concerned. Qi Fian glared at Sheng Zhiwan with venomous eyes. It was then that Sheng Zhiwan spoke coolly. Today, my elder sister visited my courtyard and uttered some disrespectful words, suggesting that the crown prince's contributions were substantial and the emperor's rewards insufficient. Not only was she dissatisfied, but she also dared to speculate on the emperor's intentions, insinuating that I influenced his majesty's decisions. Such words, if they were to spread, would surely lead to dire consequences for our family. Therefore, in order to teach my elder sister to tread carefully and avoid bringing calamity upon the duke's household, I acted on Mother's behalf to discipline her. By the way, what did Mother say earlier? I didn't quite catch it. She spoke with a gentle demeanor, her tone respectful, her expression unchanged from before. Lady Chui's elegant face twisted in fury. Dissatisfaction with rewards, speculating on the emperor's intentions. If such word were spread, not only would Xu Xian's fourth rank be in jeopardy, but he might not even secure his fifth. It could very well implicate the entire duke's household. Why does mother look so troubled? Is it because you disapprove of my reprimanding my elder sister? Or perhaps it was your wish for her to take me to the ancestral hall. Sheng Zhiwan feigned a look of shock and hurt. Lady Chui choked, nearly unable to catch her breath. After a moment, she forced a smile, her expression strained. Of course not. Your elder sister is merely overly concerned about Xu Xian, causing her to lose her composure. The emperor's rewards are akin to gentle rain. As subjects, we must not presume to comment. Chapter 12. Time for a cleansing of the eyes. How fortunate it is. I initially thought that my elder sister had lost her senses, and that my mother had followed suit. Thankfully, mother, you possess clarity of thought. Nonetheless, my elder sister's indiscreet remarks warrant a lesson, lest she inadvertently invites trouble upon herself again. I believe that kneeling in the ancestral hall would serve as a fitting punishment. As Sheng Zhiwan spoke, she found a chair and seated herself. Do not go too far. Qi Fian clenched her fists, her expression filled with indignation. Is it excessive? Sheng Zhiwan replied with surprise, turning to Mrs. Chui. To speak recklessly about the royal family and to speculate on the emperor's intentions. Do you think it is too much for my elder sister to kneel in the ancestral hall? Mrs. Chui's hands clenched tightly within her sleeves. Yet, confronted by Sheng Zhiwan's ambiguous smile, what could she possibly say? All she could do was grit her teeth and, under Qi Fian's incredulous gaze, utter, "It is certainly not excessive. Since my elder sister has spoken out of turn today, she shall kneel in the ancestral hall until dinner." Upon speaking those words, Mrs. Chui felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation. Mother, how could you heed her words? I refuse. It was you who insisted that I go. Qi Fian's cries were soon drowned out. Sheng Zhiwan seemed oblivious to her last words. A smile gracing her lips as she gestured for a servant to pour her a cup of tea, taking a sip. The exquisite Fuanchang round tea, with just these few leaves, could suffice for an ordinary household for half a month. It was evident that Mrs. Chui spared no expense, not only in clothing and sustenance, but even in the quality of tea. Sheng Zhiwan set down her teacup. Mrs. Chui's gaze was fixed upon her, yet she remained unfazed. By the way, I believe I overheard you discussing the management of household affairs earlier. When I first arrived, you mentioned your ill health, which is why I temporarily took charge. However, hearing your reasoning now, how can I, as a daughter-in-law, preside over all matters of the Duke's residence? As she spoke, she gestured for Ting Lan to place the prepared accounts and 2 sets of keys on the table. All the accounts and keys for the various courtyards are here. The funds I have supplemented for the household over the past 2 years are meticulously recorded. Previously, I refrained from mentioning this due to your illness. However, now that the heir has returned and has achieved military merit and accolades, should it be known that I used my dowry to support the public treasury, it would tarnish his reputation. Therefore, once the rewards are bestowed upon him, kindly return the funds I contributed. What do you mean? To refuse to manage the household and demand the return of her supplementary funds? At that moment, Mrs. Chui could no longer maintain her composure. In a fit of rage, she stood, her blood rushing. Sheng Zhiwan, what do you mean by this? We are all family. Why must there be such distinctions between yours and mine? Is it worth causing such a ruckus over a concubine? Indeed, my lady, look at the men outside. Who does not have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Our household is quite fortunate in comparison. The heir did not act out of malice. He was simply ensnared by others. If you cannot even tolerate this, your heart is rather small. Auntie Ping hastily supported Mrs. Chui. Auntie Lien and Auntie Ping, the 2 concubines, were quite different in demeanor. Auntie Lien, with her alluring beauty and voluptuous figure, was favored more by Duke Qi, despite both being childless. Auntie Ping, in comparison, was less favored. Thus she sought to ingratiate herself with Mrs. Chui. Mrs. Chui refrained from voicing what she could not say. Auntie Ping often used her influence to reprimand Sheng Zhiwan, which Sheng Zhiwan tolerated for the sake of Qi Shuxian. But now, with a swift motion, Sheng Zhiwan splashed the remaining tea onto Auntie Ping's face. The tea leaves clung to her forehead. Auntie Ping gasped in shock. Sheng Zhiwan's expression remained unchanged. Auntie Ping, your eyes certainly need cleansing. You cannot discern between ranks. You. Auntie Ping's breath quickened, and she raised her hand. Yet, Sheng Zhiwan merely smiled at her, her dark eyes glimmering with a chilling aura that made Auntie Ping instinctively lower her hand. Sheng Zhiwan secretly mocked her, a foolish creature that feared the strong. How dare a concubine take the lead from Mrs. Cui? No wonder she met her demise without understanding how. Mrs. Cui had hoped Auntie Ping would strike Sheng Zhiwan, but she proved utterly useless. Glowering at her, she commanded, "Do not linger here." Suppressing her frustration, she coldly addressed Sheng Zhiwan. One must know when to stop. If this continues, do you not fear that Shuxian will completely despise you? Mrs. Cui believed she was acting in Sheng Zhiwan's best interest. After all, over the past 2 years, Sheng Zhiwan had treated her with respect and filial piety, personally preparing and delivering medicine every day. My lady, you genuinely care for her, but she may not appreciate it. Auntie Ping retorted indignantly. Enough. This is no place for your interjections, Mrs. Cui scolded. Sheng Zhiwan, uninterested in their back and forth, stood up directly. Mother, do not forget to reimburse the expenses I have supplemented for the Duke's residence over these past 2 years. Oh, and also remember to return the jewelry, adornments, rare books, and artworks borrowed by you, father, my elder sister, my second sister, and my second brother. The weight of the borrowing and returning was emphasized in her words. Mrs. Cui's pent-up frustration surged instantly to her forehead. It felt as though a vein was throbbing at the back of her head. Darkness swirled before her eyes, and the world spun around her. Thankfully, Auntie Lien was by her side, and upon sensing something was amiss, she quickly supported her. Chapter 13. Expel him. Sheng Zhiwan cast a cold glance, and, unlike before, she did not rush forward with concern to check on the situation or personally prepare herbal remedies. Instead, she offered neither a word nor a look, simply leading Tinglan out. "Madam, are you all right?" came the startled cries from within. "Oh my, the madam has fainted from anger. Please do not frighten me." Tinglan expressed her worry. "Princess, it seems the madam has collapsed." "She is not fainting," Sheng Zhiwan replied with a tone laced with sarcasm. No one knew better than her the condition of Cui Shi. Although Physician Song visited the estate monthly to check her pulse, it was Sheng Zhiwan who truly cared for her. The reason for inviting Physician Song was merely to have the prescriptions validated. After 2 years of diligently preparing remedies and applying acupressure, Cui Shi's health had improved significantly. Her feigned fainting was merely a tactic to compel her to yield once more. Sheng Zhiwan walked with unwavering steps. On her way back to the pavilion of the railing, they passed a rockery. As they approached, a faint sound emerged from behind it. "Princess, it's just a little puppy." Tinglan glanced over and, seeing the small, damp, yellow bundle, felt a surge of compassion. Sheng Zhiwan frowned, initially reluctant to interfere, but upon meeting Tinglan's pleading gaze, she nodded. "If you like it, take it back and care for it." "Really? Thank you, Princess." Tinglan wrapped the puppy in her handkerchief and hurried to the kitchen to fetch some steamed buns and goat's milk. Sheng Zhiwan had never raised such creatures in either of her lifetimes. Observing the tiny creature struggling to open its eyes, she wondered if it would survive. "It's easy to care for, I assure you, Princess, just watch," Tinglan said, soaking a piece of steamed bun in the milk and placing it in her palm. Although the puppy had not yet opened its eyes, it seemed to catch the scent, its tiny pink tongue flicking around, eagerly consuming the bun crumbs. A look of astonishment spread across Sheng Zhiwan's face, and she too took some crumbs to try. At that moment, Qi Shuxian entered, and what met his eyes was the sight of her crouched down, cradling the small puppy in her hands, the delicate movements of her hairpin swaying slightly, casting a soft glow around her. "Princess, look, it really is eating." Tinglan's cheerful voice broke through, and Sheng Zhiwan could not help but smile. This little creature is quite easy to nurture. The more it eats, the faster it will grow to protect the courtyard. Seventh Master, a sudden, cold voice interrupted from behind. Sheng Zhiwan paused, and the crumbs fell to the ground. The puppy whimpered, licking her hand for more, but was soon taken by Tinglan. Anjai had already prepared a warm cloth to help her clean her hands. Is the seventh master here to reprimand me? Sheng Zhiwan's tone was icy. Qi Shuxian fixed his gaze on her. Zhiwan, I had thought that since you were married to me, you would treat the Duke's household as your own and regard my elders as your own. Yet, I never expected you to slap my elder sister and provoke her to the point of fainting, knowing full well my mother's frail health. The matter concerning Meng Yang is ultimately unrelated to them. Since you have already persuaded His Majesty to revoke my title, this should be the end of it. You must apologize to my mother and sister at Wuxi Courtyard, and, as my legitimate wife, you should continue to manage the household. How should I apologize? Should I kneel and beg for their forgiveness? Sheng Zhiwan inquired. Qi Shuxian sighed in relief. My mother is magnanimous, and my sister is not unreasonable. You only need to acknowledge your mistakes. Sheng Zhiwan fell silent, her gaze slightly lowered. In a fleeting moment, Qi Shuxian felt he was once again looking at the obedient girl who had once listened to him without question. His eyes fell on the small puppy in Tinglan's arms, and he softened his voice. If you desire a child because of Meng Yang's pregnancy and are willing to admit your fault, then I will stay this evening. Leave. Sheng Zhiwan's eyes shot up suddenly. What? Qi Shuxian thought he had misheard. With a cold laugh, Sheng Zhiwan declared, I command you to leave. Qi Shuxian was taken aback. Sheng Zhiwan, to what lengths are you willing to go? My involvement with Meng Yang was a mere accident. Given the gravity of the matter, I thought you would understand, yet you only know jealousy. Very well. His disappointment was palpable. If you cannot comprehend, so be it. But you must apologize to my mother and sister. On what grounds? Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's voice was frigid. On the grounds that you are my wife. A woman must obey, first her father, then her husband, and finally her son. It is your duty to honor your elders and love your siblings. Huh? A woman must obey the heavens. Are you my heaven? I just married you, and you immediately went at Songnan. The Duchess was gravely ill, and I prepared the remedies day by day, never relying on others. She entrusted the household to me, and upon reviewing the accounts, I found only 1,000 taels remaining, while her monthly medicinal expenses alone amount to 500 taels. Qi Fian's husband has changed positions 4 times in 2 years, and Qi Ferrue requires custom-made garments and jewelry every month, borrowing from me without returning. Moreover, Qi Shuleng chased away Scholar Bai, and the Duke ordered me to invite Master Du to teach him. Sheng Zhiwan could no longer continue, her eyes filled with derision. Everything you and your family wear, use, and consume is from me. Now, you wish to be my heaven and demand my submission? Chapter 14. King Qin Yu, unreasonable. Qi Shuxian had never encountered such absurd claims. Her mother and elder sister were indeed correct. The royal identity bred arrogance. In the past, when she was gentle and kind, they indulged her, but now, did marrying him mean that his entire family would elevate her to the status of a lofty princess? Qi Shuxian was exceedingly displeased. However, reflecting on the past, she coldly stated, think it over carefully. If you apologize to my mother and sister, I shall not hold it against you. Otherwise, I shall not set foot in this place again. With that, she turned, casting a frosty glance at Sheng Zhiwan, and strode out of the Linglan residence. As long as she did not apologize, Qi Shuxian would maintain her cold demeanor. She was eager to see how long Sheng Zhiwan could endure. Princess, anxious, and Zhilan glanced at Sheng Zhiwan, who had fallen into silence. Sheng Zhiwan regained her composure and signaled that she was fine. Yet, she could not help but ponder why she had been so blind in the past, having chosen Qi Shuxian after much deliberation. It was for the best that he did not come. They would inevitably part ways, relieving her from the need to concoct excuses to deal with him. As she considered this, she observed the timid maids around the courtyard. It seemed imperative to replace them with a more competent group. However, finding capable and loyal maids was no easy task. With her gaze lowered, Sheng Zhiwan contemplated, eventually recalling a place she had heard of in her previous life. Ah, what a Huanzhu! Sheng Zhiwan suddenly spoke up. Since the previous day, she had not seen Huanzhu in the courtyard. A 4th rank maid reported that Huanzhu claimed to be unwell and was resting in her room. Although Sheng Zhiwan had demoted Huan Zhu to 4th rank yesterday, her previous favor still lingered, and since Sheng Zhiwan had not promoted anyone else, the entire household believed Huan Zhu's fall from grace was only temporary. Once the princess calmed down, she would surely be reinstated. Not only the others thought so, but even Huan Zhu herself harbored such thoughts. After all, she had grown up alongside the princess, emerging from the palace. The princess had always treated her like a sister in the past. She had often acted as a mediator between the princess and the heir, mending their rifts. This time, the princess was merely venting her anger on her. And once she realized Huan Zhu's good intentions, she would undoubtedly restore her to her former position. Huan Zhu's feigned illness was simply a means to give the princess an easy way out. Tell her that if she cannot even get out of bed, she need not serve here anymore. Linglan residents cannot accommodate such delicate constitutions. Sheng Zhiwan quickly grasped Huan Zhu's intentions. Unfortunately, this time she was mistaken. Her failure to promote anyone was merely because she had not yet found suitable replacements. The maid tremulously departed. Indeed, at dinner, Sheng Zhiwan spotted Huan Zhu among the other 4th-rank maids, tidying up the courtyard. Apart from her long face and the occasional glance in Sheng Zhiwan's direction, she seemed far from unwell. Sheng Zhiwan regarded her with indifference. She treated Huan Zhu the same as the other maids. As a 4th-rank maid, did she expect to sulk and wait for her to placate her? After a restful night, Sheng Zhiwan had no intention of paying her respects to the Chui matriarch the following day. After Zhilan assisted her with her grooming, she left the manor once again. The carriage headed straight for the Jushin Tea House. The Jushin Tea House was the most renowned and luxurious establishment in the Shang Kingdom, with branches in various provinces. And the one in the capital was grander and more opulent, naturally commanding higher prices. Those who could afford to visit were either wealthy or noble. Sheng Zhiwan directly requested the top-tier private room on the 3rd floor and specified the use of a jade disc red clay dingmao pot for her tea. The tea master bowed and departed. While listening to the melodious strains of the zither from below, she awaited her guests. At that moment, a group of raucous individuals settled in downstairs. Xiao Yuan, I heard your good younger brother chased off another tutor yesterday. That makes 3 this month, doesn't it? If you ask me, why bother with such a debauched wastrel? Though all are sons of General Shang, why the disparity? If Xiao Yuan is the clouds above, then Shang Heir is mere dirt that is deemed filthy. I heard that recently he was seen with 5 ladies. Zhao, my brother. The handsome youth surrounded by admirers displayed evident displeasure. The one called Zhang immediately fell silent, though the others present showed disdainful expressions without needing to hear the end of the story. Zhilan recalled some rumors she had heard not long ago, her face flushing with embarrassment as she hastily lowered the window. She hoped to shield the princess from such sordid tales. Sheng Zhiwan nevu teas, Shangya. Shang Xingyu. Who could have imagined that this so-called debauched wastrel would, 10 years hence, during the invasion of the Eastern Yamato, rise with a formidable and unyielding presence, expelling the enemy in merely 2 months and reclaiming the 5 states of Shangzhou, Langzhou, Tingzhou, Shuazhou, and Linzhou, thus becoming the formidable King Qin Yu. Chapter 15. The Long-Tongued Scholar Princess, what did you say? Tinglan did not catch the words clearly. Sheng Zhiwan withdrew her gaze and shook her head slightly. At that moment, a knock resounded from outside the door. A gentleman, elegantly attired, entered. Upon seeing Sheng Zhiwan, he displayed neither surprise nor curiosity, merely offering a slight bow, not fully raising his head. Montak King. Our tea house provides 4 types of teacups for guests to choose from. The white cup excels in medicine, the green cup in poison, the golden cup in strategy, and the black cup in martial prowess. May I inquire what color of tea cup the guest requires? Sheng Zhiwan replied, I do not wish to taste tea. I wonder if you sell the teacups? The teacups she referred to were not merely vessels for tea, but representations of exceptionally talented individuals in specific fields. The Jushin Tea House discreetly engaged in the business of hiring such talents. Sheng Zhiwan had learned of this in her previous life and sought to test if she could procure a couple of skilled warriors this time around. Mo Qing, taken aback, raised his gaze momentarily before quickly lowering it again. I apologize, esteemed guest. His implication was clear. They were not for sale. Having come merely to test the waters, and now facing rejection. Sheng Zhiwan felt no disappointment. After dismissing Mo Qing, she prepared to leave, but was suddenly aware that the music from downstairs had been replaced by the sound of storytelling. She observed as a handsome, young general demonstrated strategies on a sand table, attacking the enemy's flank, exploiting their unpreparedness to dismantle the alliance of the 6 ministerial departments, luring them into a retreat and defeating them one by one, skillfully utilizing both the timing and the terrain. The room erupted in gasps of admiration. Sheng Zhiwan paused. "Princess, is the tale downstairs about the battle where the heir retreated?" Tinglan discerned the narrative. Sheng Zhiwan did not respond, but her eyes glimmered with derision as she sat down once more. When the storyteller finished, a wave of excited applause erupted from below. Truly a master strategist, capable of orchestrating triumphs from afar. The heir is indeed a rare talent, and such a strategy to turn a disadvantage into an advantage would surely impress even my battle-hardened father. Praised Shang Zhiwan. Indeed, this was his first time on the battlefield, and with such insight and cunning, if he were to gain more experience, our Shang kingdom would have no fear of formidable foes. Another young scholar chimed in. Then why did such an impressive general only attain a 5th-grade title? Inquired a scholar at another table, curious. "Ah, you are unaware," replied a figure named Zhang, feigning mystery as he pointed upward. "Have you forgotten the princess from the imperial family who, 2 years ago, insisted on marrying the heir even to the point of fasting? This time, he returns not just with military merit, but also with a beautiful lady. And this lady, when jealous..." He wore an expression that hinted at complexities, concluding with a cryptic remark, "You all must understand. Is it truly so? Women and petty men are indeed difficult to nurture. The ancients did not deceive me." The scholars, upon understanding, displayed indignation, their discourse becoming increasingly reckless. Yet, even with the boldest of hearts, they dared not openly criticize the imperial family. Thus, Sheng Zhiwan, painted as the jealous and petty Princess Qingning, was mercilessly derided. They condemned her noble birth and arrogance, her ignorance and superficiality, and her role as a mere woman of the inner chambers who, while enjoying the protection of border soldiers, resorted to underhanded tactics against accomplished generals. "Princess!" Tinglin's eyes reddened with fury, her teeth clenched, wishing she could immediately throw open the window and retort to those scornful scholars below. "Princess, they know nothing. What does the heir's reward have to do with you? You never even met with His Majesty. Why should they place the blame on you? Just because you are a woman, they presume to speculate and discuss. Indeed, the heir has merits for repelling the enemy, but princess, the silver you donated and the provisions and medicines you sent to the border soldiers." Sheng Zhiwan interrupted by offering a piece of cake to Tinglan. "What more is there? I wonder what expression these people would wear if they knew that the brilliant military strategies they so eagerly praised actually originated from my hands. Princess, are we to simply endure this?" Tinglan withdrew the cake from her mouth. "Of course not." A glint of coldness passed through Sheng Zhiwan's eyes as she prepared to signal Tinglan to open the window. Suddenly, a melodious voice from the neighboring room drifted in, clear and unrestrained, yet audacious. "TSK, TSK. I never realized before that the well-read scholars among you could engage in gossip even more fervently than market women. Everyone speaks of long-tongued women, but in my opinion, it would be more fitting to call you long-tongued scholars." At this, the room fell into a profound silence. All were momentarily stunned by the abrupt mockery. However, after this brief stillness, a tempest of outrage erupted, especially upon recognizing the speaker. "Xingyu, how could you be here?" Shang Zhiwan's face darkened, glaring at the figure on the 3rd floor, his eyes narrowing. "You should hurry down and apologize to your fellow scholars." Chapter 16. Not so terrifying after all. The merchant, Shang Ying, is merely the wastrel who, just days ago, indulged in frivolities with 5 women. Crack! The speaker was struck by a teacup. "Ying." Shang Zhiwan furrowed his brow. Yet, before he could utter another word, another teacup was hurled directly at Brother Zhang's head. "Enough!" Shang Zhiwan pulled Zhang aside, and as the teacup shattered on the ground, he turned to command, "You two, subdue the 2nd young master." "Yes." 2 servants from the general's residence rushed upstairs. Shang Ying pouted. "Is all this necessary?" I can handle it myself. By the way, elder brother, remember to pay the debt I owe to the Jushin tea house. And for the 2 cups I just smashed, those are the finest they had, so compensation is required as well. I was initially considering pawning the jade pendant my grandfather gifted me, but since you and father covet it, if I pawn it, you'll have even less chance of swindling me. Shang Xiuyuan's forehead twitched, watching the still grinning young man being restrained, a pent-up frustration simmering within him. Apologize. Apologize for what? Shang Ying exclaimed incredulously, his voice raised. Did I say something incorrect? You learned scholars speculate on the emperor's intent, yet dare not speak openly. You only whisper disparaging remarks about a woman behind her back. How? Did you witness it firsthand, or do you possess any evidence? To call you gossips will be an insult to gossips. At least they have reason behind their words. Unlike you self-proclaimed scholars who condemn others based solely on your own imaginations and still wish to silence them. With each repetition of self-proclaimed scholars, Shang Ying demonstrated an audacity that left everyone present at a loss for words. However, this was not the end. He suddenly leaned closer to one individual. I remember you. The eldest son of the left chief censor S family. What was your name again? Fang Xiaowei. Yes. If you are dissatisfied that His Majesty has granted Qi Shuxian only a 5th rank position, why not have your father submit a memorial? Then he turned to the man he had struck with the cup. Is being with 5 women merely revelry? A dirty mind perceives everything as dirty. What about you with your mother, sister, and younger siblings? Are you also indulging in revelry? Humph. The man trembled with rage, wanting to retort, but held back by his pride. Shang Ying ignored him, moving on to Brother Zhang, whom Shang Xiuyuan was still holding. Zhang Yuanjua, is it? Before looking down on me, perhaps you should first assess your own worth. I hear you were recently engaged. TSK. I wonder if the young ladies you're courting are aware of your preferences? Zhang Yuanjua. Shang Xiuyuan. Instinctively, Shang Xiuyuan loosened his grip on Zhang Yuanjua and stepped aside. Zhang Yuanjua, infuriated, clutched his chest, glaring fiercely at Shang Ying. What are you staring at? I am handsome and charming. There is no way I would fancy someone like you. Ting Lan, snapping back to reality, couldn't help but laugh. Sheng Zhiwan was left speechless. In her previous life, she had little interaction with the notorious Prince Qin Yu, only hearing tales of his debauchery and capriciousness, how he had offended many, and ultimately fell from grace, being expelled by General Shang in a fit of rage, never to be seen again. When he resurfaced, it was amidst the chaos in the east, where the pirate forces of Dong Wei rampaged through the Shang kingdom, causing widespread lament among the populace. A previously unremarkable Yu family army suddenly rose to prominence, initially met with skepticism, until their successive victories forced the enemy out of Shang kingdom, prompting the emperor to finally take notice and send Qi Shuxian for negotiations. It was only after these talks that the revelation emerged. The commander of the Yu family army was none other than the former capital's greatest wastrel, the second son of General Shang, Shang Ying. At this moment, Sheng Zhiwan recalled the expression on Qi Shuxian's face during that time and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Princess, a fight has broken out. That young Master Shang is actually forcing the second young Master Shang to kneel and apologize. Ting Lan exclaimed anxiously. Though she previously thought the second young Master Shang to be a reckless wastrel, he had spoken up for their princess. Ting Lan found him less terrifying than the rumors suggested. Sheng Zhiwan's eyes flickered. Open the window, she commanded. Yes. Ting Lan, brimming with excitement, thought it was time to intimidate those who whispered behind others' backs. No, those gossipy scholars. I am indeed of royal descent, and may be arrogant and extravagant. However, ignorant and superficial. Merely a woman playing tricks? Humph. When did I acquire such a reputation? A calm female voice floated down from the upper floor. The servants who were forcefully pressing Shang Ying to kneel and apologize paused, and Shang Xiuyuan looked up in astonishment. Sheng Zhiwan remained seated by the window, her indifferent gaze sweeping over the speaker. The crowd, momentarily taken aback, stared blankly at the resplendent and elegant woman, until they caught the mention of this princess in her words, and one by one, their expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 17. Contempt. Zhang Yuan's legs trembled in sheer terror. The once composed face of Shang Yuan shifted from shock to panic. I have encountered Princess Qing Ning. Shang Yuan closed his eyes and bowed deeply towards the upper floor. The last remnants of hope among the other scholars shattered. It was one thing to be overheard speaking ill, but the presence of Princess Qing Ning here was utterly incomprehensible. Was it not said that she lived in seclusion, especially after marrying into the Duke of Qi's household, rarely revealing herself? Why were they so unfortunate today? Yet, it was too late for regret, and they could only rise, pale-faced, to pay their respects. We humble subjects have the honor to meet the princess. Among those present, some had already passed the imperial examination, while others were still unrecognized. Though their family backgrounds were not insignificant, they were only notable in comparison to the average citizen. The highest born among them were Shang Yuan and Shang Hangyu. Sheng Zhiwan's gaze swept over the assembly and finally settled on Zhang Yuanzhua. Your words imply that the heir of Qi not only returned with honors, but also brought back a beautiful maiden. Is it that you believe I, the princess, am envious of Qi Shu Xian's mere fifth-grade commendation, driven by jealousy? I. Zhang Yuanzhua's sweat poured down as he struggled. I did not mean that. Oh, then what do you mean? Pray, enlighten me. Sheng Zhiwan fixed her eyes upon him. Zhang Yuanzhua's perspiration increased. The atmosphere in the Jushin tea house fell into a profound silence. He felt as though an invisible hand gripped him tightly. After a long pause, he could no longer endure. His forehead striking the ground heavily. Princess, please forgive me. I spoke thoughtlessly. I beseech your pardon. With a sharp sound, a cup collided with Zhang Yuanzhua's cheek. And this time, no one intervened. A fleeting smile flickered in Sheng Zhiwan's eyes. It was surprisingly gratifying to strike someone with a cup. Had she known, she would have requested more cups. If my words were mere nonsense, then I shall administer 30 slaps to myself, she declared. Your Highness. Zhang Yuanzhua sought mercy. Sheng Zhiwan replied, It is difficult to manage both the petty and the feminine. You have offended me. Do you still wish for my clemency? Even if I were to pardon you now, would you not fear my retribution upon your father? Zhang Yuanzhua's complexion worsened, his bruised cheek throbbing painfully. With so many witnesses, he had no choice but to raise his hands and deliver slap after slap to himself. The sound were too faint, the force too weak. By the time he finished the 30 slaps, Zhang Yuanzhua's once handsome visage had become unrecognizable. Sheng Zhiwan then turned her attention to another individual, the one who had insulted her, claiming that women in her palace were frivolous while enjoying the peace safeguarded by soldiers at the frontier, yet resorting to underhanded schemes against valiant generals. Seemingly aware of his impending targeting, the man displayed an air of defiance. He grit his teeth and rose from the ground, meeting Sheng Zhiwan's gaze with a pale yet defiant expression. Did I speak incorrectly? A delicate princess like you, raised in seclusion, accompanied by a throng of servants, feasting on rare delicacies, adorned with the finest treasures. Have you ever considered that the coarse food you disdain is a delicacy only enjoyed after the soldiers at the frontier secure victory? As Wang Huaizhi continued, his eyes brimmed with disdain. Having already offended the princess, he saw no harm in solidifying his reputation, especially since he believed he had spoken no falsehood. Foolish women and children, confined to the inner chambers. All day they think only of jealousy and intrigue, or gather to admire flowers and scenery. What do they know of the great principles of family and nation? What is your name? Sheng Zhiwan inquired as she descended the stairs step by step. Wang Huaizhi, he declared boldly, devoid of fear. Wang Huaizhi. Sheng Zhiwan mused for a moment, recognizing his lineage. Your father, Wang Yi, serves in the censorate? Indeed, I recall your father hails from the Wang clan of Yuanzhou. Since you speak so grandly of righteousness, may I inquire what you have done for the soldiers at the frontier? Wang Huaizhi faltered, meeting the darkness of her eyes. He gritted his teeth in defiance. I have yet to enter officialdom. Once I do, I will surely advocate for the soldiers at the frontier. At the very least, I shall ensure they have clothing and food. So, you have done nothing as of yet? Sheng Zhiwan raised an eyebrow. And your father, Wang Yi, What has he accomplished for them? Or perhaps, she sneered, what has your esteemed Wang clan done for them? Wang Huaiji's face flushed crimson, but he remained unyielding. My family, the Wang clan, engages in education and commerce. At least we do not indulge in the extravagance that characterizes the princess. A laugh escaped Sheng Zhiwan, unable to contain herself. In the next moment, she suddenly turned to the resentful Ting Lan, who glared at Wang Huaiji, saying, Ting Lan, inform them how much grain this extravagant princess has sent to the frontier over the years. Ting Lan nodded and proclaimed loudly, in just the past 2 years, Your Highness has sent a total of 100,000 stones of grain to the northern desert, 100,000 stones to the western frontier, 100,000 stones to Tsangnan, and 30,000 cotton garments, along with 60 boxes of medicinal supplies. This is impossible, Wang Huaiji scoffed. You pampered women of the inner palace likely have no idea what grain prices are. 30,000 stones of grain, 30,000 cotton garments, and medicinal supplies, at today's peaceful grain price of 501 per stone, that amounts to 150,000 taels of silver. Moreover, considering the cotton garments and medicinal supplies, it totals at least 170,000 taels. As a mere woman, where do you acquire such wealth? Chapter 18. Are these just rumors? Is it not excessive, even for a princess? The princess feels that I cannot verify this, yet you fabricated such outrageous nonsense. The more he spoke, the more disdainful his expression became. Ting Lan retorted, What does that even mean? On the day of our princess's marriage, her dowry stretched a full 10 miles around the city. If it weren't for the substantial funds we provided to the Duke of Qi's household over the past 2 years, the princess could have donated even more. Ting Lan's words left those around her momentarily stunned. What does it mean to provide the Duke of Qi with such funds? Could it be that the Duke's household has fallen so low as to depend on the princess's dowry? Sheng Zhiwan couldn't help but smile at Ting Lan, for the girl never missed an opportunity to broadcast her grievances suffered in the Duke's household. A dowry. Wang Huaiji was even less inclined to believe it. A dowry is a woman's pride. Every woman he knew was eager to fill her dowry with valuables. Donate? How could she possibly part with it? The princess need not resort to unverifiable claims to deflect my inquiries. You are truly laughable. Ting Lan's face flushed with anger. You, who have done nothing, yet boast of national righteousness with a loud voice, projecting onto others what you yourself cannot comprehend. Do you truly think my princess is like you? It is not that it cannot be verified. Sheng Zhiwan turned to Shang Zhiwan. I recall that General Shang, the father of Master Shang, has connections with several marshals stationed at the frontier. If you doubt this, you may ask General Shang to write and inquire. Each time I have made a donation, I have used the name of Sheng Shitang, signifying my hope for a prosperous and peaceful era. I will certainly verify this. Wang Huaiji replied coldly, but I will need to trouble Xu Yuan to seek out General Shang on my behalf. He cannot possibly believe there exists a woman willing to relinquish her dowry. Women are all about accumulating wealth. It is a common understanding. Therefore, I shall verify it. When the truth is revealed, I shall ensure that the face of Princess Qingning is thoroughly tarnished. Shang Zhiyuan nodded, but unlike Wang Huaiji, he had already concluded that Sheng Zhiwan's words held truth. Otherwise, with so many people present, if just one were curious enough to investigate, she would be exposed. Moreover, she had even revealed the name under which she donated. Clearly unafraid of being verified. What will you do if what I say is true? Sheng Zhiwan suddenly smiled. Wang Huaiji was momentarily taken aback by her smile. Naturally, I shall apologize to the princess. No need for apologies. As the eldest son of the Wang family, you must have some private funds, right? Wang Huaiji was taken aback. Sheng Zhiwan continued. At that time, you may take out 2,000 taels to distribute kanji in the slums of the capital. And remember, you must display my name prominently at the kanji stand. Wang Huaiji, truly a petty-minded woman. Very well, I agree to the princess's terms. But should the princess fail to donate or if the amount is incorrect, then you must host all the guests at this Jushin tea house for 3 consecutive days and display a notice detailing today's events at the entrance. Agreed. Sheng Zhiwan was unperturbed. Accepting this guaranteed victory wager, she then turned her attention elsewhere, finally meeting the gaze of the illustrious Qin Yuang from her past life. He was strikingly handsome. Yet, compared to others, what first caught Sheng Zhiwan's attention were his audaciously confident eyes. The moment they met her gaze, they curved into a smile, and in that instant, she felt both a dazzling brilliance and an overwhelming abyss. Next, she noted his features. His face was sculpted with sharp contours, his brow angled upward with an air of reckless charm, his flirtatious peach blossom eyes captivating, and his high-nose bridge made him strikingly handsome from every angle. Shang Xingyu had seen Princess Qingning. His gaze was fixed. Sheng Zhiwan felt an inexplicable pang of discomfort. "Xingyu, do not be rude." Shang Shiyuan stepped forward, positioning himself before Shang Xingyu. "Princess, my younger brother has always been unruly and disrespectful. Please do not take offense." "Master Shang, you jest," Sheng Zhiwan replied, glancing at him. "I find Master Shang Heir's forthrightness and sincerity far more authentic than those hypocrites who speak ill of others behind their backs." "Master Shang, do you not agree?" Shang Shiyuan's expression was strained, feeling as though Sheng Zhiwan's words were a veiled reference to him. After all, although he had not joined in the disparagement, he had not intervened either, and he had even pressured Shang Xingyu to apologize to others. At this moment, if he were to reply in the affirmative, it would be tantamount to slapping his own face. Yet how could he deny it? Shang Shiyuan forced a bitter smile. "The princess speaks wisely. We shall certainly remember today's lesson." "Indeed." Sheng Zhiwan nodded. Just when Shang Shiyuan thought this farce was finally coming to an end, she suddenly smiled again. "Then, Master Shang, perhaps you should apologize to Master Shang Heir." Shang Shiyuan. Apologize to Shang Xingyu? How could that be? Shang Xingyu was an incompetent good-for-nothing, always causing trouble. Why should he apologize to him? Shang Shiyuan's lips moved, yet no words came forth. What? Does Master Shang not wish to? The onlookers murmured that Master Shang was known for his gentlemanly demeanor, gentle as jade, especially protective of his half-brother. Could it all be mere rumors? Chapter 19. Good fortune should not be hoarded. Shang Shiyuan's handsome visage tightened upon hearing the words. Shang Hongyu's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, she was just as she had always been, sharp-tongued and insufferable, yet each word struck at the most sensitive spots. "There's no need for an apology. My elder brother has settled the debts I owe to various establishments," Shang Hongyu interjected. Shang Shiyuan let out a sigh of relief. Matters that can be resolved with money are certainly preferable to losing one's dignity. As Sheng Zhiwan met Shang Hongyu's gaze, her exquisitely enchanting eyes blinked rapidly, an inexplicable premonition surfacing within her that he might be plotting against Shang Shiyuan. In that case, let us comply with the second young Master Shang's wishes. Upon leaving the Jushin tea house, Sheng Zhiwan did not return home, for she had more pressing matters to attend to. She instructed the coachman to head to Wanbage. "Your Highness, did you not just come here to check the accounts yesterday?" Tinglan asked, puzzled. Sheng Zhiwan smiled without replying. Once she alighted from the carriage, the steward welcomed her to the back, and this time, she allowed Tinglan to accompany her inside. "Have you found the person I asked you to search for yesterday?" Sheng Zhiwan inquired, replying to the princess, "I have indeed located them." The steward, Lin, in his 30s, was somewhat plump, his small yet spirited eyes reflecting his meticulous nature. Hence, all the private businesses under Sheng Zhiwan's command ultimately reported to him. However, this usually astute steward appeared somewhat anxious today, particularly when recalling the scene he had witnessed the previous day. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he responded, "I followed your orders to the alley and indeed saw the Duke's personal servant, Sun Feng, guarding the entrance. I waited until nearly the hour of you before someone emerged. Though that individual was heavily disguised and even changed carriages and clothing at a tavern along the way, it was undoubtedly the Duke." A smile crept onto Sheng Zhiwan's lips. Indeed, the matter concerning the Tao family was no mere rumor. Her death was likely shrouded in complexity. Fearing a misidentification, he had even disguised himself as a street vendor to glean information from the local residents. Eventually discovering that the woman in question was indeed surnamed Tao and had resided in the alley for 7 to 8 years. It was said that Mrs. Tao was exceptionally beautiful and gentle in nature, rarely venturing out but maintaining excellent relations with the neighboring residents. She claimed her husband's surname was Sun and that he was engaged in the silk trade. Moreover, the neighbors reported that the couple was deeply affectionate, with the husband employing several guards to protect Mrs. Tao from any potential harm during his business dealings. Lin, ever the thorough and astute steward, had not only followed Sheng Zhiwan's orders to locate the individual, but had also uncovered her background in detail. He even learned that Mrs. Tao had been seeking remedies and advice regarding childbirth for several years. After Lin concluded his report, he stood silently by, refraining from further comment. The Qi Duke's residence had indeed fallen into decline following the passing of the elder duke. But one aspect remained a topic of admiration among the city's elite, the family's principles. The elder duke had met his wife in humble circumstances, marrying her alone throughout his life, and left behind a testament urging respect and affection within marriage, reinforcing the notion that a devoted husband and a virtuous wife elevate each other. Although the current duke, after marrying the Chui family, had taken 2 concubines, it was only after the Chui matron became pregnant that he had shown such indulgence. Following the birth of the Chui heir, he seldom visited the quarters of his concubines. Thus, many women in the capital regarded the duke as a model of marital devotion. Yet now, this paragon of fidelity was rumored to be keeping a mistress. Should this news surface, it would undoubtedly tarnish the reputation of the duke's household. The princess was particularly concerned about Qi Shixi, who was now emerging into prominence. Could it be that she intended to involve Mrs. Tao in this scandal? The mere thought sent shivers down Lin's spine. As he hesitated on how to act should the princess issue a command, Sheng Zhiwan spoke. You will discreetly spread the word that a miraculous practitioner from Sixatang has arrived, especially ensuring that the news reaches Mrs. Tao. If she chooses to visit, you must then relay the information to the duke's residence. Sixatang was another of Sheng Zhiwan's private establishments. Did not the Chui matron claim that a woman's duty was to bear children for men? Did she not assert that having Meng Yang's children under her name was for her own benefit? Was it not said that one could experience the joys of motherhood without enduring the pains of childbirth? A most fortunate circumstance? If that were the case, such good fortune should not be hoarded solely by her as a daughter-in-law. One could only wonder how the Chui matron would react. Would she be overwhelmed with joy, or would she weep tears of ecstasy? Sheng Zhiwan's lips curled into a smile. And how fares the other matter? Your Highness, I have had individuals draft the material overnight as per your instructions, but Lin hesitated, presenting a scroll to her. Sheng Zhiwan swiftly perused it. Excellent. You shall send this tale to the vicinity of Sangnan and Jincheng, seeking storytellers from various taverns to disseminate the narrative. But, Your Highness, Lin finally cannot hold back. His teeth clenched. The characters in this story bear too strong a resemblance to Qi Shixi, not to mention the peasant girl. Are you not inadvertently elevating her status? Chapter 20. How could she endure such humiliation knowing that the princess harbored affection for young Master Qi? It was unexpected to witness her willingness to go to such lengths for his sake. Why the urgency? Sheng Zhiwan's eyes glimmered. Was there not still a second volume to consider? There is a saying, the higher one is lifted, the harder one falls. Since Meng Yang sought fame, she would lend her a hand, though she feared that the heights attained might be beyond her ability to sustain. There was another matter Sheng Zhiwan almost forgot. You shall deliver a message to Dr. Song, stating that what Qing Ning desires ends here. In the past, she had sacrificed too much for Qi Shuxian. Now that she had resolved to part ways, it was only fitting that she reclaim what she had given, be it wealth or favors. The Duke of Qi's household had taken from her. She would not show leniency in the matter. Princess, do you truly intend to separate from the young master? Upon exiting Wanbao Pavilion, Tinglin's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Sheng Zhiwan had not concealed her arrangements from her. It was evident that the princess truly wished to sever ties with the Duke of Qi's household. Do you doubt it? Sheng Zhiwan smiled at her. Nay, Tinglan suddenly reddened. I believe. I am merely happy for you, princess. Both I and Anji owe our lives to you. Seeing you unhappy in the Duke's household has pained me, yet I felt powerless to act. But now, you have found clarity, and no one shall harm you again. Indeed, you are right. Previously, I was the one who handed him the sword capable of wounding me. Yet that will not be the case moving forward. Having finally ventured out, Sheng Zhiwan took Tinglan on a stroll through the bustling capital. It had been far too long since she had witnessed such lively streets, filled with vendors and townsfolk. Each individual was engrossed in their pursuits, their expressions a mixture of weariness and joy, yet all radiating ambition. So unlike a decade hence, when the country of Sheng had been in turmoil, leaving only numbness in the eyes of its people. The two wandered until dusk before returning home. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Sheng Zhiwan prepared to rest when suddenly a figure dashed toward her from the side. Tinglan intended to intervene, but upon recognizing the individual, she furrowed her brow, remaining still. Princess. Huan Zhu stepped forward, raising her hand to block the path. Please do not continue to sulk and provoke the young master. He has only just returned from Songnan, yet you have caused an uproar over a trivial matter, even bringing it before his majesty. I genuinely advise you out of concern for your well-being. Your anger may lead to irretrievable consequences, and it would be too late to regret. Why not seek his majesty's intervention to restore the young master's rightful rewards? This could mend your relationship. Huan Zhu had been preoccupied all day with the news she had heard yesterday. She could not fathom how the princess had changed so drastically. The young master had fought valiantly for his hard-earned merits, yet she had thrown a fit out of jealousy, bringing shame before the emperor. The princess had not been this way. She had always prioritized the young master. During his absence, the study had been adorned with his portraits. But since awakening the other day, the princess seemed transformed. Sheng Zhiwan raised an eyebrow. So, I should thank you for your concern? She had not intended to deal with Huan Zhu so swiftly, as she still found her useful, yet the latter insisted on making a scene. I dare not. Huan Zhu protested. I am but a servant. However, she misinterpreted the meaning behind Sheng Zhiwan's words, thinking the princess was regretting her decision and reiterating her previous counsel. Sheng Zhiwan chuckled softly. You have erred in your words. Whether I will regret this remains uncertain, but you shall certainly have cause for regret. What? Huan Zhu was bewildered. Then Sheng Zhiwan continued, since you were so idle as to meddle in your mistress's affairs, from tomorrow onward, for the next fortnight, you shall be responsible for cleaning all the chamber pots in the residence. Cleaning. Chamber pots? Huan Zhu momentarily failed to comprehend. But once the meaning dawned upon her, she was utterly flabbergasted, her expression cracking. Cleaning chamber pots? Such a task was reserved for the most lowly and base of servants. Yet the princess was assigning it to her. How could the princess humiliate her in such a manner? Huan Zhu was filled with shame and indignation. Someone, Sheng Zhiwan, disinterested in her expression, commanded for her to be taken away. Princess, do you truly intend to make Sister Huan Zhu clean chamber pots? Tinglan was in a daze. Though she too held a dislike for Huan Zhu, particularly for her incessant declarations of placing the young master above all else. Was this punishment not too severe? What? Do you believe my punishment is excessive? I dare not. Though perhaps a little, Tinglan lowered her gaze, feeling embarrassed, primarily out of fear that she too might incur such a penalty one day. Have you not noticed that she appears more concerned with the young master than with me? Her mistress? The young master? Tinglan paused abruptly, processing her words. Chapter 21. Such concern for him, Sheng Zhiwan let out a light laugh. Realizing her meaning, Tinglan's eyes instantly reddened. How can this be? Your Highness, you should not have kept her here. It would be better to send her back to the palace or dismiss her. What is there to fear? Has it not already been decided to part ways? Moreover, if we do not keep her, who will engage in this dog-eat-dog scenario with Meng Yang? In her previous life, when Sheng Zhiwan was gravely ill, Meng Yang sought to win over Huan Zhu by offering her the position of concubine. Huan Zhu, the person Sheng Zhiwan had trusted most in her past life, first altered the medicinal ingredients, leading to her worsening condition. When discovered, she forcefully poured medicine down Sheng Zhiwan's throat. In the final days of her life, Sheng Zhiwan had no maid by her side. She supported herself and fetched snow from outside to melt into water. She waited for a long time. It was then that Huan Zhu arrived, carelessly kicking over a broken teacup, remarking, with your Highness's current status, every day you live is a burden to the air. It will be better to leave this world cleanly. Do not drink this water. Every event from her past life lingered in her memory. After all, it was merely being made to wash a chamber pot. That night, as soon as she fell asleep, Sheng Zhiwan dreamt of many past events. In the Xiaolan courtyard, Qi Shuxian remained awake, especially troubled upon learning that Sheng Zhiwan had returned home and directly gone to Pinglan courtyard. Now, having settled down, his expression darkened severely. He had thought that Sheng Zhiwan had left the residence to buy gifts for her mother and elder sister as an apology, but it appeared he had misjudged her intentions. "Are you certain she has retired for the night?" Replying to the heir, the maid confirms that the lights in Pinglan courtyard have been extinguished. "Good. Very well." Qi Shuxian rose and strode out. "Is the heir heading to Pinglan courtyard?" "No." Qi Shuxian cast a glance in the direction of Pinglan courtyard, a trace of impatience flickering in his eyes. "Go to Weiyang courtyard." Since Sheng Zhiwan wished to stir trouble, he would indulge her. However, he was curious to see if she could indeed endure it. Weiyang courtyard was the small residence allocated to Meng Yang after she entered the estate. Originally, the courtyard had been left vacant until Meng Yang moved in, thus earning it the name Weiyang. Qi Shuxian was not surprised by this. Long before that incident transpired, he had instructed someone to investigate Meng Yang's background. Her grandfather had been a scholar, and she had spent her childhood by his side, learning to read and write. Therefore, it was quite reasonable that she could come up with a name like Weiyang Courtyard. When Qi Shuxian arrived, only a young maid of about 12 or 13 was guarding the entrance. Upon seeing Qi Shuxian, the maid froze, wanting to report, but was halted by a mere glance from him. His gaze fell upon the outer garment worn by the maid. It looked somewhat familiar. After a moment's thought, he recalled that it was the same garment Meng Yang had worn on the way back from Sangnan. Qi Shuxian furrowed his brow slightly. Meng Yang was practicing calligraphy in the inner room, clad in a thin inner garment. Upon seeing Qi Shuxian enter, she seemed startled and quickly hid what she was writing behind her back. "Why has the heir come?" Her voice trembled slightly. Qi Shuxian, however, looked past her to see what she was writing. "It's nothing," Meng Yang stammered, attempting to crumple the paper. But her movements were no match for someone like Qi Shuxian, trained in martial arts. In a swift motion, he had already snatched the crumpled paper from her grasp. Meng Yang's face flushed with embarrassment as she tried to snatch it back. Yet, Qi Shuxian had already unfolded the paper, revealing it covered with his name written in a hurried scrawl. He paused, allowing the young woman to lean against him. Flustered, Meng Yang quickly stood up, crumpling the paper again and tossing it aside. "Didn't the heir promise the princess never to see me again? You should not have come." Under the dim light, her figure appeared slender and delicate. The pallor that had marred her complexion due to her background had faded significantly over the past few months, revealing her innate beauty. Qi Shuxian's gaze involuntarily fell upon Meng Yang's face. Unlike Sheng Zhiwan's strikingly beautiful yet somewhat imposing features, Meng Yang's countenance was more gentle and serene, especially with her current expression of alarm, rendering her utterly pitiable. The fleeting sensation of their earlier contact reminded him vividly of that night. However, just as the thought crossed his mind, he immediately closed his eyes. He was in love with Sheng Zhiwan. Although she could be unreasonable, jealous, and temperamental, even reporting him to the palace over a woman, causing him to lose the title of General Pingyan. When he saw her descend from the carriage clad in court attire, Qi Shuxian had nearly lost control. He could not comprehend what he had done wrong to her. After all, she was merely a woman who had been drugged and had relations with him. How could she become so unyielding, even going so far as to slap her elder sister and feign her mother over such matters? Qi Shuxian was genuinely furious, infuriated to the point he contemplated doing something to make Meng Yang regret it and suffer. Yet, now that he stood before her, he thought better of it. After all, she was his wife. Although her temper was fierce and she was spoiled, she was also most agreeable to his heart. At worst, he could use this incident to teach her a lesson, instill some discipline, and she would eventually return to being the obedient and gentle Zhiwan of the past. As Qi Shuxian pondered, a tinge of guilt arose within him for the Meng Yang before him. He had not expected her to care for him so deeply. Chapter 22. Unfazed by the second crown prince. "Are you not leaving?" Meng Yang cautiously inquired, seemingly sensing a lack of response for some time. Noting the uncertainty in her gaze, Qi Shuxian paused. I will stay here tonight, but given your condition, I shall take the outer chamber. However, hasn't the crown prince already promised the princess? You should not remain. Meng Yang lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes fluttering, revealing a hint of fragility. Yet, Qi Shuxian's attention was elsewhere as he retreated to the outer room. Knowing Wan was obstinate, I chose to stay tonight solely to make her acknowledge her mistakes. Once she realizes her error, you will need to explain tonight's events to her. It is all at the crown prince's discretion. As she watched his retreating figure, the previously fragile look in Meng Yang's eyes transformed into one of determined ambition. She was Meng Yang. Yet, she was not merely Meng Yang. She hailed from millennia hence. Originally, she was but a small internet celebrity, earning a living through live streaming, leveraging her looks and physique to become the clandestine lover of a wealthy CEO. However, her aspirations extended far beyond being a mere mistress. Thus, over 3 years, she meticulously plotted and eventually succeeded in displacing the original wife, ascending to the status of the CEO's legitimate spouse. Yet, just as she anticipated indulging in the luxurious life of a wealthy matron, she was struck by a cursed delivery truck. In her final moments, Meng Yang lamented that she had only ever known the gluttonous CEO. Little did she know, upon opening her eyes, she had traversed into another realm. Before her stood a dashing man, drugged and urging her to flee. Compared to him, any so-called celebrity seemed utterly insignificant. This unexpected twist of fate, accompanied by an intimate encounter, mirrored the treatment of protagonists in the novels she once read. Thus, Meng Yang resolved she could not depart. Not only could she not leave, but she also intended to seize the opportunity, feigning panic to entice him to claim her wholly. After a series of events, she learned the handsome man's name was Qi Shuxian. Qi Shuxian, the historically renowned and multifaceted minister, whose unwavering affection for his only wife, Princess Qingning, rendered him a man who never remarried after her untimely death, was an unparalleled gentleman. She had slept with him? Meng Yang was nearly ecstatic. Even the revelation that Princess Qingning had not perished did not dampen her spirits. She was, after all, a time-traveling woman. The fate of the destined-to-die Princess Qingning must inevitably yield to her. So what was there to fear? Perhaps the existence of Princess Qingning was merely to serve as an antagonistic foil, adding depth to her romance with Qi Shuxian. The more she pondered, the more she felt she was a woman of destiny. However, this confidence crumbled upon encountering the real Princess Qingning. Qi Shuxian's declaration of never wanting to see her again pierced Meng Yang's heart with anguish. It seemed she had genuinely fallen for Qi Shuxian, but his heart still lingered on one who was on the verge of death. How could this be? Previously, she sought only a life of luxury, yet now, she desired both love and wealth. Therefore, Princess Qingning, since her fate was sealed, perhaps it was best for her to step aside sooner rather than later. A woman lacking the ruthlessness to match her beauty, she had dealt with one and would not hesitate to confront a second. After all, men are drawn to more than mere appearances. News of Qi Shuxian's stay at Weiyang Courtyard spread quickly the following morning. Upon hearing the news at Pinglan residence, Huanzhu immediately broke free from the maid tasked with scrubbing the chamber pots. Princess, I must see the princess. Arriving outside Sheng Zhiwan's chamber, she attempted to push forward, but the maids, acting on Ting Lan's orders, quickly restrained her. Huanzhu, both furious and gleeful, exclaimed, Princess, I warned you that you would regret this. You were the one who pushed the crown prince away. Who allowed you to enter? Ting Lan emerged with a frosty expression, recalling Sheng Zhiwan's words from the previous night. A flicker of disdain in her eyes. Someone, quickly drag her out. Get away. What do you think you are? Huanzhu retorted. And you, how dare you block me? Do you know I am the princess's personal maid? When I attended to the princess, you and your sister were still in the brothel. Smack. A cup was forcefully hurled at Huanzhu's face. Sheng Zhiwan stepped out with a cold demeanor, stating, You seem overly concerned about where Qi Shuxian has gone. Are you truly doing this for my sake, or do you harbor other intentions? I remain silent to spare your life, but if you persist in this reckless behavior, I will not hesitate to make you disappear from the Duke of Qi's residence. Sheng Zhiwan's voice was chillingly icy. Huanzhu met her piercing gaze and instinctively recoiled a few steps. Was the princess saying? I do not understand. If you do not understand, then continue your commotion. Sheng Zhiwan replied nonchalantly. Huanzhu dared not escalate the situation further, her words faltering. Ting Lan, wishing to shield her from embarrassing herself in front of Sheng Zhiwan, instructed the others to escort her back to the chamber pots. And Ji looked at Sheng Zhiwan with concern. Unfazed, Sheng Zhiwan smiled. Compared to Qi Shuxian's previous favoritism towards Meng Yang, this was trivial. She had long ceased to harbor love for Qi Shuxian and would not be troubled by any of his affairs. Chapter 23. Only 200 taels remain at that moment. Something stirred at her feet. Sheng Zhiwan looked down to see a fluffy little ball chasing her skirt. Lai Fu was being mischievous again. Ting Lan returned just in time to witness this scene. Lai Fu was the name Sheng Zhiwan had given to the little yellow dog. It seemed that the little creature had realized that Sheng Zhiwan was the true mistress of this courtyard. Although Lai Fu had been brought back by Ting Lan and was usually fed by her, it adored snuggling up to Sheng Zhiwan. Sheng Zhiwan crouched down and gently stroked Lai Fu's for a few times. The little dog immediately rolled over, exposing its belly. Sheng Zhiwan couldn't help but laugh at its round, black eyes, exclaiming, "It truly has changed every single day." Compared to when it had just been brought home. Unable to even open its eyes, now it could eat, run, and even knew how to please its master. Indeed, seeing her smile, Ting Lan felt relieved. It appeared the princess truly no longer cared about the heir. Tonight, she would surely reward Lai Fu with an extra chicken leg. Everything unfolded just as Qi Shuxian had anticipated. The news of his overnight stay at Weiyang courtyard spread swiftly, and it was likely that it had already reached Sheng Zhiwan's ears. However, he had no intention of seeing her just yet. His mother had been right. The principles of marital conduct were paramount and should not be compromised lightly. If he were to teach her a lesson through this incident, he must not relent too easily. At the very least, he needed to let her stew for a few days, allowing her to truly feel anxious and fearful, so that she might learn from her mistakes next time. With these thoughts in mind, Qi Shuxian promptly rose to prepare to withdraw some silver from the treasury. He had gained a formidable reputation following his exploits in Sangnan, and even upon his return, many subordinates and soldiers held him in great esteem. Today, upon learning of his recent accolades, several of them sought to invite him for a banquet. However, as they hailed from humble backgrounds, Qi Shuxian would not allow them to bear the cost. He intended not only to treat them, but also to procure some wine for them to take back to share with their comrades who could not attend. During his 2 years in the military, he had come to understand the importance of winning people's hearts. 500 taels of silver for the wine should suffice. Moreover, even though the guests consisted primarily of junior officers, he could not afford to be stingy, as it would reflect poorly on the Duke's household. And then there was Meng Yang. Yesterday, she had dressed the maid in her clothes while wearing only her undergarments. It seemed she did not possess many outfits. Ultimately, Qi Shuxian resolved to withdraw 1,000 taels in cash. However, when he announced this amount, the elderly steward before him displayed an expression of distress. "What is it?" Qi Shuxian furrowed his brow. The old steward hesitated, stammering, "Your Grace, we only have 200 taels in cash remaining." "How much?" Qi Shuxian could hardly believe his ears. 200 taels? "Yes," the steward replied, equally troubled. Even if Qi Shuxian had not come to him today, he would have had to seek out either the lady or the lady of the house. This sum was all that remained from 2 years prior when the lady of the house took over the household finances, which had originally held 1,000 taels. Over the past 2 years, household expenses had continuously been supplemented from the lady's accounts. The steward had grown accustomed to this arrangement. But who could have known that just a few days ago, the lady of the house had suddenly relinquished her stewardship, and the lady had informed him whom to approach for funds. He had no choice but to dip into the remaining 1,000 taels. Since the master's return, expenses had increased significantly. The lady required medication, while most of the primary medicinal ingredients were available in the household. Some supplementary herbs needed to be replenished regularly. Furthermore, the eldest daughter had also returned recently and had become particularly discerning in her dietary preferences. Consequently, in just a few days, 800 taels had already been spent. Now, when a master requested 1,000 taels, The steward found himself pondering where the monthly wages for the servants would come from this month. Qi Shuxian, being a man, had never inquired into the household affairs. However, he was somewhat aware of the Duke's estate. The stewardess' words left him utterly astonished. How could the Duke's household be so impoverished? What had happened to the previous properties and shops? Surely there should still be some income? The shops. The old steward sighed. Your Grace, have you forgotten? The young master was once infatuated with equestrian sports and lost most of the shops in gambling. The land had suffered poor yields 2 years ago, and upon hearing that wealthy families were purchasing land, the Duke had sold it at a high price. What of the remaining shops and the silver from the land sale? Those. The shopkeepers report directly to the lady, and I am unaware of the details. In other words, this 200 taels was all that remained for the entire household as sustenance? Qi Shuxian could hardly fathom that the Duke's residence was in such dire straits. Yet, the reality was undeniable. Your Grace, the monthly wages are due to be distributed tomorrow. What do you think? The old steward seized the opportunity to speak. Qi Shuxian hesitated. While he was indeed entitled to rewards, those had yet to materialize. His monthly salary had been submitted to the treasury. But to cover the expenses of an entire Duke's household was utterly inadequate. Have you approached Zhiwan? I went to seek an audience yesterday. But the lady of the house stated that the household finances had reverted to the lady's control. Thus, then you should go to my mother. I did, but the lady is unwell, and the eldest daughter instructed me not to disturb her recovery with such matters. The eldest daughter advised me to seek funds from the lady of the house. Chapter 24. Not merely a trivial benefit preposterous. Qi Shuxian felt a burning sensation on his face. He never anticipated that while he contemplated how to teach Sheng Zhiwan a lesson, his elder sister would resort to using Sheng Zhiwan's fortune to subsidize the Duke's residence. He found it hard to believe that the Qi Duke's residence had fallen into such dire straits. Come with me to see Mother, Qi Shuxian declared, turning to leave, with the old steward hurriedly trailing behind him. In Wincy Courtyard, Chuishi was listening to a maid report that Qi Shuxian had spent the night at Weiyang Courtyard. Qi Fian, sitting beside her, could not suppress a series of cold laughs. It was about time. That Sheng Zhiwan had been spoiled to the extent that she dared to meddle even in matters of men taking concubines. What of being a princess? Once she married into our Qi Duke's residence, she became one of us. Shuxian was her sky. How could the heavens allow her to interfere? Guishi nojid in agreement. Pleased with Shuxian's actions this time. He had always been a man of strong sentiments, and she had feared he might soften in heart, allowing his wife to become a source of ridicule among outsiders. Madam is indeed kind-hearted. If it were another mother-in-law, would they care whether their daughter-in-law was willing or not? Aunt Ping interjected with a smile. Chuishi found the compliment quite gratifying, her lips curling into a smile, though she was soon overtaken by a fit of coughs. For some reason, the previously alleviated discomfort in her chest had returned, reminiscent of earlier days. Yet, she was still taking her medicine as prescribed. Could it be that the medicinal ingredients had gone awry? Or perhaps it was due to the absence of Sheng Zhiwan's pressure. But could her casual massage have such an effect? It seemed she would need to summon Physician Song for a consultation. Mother. Qi Shuxian strode in at that moment. Chuishi was startled by the seriousness etched on his face. When she saw him send all the maids and servants away, her heart sank further, and the heaviness in her chest intensified. What on earth had happened? Qi Shuxian pondered how best to broach the topic. But raising the issue of insufficient funds was always a delicate matter. So he chose a more straightforward approach. The steward informed me that only 200 taels remain in the accounts. Is Mother aware of this? Chuishi was momentarily taken aback, yet a sense of relief washed over her. She had feared some catastrophic event had transpired, but it was merely a matter of money. Sheng Zhiwan's dowry was substantial. The Qi Duke's residence could last for decades without exhausting it. Why worry over such trivialities? However, directly revealing this to Shuxian might lead him to appreciate Sheng Zhiwan's worth, jeopardizing her efforts to establish rules. Thus, she jested, why would a man concern himself with such matters? Upon observing his mother's expression, Qi Shuxian felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, he had misjudged the situation. The Qi Duke's residence had a legacy spanning 3 generations, with nearly a century of establishment. Surely, it would not dwindle to a mere 200 taels. Today, my comrades learned of my commendation and wished to toast to my honor. However, as you know, they're all valiant men from the battlefield, without noble lineage. I cannot allow them to bear the costs. Additionally, I wish to purchase some wine to share with my comrades in the camp to celebrate. So I went to the treasury for some funds, only to hear the steward's words. Since you have some here, might you lend me 1,000 taels? Qi Shuxian added, then remembered, oh, the steward mentioned that the monthly wages for the household servants are also due. Please do not forget that, mother. Cui Shi's expression stiffened at his words. What of Sheng Zhiwan? You wish to use her money without her consent? Qi Fian interjected. Qi Shuxian was momentarily taken aback. My monthly salary is allocated to the public treasury. How could I possibly ask her for money? Isn't it hers as well? If it weren't for her, mother would not have fallen ill. Knowing mother was unwell, she neglected her duties and failed to pay her respects. There is no other daughter-in-law like her in the entire capital. Qi Fian retorted angrily. Cui Shi sighed deeply. Alas, it is my health that burdens the entire duke's residence. Very well, wait a moment. I shall retrieve the dowry I have been saving for your second sister. Why must we use my sister's dowry? Qi Shuxian was momentarily stunned, then realized, are you saying, mother, that our public treasury truly lacks funds? Cui Shi's face bore a sorrowful expression. The medicinal ingredients I have been taking are quite expensive. Our Qi Duke's residence is in deficit. Hence, we supplemented some after Zhiwan's marriage. Qi Shuxian listened in a daze, suddenly recalling Sheng Zhiwan's words from not long ago. How she had mentioned that the people of the Qi Duke's residence relied on her. Initially, he had dismissed it, but now it seemed there was truth in her claims. Now that Sheng Zhiwan had ceased managing the household, only 200 taels remained. Shuxian, as a married man, your wife should naturally share in the honor and disgrace of our Qi Duke's residence. Mother had never intended to rely on her support. Now that you have achieved military merit, any future rewards or salaries will also benefit her. There is no need for such detachment between husband and wife. If everything is calculated so meticulously, the affection will inevitably wane. When your father first entered office, I offer my entire dowry to support him. Cui Shi reminisced. Qi Shuxian felt a surge of complex emotions. Indeed, if his mother could relinquish her dowry to support his father, what was it for Sheng Zhiwan to contribute a bit toward household expenses and his mother's medication? Surely, as he continued to earn merit, he would be able to provide far more than this mere pittance. Chapter 25. Remembering Miss Meng's kindness, mother said, I shall seek out Zhiwan and have her resume her management of the household. Qi Shuxian turned to leave immediately. Cui Shi hastily called out to him, What is your haste? There is no need to find her. Did you not visit Meng Yang's courtyard yesterday? Simply await her to approach you, and, at that moment, you may bring up this matter. Heeding his mother-esque counsel, Qi Shuxian found her reasoning sound. Yet, he was anxious to utilize the silver today. There is 1,000 taels here. Take it for now. Cui Shi gestured to her personal maid. Once Qi Shuxian departed, Aunt Ping recalled the look in Sheng Zhiwan's eyes from yesterday, and could not help but remark, Madam, I cannot shake the feeling that the young lady seems to have changed. She was once so agreeable and easy to manage, yet she has suddenly become quite resolute. In the past, she was the most filial to you, yet yesterday, even as you fainted from anger, she offered no words of concern. She entertained a rather absurd notion. Perhaps, this time, Sheng Zhiwan would not yield. But this thought was fleeting, quickly cast aside. How could that be? Sheng Zhiwan harbored deep feelings for the young lord. She had once gone so far as to starve herself in her quest for marriage. She would never abandon him. Furthermore, what would non-compliance accomplish? The imperial decree was sought by her own volition. Having entered the duke's household, she was bound to it in life and death. With no other possibilities, Qi Shuxian hosted a gathering at Shundiju. To convey the seriousness of the occasion, he reserved the entire second floor. As the revelry reached its peak, a centurion suddenly approached him, lifting his cup. Young lord, I have heard that you were originally to receive a reward of the 4th rank, but has been downgraded to the 5th, all due to a jealous wife, he proclaimed, then audibly belched, What of a princess? Once married, the young lord should discipline her as needed. Even a kind-hearted girl like Miss Meng is subjected to her malice. In our hometown, such behavior is grounds for divorce. He drained his cup in one gulp. Qi Shuxian furrowed his brow at these words. Such remarks might be permissible in the barracks, but to speak so frivolously beneath the emperor's gaze? He glanced down, relieved to see no familiar faces. Brother Jiang is intoxicated. Suanzi, assist him to rest. Qi Shuxian instructed a servant. However, Jiang Meng shook off Suanzi's hand, declaring, I am not drunk. Young lord, my life was saved by Miss Meng. Without her, I would have met the same fate as Heir, wrapped in a straw mat, never to return. Thus, I shall always remember Miss Meng's kindness, not only me, but also Zhang Dahu. Jiang Meng gestured toward a rugged man with a missing left arm who had been drinking steadily. Upon hearing Jiang Meng's words, he wiped his mouth and glared fiercely. Indeed, anyone who bullies Miss Meng becomes my enemy. Zhang Dahu and Zhang Heir were brothers. Dahu was immensely strong, yet had lost an arm due to a poisoned arrow that Meng Yang ordered cut off. However, he harbored no resentment toward her. On the contrary, he understood that she acted to save him. Moreover, had it not been for Meng Yang's intervention, Heir's body would have been left on the battlefield like so many others. Thus, he remembered her kindness. To dare bully Miss Meng, of a princess. Zhang Dahu valued his life so little that he would gladly take down a princess if it meant defending her. His life would be worth it. Dahu's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Qi Shuxian was reminded of how Meng Yang had cared for him in the military, softening his heart. Rest assured, this young lord shall protect her. That is well. Jiang Meng laughed heartily. What a princess Qing. What a princess Ning. In our hearts, Miss Meng and the young lord are destined to be together. Such a remarkable beauty as Miss Meng is truly a match for the young lord. Laughter arose from those around them. Qi Shuxian's gaze flickered. Meng Yang was indeed fair, but comparisons depended on the context. Compared to the peasant women among these men, she appeared almost ethereal. Yet against Sheng Zhiwan, it was merely that these men lacked the status to approach her. Otherwise, they would never have uttered such words. Still, Qi Shuxian found no inclination to argue. If only Sheng Zhiwan could exhibit the same gentleness and grace as Meng Yang. Even a fraction of that would suffice. Excuse me, are you, young Master Qi? At that moment, another patron entered Shundiju, observing Qi Shuxian reveling with the others, his face instantly reflecting admiration. The young lord truly treats soldiers well. It seems Princess Qingning's donations of grain, medicine, and clothing to the border are no mere fabrication. What? Qi Shuxian had initially dismissed the speaker's words, but the latter part piqued his interest. Did the young lord not know? The man appeared astonished. Yesterday, Princess Qingning spoke at the Jushin Tea House, and her words have spread throughout the capital. Under the name of Xing Shitang, she has donated 300,000 stones of grain, 30,000 garments, and medicine over the past 2 years. As he spoke, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. He had assumed that even if Princess Qingning did donate, it was under the influence of her husband, the General Qi Shuxian. Yet now, it appeared the young lord was completely unaware. Could it be that the princess wished to donate of her own volition? Chapter 26. What does it matter to the young heir? The princess made her donation under the name of Sheng Shitang. Did the young heir not know? The individual remained incredulous. Qi Shuxian's countenance darkened. He had never even heard of Sheng Shitang. At that moment, a youthful soldier with a flushed visage emerged from the crowd. Qi Shuxian turned to him, and the young soldier, revealing a somewhat foolish grin, explained, My aunt is the third concubine of Marshal Liang's younger brother. I possess a basic literacy, so sometimes I handle correspondence that Marshal Liang is too lazy to attend to. This Sheng Shitang is presumably a wealthy household that has donated supplies, cotton clothing, and medicinal goods to our military several times. Does the young heir know of them? If so, he might write to Marshal Liang about it. He has long wished to acknowledge this benevolent benefactor. The young soldier, though not inebriated, was slightly dazed and had only caught the name Sheng Shitang. Those words, however, resonated deeply within him, evoking a profound familiarity. As one who joined the army solely for his family's survival, he found it difficult to comprehend the lofty ambition of benefiting the world at large, merely thinking that this wealthy household was rather foolish. It was indeed true. The crowd had heard his words clearly, and upon observing Qi Shuxian's expression, the implications were unmistakable. Clearly, this was a decision made by Princess Qingming herself, entirely unconnected to the young heir. The individual clasped his hands in greeting and hurried away. Yet, Qi Shuxian remained lost in shock, beckoning Shunzi over to share a few words before suppressing his tumultuous thoughts to entertain his colleagues. Once they had feasted and departed, Shunzi rushed in, drenched in sweat. Young heir, what that person said is true. Yesterday, the young heir's wife went to the Jushin tea house coincidentally. Shunzi recounted the information he had gathered from several taverns. Qi Shuxian's expression grew darker with each word. According to those accounts, the young heir's wife had donated at least 170,000 taels of military provisions. Initially, it was speculated that this was done at your behest, but after that person's departure, Qi Shuxian turned on his heel and left. There was no need to hear more. He already understood. He had not anticipated that Sheng Zhiwan could be so extravagant. 17,000 taels, had it not been for the events of that morning, which starkly contrasted with the decline of the Duke's residence. Qi Shuxian would never have considered 170,000 taels to be significant. Yet now, in comparison to the mere 200 taels remaining in the Duke's coffers, he found himself resorting to his younger sister's dowry to entertain his colleagues. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhiwan had effortlessly donated such a substantial sum without even consulting him. This was no trifling amount of 700 or even 17,000 taels, but a staggering 170,000. Even in the military, this would suffice to feed an army of 100,000 for a full 3 months. Qi Shuxian immediately ordered someone to return to the residence without delay. Upon dismounting, he headed straight for Pinglanju. Sheng Zhiwan had not gone out today. Tinglan was busy bringing forth several esteemed appraisers to assess the dowry items, one by one extracting seemingly exquisite possessions from the storeroom. The largest pink pearl on this set of hair ornaments had been replaced. This painting was surely a counterfeit, and this 6-holed bottle of wintergreen glaze. Soon, dozens of items littered the floor. Sheng Zhiwan sipped her tea, her expression devoid of emotion. Anger simmered within Tinglan, while Huanzhu knelt on the ground. Qi Shuxian pushed the door open, confronting this disordered scene, but he had no time to dwell on it. He swiftly approached Sheng Zhiwan, disregarding her tea drinking, and seized her arm, attempting to pull her into the room. Sheng Zhiwan effortlessly shook him off. Sheng Zhiwan. Qi Shuxian inhaled deeply. I need to speak with you. This princess has nothing to hide from the young heir, Sheng Zhiwan replied, her disdain palpable as she sought distance from him, unwilling to share the same space. Qi Shuxian's gaze darkened further at her dismissive actions. Sheng Zhiwan spoke first. Does the young heir see these items on the floor? You truly donated 170,000 taels to the border? Qi Shuxian demanded. Sheng Zhiwan raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? I demand an answer. Qi Shuxian's voice rose sharply. Yes, she affirmed. With a crash, the teacup Sheng Zhiwan had been holding toppled to the ground. Qi Shuxian's fury surged, and only upon the shattering of the cup did he realize his own actions. Yet, it was too late for apologies. The servants in Pinglanju were not the only witnesses. Several elderly gentlemen observed him in shock. His handsome face tightened in frustration. Who are these people? Perhaps the young heir should first address his own affairs, Sheng Zhiwan taunted. Qi Shuxian turned to the elderly gentleman. Might I request that you leave for the moment? Unnecessary. Sheng Zhiwan interjected. I invited them. If the young heir feels uncomfortable speaking in their presence, he need not proceed. However, if he chooses silence, I can surmise the reason. The young heir is aware of my donation, so he has come to interrogate me? But what right does he have to question me? That is my dowry, my silver. Whether I choose to donate or give it away is of no concern to the young heir. Instead, I must ask you, how is it that my royal dowry, all items from the palace, has inexplicably transformed into forgeries? Chapter 27. Just a child, Sheng Zhiwan spoke as she casually seized the winter green-glazed vase and hurled it before Qi Shuxian. With a sharp crack, shards of porcelain scattered. It seemed as though the scene was replaying. Qi Shuxian had just stormed in, seething with anger, and now the one demanding answers was Sheng Zhiwan. What right did Qi Shuxian have to question her? Did he truly believe that her possessions, merely because she had married him, were now subject to his whims? Men often regarded women as their property. Not only the women themselves, but also the value they brought, taken at will and discarded like refuse. But why should it be so? Sheng Zhiwan's gaze was laced with derision. It was only then that Qi Shuxian's attention fell upon the items strewn about on the floor. There were paintings, ornaments, and jewelry, each piece exquisite and splendid. Yet Sheng Zhiwan had just claimed they were counterfeit. What did that imply? The top scholar of the 3 examinations, although a significant part of success was due to Sheng Zhiwan providing him with well-analyzed arguments based on past exam questions. He was no fool to have outshone so many peers. In a mere moment, he comprehended the essence of her words. Nonsense. Your dowry is stored in the treasury, safeguarded by your own people. How could it possibly be counterfeit? Even if it were, it would be the fault of your own people. Qi Shuxian's words were frigid. Although he was aware of the difficulties within the household, he would never believe that his parents and elder siblings had meddled with Sheng Zhiwan's dowry. Her accusations were merely a means to provoke him. Previously, she had resorted to informing the emperor to have Meng Yang stripped of his rightful rewards. Now, this ploy was even more insidious, using her dowry to slander the Qi Duke's residence. Qi Shuxian felt utterly disheartened. The innocent girl who had once gazed at him with adoration had now learned the devious tactics common in the inner quarters. Huanzhu, repeat what you just said. Sheng Zhiwan remained unfazed. Huanzhu knelt on the ground, choked with emotion. Not long ago, the young master often came to the storeroom to seek paintings for observation. During those times, he would send me away, claiming thirst or heat. Aside from that, I swear no one else has entered. Shu Lang? Enough. Qi Shuxian's anger surged. How long do you intend to create chaos? Do you wish for the entire duke's household to be in turmoil? Shu Lang was a 10-year-old child, obedient and filial, showing great respect toward his sister-in-law. Yet now, she sought to tarnish his reputation? Such disgrace could be easily uncovered. Sheng Zhiwan's countenance remained unnaturally calm. In her past life, it was this Shu Lang, whom Qi Shuxian described as obedient and filial, who had forced a 3-year-old girl from a poor neighborhood to crawl on the ground like a dog for amusement, even compelling her brother to lick his feet. After enduring a month of torment, the girl finally succumbed to death. Her brother, seeking vengeance, lay in wait at the duke's residence to assassinate Shu Lang. But Shu Lang had carelessly pushed aside Ji, who had been sent with pastries. Ji survived, yet one of her eyes was forever blinded. Upon learning of the incident, Sheng Zhiwan, in a fit of anger, slapped Shu Lang publicly and dragged him to kneel in the ancestral hall. Just as she was about to demand he apologize to the girl's brother, that teenage boy inexplicably drowned in the river. Later, Sheng Zhiwan discovered that the deceased girl was not the first. Every fortnight, a girl from the impoverished district fell victim to Shu Lang's brutality. Shocked, she reported the matter to the duke, but he merely imposed a light confinement on Shu Lang for a few days. Instead, Madame Cui feigned illness, compelling Sheng Zhiwan to spend nights transcribing Buddhist scriptures in the outer quarters. Shu Lang, embittered by her meddling, grew to loathe her. During her final days of confinement, had it not been for Qi Shuxian's timely intervention, she would have nearly faced humiliation at the hands of his so-called friends. Thus, how could Sheng Zhiwan allow him to escape unscathed? Revealing this matter was merely the beginning. No. Upon hearing this, Qi Shuxian's anger intensified. There is no way Shu Lang could have done such a thing. What will others think if you investigate him? Sheng Zhiwan lifted her gaze to meet Qi Shuxian's fiery glare. The duke's residence is currently in dire need of funds, is it not? Qi Shuxian was taken aback by her sudden shift in topic, momentarily stunned. What? Sheng Zhiwan smirked, articulating each word deliberately. The heir came here in a rage to question me, precisely because I donated my dowry, leading you to believe that the funds meant for the duke's residence have gone to waste. I don't. Qi Shuxian's expression darkened, eager to retort. But Sheng Zhiwan would not grant him the opportunity. She stepped forward. Now, I offer you a legitimate chance to acquire my private assets. Provided it is determined that my second brother is not responsible, I will not only apologize, but will also turn over all my private property to the public. Absurd. Since when does the Duke's residence require your dowry? Qi Shuxian felt several probing gazes upon him and immediately countered sharply. To use Sheng Zhiwan's dowry to supplement the household, if unspoken, would pose no issue. However, if word got out, the reputation of the Duke's residence would be irreparably tarnished. Chapter 28. At that time, it would be justifiable to say that in the capital's aristocratic families, with a history spanning several centuries, only the Wang family had ever committed the act of marrying a concubine with the dowry of the legitimate wife, resulting in years of condemnation. And even the minister Wang had faced rebuke from His Majesty. Sheng Zhiwan was indeed ruthless. Was this her retaliation upon realizing her fate at the Weiyang court? Unrepentant, she compounded her errors. Thus, he could not allow her to tarnish his and the Duke's reputation. Qi Shuxian remarked, I come to inquire simply because we are one in marriage. I never expected your jealousy to drive you to such lengths, concocting schemes simply because I visited Mengyang yesterday. If you harbor resentment towards me, why not confront me directly instead of dragging others into this? Moreover, Shu Lang is merely a child. Do you not feel a twinge of guilt in maligning him? His words struck a painful chord. The elders, who had previously harbored doubts, instinctively leaned towards him upon hearing this. They had long known of the Qi family's reputation for integrity. How could a mere 10-year-old child, Qi Shulang, be capable of such underhandedness? Could it truly be that Princess Qingning, out of jealousy, had seized the opportunity to act? Sheng Zhiwan let out a scornful laugh. I merely wish to ascertain who has tampered with my dowry. There is no need for the heir to exaggerate matters. I am indifferent to whom you visit. She continued, Very well, then let us report this to the authorities, regardless of who it is. The tampering of imperial gifts must be investigated, Tinglan. Wait. Just then, a voice resonated from outside. Sheng Zhiwan raised an eyebrow. They had arrived. Guishi, supported by Qi Fian, staggered in while coughing. Her complexion appeared quite poor. Qi Fian shot a venomous glance at Sheng Zhiwan. Sheng Zhiwan disregarded her entirely and turned her attention to Cui Shi. Mother, what brings you here? Is what you said earlier true? Cui Shi fixed her gaze on Sheng Zhiwan with intensity. Sheng Zhiwan inquired, Which statement does the lady refer to? Guishi hesitated, wanted to say it was about surrendering all private assets to the public, but upon noticing the onlookers, she sneered. Is it true that your dowry has been swapped? Indeed, it is a fact, Sheng Zhiwan replied. Do you suspect it was Shu Lang who did this? Cui Shi's chest heaved with emotion. Her younger son had always been dutiful and considerate, rushing to greet her whenever he returned from the academy. Though she believed Sheng Zhiwan's dowry should rightfully belong to the Duke's residence, she was certain that her Shu Lang would never engage in such treachery. It's not merely suspicion. Only my second younger brother entered my storeroom alone. Then let there be an investigation. Cui Shi lamented. Seeing Qi Shuxian's reluctance to intervene, she pleaded, Otherwise, will Shu Lang bear this suspicion forever? Qi Shuxian fell silent. Cui Shi then turned her disappointed gaze towards Sheng Zhiwan. Yet your actions will ultimately hurt Shu Lang's feelings. I shall accept that wager you proposed. A mother's love is truly profound. Sheng Zhiwan smirked slightly. Cui Shi had an unwavering confidence in her son's upbringing. However, Qi Shulang was indeed adept at masking his true self. A 10-year-old child, adept at appearing clever and obedient before family, could present an entirely different persona in front of those who could easily suppress him. It was only after a certain incident in her past life that she began to pay attention, ultimately discovering that he had consistently been tampering with and trading her dowry. Words alone are insufficient. You must draft a document stating that if you defame Shu Lang, not only will you surrender all private assets to the Duke's residence, but you must also spend 3 days fasting and reflecting in the ancestral hall as atonement. Qi Fian declared. Sheng Zhiwan had already intended to do so, and now Qi Fian's articulation of it was fortuitous. She nodded. Very well. However, should it be discovered that it was indeed my second younger brother who tampered with my dowry, the Duke's residence must not only replenish the dowry, but also restore all the silver that I supplemented to the Duke's residence. Furthermore, my younger brother should face appropriate punishment. What? Qi Fian was incensed. as a daughter-in-law marrying into the duke's residence. You are now a part of that household. Your silver naturally belongs to the duke's residence. Eldest sister, Qi Shuxian interjected, his expression darkening as he turned to Sheng Zhiwan. Very well, we shall proceed as you say. But the 3 days of fasting and reflection is excessive. 1 day will suffice. 3 days is what was agreed upon. Sheng Zhiwan was utterly repulsed by his pretense. She promptly drafted the document and instructed Tinglan to summon someone from the Dali Temple. Is it truly necessary to create such a commotion? Qi Shuxian was taken aback by the need for Dali Temple's involvement. Cui Shi and Qi Fian also appeared displeased. What? Does the heir doubt the integrity of my younger brother? If we do not involve Dali Temple, this document shall lack the validation of the authorities and thus hold no weight, Sheng Zhiwan remarked, gazing at Cui Shi. Cui Shi's eyes flickered. I trust Shulang. Since you wish to summon them, then do so. Ultimately, it will be Sheng Zhiwan who faces humiliation, due to her jealousy, maligning a 10-year-old younger brother. Outsiders would only label her as malicious and tyrannical. Eventually, her private assets would seamlessly transition into the duke's residence, justified. Moments later, the vice minister of Dali Temple, Fang Hongji, hurriedly arrived. Fang Hongji, nearing middle age, was known for his inflexible governance and had only attained the rank of a 7th-grade vice minister. After hearing several accounts, he immediately dispatched personnel to scour the pawn shops and black markets of the capital. Qi Shulang, after all, was merely a 10-year-old child, lacking in experience and accustomed to arrogance. He had no understanding of discretion. Within a mere quarter of an hour, 2 men were brought in. Chapter 29. Not to this extent, the 2 individuals were already greatly frightened. Upon entering the Duke's residence and witnessing the multitude gathered within, they trembled uncontrollably. There was no need for interrogation. They spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube. Your Highness, the esteemed heir, and the dignitary. It was all the order of young Master Qi. I, a mere servant, was unaware that those items were bestowed by the emperor, which led to my momentary confusion. Indeed, I had no intention of accepting them, but young Master Qi insisted that if I did not comply, I would be unable to survive in the capital. As a humble merchant, how could I dare to oppose young Master Qi? The 2 were utterly terrified. Although they were aware that the origins of those items were dubious, they merely presumed that Qi Shulang had pilfered household belongings to sell. Who would have thought they were the princess's dowry? Impossible. Lady Cui felt her breath quicken. Preposterous. Qi Shuxian slammed his palm onto the table, splinters flying, causing the 2 to collapse in fear onto the ground. Do you comprehend the consequences of slandering the Duke's residence? Speak. Who instructed you to say such things? A glacial fury glimmered in Qi Shuxian's eyes. What I have stated is the absolute truth. If the heir does not believe me, I can confront the young master's attendant. Slander. It is all slander. Someone come. Beat these rascals to death for daring to defame my son. Lady Cui clutched her chest. Hearing this, Fang Hongji's expression darkened, and he immediately shielded the terrified pair with his men. Qi Shuxian's gaze was as dark as a stormy sea. At this juncture, the 2 spoke with such conviction that disbelief was no longer an option. It dawned on him. Sheng Zhiwan must have been aware of this all along, daring to use private possessions to coerce his mother into instigating an investigation by the Supreme Court. But Shulang was still a child. Even if he had erred, why must she escalate matters to this extent? In the kingdom, the law was strict. Nobility and commoners alike faced the same punishment for crimes. Had it been left unspoken, it would have sufficed, but now it had escalated to this obstinate and troublesome Supreme Court official. Sheng Zhiwan had turned so malicious. To force his hand, she was willing to drag Shulang into this turmoil. Qi Shuxian cast a cold glance at her before retracting his gaze and commanding, Shunzi, bring Zhong here. Although Qi Shulang was at the academy, attendants were not permitted, so his close servant Zhong remained in the residence. Understood. Shunzi, clever and quick-witted, darted out. Wait. Sheng Zhiwan called out to him. To prevent anyone from uttering what should not be said, Lord Fang, let your men accompany him. Sheng Zhiwan. Qi Shuxian's temples throbbed with anger. Sheng Zhiwan met his gaze. This is only proper. Why feign such deep affection before me? Is it possible that I have accurately discerned your thoughts? She remarked. Qi Shuxian fell silent, his lips pressed tight. Sheng Zhiwan smiled, her gaze drifting to Lady Cui, who was gasping for breath. It had been several days since she had personally brewed medicine for her, and it was about time. As she pondered, Ajong was dragged in, his mouth gagged. Upon seeing the two on the ground, his face turned pale, nearly collapsing. The expression he bore was not lost on anyone present. Qi Shuxian closed his eyes, and before Ajong could speak, coldly commanded Ajong, "You have been by Shulang's side for 4 or 5 years, and his family is of the Duke's lineage. Shulang has treated you well. Why then would you use his name to steal and sell Zhiwan's dowry?" His tone was icy. Ajong was momentarily stunned, quickly grasping the implication of his words. His face paled further, lips trembling, fully aware that his fate was sealed today. Yet, better his demise than implicate his entire family. "Your Excellency, I beg for your mercy. I have never encountered such exquisite items. In a moment of foolishness, I took advantage of Miss Huanzhu's absence to sneak them out without the young master's knowledge." "Huh." Sheng Zhiwan chuckled lightly, unperturbed. "Then point out where my treasury is." Ajong froze. How was he to know where the treasury was? Although he had indeed sold items on behalf of the young master, those treasures had been brought back by Shulang. As a mere servant, how could he freely enter the estate of the heiress wife? Ajong, in a panic, began to sweat and instinctively glanced at Qi Shuxian. Qi Shuxian was inclined to offer him a hint. Yet, just as he was about to speak, Sheng Zhiwan's eyes sparkled with barely concealed disdain, making him feel uncomfortable enough to turn his face away. Lady Cui and Qi Fian also wished to assist Ajong, but were equally unaware of which treasury Sheng Zhiwan had placed the dowry. Had they known, they would have designated a treasury for each courtyard. "What? You have stolen so many items, and yet you do not know which room is the treasury?" Sheng Zhiwan inquired mockingly. Ajong's gaze darted around, and finally, gritting his teeth, he pointed to a room that resembled a treasury. "It is that one, is it?" Sheng Zhiwan's enchanting eyes sparkled with mirth, her voice laced with mockery. Ajong immediately lost confidence and hastily pointed elsewhere. No, I was too nervous at the time. I forgot which one it was. It might be this one." "Oh." Sheng Zhiwan's disdain deepened. Chapter 30. When will he yield? Ajong vigorously wiped the sweat from his forehead and pleaded, "Your Highness, if punishment is to be meted out, then so be it. I truly cannot recall." Ajong, in his cleverness, clung to the notion that he alone was responsible, asserting his forgetfulness. Even if Sheng Zhiwan suspected otherwise, what evidence did she possess? Qi Shuxian and the others felt a momentary relief. However, in the next instant, a derisive scoff escaped Sheng Zhiwan's lips. Not only she, but also the delicate Azha beside her displayed expressions of disdain and contempt, as did several elder gentlemen present, whose faces were equally peculiar. What was transpiring? Before Qi Shuxian could comprehend the situation, Sheng Zhiwan turned to the elders and said, "To prevent anyone from claiming I am making baseless accusations, I would appreciate it if you could inform Lord Fong where my dowry is stored." The elders nodded in acknowledgement. One stepped forward and spoke, "My lord, I am the steward of Wenmaju. The princess summoned me to inspect the calligraphy and paintings. A significant portion of her dowry, including various works of art and ancient texts, resides in these 2 chambers." He gestured towards the indicated rooms. At that moment, another elder rose, stating, "I am the second steward of Dingzhenlu, knowledgeable in jewelry and artifacts. All the jewelry from the princess's dowry is located in this storage room." He pointed towards a room opposite to that of the previous elder. Ajong's expression shifted dramatically. Qi Shuxian, Cui Shi, and Qi Fian were all rendered speechless. Subsequently, several more elders stood up, all of whom were prominent stewards or managers from renowned shops in the capital, each with their own areas of expertise. Once they had all spoken, it became evident that Sheng Zhiwan's dowry was extensive, scattered across 4 different storage rooms. The items that had been swapped also resided within all 4 locations. Yet Ajong had only identified one of them, misidentifying another. What more could Feng Hongji possibly misunderstand? After consulting with Sheng Zhiwan, the aggrieved party. He decided to proceed to the Dali Temple for interrogation. "Stop! Do not go!" Shueisha suddenly rose, furiously pointing at Sheng Zhiwan. "They're merely inanimate objects. If they are lost, let them be. This child is only a teenager. His parents are of the Duke's household, having had him at the age of 40. Why must you be so cruel as to send him to prison?" Shueisha had come to realize that the matter was likely instigated by her younger son. The mere thought of Zhong succumbing to torture and implicating Shu Lang sent shivers down her spine. She could not bear the consequences. Sheng Zhiwan furrowed her brow. "Mother, what you say is misguided. He has stolen imperial treasures, a crime that carries the death penalty for his entire family. I have shown mercy by not imprisoning them all. However, if he continues to withhold the true instigator's identity, and we cannot locate the mastermind, then I shall have no choice but to exact retribution upon his kin." Sheng Zhiwan spoke with a dispassionate ease. At her words, Shueisha's lips trembled in fury. Zhong, on the other hand, was left in a state of utter dread. "Please, I will speak," Zhong stammered, prompting a change in expression from Shueisha and Qi Shuxian. Yet by then, it was too late to intervene. With newfound resolve, he shut his eyes and gritted his teeth, directly implicating Qi Shu Lang, claiming that the young master had entrusted him with the items for sale, and that all the proceeds had been given to Qi Shu Lang for gambling. He detailed precisely when he had taken which items, even specifying the amounts for each sale and where Qi Shu Lang had spent the money. Shueisha, who had recently professed her concern for him, now glared at him as if wishing to tear him apart with her gaze. "Scoundrel! You slanderous wretch! This money must have been spent in my son's name by you." Shueisha completely forgot her status as a noblewoman, her fury causing her to utter such words. Qi Shuxian, however, remained composed. Zhong's testimony was too specific and too easily verifiable. Given his willingness to speak up, it could only be the truth. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he knew they could not allow the Dali Temple to dig deeper. Taking a deep breath, he approached Sheng Zhiwan. "What will it take for you to relent?" "It is not about what I require to relent, but rather what the heir and the Duke's household demand," Sheng Zhiwan replied, a smile barely concealing her intentions. "I merely wish to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Qi Shuxian clenched his teeth. "Very well, I agree to your first two demands. Your dowry and the funds owed to the public treasury will be fully compensated within half a month. However, regarding the last point, Lord Duke has arrived." Came a sudden exclamation. Sheng Zhiwan furrowed her brow. The Duke had returned sooner than expected, having been meant to accompany the Tao family. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. The investigation had already reached a critical juncture, and all present were aware of the inevitable outcome. Sheng Zhiwan performed a slight bow, while Qi Shuxian and Qi Fian greeted. "Father." Duke Qi cast a cold glare at Sheng Zhiwan. Upon hearing the events that had transpired in his household, he had rushed back from dining with Madame Tao, only to find he had arrived too late. Throughout his journey, he had already grasped the essence of the situation, more than his disappointment in his younger son's shortcomings. He was incensed that Sheng Zhiwan had drawn the Dali Temple into such a trivial matter, exposing their family's misfortunes to the public eye. Chapter 31. The pain of heartbreak. Lord Feng Hongji stepped forward to pay his respects. The Duke of Qi nodded, acknowledging Feng's efforts today, but stated that this matter was essentially a family affair, and the rest would be handled by him. He suggested that Lord Feng take his leave. Feng Hongji then turned to Princess Sheng Zhiwan, for she was the one truly suffering. The Duke's expression darkened momentarily. Sheng Zhiwan found it amusing and remarked that while she appreciated Lord Feng's efforts, there was still another matter to address. Tinglan presented the prepared document to Feng Hongji. "My lord, this is the list of the princess and Appo's dowry. We are uncertain how much has been stolen, so we kindly ask you to arrange for a thorough verification once more." As Feng Hongji examined the lengthy dowry list, his eyelids twitched. Lady Cui, upon hearing this, nearly gasped for breath. The involvement of the Dali Temple meant that regardless of whether it was Shu Lang who had taken the items, everything listed in the dowry would need to be returned. Over the years, she had acquired numerous possessions from Sheng Zhiwan. Now, the prospect of returning them felt like having something that was rightfully hers snatched away. Lady Cui felt a deep, piercing pain in her heart. Yet, What could Sheng Zhiwan say when she was merely verifying her own belongings with the authorities? All she could do was suppress her emotions. At that time, the princess will send someone to find me, Feng Hongji said as he turned to take his leave. Sun Feng, standing beside the duke, hurried to follow. Sheng Zhiwan understood he was going to silence any dissent, but the truth could not be concealed forever. Even if it was temporarily hidden, when the truth finally surfaced, the repercussions would be even more severe. Once the officials from the Dali Temple departed, the Duke of Qi showed little regard for the shopkeepers, dismissing them with a few casual words before sending them out of the residence. His gaze then fell heavily upon Sheng Zhiwan as he commanded kneel. Qi Fian reveled in the moment, while Qi Shuxian merely moved his lips without uttering a word. Lady Cui sat coldly at the top, her demeanor icy. Sheng Zhiwan met the Duke's oppressive gaze directly. In the past, she had shown the utmost respect to her father-in-law, taking his casual remarks as wise admonitions. She never dared to retort or oppose him. However, at this moment, she smiled lightly, her eyes sharp and clear as she replied gently, yet with unwavering resolve. Forgive Qingning for her ignorance. She truly does not comprehend what wrongdoing necessitates kneeling. I humbly request the Duke to enlighten me. The Duke was momentarily taken aback, and it took him a moment to regain his composure. A woman should be obedient, tolerant, yielding, gentle, and kind. Firstly, as Shulong's sister-in-law, you should be forgiving and tolerant of his mistakes, yet you have caused such an uproar over a mere few pieces of dowry. Secondly, you casually threaten the servants, which is disheartening and contradicts gentleness and kindness. Thirdly, as a matriarch of the Duke's household, you must understand that honor and disgrace are shared. Yet you disregard the family's reputation for your own personal grievances, exposing our family's shame to outsiders. Do you not recognize your mistakes in these 3 points? I acknowledge my mistakes, Sheng Zhiwan replied. Then kneel. But Qingning does not admit to wrongdoing, she countered. The Duke was stunned, as were Lady Cui, Qi Fian, and Qi Shuxian. Then Sheng Zhiwan continued, every family has its rules, and every nation has its laws. Before being a daughter-in-law of the Duke's household, Qingning is first and foremost the daughter of the Emperor. My younger brother not only stole from my dowry, but also from the imperial gift. According to the law, theft of imperial gifts warrants the punishment of exterminating 3 clans. If a daughter-in-law truly pursued this matter, it would not merely involve the Dali Temple. As she spoke, she lifted her gaze to meet the Duke's. Perhaps the Duke could also go to the palace and seek the Emperor's judgment on who is more at fault, Qingning or my younger brother. The Duke was momentarily speechless, and everyone else present was equally taken aback. Sheng Zhiwan, do you realize to whom you are speaking? How dare you threaten your father? Qi Fian could not contain herself and shouted. Sheng Zhiwan cast her a sidelong glance. Qi Fian was truly foolish. Did she not see that the Duke had yet to respond? If the Duke was too afraid to confront the Emperor, would that not imply he was genuinely intimidated? Does the Duke not care for his reputation? Silence. The Duke, without needing Sheng Zhiwan to intervene, scolded her with a darkened expression. Qi Fian immediately fell silent, her expression one of utmost grievance as she averted her gaze in fear. Ah, truly both foolish and cowardly. Sheng Zhiwan's eyes brimmed with derision. The Duke's face remained grim for a while, recognizing that Zhiwan spoke the truth. This matter was indeed a miscalculation on his part. Nevertheless, once the dowry was recovered, Lord Feng had already promised to verify it for the daughter-in-law. The Duke simply needed to properly educate his younger son to prevent him from making such grievous mistakes in the future. After all, Shulang was still young. Neglecting minor faults may lead to major consequences. Father, the mistake my younger brother committed is not merely a trivial fault, Sheng Zhiwan said with a half-smile. The Duke paused. If that is the case, according to family law, he shall receive 30 strokes and 10 days of penance at the ancestral hall. That is unacceptable, Lady Cui exclaimed in horror, clutching the Duke's sleeve. Shulang is still a child. How can he endure such punishment? Chapter 32. Only realizing regret now? If blame is to be assigned, it is for the mischief you have nurtured. The Duke of Qi coldly brushed her aside. Had she not rashly accepted the wager with Sheng Zhiwan, matters would not have escalated to this point. Sheng Zhiwan, Are you satisfied now? Chui's venomous gaze seemed to wish to rend Sheng Zhiwan to pieces. Sheng Zhiwan smiled. As long as her mother was content. This was merely the beginning. To truly satisfy her, she would need to break both of Qi Shulong's hands. However, if that were to happen, Chui would likely go mad. And the Duke of Qi would not approve. She had no desire to leave the Duke's residence so soon. There was ample time ahead to settle accounts. The Duke of Qi declared that family law would be upheld and immediately ordered someone to bring Qi Shulang back from the academy. Long benches and wooden rods were arranged in the ancestral hall. All the members of the Qi family were present, except for Qi Ferrue, who had gone to Qinghe for a visit. The Duke of Qi, Chui, Qi Shuxian, Sheng Zhiwan, and even the married Qi Fian were all positioned outside the ancestral hall to witness the punishment. The solemn and austere courtyard was shrouded in silence until two servants dragged Qi Shulang in. Wretched scoundrel, merely taking some of her belongings. I would have returned them once I turned the tables. Why should I be beaten? She insisted on being my sister-in-law. Were it not for her royal status and considerable dowry, I wouldn't care to call her sister-in-law at all. How dare she report me? Truly, a shameless harlot. Before he even entered, his foul curses reached their ears, causing Sheng Zhiwan's eyes to turn icy. Silence him, the Duke of Qi commanded furiously. Instantly, two servants restrained the still struggling Qi Shulang, forcefully lowering his trousers and pressing him onto the bench. The tall wooden rod was raised. Before it could descend, Chui could no longer hold back and stepped forward. Halt! If you dare approach, the punishment will be doubled. The Duke of Qi frowned at Chui. In the past, his younger son always presented himself as obedient and sensible before him. He never expected him to be such a reckless miscreant. No wonder the previous tutor was driven away. With a son raised in such a manner, it was only natural for him to lay the blame on Chui, his gaze towards her laden with resentment. Hearing this, Chui struggled to contain herself, though her eyes turned red. When the first strike landed, she suddenly turned her head, glaring at Sheng Zhiwan with venomous eyes. Sheng Zhiwan met her gaze, feeling only disdain. It is often said that indulgent mothers ruin their sons. Chui indeed favored Qi Shulang at times, as she did now. Even knowing he had stolen imperial gifts to sell, she considered it a mere minor offense, willing to forgive him with only a slight reprimand. Yet, on the other hand, perhaps due to the brilliance of Qi Shuxian, who had topped the imperial examinations, her expectations for Qi Shulang were unreasonably harsh. For instance, when he was 5 and could not recite poetry, or when he was 7 and failed to recite the 3-character classic, Chui punished him by making him stand in the snow for several hours. One could say that Chui bore the primary responsibility for shaping Qi Shulang's current disposition. However, this does not excuse Qi Shulang's misdeeds. Sheng Zhiwan, watching him endure punishment, smiled wryly at his fierce, resentful glare. No matter how venomous a serpent may be, if its fangs are rendered useless before it matures, there is no need for fear. Moreover, Qi Shulang does not even qualify as a true serpent. She savored the sight of the wooden rod striking Qi Shulang's backside. From his initial defiance to the subsequent tears and snot mingling as they fell, the cloth he had stuffed in his mouth tumbled out, and he no longer cared to curse Sheng Zhiwan, instead crying out for mercy. The sound was more pitiful than that of a pig being slaughtered during the new year. Sheng Zhiwan found it immensely gratifying. One could only wonder if the girls who had perished under his cruelty in a past life would find even a sliver of solace in his cries. A smile crept into Sheng Zhiwan's eyes at the thought. Qi Shuxian, unable to bear the sight of Qi Shulang's suffering, glanced over, only to catch Sheng Zhiwan's smile at that moment, igniting a fire of anger within him. Soon, the 30 strikes concluded, and Chui collapsed in tears, clutching her chest in Qi Fian's embrace. The Duke of Qi, with a heart of stone, ordered medical treatment for Qi Shulang, then insisted he remain in the ancestral hall to reflect on his actions. Having witnessed the spectacle, Sheng Zhiwan felt rather exhausted by the day's events. Just as she prepared to return for a decent meal and some rest, she was abruptly seized by a hand. Tinglan gasped. Sheng Zhiwan, recognizing the person before her, withdrew her hand. Is there something you need? Her gaze was cold and tranquil. Although the slight furrow of her brow was imperceptible, Qi Shuxian noticed it. He suddenly realized that she no longer clung to him as she once did. In fact, she seemed to resist his touch. This realization stoked the flames of his already suppressed anger, and he took a step closer. Was today a fair part of your scheme? What did the heir say? Sheng Zhiwan feigned ignorance, as if she did not comprehend his words. As Qi Shuxian drew nearer, inhaling the fragrance that emanated from her, his voice grew taut. From the moment I learned of your donation to seek me out, to my mother receiving news of your private assets, agreeing to the wager. Even those individuals you summoned. You are overthinking this. I am not so prescient, Sheng Zhiwan retorted, sidestepping him. Sheng Zhiwan. Qi Shuxian's deep voice followed her. How long do you intend to create this uproar? Must it be that only after something occurs between me and Meng Yang will you realize your regret? Chapter 33. Driven out with a broom without a moment's pause. Sheng Zhiwan seemed to disregard his words entirely. Qi Shuxian gazed at her retreating figure for a long while before unleashing a punch against a nearby pine tree. Your Highness, is what the young master said true? After walking a considerable distance, Tinglan could no longer contain her curiosity. Sheng Zhiwan smiled at her. Which part did he say? Was everything truly orchestrated by you? From the young master discovering to seek you out, to the madam agreeing to the wager, and also those shopkeepers you had me find. The young girl shook her head as she spoke. No, it can't be that the princess is so scheming. If you were truly so cunning, you wouldn't have been bullied by the Qi Guogong's household for so long. Surely, it must be the young master who thinks too highly of the princess's depth of calculation. Tinglan nodded in agreement, convinced of her reasoning. It was indeed the fault of the Qi Guogong and Appo's household. They had fancied themselves clever, attempting to scheme against the princess to seize her private assets, only to have their misdeeds uncovered, leading to their downfall. Sheng Zhiwan merely smiled and remained silent. In truth, Qi Shuxian was correct. In her previous life, her charitable donations had inadvertently come to Qi Shuxian's attention, and he had confronted her with great fervor. However, at that time, the world only recognized the Sheng Zhiwan, unaware that the true mastermind behind it was Sheng Zhiwan herself. Thus, Qi Shuxian later leveraged the achievements of Sheng Zhiwan to enhance his own reputation. Yet in this life, she had preemptively revealed her connection to Sheng Zhiwan. Once again, Qi Shuxian came to confront her. However, her machinations merely involved understanding human nature. If they could be calculated, it simply indicated their inner greed was at play. The following days were unexpectedly tranquil. Yet the tranquility was confined to Sheng Zhiwan's residence. The other courtyards of the Qi Guogong's estate were bustling with activity. Under the command of the Qi Guogong, Qi Shuxian personally led a team to retrieve piece by piece the dowry belonging to Sheng Zhiwan. Qi Shulang's courtyard was thoroughly searched, and Qi Fian was weeping as she was compelled to return to her marital home to reclaim Sheng Zhiwan's jewelry. Even Qi Fairway's courtyard was left half empty. Chuisher surveyed the ransacked jewelry boxes and the precious items being removed. The once opulent room now stood nearly bare, save for an empty bed. Just as her most cherished screen was about to be taken away, she could no longer contain herself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Mother! Qi Shuxian exclaimed in alarm. Chuisher clutched her chest, her eyes widening at the pool of blood on the ground. Quick, summon Dr. Song. Qi Shuxian dared not delay and immediately rushed to the Song residence. However, before he could even enter the door, he was chased away by the young Dr. Song wielding a broom. With a request to make, Qi Shuxian refrained from retaliating. The young Dr. Song stood on the steps, looking down at him disdainfully. Bah, in the past, my father visited your residence out of respect for Princess Qingning, and now you dare to bully her and still have the audacity to seek my father's help? Get lost. We of the Song family do not welcome you. The door slammed shut. Qi Shuxian felt utterly humiliated, his fists clenched tightly. Such a minor medical family dared to insult him so. There were plenty of physicians throughout the capital, and he turned to another. True to expectation, the next physician received him with utmost courtesy and wasted no time in boarding the carriage to the Guogong's residence. However, upon seeing that the visitor was not Dr. Song, Chuisher's expression darkened immediately. This doctor, Li had previously attended to her illness 2 years prior, and had declared her condition hopeless. stating she would not survive beyond 6 months. Yet here she was, alive and well after 4.5 years, all thanks to Dr. Song's skill. That inept quack cannot possibly cure my ailment. I only want Dr. Song. Cui Shi refused to extend her hand. Qi Shuxian had no choice but to let Dr. Li examine the previous prescriptions. To avoid further upsetting Cui Shi, he said, Dr. Song is unwell and cannot come in a moment. He's a healer. It is his duty to save lives. If he cannot walk, then carry him here. Cui Shi insisted. Go fetch him again. The Qi Guigong, noticing Qi Shuxian's disheveled state, inquired, what on earth happened? Qi Shuxian recounted the young Dr. Song's words. The Qi Guigong was taken aback. What debt of gratitude could Dr. Song owe her? What debt? Surely it is Sheng Zhiwan who has employed some means to deliberately prevent anyone from attending to my illness. I once thought her dutiful and sensible. But now it appears it was all an act. Jealous woman, poisonous woman, stirring up discord in the household over trivial matters. Now she wishes to drive me to my grave. Cui Shi cursed, nearly spitting blood again. Having reviewed the prescription, Dr. Li entered with an expression of wisdom, urging, Madam, please do not let your emotions get the better of you. Your health has improved significantly compared to 2 years ago. I just examined the remnants of the medicine you've taken these past few days. Aside from the initial prescription, the subsequent ones were clearly brewed improperly, which resulted in a lack of proper medicinal integration, causing adverse symptoms. I wonder, have you changed the person who prepares the medicine? If you revert to the previous method, your condition will surely improve. Chapter 34. An unbearable daughter-in-law, my lady. The young lady of the house has not come to pay her respects even once these past few days. Is it possible that the medicine you have been taking is no longer prepared by her? A maidservant, Aunt Ping, suddenly interjected. Cui Shi was taken aback by the remark. Reflecting on the medicine she had taken recently, she indeed noticed it was different from before. The decoction was slightly lighter in color, and the taste had an unusual astringency. A sudden sense of unease washed over her. Quick, go find out where the recent medicines have been sent from. As Cui Shi spoke, the matron beside her hurriedly exited. Within half a tea break, she returned in haste. Upon revealing that the recent medicines had been prepared and delivered from the main kitchen, Cui Shi immediately grasped Qi Shuxian and Appo's arm tightly. It was the first time Qi Shuxian realized how strong his mother could be. I knew it. I knew she was doing this on purpose. Just because I mentioned keeping Meng Yang, she now wishes to harm me. Bring me the person responsible for preparing the medicine, commanded Duke Qi with a grim expression. Although he typically refrained from interfering in the inner workings of the household, the trivial matter had escalated to involve the authorities. And now it seemed even his mother-in-law was plotting against him. Regardless of the princess's status, they owed it to the duke's residence to seek justice. This is the method left behind by the young lady of the house for preparing the medicine. The trembling maidservant presented a piece of paper. Duke Qi gestured for it to be handed to Physician Li. After examining it, Physician Li nodded. Indeed, it should be this way. Ah, I hadn't noticed before, but the roots should be treated during the decoction process, rather than added directly to the medicine. He muttered to himself. The others in the room watched him until he finished reading. Duke Qi furrowed his brow and inquired, Physician Li, is there any issue with this method? None at all. Not a single issue. Physician Li replied. In fact, if the medicine is prepared strictly according to this method, the efficacy should be more gentle and effective. As he spoke, a flicker of astonishment appeared in Duke Qi's eyes. That cannot be. If that were true, why will my condition worsen? I even coughed up blood. Cui Shi could hardly accept this. Well, Physician Li was at a loss. His gaze shifted to the maidservant who had prepared the medicine. Noticing some purple discoloration beneath her fingernails, he paused. Did you follow the instructions strictly as written? Yes, the maidservant quivered. Nonsense. Physician Li pointed at her hand. If you had followed the method outlined here, you should have treated the roots of the purple moonflower during the decoction process. Although it is called purple moonflower, its fresh juice is red. It only turns purple after the roots have been treated for over half an hour. If you had processed it at that time, where did the purple discoloration come from? I. The maidservant trembled subtly, her legs weakening. Suddenly, she banged her head on the ground, pleading, Please spare me, Duke and Lady. I had no idea that the order of processing would have such a significant impact on the efficacy of the medicine. The decoction takes a long time, as it is, and I thought to save time by processing all the ingredients together. Furthermore, the purple moonflower is particularly troublesome to handle. The roots are tiny and must be carefully picked with a needle to avoid breaking the skin, and the peels must be removed. I was trying to control the heat while processing, but it was just too difficult. She wept profusely as she spoke. Cui Shi, infuriated, hurled a jade pillow at her, causing her to cry out in pain as a bruise blossomed on her arm. At this point, Physician Li felt a twinge of sympathy for her. In truth, she's not entirely wrong. Many of the herbs used in this decoction can easily counteract one another if not handled with care. To ensure the medicinal properties harmonize, one must be meticulous about the timing and heat applied to each ingredient. Even I require 2 assistants to achieve the perfect decoction. Useless. Cui Shi, however, refused to hear reason. How can Sheng Zhiwan manage to prepare it? And you, an expert, cannot even compare to her? Though she directed her ire at the maidservant, Physician Li felt his dignity wounded by her words. Sighing, he recognized that the Duke's wife held him in low regard. Otherwise, he would not have been excluded from consultations until now, nor would she have made it seem as though he was in the wrong. Physician Li chose not to argue further and departed with his medicine box. Duke Qi shot an annoyed glance at Cui Shi. Although the Duke's residence held a second-rank title, it had fallen on hard times, and Cui Shi seemed intent on offending others. Fortunately, this was merely a minor physician. Unlike the favored physician Song, who enjoyed the emperor's patronage, Cui Shi appeared indifferent, more concerned about who would prepare her medicine in the future. Since her daughter-in-law prepared the medicine before, she shall continue to do so. Duke Qi turned to Qi Shuxian. Qi Shuxian was inclined to agree, but recalling Sheng Zhiwan's current attitude, he hesitated. I shall try to persuade her. Yes, tell her that if your mother truly suffers because of her, even with a royal decree for marriage, we, the Qi family, shall not accept her as a daughter-in-law. Chapter 35. Can you do it? Qi Shuxian departed from Wincy Courtyard and headed straight to Pinglan residence. At that moment, Sheng Zhiwan was languidly reclining in the enormous hammock woven from the fragrant reeds and orchids. The warm sunlight cascaded through the leaves of the phoenix trees, casting dappled patterns on her delicate face, while her ethereal skirt swayed gently alongside her slender legs. One of her fair hands hung down, and Lai Fu lay sprawled on the cushioned armchair beneath her, his little belly being lightly scratched by her fingers, emitting soft, contented sounds. Upon sensing the approach of a stranger, Lai Fu immediately perked up, barking a few times towards the entrance. It was then that Sheng Zhiwan opened her eyes, the sunlight illuminating her porcelain skin as if it were gilded. Qi Shuxian instinctively halted his steps. Upon recognizing him, Sheng Zhiwan's expression remained indifferent, and she did not even rise. Has the heir returned my dowry? Her words instantly encased Qi Shuxian's face in a veneer of frost. He gritted his teeth. Do you not hear the commotion outside? Do you realize that my mother has coughed up blood? Oh, Sheng Zhiwan replied, pulling Lai Fu into her embrace and playfully tugging at his ears before turning her gaze towards him. Then go fetch the imperial physician. What business do you have here? You truly do not comprehend my purpose? Qi Shuxian's demeanor was icy, his lips pressed into a straight line. Physician Song is unwilling to visit the Duke's residence anymore. What have you done? The physician's willingness or unwillingness to come is of no concern to me. Do you dare claim it is not because of you? Qi Shuxian's anger simmered beneath the surface. Sheng Zhiwan, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, perhaps. I assisted him with a minor favor in the past, and he remembered my kindness. Hence he frequented the Duke's residence a few more times. Now, he likely believes my favor should not be extended to the Duke's wife. That is my mother. Qi Shuxian's eyes flared with fury. The grandson of Physician Song had once offended a noble, and it was Sheng Zhiwan's casual remarks that had salvaged the situation. Her so-called minor favor was likely this very incident. So what? Sheng Zhiwan regarded him coolly. Suppressing his anger, Qi Shuxian stated, the servants have brewed the medicine incorrectly. My father has decreed that henceforth, you shall personally prepare my mother's medicine. Humph. Sheng Zhiwan chuckled coldly. I have been preparing medicine for 2 years, without interruption. From preparing the water to cooking the broth, it requires 13 changes of fire, handling 34 types of herbs, consuming 2.5 hours. Not a moment to spare. Heir, do you believe you can accomplish this? Qi Shuxian pursed his lips, rendered speechless. There are only 12 hours in a day, discounting sleep and meals. Dedicating 2.5 hours daily leaves nearly half his time. Naturally, he could not afford to squander his focus on such tasks. Therefore, if you cannot do it yourself, why demand that I continue? Sheng Zhiwan remarked, should anyone wish to criticize my filial piety, they might as well brew the medicine for the Duke's wife for 2 years first before speaking. With that, she closed her eyes once more. Qi Shuxian stood there, at a loss for words, and when Sheng Zhiwan opened her eyes again, he had already departed without him noticing. Princess, just now, Manager Lin delivered news. Tinglan hurriedly approached. Sheng Zhiwan raised an eyebrow. Tinglan lowered her voice. That Lady Tao indeed went to Cixi Hall. Manager Lin informed her that the renowned physician will be in attendance tomorrow. Sheng Zhiwan nodded and suddenly glanced towards Xinlan Courtyard. I recall Annie Lian is skilled in cultivating orchids. Has she nurtured any new varieties lately? I have not been paying attention. Tinglan was taken aback. Sheng Zhiwan rose. Come, let us go and take a look. Yes. Although Tinglan was unaware of the princess's sudden interest in Annie Lian, she obediently followed her lead. The Xinlan courtyard was rather secluded, and by the time the two arrived, Annie Lian was diligently pruning a cluster of orchids. The maidservant reported their arrival, and Auntie Lian was momentarily taken aback. She had not expected Sheng Zhiwan to seek her out, not to mention the recent changes in Sheng Zhiwan, even in the past. She had exchanged few words with Annie Lian. Annie Lian was a reserved person, never one to speak much in any setting. In her previous life, Sheng Zhiwan had never imagined that this woman, with whom she had scarcely conversed, would risk discovery to secretly send her medicine on several occasions. Though it ultimately failed to save her life, she felt an obligation to repay this kindness. Moreover, Annie Lian's lifelong regret was her inability to bear children. Madam of the Heir, Annie Lian greeted with a bow. Sheng Zhiwan nodded in acknowledgement, and Tinglan led away the maidservants attending Auntie Lian. Only then did Sheng Zhiwan's gaze fall upon the vibrant orchids, her slender fingers extended, contrasting beautifully against the verdant leaves. If Auntie Lian can cultivate orchids so meticulously, I wonder if she could also nurture a child with such care? Auntie Lian was momentarily taken aback, not yet grasping the meaning behind Sheng Zhiwan's words. Sheng Zhiwan slightly leaned to the side, her dark, luminous eyes fixed on her. Auntie Lian, do you wish to have a child of your own? Chapter 36. From her hand my health is poor, lamented Lady Lian, her countenance somewhat despondent. Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhiwan's eyes flickered with understanding. She was well aware that Lady Lian's lack of offspring was not due to her frail constitution, but rather it stemmed from the moment she was designated as a concubine, when both she and Lady Ping had been administered a severing child Dan by the Cui family. Thus, for all these years, only the children born to the Cui family remained in the residence. Yet who was she? A prodigy in the arts of medicine and poison, a brilliance that her 3 masters could not contain within a mere 2 years. The poison of the severing child Dan could be unraveled at her will. The severing child Dan was not without a remedy. Sheng Zhiwan spoke slowly. Lady Lian gasped, abruptly lifting her gaze towards her. Does the young master's wife have a solution? How does she know about this? This matter had been conducted in utmost secrecy by the Cui family, to the extent that even her personal maid was unaware. Yet now, Sheng Zhiwan had spoken of it. Lady Lian's breath quickened. Sheng Zhiwan remained silent, having discerned the truth. In fact, the severing child Dan that circulated in the market had originated from her own hands at the tender age of 10. She had merely intended to reduce the number of unviable kittens and puppies near the village. Subsequently, this concoction had been surreptitiously sold by her avaricious third master at an exorbitant price, fetching several hundred taels of silver for each dose. Upon learning of this, Sheng Zhiwan had vowed never to create such a potion again, fearing it would be used to harm others. Little did she anticipate that after marrying into the Duke of Qi's household, she would encounter traces of the severing child Dan on both Lady Lian and Lady Ping. Simply tell me, Do you desire to have a child of your own? Sheng Zhiwan inquired with an air of calm. Lady Lian inhaled deeply, and, after a moment, replied earnestly, "If you can grant me the wish of having my own child, I would willingly toil like a beast of burden. Even if the mistress were to retaliate against you, and you risked not only your ability to bear children, but also your very life, would you still wish to try? I fear nothing. All I desire is a child of my own. I have no interest in vying for favor. I merely wish to accompany my child as they grow. You need not worry, young master's wife. After so many years in this Duke's household, I possess certain means of self-preservation. As long as you help me fulfill this wish, I would rather die than betray you." Sheng Zhiwan replied, "That is unnecessary. Since you have made your choice," she produced an exquisite porcelain vial. "The medicine within, taken continuously for half a month, will counteract the severing child Dan. And during that time, it will also be your most fertile period." "Splendid," Lady Lian exclaimed, as if she had just received a treasure. Sheng Zhiwan, however, felt a twinge of unease. "Are you not afraid that I might deceive you? What if this vial contains poison?" "The young master's wife would have no need to deceive me," Lady Lian replied with a bitter smile. "Moreover, even if there is a 1 in 1,000 chance, I am willing to take that gamble." That evening, Sheng Zhiwan departed from Xinlan courtyard with a pot of blooming orchids. The following morning, she had Anji procure a set of male attire for her. Anji styled her hair, while Tinglan relayed news she had gathered from outside. "I heard that after the young master left our pavilion yesterday, he sought out 3 esteemed physicians to prepare medicine for the mistress, each demanding 10 taels of silver per month. Guess what happened next?" Tinglan squinted her eyes mischievously. Since Sheng Zhiwan had ceased to care for Qi Shuxian, the atmosphere in the pavilion seemed to have lightened considerably. "What happened?" Sheng Zhiwan played along. Tinglan chuckled. The 3 physicians labored for several hours, only for the mistress to declare upon smelling it that the taste was off, and she demanded they start anew. They brewed all night and are still at it now. I hear those physicians are contemplating leaving, saying no amount of silver is worth our lives. We are here to treat the Duke's wife, not to endanger ourselves. The last remark was delivered in a mock tone, imitating the physicians. Anji could not contain a laugh. "Let them fuss. It's merely a show for my benefit." However, each prescription costs several dozen taels of silver in medicinal materials. If she wishes to play this game, the Duke's household must be able to sustain it. A hint of derision flickered in Sheng Zhiwan's eyes. This time, Sheng Zhiwan ventured out accompanied by Anji. The 3 of them boarded the carriage of Manager Lin, heading straight for Cishi Hall. They waited for less than half a cup of tea before Lady Tao arrived. Sheng Zhiwan, peering through the translucent screen, beheld a strikingly beautiful young woman, elegantly supported by an elder. She wore a half-concealing veil, and despite the autumn chill, she donned a flowing light silk gown, exuding an air of fragile grace. "Please take a seat," Sheng Zhiwan beckoned. Upon hearing her voice, Lady Tao paused, seemingly taken aback that the renowned miraculous healer was so youthful. However, she quickly composed herself. "Thank you for your assistance, esteemed physician." "Of course," Sheng Zhiwan replied. Lady Tao extended her hand, revealing a slender wrist adorned with a delicate jade bracelet. Sheng Zhiwan instantly recognized it as the same stone worn by Lady Cui. How considerate of her father-in-law to provide matching gifts to both the legitimate wife and the concubine. If Lady Cui were to discover this, one could only imagine her fury. After taking Lady Tao's pulse for a brief moment, Sheng Zhiwan observed signs of blood deficiency, sluggish circulation, and internal heat stagnation, leading to a depletion of vital energy. "Did you suffer from any cold ailments in your youth?" Lady Tao was taken aback. "Indeed, I did experience a bout of illness as a child, just as I suspected," Sheng Zhiwan replied. "Although it may be challenging for you to conceive, with proper care, the possibility of having a child can be pursued." After a moment of contemplation, she swiftly penned a prescription for Lady Tao. Chapter 37. Can the second young master of the Shang family be admired? Beside Madame Tao, the maid, well-versed in herbal medicine, took the prescription, examined it, and nodded in approval. Only then did Madame Tao rise to pay her respects to Sheng Zhiwan, expressing her gratitude. "If I am fortunate enough to conceive, I shall certainly offer my thanks to the esteemed physician." "There is no need," Sheng Zhiwan replied. The consultation fee has been duly received. I hope Madam achieves her desires soon. Upon hearing this, Madame Tao was filled with renewed faith and left with eager anticipation. Sheng Zhiwan watched her departing figure, sincerely wishing her the best, and after giving some instructions to Lin, the steward, she exited Cixi Hall. "My lady, shall we stroll about outside, or shall we return immediately?" Tinglan asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement at the bustling street. Sheng Zhiwan instantly discerned her thoughts. With a gentle tap of her finger on Tinglan's forehead, she elicited a blush from the latter. To see the princess dressed as a young man performing such a gesture is simply too dashing. Tinglan thought, he is undeniably the most handsome young gentleman I have ever encountered, far surpassing the Heir. Then let us wander at our leisure. Excellent. Tinglan cheered, and Aiji, as Sheng Zhiwan's devoted maid, also felt a surge of joy. Opportunities for them to venture out together were scarce, and in the past 2 years, Aiji had never stepped outside at all. Thus, the chance to shop brought a hint of excitement even to her composed demeanor. When it comes to shopping, women throughout history have always gravitated towards jewelry and attire. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves in front of Dingjin Building. Yet before they could enter, a somewhat familiar figure emerged briskly from within. "My lady, is that not the second young master of the Shang family?" Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhiwan followed the gaze and indeed spotted a delicate young girl biting her lip and lowering her gaze, trailing behind a young man. The man's handsome brows knitted in impatience, his gaze mischievous. It was none other than Shang Hongyu. "I heard that the Shang family is introducing ladies to the second young master, and it seems he has taken a liking to a distant cousin of Madame Shang's family, a Miss Bai." "That must be her," the maid commented. Observing the frail Miss Bai, Tinglan felt a pang of sympathy as she noted how swiftly Shang Hongyu moved, lamenting the lack of chivalry. Sheng Zhiwan's eyes flickered. Her gaze instinctively fell upon the young lady's abdomen. "My lady, what troubles you?" Tinglan noticed something peculiar in Sheng Zhiwan's expression as she looked at Miss Bai. Sheng Zhiwan shook her head. "It is nothing. Ultimately, their fates are not intertwined with mine. It is best not to meddle." Just as she turned to leave, she sensed that Shang Hongyu, who had been walking away, suddenly turned at the feeling of her gaze, locking eyes with her. Both were momentarily taken aback. Shang Hongyu's previously impatient expression froze upon seeing her. "Hongyu, do not walk so fast. Xiao Xiao can barely keep up," a soft voice of a girl echoed, further stiffening Shang Hongyu's demeanor. Sheng Zhiwan nodded at him and gracefully entered Dingjin Building. "What are you looking at?" Bai Xiao Xiao asked, following Shang Hongyu's gaze, but saw only the empty entrance. A fleeting look of disdain crossed Shang Hongyu's face before he quickly masked it. He glanced at Bai Xiao Xiao and said, "Did you not mention wanting to visit Jushin Tea House? Let's go there now." "But Hongyu, did you not say you were busy?" "No matter how pressing, it cannot be more important than you," Shang Hongyu replied. "How wonderful." Bai Xiao Xiao's heart swelled with pride. Her mother had worried about her ability to win over such a notorious young master, but in just half a day, it seemed effortless. Yet though Shang Hongyu was indeed handsome, his reputation left much to be desired, and he was not nearly as capable as the eldest son of the Shang family. "If only she could marry him instead, my lord." "Do you think that Miss Bai truly has feelings for the second young master of the Shang family?" Tinglan pondered aloud as they entered Dingjin Building. Since the last time Shang Hongyu spoke on Sheng Zhiwan's behalf, her admiration for him had grown immensely. Anyone who spoke ill of him now seemed to her mere slander. Yet, the rumors surrounding him were numerous, and some concern lingered. That delicate Miss Bai appeared to be such a gentle soul. Could she truly fall for someone like Shang Hongyu? Everyone has their own fate. Rather than dwell on such matters, it would be better to select a piece of jewelry that you adore, Sheng Zhiwan encouraged, giving Tinglan a gentle pat. Startled, Tinglan blinked. Sheng Zhiwan turned to Aiji. "Aiji, choose something as well. Consider it a birthday gift from his princess. I recall your birthdays are tomorrow." "My lady remembers." Aiji's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Though she and Tinglan were cousins, they shared the same birthday. The day they escaped from the brothel was the very day Sheng Zhiwan wed. The guards had intercepted them, and just as pursuers were closing in, it was the princess who heard the commotion and redeemed them. Mentioning their birthdays only in passing, she had not expected the princess to remember. Now, no tears. Those unaware might think this princess has mistreated you, Sheng Zhiwan teased, her smile brightening the atmosphere. Yes. Tinglan wiped her eyes and beamed. I will choose the most beautiful piece and wear it every day. Soon, both ladies selected their jewelry, and Sheng Zhiwan generously paid for their purchases. As their carriage passed by Jushin Tea House on their way home, they noticed a crowd gathered outside. Goodness, could it be that she is truly with child? Chapter 38. Miss Meng arrives, Your Highness. The road ahead is obstructed by stalls. Please wait here for a moment. The voice of the coachman echoed. Sheng Zhiwan responded with an acknowledgement, lifting the curtain to reveal a growing crowd ahead. Many were craning their necks to peer into the Ju CNT house. Yet the entrance was blocked by attendants, preventing most from entering. Reluctant to disperse, they clogged what was once a spacious thoroughfare. Tinglan, relishing the bustle, swiftly dismounted with Sheng Zhiwan's consent to inquire about the commotion. Listening to the murmur of discussions, Sheng Zhiwan harbored her suspicions. However, she thought, this should not be happening at this moment. Your Highness. After a moment, Tinglan returned with a peculiar expression. Can you guess whom they are watching? Young Master Shang and that fair maiden, Sheng Zhiwan replied. Tinglan's eyes widened in astonishment. Your Highness, you truly are remarkable. You even guessed this right. But you surely cannot guess what has transpired. That fair maiden appears so delicate and frail, yet unexpectedly. Tinglan teased, withholding the revelation. Anjai prodded her. What unexpected news? She's already with child, Tinglan declared, believing the news to be earth-shattering. Anjai was indeed taken aback, her head colliding with the carriage beam. Sheng Zhiwan, however, merely registered a flicker of surprise. It seemed events had progressed sooner than anticipated. Could it be due to her reincarnation? Yet she reflected. She had not done anything significant apart from the matter concerning the Duke's estate. Her interactions with Shang Hongyu had been limited to their previous encounter at the tea house and this one. Surely, that could not have caused a shift in circumstances? How could the fair maiden be pregnant? Wasn't she about to be betrothed to young Master Shang? This was quite hasty on young Master Shang's part. How could the child belong to young Master Shang? Anjai exclaimed, bewildered. Tinglan scoffed. That fair maiden is nearly 2 months along. Had she not consumed a dish unsuitable for expectant mothers, young Master Shang might have been thrust into fatherhood prematurely. Alas, he is quite unfortunate. What? Anjai was left dumbfounded. Upon returning to the Duke's estate, Sheng Zhiwan spent most of her days in the study, engaged in writing and drawing, only pausing during meals to listen to Tinglan recount happenings within and outside the estate. The 3 physicians had initially resigned, but the heir had raised their monthly pay by 5 taels to retain them. The lady of the house had been reluctant to take medicine, but after some undisclosed conversation with the Duke, she finally consented. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the medicine was improperly prepared, despite taking it for days. Her condition showed no signs of improvement, and she remained bedridden. After discussing matters within the estate, Tinglan turned to the outside world, recounting the latest uproar surrounding by Xiao Xiao's public display of distress. It was said that the fair maiden insisted on visiting the Ju CNT house, ordering only the most expensive dishes. The medicinal chicken dish had been newly added to the menu, and upon seeing its high price, she chose it. Little did she know that the ingredients included several herbs meant to invigorate blood circulation, and after consuming only half a bowl, she experienced abdominal pain and began to bleed. Young Master Shang immediately sought a physician, but the fair maiden insisted it was merely her monthly cycle. Fortunately, among the patrons that day was a doctor who recognized her condition and admonished young Master Shang. Young Master Shang was not one to take such reprimands lightly. Amidst the chaos, his mother was currently pacifying him, considering the fair maiden was the one she had introduced to him. Moreover, there were whispers about the lady of the house, claiming her seemingly affectionate demeanor toward young Master Shang was merely a facade to indulge him, ultimately leading to his ruin, as she failed to properly vet the young ladies presented to him. Your Highness, do you think this could be true? Tinglan pondered, finding human nature to be quite intricate. Sheng Zhiwan listened intently, sensing an undercurrent of strangeness in the situation. Could it be that Shang Hongyu had already known about the fair maiden's pregnancy? The medicinal chicken was a new addition to the menu. Sheng Zhiwan raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Shang Hongyu had always been a wolf in sheep's clothing. Without financial backing, how could he have swiftly rallied such an unstoppable force? Therefore was the Zhu Xian tea house, in fact, his enterprise? Your Highness, Miss Ming has arrived. Just as Sheng Zhiwan contemplated this, news from outside reached her ears. She raised an eyebrow, having expected Meng Yang to endure a bit longer this time. How surprising that she could no longer contain herself. No matter, since she had arrived. It would be interesting to see what method she employed. Sheng Zhiwan leisurely finished her meal and then rose, stepping outside with measured grace. Meng Yang had been standing outside long enough for her legs to grow numb, finally hearing the soft footfalls. She took a deep breath and signaled to the maid behind her. The maid promptly dashed out. As the gate swung open, Meng Yang, with her burgeoning belly, knelt straight away. Chapter 39. A lesson for oneself, Your Highness. I, a humble woman, know I should not come before you, but I have heard that the lady of the house is gravely ill. In the past, it was you who prepared her medicine, and she only wished to use the medicine you made. Thus, I beseech you, do not hold my quarrel with the Heir against me. I am lowly, and, should you truly wish to dismiss me, I am willing to leave. Her repeated self-reference as a humble woman imbued her voice with utmost timidity, and a tear glistened in her reddened eyes. The delicate beauty knelt on the ground, her thin garments betraying her sorrowful demeanor. Even without uttering a word, Sheng Zhiwan, merely by standing, had assumed the role of the oppressor. She smiled, leaning casually against the doorframe, and asked, You are still with child? Do you not fear that kneeling like this might harm your unborn child? Your Highness, all the blame lies with me. As long as you are willing to prepare medicine for the lady of the house, I would kneel for as long as you desire. She pressed her pale forehead heavily against the ground, her skin reddening almost instantly. Truly, she was devoted. As Sheng Zhiwan spoke these words, her gaze remained indifferent, devoid of any ripple of emotion. Yet, when her clear eyes fixed upon Meng Yang, the latter felt an unsettling sensation, as if her intentions had been laid bare. But having found this opportunity, Meng Yang was determined not to let it slip away. Sheng Zhiwan inquired, If you were so devoted, why not prepare the medicine for the lady of the house yourself? Why seek me from afar? Meng Yang lowered her gaze and replied, I am but a fool, fearful that I would not perform such intricate tasks well. The thought of boiling the medicine for 2.5 hours, amounting to 5 hours each day, was enough to drive her mad. Yet she had not anticipated that the esteemed princess could endure such labor for 2 years, indicative of her deep affection for Qi Shuxian. However, it was also true that if she did not harbor such love, she would not have allowed their situation to escalate as it had. Foolish? Sheng Zhiwan narrowed her eyes. Perhaps not. I have heard that Miss Ming possesses quite an impressive medical skill, having treated soldiers in the army, even dismissing the opinions of military physicians. Meng Yang was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Sheng Zhiwan was aware of this. In fact, she had been a medical student in modern times, albeit only having graduated from college, and due to certain circumstances had never received her graduation certificate. However, compared to these ancient practitioners, her medical knowledge was vastly superior. Thus, she had confidently displaced the original military physician to take matters in her own hands. But how could Sheng Zhiwan possibly know this? She was contemplating an explanation when Sheng Zhiwan had already lost interest in her performance, stating, I shall not acquiesce to your request. As for you, as long as you do not enter and dirty my courtyard, you may choose to leave or continue kneeling. It is of no concern to me. With that, Sheng Zhiwan turned away. However, at that moment, Meng Yang's eyes flickered, and she reached out to grasp Sheng Zhiwan's arm. Princess, if you truly cannot tolerate a commoner, I shall take my leave. All of this is my fault. You may even wish for my demise. Do not touch me. Sensing Meng Yang's approach and the calculating glint in her eyes, Sheng Zhiwan was overwhelmed by a torrent of chaotic memories from her previous life. She abruptly raised her hand to shield herself, attempting to evade Meng Yang's grasp. However, as soon as she moved, Meng Yang stumbled, letting out a startled cry as she fell backward. How it hurts! The fragile voice was laced with anguish. Sheng Zhiwan, what are you doing? A chilling male voice pierced through the air from behind her. Sheng Zhiwan barely had time to glance up before a figure swept past her, and she felt a powerful force hurl her backward. Princess, Ting Lan's panicked voice reached her ears. Sheng Zhiwan felt a sharp pain in her palm as her waist collided violently with a nearby tree trunk. "Princess, please do not frighten me." Ting Lan et Galim, horrified at the blood that flowed from Sheng Zhiwan's hand. Sheng Zhiwan's complexion turned ashen, her memories from both past and present intertwining in a suffocating embrace. "Woo-woo, what is the young master doing? It was not supposed to be like this." "Ding Lang." Sheng Zhiwan gritted her teeth, interrupting her. How foolish she had been. Having already anticipated Meng Yang's tactics, she had fallen victim to them once more. This time, she clenched the splinter in her palm deeper, treating it as a lesson for herself. "Young master, I am fine. It was merely an accident, and it has nothing to do with the princess." Meng Yang lay on the ground, her fingers tightly gripping the earth. Damn it, how could there be moss here? She had practiced this maneuver beforehand, having executed it flawlessly on multiple occasions. Even before the feigned fall, she had deliberately avoided landing on her stomach. Yet the moss beneath her feet had transformed her carefully orchestrated act into a genuine tumble. Meng Yang's expression twisted with rage, her inner thoughts seething with curses, all while she forced herself to speak in defense of Sheng Zhiwan. Indeed, Qi Shuxian, upon hearing her words, regarded her with an increased tenderness. "You still speak for her?" "I witnessed it all." As Qi Shuxian spoke, his expression suddenly shifted. Miss, you are bleeding." Meng Yang's maid exclaimed in alarm. Meng Yang froze, glancing down to see the crimson stains glaring against her pale dress. Her complexion turned ghostly pale. This was no pretense. If this child were lost, what purpose would her schemes against Sheng Zhiwan serve? Her position within the Duke's residence hinged entirely upon the life she carried within her womb. Chapter 40. Have you forgotten? "Young master, save me, save our child. I implore you, save our child." Meng Yang was truly in a panic. "Do not fear. I shall summon a doctor at once." Qi Shuxian bent down and cradled her in his arms, his gaze sweeping over the indifferent Sheng Zhiwan, who was covering her palm. He paused slightly, his icy brows reflecting a chilling disdain, yet he remained silent as he strode away with Meng Yang in his embrace. Sheng Zhiwan watched his retreating figure, a desolate smile gracing her lips. "Princess, why did you not allow me to finish my words just now?" It was clearly Meng Yang who fell by herself. "How could the young master possibly harm you?" Ting Lan's eyes brimmed with tears. Sheng Zhiwan retracted her gaze. "Do you believe he would trust me?" Not only would he not believe her, but he would also conclude that she was even more malicious, further highlighting how pitiful and gentle Meng Yang appeared in her pleas for leniency. In her previous life, Sheng Zhiwan had not been spared from such losses. That was the third year since Meng Yang entered the residence. By then, she had already begun to shine among the noble ladies of the capital with her remarkable poetry, even being acknowledged as an adopted daughter by the Princess of Huai. Meanwhile, Sheng Zhiwan had long since fallen out of favor with Qi Shuxian due to various circumstances. It was during this time that Meng Yang discovered she was with child once again. Having learned from past experiences, Qi Shuxian, fearing that Meng Yang might fall victim to the jealousy of a spiteful woman, personally selected a few skilled maids to guard her day and night. Yet, despite these precautions, the two inevitably crossed paths at a banquet. At that time, Sheng Zhiwan still harbored feelings for Qi Shuxian and wished to avoid displeasing him. So she willingly made way for Meng Yang. But who could have anticipated that the path she cleared concealed a few small pearls? Meng Yang, of course, stumbled and fell once more. In a fit of rage, the Princess of Huai compelled Qi Shuxian to publicly punish her with a whip. Even after she had explained herself and presented evidence proving that the pearls were unrelated to her, having been accidentally dropped by those in Meng Yang's courtyard. It was all in vain. The humiliation of that day remained vivid in her mind. The whip's sting on her skin, the sensation of flesh being torn was painfully clear. As long as Meng Yang shed a few tears and feigned a few pleas on her behalf, everyone would deem her the one desperately defending herself to be increasingly malevolent and wicked. The more she tried to justify herself, the more it accentuated Meng Yang's innocence and vulnerability. Thus, why should she prove anything? Since Meng Yang sought to tarnish her reputation, she would simply allow it to be solidified. Sheng Zhiwan pressed her bleeding palm and coldly regarded the moss-covered stone before her. Initially, it was merely a precaution, yet it had unfortunately turned into reality. Meng Yang, oh Meng Yang, if you must cast blame, then blame the heavens for the rain, the earth for the moss, and yourself for courting disaster. Sheng Zhiwan extracted the thorn embedded in her palm, her expression devoid of emotion as she returned to her study. The tranquility of the Weiyang courtyard had been irrevocably shattered. Qi Shuxian had intended to summon the imperial physician from Meng Yang. However, due to the prior actions of the Cui family, Physician Li was irate and refused to come. He had no choice but to hastily send for another doctor. By the time the doctor arrived, the blood beneath Meng Yang had already soaked the bedding. Meng Yang felt dizzy, deeply regretting her decision to seek out Sheng Zhiwan today. Fortunately, Qi Shuxian remained by her side, and Meng Yang reached out, clutching him tightly. What is the condition? Qi Shuxian inquired. The doctor released his grip. The heart and kidneys are weak, internal stagnation is severe, indicative of a miscarriage. Qi Shuxian's tightly furrowed brows grew even colder. Is there any remedy? The doctor pondered. There is a possibility, but it requires several rare medicinal herbs. That Tianju fruit is particularly elusive. Should it be found within a quarter of an hour, there remains a chance to save the child. Otherwise, it would be too late. Even Physician Song would be powerless to intervene. Young master, Meng Yang, trained in Western medicine, had no knowledge of what a Tianju fruit was. Yet the name alone suggested its rarity. Qi Shuxian paused momentarily, then strode out with an icy demeanor. He would not allow harm to befall the child. Sheng Zhiwan was writing a letter with her uninjured left hand when the door to her study was abruptly kicked open. Qi Shuxian entered, his face dark with anger. The sudden chill he brought with him made even Sheng Zhiwan, wrapped in a thick white fur coat, shudder involuntarily. What brings you here? Sheng Zhiwan did not wish for him to see what she was writing and stepped outside. Qi Shuxian paid no mind to her movements, his gaze fixating on her wrapped hand, before quickly averting his eyes. I recall you possessing a Tianju fruit, do you not? Sheng Zhiwan halted in her tracks. Qi Shuxian did not wait for her response, continuing, you pushed Meng Yang, causing her to bleed and nearly miscarry. Now the doctor says only the Tianju fruit can save a child. Sheng Zhiwan quickly produced the Tianju fruit. Who says I pushed her? Miss Meng herself claimed she fell. Sheng Zhiwan's eyes glinted with coldness. Did I not witness it with my own eyes? Qi Shuxian retorted urgently. Where is the Tianju fruit? Have you forgotten why I possess the Tianju fruit? Sheng Zhiwan's eyes suddenly reddened. Chapter 41. The mere cold poison, how could he know all this? Qi Shuxian gazed at Sheng Zhiwan with palpable impatience. Do not waste time. Meng Yang's child awaits the Tianju fruit for salvation. If you delay any longer, I shall take matters into my own hands. Suddenly, Sheng Zhiwan laughed. If the young master had not fallen into the icy lake, and if I had not plunged in to rescue you, would you stand here demanding the Tianju fruit? Indeed, she had been afflicted with cold poison since birth. Yet her three masters had expended years to purge it from her system. After a half-year of recuperation, she could have returned to a normal life. However, shortly thereafter, she encountered Qi Shuxian, who had fallen into the icy lake, and without a moment's hesitation, she leapt in to save him. From that moment on, the cold poison became her constant companion. Every deep winter, the agony of the cold poison would rob her of sleep, and only the Tianju fruit could help her endure. This precious fruit had cost her grandmother a fortune to procure from the western regions. Yet now, Qi Shuxian seemed to have forgotten entirely, standing before her with such brazen audacity to demand it for another woman. It was you who caused her to fall. Without your actions, she would not require the Tianju fruit. Qi Shuxian's brows furrowed in disdain, perceiving that Sheng Zhiwan was using past favors to coerce him. How utterly ridiculous! Am I the one who forced her to come here? Sheng Zhiwan retorted. Young master, it was indeed Miss Meng who fell on her own. The princess suffers from the pains of cold poison every winter. Without the Tianju fruit, she would not survive. Tinglan could no longer restrain herself. Qi Shuxian sneered. Even a peasant girl knows the virtue of filial piety, pleading for her mother. But what of you? The cold poison may not be fatal. Yet Meng Yang's child cannot afford to wait. Where's the Tianju fruit? Produce it at once. What a trivial cold poison, Sheng Zhiwan remarked with a sudden smile. I possess a strain of cold poison that can ensure the young master experiences its torment each night for the next 3 months. If you are willing to ingest it, I shall grant you the last Tianju fruit. Your Highness, Tinglan interjected, her eyes red with concern. No, what will you do without the Tianju fruit? For 2 years, she had witnessed the princess endure the harsh winters. Even with the Tianju fruit, the pain had driven her to bite her own wrist. How could she endure without it? Very well, Qi Shuxian replied without hesitation. He truly did not care, viewing Sheng Zhiwan's dramatics as mere folly, unable to withstand even this slight discomfort. Having faced the battlefield, he had encountered life and death situations countless times. How could he be troubled by a mere cold poison? Anything that could not kill was not considered a wound. Thus, when Sheng Zhiwan handed him a black pill, he hardly paused to ponder how a woman of the inner chambers might carry such medicine. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed a whole. Then he extended his hand. Where's the Tianju fruit? Sheng Zhiwan retrieved the Tianju fruit, and Qi Shuxian turned to leave. That night, news reached the Weiyang courtyard that Meng Yang's child had been saved. However, just as Meng Yang's condition stabilized, Qi Shuxian felt a piercing chill radiate from deep within his bones, spreading gradually throughout his entire being. His complexion paled, and he staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Young master, Meng Yang grasped his hand tightly, her love for him deepening with each passing moment. Yet when her tear-filled eyes searched his, she was struck by the pain he was desperately trying to conceal. Young master, what is wrong? Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Though he was sweating, Qi Shuxian felt an icy grip creeping through his limbs, tightening every muscle, rendering him rigid. So this is the cold poison? He had endured knife wounds and poisoned arrows. Yet compared to those visible, sanguine torments, this unseen, unrelenting pain was 1,000 times more excruciating. After only a brief moment, Qi Shuxian found himself utterly weakened. Meng Yang panicked, weeping as she clung to him. The physician, still present, examined Qi Shuxian in astonishment. Young master, you have been afflicted by the ice toad's cold poison? What is that? Meng Yang asked, her heart racing, having never even heard of such a thing. It is a toxin extracted from the ice toad. Those poisons suffer unbearable cold at night, while the poison itself will dissipate after 3 months and poses no further threat. It is exceedingly potent. Many who are afflicted choose to end their own lives before the 3 months are up. Thus, it is also known as self-abandonment. Is there an antidote? Meng Yang choked out, desperation in her voice. My medical knowledge is limited. How could this be? Meng Yang felt Qi Shuxian tremble. Just yesterday, he had shown no such symptoms. Yes, I must see my lady. She will surely summon the best physician. As Meng Yang spoke, she attempted to rise from the bed. In his dazed state, Qi Shuxian vaguely heard her words. Clenching his fists, veins bulging, he strained to restrain her. No, do not go. Meng Yang said, bewildered. Young master, do you know who administered this poison? Qi Shuxian remained silent, his eyes tightly shut. The maid Qingxing cautiously interjected. Young master, you just visited the Pinglan residence. The Tianju fruit was also obtained from the young masteress lady. Chapter 42. Does the young master not know? Is it Sheng Zhiwan? It matters not. Merely 3 months. Qi Shuxian's voice was barely audible, uncertain whether he was comforting Meng Yang or himself. Yet how could one endure such agony for 3 months? Upon hearing his words, Meng Yang wept profusely, having already deduced the truth. Is it the princess? Did she compel you to ingest poison in exchange for the Tianju fruit? Qi Shuxian offered no rebuttal. He lacked the strength to argue. Merely a trifling cold poison. How could it be so unbearable? In the past, did Sheng Zhiwan endure in the same manner? Would she also have to suffer without the Tianju fruit? Suddenly, a wave of guilt surged within Qi Shuxian. How could she be so cruel? How could she bear to witness your torment? Young master, I must find her. I no longer desire the Tianju fruit. I shall return my life to the princess and plead with her for the antidote. As Meng Yang spoke, wiping her tears, she attempted to rise from the bed. Qi Shuxian, who had been silently enduring, suddenly seized her. His mouth was filled with the metallic taste of his own blood. Enough. Is it not chaotic enough? Meng Yang paused, regaining her composure. Qi Shuxian softened his tone. Do not provoke her. You cannot contend with her. Just take care and give birth to the child. Very well, young master, do not speak further. I shall heed your words. Meng Yang nodded through her tears. In the end, Qi Shuxian endured until dawn. Caught between pain and slumber, Meng Yang stayed with him, but before they could have breakfast, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell asleep. Qi Shuxian gently laid her back on the bed and earnestly instructed Qingxing before quietly exiting the Weiyang courtyard. The pain of yesterday lingered vividly in his memory. His feet, however, moved uncontrollably, as if guided by a mysterious force, leading him to the outer area of the Linglan residence. At this moment, dawn was just breaking, still shy of the morning court assembly. He found himself suddenly curious about what Sheng Zhiwan was doing. Was she peacefully sleeping in her bed? Or was she unable to rest, angered by his taking of the Tianzhu fruit last night? Were it not for Meng Yang and her unborn child, he should be lying beside her now. Contemplating this, Qi Shuxian pressed his lips together, an inexplicable feeling of frustration rising within him. The woman who once gazed at him with adoration, gentle and obedient, had transformed into someone so resolute and ruthless, capable of inflicting unimaginable pain with a mere gesture. Yet, he had done nothing wrong. He was merely a pawn in someone else's scheme, leading to his entanglement with Meng Yang. Must she truly be so unforgiving? Young master? Just as Qi Shuxian was lost in thought, the door to the Linglan residence suddenly opened slightly, and Huan Zhu, upon seeing the figure outside, froze momentarily, her beautiful almond eyes immediately reddening. Huan Zhu. Qi Shuxian recognized her among the several fourth-ranked maidservants and frowned upon seeing her attire. What is this? I have angered the princess. Huan Zhu knelt with a thud, tilting her face upward to reveal her slender neck, her fingers trembling with excitement. At last, she had awaited the young master. If only he would continue to inquire, to ask her why she had angered the princess and how she had become a fourth-ranked maidservant. She could reveal all she had done for him, demonstrating her loyalty and sincerity. She awaited, rehearsing her words repeatedly in her mind. Just as she hoped, Qi Shuxian dismissed the other maidservants. Young master. She lifted her face, her eyes brimming with adoration. Does the princess truly suffer from a cold poison affliction? Qi Shuxian's voice overpowered hers. Huan Zhu was taken aback, all her prepared words vanishing in an instant. She could not comprehend why the young master would ask such an obvious question. Even those unfamiliar with the princess knew of her aversion to cold. Every winter, she retreated to the palace to escape the chill. How could the young master pose such an inquiry? I ask if it is true. Under the gaze of Sheng Zhiwan's followers, Qi Shuxian felt an unexpected discomfort, as if he had broached a forbidden topic. Young master, do you truly not know? Huan Zhu ventured cautiously. Should I know? The princess has suffered from cold poison since childhood. She was almost cured. But after rescuing you from the icy lake, her condition worsened. Worsened? To what extent? Qi Shuxian recalled indeed that this was the case. The night before Sheng Zhiwan's wedding, he had been summoned by the Empress Dowager, who had imparted many words of wisdom, though he only remembered the humiliation and displeasure, forgetting even the last few pieces of advice. Are you asking how much it hurts? Sometimes, the princess would implore me to bind her or to gag her with cloth to endure the pain. Huan Zhu recounted truthfully. Even treated thus, she still wished for the princess and the young master to reconcile, for only then could she have more opportunities to see him. Upon hearing this, Qi Shuxian clenched his hands within his sleeves. Huan Zhu continued to speak, but he could no longer absorb her words. His gaze fixed deeply upon the interior of the Linglan residence. After a long moment, he turned and strode away. Chapter 43. What is the lady like? Has she gone to the pavilion? After Qi Shuxian left, the drowsy Meng Yang slowly opened her eyes. Upon hearing Qingxing's report, her hand, hidden beneath the quilt, clenched tightly, and her gaze darkened. She did not expect that even someone as cruel as Sheng Zhiwan could still occupy the thoughts of the heir. In fact, the very first thing he did after leaving her was to head to the pavilion. This was not how she envisioned it. Shouldn't he despise Sheng Zhiwan? Why then would he think of visiting her? No, this cannot continue. She is a time traveler, the only variable in this world. Since she has arrived, everything should revolve around her, centering on her desires. Boiling medicine. Yes. Meng Yang abruptly sat up in bed. The sudden movement caused a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. Qingxing quickly supported her. Miss, you are with child now. The doctor mentioned yesterday that your pregnancy is unstable. You must be extremely cautious. I understand. Meng Yang had no time to heed her words and insisted, quickly help me dress and groom. I must see the lady. It is merely boiling medicine. After all, even a woman as unrefined as Sheng Zhiwan could concoct medicine to please the lady. She had previously erred in her thinking. It was not about making Qi Shuxian detest Sheng Zhiwan, but rather about influencing the other members of the Duke's household. The heir is a man who values filial piety above all. Sheng Zhiwan's few quarrels with him were not solely due to her. Although this realization left Meng Yang somewhat discontented. As long as the Duchess accepts her and stand by her side, why fear dealing with Sheng Zhiwan? No, first, I shall not see the lady. I must visit those doctors who prepare medicine for her. And yes, I must bring along the maids responsible for cleaning our courtyard. That day, Meng Yang busied herself for the entire morning. When the medicine was finally delivered to the Wincy courtyard, Qingxing anxiously inquired, Miss, are you certain this will truly work? The doctors could not concoct a satisfactory medicine for the lady. Can these maids who have never boiled medicine really succeed? Have no worries. Meng Yang replied confidently. The people of ancient times were unaware of assembly lines. Boiling medicine may appear to be a skilled task, yet it is essentially the division of repetitive work into individual segments. As long as each person masters their designated role, anyone can boil medicine. Moreover, since each person is responsible for a specific task, both speed and accuracy can improve, thereby ensuring the quality of the medicine produced. She had made these individuals practice 3 times today before selecting the best attempt to send over, thus guaranteeing success. With unwavering confidence, Meng Yang returned to the Weiyang courtyard. Indeed, that afternoon, a matron beside Lady Cui personally invited her over. That evening, she remained in the Wincy courtyard to dine with Lady Cui and Qi Shuxian. The entire Duke's household soon learned that the newly arrived Miss Meng had garnered the lady's favor, and for a time, even the maids serving in the Weiyang courtyard spoke with raised voices. Anji went to fetch charcoal, but returned empty-handed. The usually composed maid had reddened eyes. Her voice muffled. Princess, the kitchen has declared that they will no longer provide silver silk charcoal. If you wish to use it, only white and black charcoal are available. Didn't we just purchase a batch? Tinglan quickly asked, recalling that the funds had come from the princess's account. That charcoal was given to Miss Meng by the lady this afternoon. Anji's words were interrupted as Tinglan abruptly turned to leave. Stop! Sheng Zhiwan called after her. Where do you think you are going? I wish to reclaim the silver silk charcoal. On what grounds? It was purchased with your funds. Princess, why should the lady bestow it upon anyone else, especially upon Meng Yang, who caused you injury? Tinglan bit her lip fiercely. Do not worry. Sheng Zhiwan reassured her. I have already stated that all expenditures made on their behalf over the years must be reimbursed. Be sure to include the cost of the silver silk charcoal as well. But how will the princess use charcoal tonight? Tinglan felt somewhat reassured. Isn't there still some left? It should suffice for most of the night. After speaking, Sheng Zhiwan looked at Anji. Why did the lady reward her? They say that Miss Meng devised a method that allows the 4th-rank maids and servants to produce medicines of the same quality as those previously concocted by the princess. Anji furrowed her brow and elaborated on Meng Yang's peculiar method in detail. In conclusion, she added, Miss Meng said this method is called assembly line medicine. What is this assembly line nonsense? I do not comprehend. Tinglan retorted. I only know that the princess personally prepared medicine for the lady for 2 years without relying on anyone else, and the lady has never once praised her. Yet, Miss Meng merely proposed an idea, and the lady lauded her for her intelligence, filial piety, and graciousness, even rewarding her with the princess's silver silk charcoal. Fully aware that the princess is sensitive to the cold, Tinglan was furious. At these words, Sheng Zhiwan narrowed her eyes. An assembly line. Could this also be something from Meng Yang's mysterious origins? Chapter 44. She seeks separation indeed, a mysterious origin. This was something she had discerned in her previous life. As Meng Yang's abilities became increasingly evident, Sheng Zhiwan realized that her insights were less a product of individual brilliance and more a culmination of collective wisdom from many. For instance, the breathtaking verses of poetry, each distinct in style yet universally enchanting, or the business acumen that she occasionally displayed, as well as the bold yet wholly unsuitable governance strategies for the realm of Sheng. How could a peasant girl possess such extensive knowledge? Moreover, it seemed to be merely superficial understanding, lacking core principles. Hence, in her past life, she had not only probed into this matter, but had also sent someone to investigate Meng Yang's hometown. The conclusion she arrived at was both shocking and undeniable. Meng Yang was no longer the original Meng Yang. There was some mysterious entity or force residing within her. In her previous life, Sheng Zhiwan found this conclusion hard to accept. Yet, since her rebirth, disbelief was no longer an option. If resurrection was possible, then surely possession by a spirit or demon was not beyond the realm of possibility. The assembly line concept was indeed ingenious, aptly described, with each person fulfilling their role. It transformed complexity into simplicity, eliminating the need for specific talents. With mere instruction, anyone could swiftly grasp the tasks at hand, achieving even better results in less time. As Sheng Zhiwan pondered this, her eyes sparkled. "Princess, are you still smiling? Aren't you angry?" Ting Lan could not help but inquire. Sheng Zhiwan nodded. "Indeed. I should be angry. Should I go to Wenxi courtyard to question them?" "That may not be necessary." Ting Lan's face flushed. "Then is it not better to not trouble myself over irrelevant matters?" Sheng Zhiwan replied. "Princess, I have heard that the heir has visited Miss Meng's courtyard again. I know you no longer care about such things, yet since his return home, he has not once stayed at Pinglan residence. Rumors abound, stating that you have lost favor even before you were ever favored." And she could no longer restrain herself from voicing the gossip she had heard over the past few days. At that moment, Qi Shuxian stepped into Pinglan residence. The maid standing inside was about to announce his arrival when he raised a hand to silence her. He had yet to devise a suitable explanation for Sheng Zhiwan regarding the events of the previous day when he overheard Nji's words. His fingers hesitated, refraining from knocking. Sheng Zhiwan's cheerful voice drifted through the door. "Isn't that just perfect? If he does not visit me, I need not deal with him. Others will also see that I am still unappreciated, making it easier for me to seek another suitor after the separation." Nji was momentarily taken aback by her words. "Princess, did you truly mean to seek separation?" Unlike Ting Lan, who was simple-minded, Nji, though only a few hours older, understood the complexities of a woman's separation far better. Furthermore, the union between the princess and the heir was a decree from the emperor. How could separation be so simple? Of course it is true. Otherwise, why would I relinquish my authority over household affairs? I am merely preparing to ensure my dowry can be taken with me when the time comes. Sheng Zhiwan chuckled. No sooner had she spoken than the door was abruptly kicked open. Qi Shuxian's face was stormy, his eyes icy enough to freeze. Sheng Zhiwan's words had reached his ears distinctly. She wished to separate? He had not yet grown weary of her jealousy and spitefulness, which had nearly caused Meng Yang to miscarry, and she dared to contemplate separation. Not only that, but she also sought another suitor? What could a discarded woman hope to find in a new partner? Moreover, who could tolerate her capriciousness and jealousy as he had? Qi Shuxian's expression darkened, while Nji and Ting Lan paled in fear. Sheng Zhiwan met his gaze without flinching. "Get out!" Qi Shuxian's voice was chilling. Nji and Ting Lan stood their ground, unwilling to leave. "Or do you wish to be thrown out?" he barked. "Someone," as his voice rang out. Sheng Zhiwan turned to the two. "It is nothing. You may wait outside." While Qi Shuxian was usually accompanied by others, they remained hidden in the shadows, only appearing at his command. Even in injury or death, they would not reveal themselves. Sheng Zhiwan did not wish for Nji and Ting Lan to truly be thrown out. It was simply too difficult to find capable yet willing maids. Thus far, Manager Lin had only managed to recruit a few with basic combat skills, which was evidently insufficient. Why is the heir not with Miss Meng? Last night, she nearly miscarried and needed comfort. Sheng Zhiwan's tone was frosty. Qi Shuxian felt an unquenchable anger rise within him and stepped forward to demand, "You wish to separate? Is that not permissible?" Sheng Zhiwan regarded him coolly. "You despise my jealousy and malice, which nearly caused your Meng Yang to suffer, and I resent your untrustworthiness and impropriety. Why must we continue to endure each other? I have not been untrustworthy." Qi Shuxian gritted his teeth. "I was merely manipulated. What must I do for you to cease this unrest?" Understanding her petulance, he knew she would not easily accept Meng Yang. He had stood in the rain, injured. To placate her, she had complained to the emperor, stripped him of his rightful rewards, struck her elder sister, caused Shu Lang to be punished. And even when she had pushed Meng Yang, nearly causing a miscarriage, he had ordered that it remain a secret. Now, he had even brought silver silk charcoal. Qi Shuxian could not fathom who else in the capital could tolerate her as he did, yet Sheng Zhiwan remained obstinate and unyielding. Chapter 45. So it was him. Sheng Zhiwan also noticed the object that Qi Shuxian was holding. Instantly, a hint of sarcasm flickered in her eyes. In truth, she was not surprised that the Cui family rewarded Meng Yang with silver carbon, for it had happened in her previous life as well. However, back then, the Cui family had used Meng Yang's pregnancy as an excuse. It was deep winter, and Sheng Zhiwan, fearing the cold, had wanted Qi Shuxian to borrow some from Meng Yang, promising to return it the following day. The items she had purchased with her own money were given away, and she was obliged to borrow and then repay. Reflecting on that time now, Sheng Zhiwan felt utterly humiliated. But how did Qi Shuxian respond back then? With a look of impatience, he had remarked, "It's merely some carbon. How can you be so calculative?" Little did she expect that now, when she was indifferent, he would come bearing carbon. It seemed the cold poison from last night had taken a toll on the young lord. A clear mockery danced in Sheng Zhiwan's gaze. Qi Shuxian's anger gradually subsided in the face of her scornful expression. Softening his tone, he attempted to pull Sheng Zhiwan into his embrace, saying, "Zhiwan, shall we reconcile?" Just like before. However, as he drew near, Sheng Zhiwan retreated 2 steps. Qi Shuxian's arms closed around emptiness. Her pupils reflected a complete indifference towards him. "There's no need. Your notion of reconciliation and the past is merely a compromise made at my expense. You were blind to it before, and I was indifferent, but now I care. Young lord, you should return to your Weiyang courtyard, where there is a woman who needs your undivided attention." With that, she strode past him. Qi Shuxian stood frozen in place. He had not anticipated that Sheng Zhiwan harbored such thoughts. She perceived all his efforts toward her, his mother, and the entire Qi Guogong household as grievances. But which woman, after marriage, does not feel this way? A wife sees her husband as her world. She was unwilling to bow down, and even when he offered her a way down, she refused to take it. Qi Shuxian set the silver carbon down, turned, and strode out of the pavilion of railing. Qi Shuxian did not wish for others to discover his cold poison affliction. Thus, he still went to Weiyang courtyard that evening. Upon learning that he had come from the pavilion of railing, Meng Yang felt a pang of sorrow. Yet, witnessing his agony from the cold poison reminded her that it was all for her sake. So this was what it felt like to truly love someone. Wishing for his well-being while resenting his kindness towards others, yearning for his eyes and heart to be solely hers. Meng Yang clutched her chest, finally resolving to stop waiting. Having gained the favor of the Cui matriarch, she had been invited to dine at Wenxi Courtyard for several consecutive days. One day while dining there, she finally expressed her desire to open a shop outside. The Cui matriarch's immediate reaction was one of displeasure. The Qi Guogong household was financially strained, and even her medication expenses came from Fei Rui's dowry. Yet, Fei Rui's dowry had already been diminished by Sheng Zhiwan's needs, leaving little behind. Furthermore, Sheng Zhiwan's silver needed to be replenished, and Qi Shuxian had been selling off the properties bestowed by the emperor. The Cui matriarch felt a surge of nausea at the thought. In such dire circumstances, it was one thing for Meng Yang, a farmer's daughter, to be of no help. It was entirely another for her to expect to take silver from her for a shop. Absolutely impossible. However, upon hearing Meng Yang speak of some hot pot restaurant, she immediately wavered. Was there truly such an innovative way of dining? The Cui matriarch was astonished and asked where these peculiar ideas originated. Madam, please do not belittle my humble beginnings. When I was at home, I often gathered around the stove with my family during winter meals, which inspired this idea. Meng Yang replied with a shy smile. Now, she had grown fairer during her time in the household, and her appearance had improved significantly since her arrival, especially with such a gentle and respectful demeanor. The Chui matriarch found her very agreeable. Although Sheng Zhiwan had also been respectful and docile, her status as a princess made her feel somewhat unapproachable. Since you have an idea, let the steward take you to see a few shops tomorrow. The Chui matriarch thought it an excellent plan, although it might not be well regarded for noble families to engage in commerce. Meng Yang was merely a concubine, hardly even a true concubine. If she could indeed earn silver for the Qi Guogong household, it would not be a bad thing. The news reached Sheng Zhiwan's ears, and while she was not surprised, she instructed Tinglan to send a message to Manager Lin, asking him to keep a close watch on Meng Yang's every move outside. Little did she expect that Meng Yang could not wait even a single day. On the very afternoon of her shop visit, she dismissed the steward and had Qingxing send a letter to a centurion named Jiang Meng. Tinglan relayed Manager Lin's information to Sheng Zhiwan. She paused, her pen hovering over the paper. A drop of ink spread slowly across the page. Jiang Meng. So it was him. Chapter 46. Heartfelt yet unrestrained in her previous life, Sheng Zhiwan encountered a band of mountain bandits while on her quest for a child. This ruthless group, notorious for their brutality, mercilessly slaughtered her attendants, leaving only her and her companions, Huanzhu and Tinglan, to escape due to their gender. In a state of panic, Sheng Zhiwan instructed the two to hide separately from her. That night, she concealed herself in a muddy pit within the forest, emerging only the following day when Qi Shuxian, having received news, personally led troops to exterminate the bandits. Yet, despite her claims of not having been discovered, what significance did it hold? Moreover, word of her plight had already spread throughout the city. Thus, Sheng Zhiwan became known as the pitiful woman violated by the bandits, leading Qi Shuxian to treat her with cold indifference. In her past life, Qi Shuxian annihilated the bandits in a fit of rage, and it was only later that she learned of a remnant soldier named Zhang Dehu, whom Meng Yang had once saved. His attack on her was rooted in vengeance, as she was the cause of Meng Yang's premature labor. However, she could never comprehend how Meng Yang, who remained in the manor, managed to connect with the outlaw Zhang Dahu. But now she understood Jiang Meng. This individual, who rose alongside Qi Shuxian after he became the right minister, was the one behind it all. No wonder Jiang Meng had once visited her in her time of illness, uttering an inexplicable apology. But what good was an apology? Could it restore the lives of those who died in her defense? Could it lift the stigma she bore unjustly? Sheng Zhiwan's fingers lightly fell upon her writing instrument, seemingly imbued with great weight. Tinglan, fetch me a set of men's attire. At the Jushin tea house, clad in male garb, Sheng Zhiwan once again occupied the private room she had previously visited, but this time she was alone. The attendant, still Mo Qing, greeted her. Is the guest here to sample tea? He inquired, bending slightly. Sheng Zhiwan fixed her gaze upon him and stated, I wish to see Shang Hongyu. Montauk King floats momentarily, then quickly masked his surprise with a look of confusion. What does the guest mean? I did not comprehend. Prior, her suspicion had been but an inkling. Yet after this exchange, Sheng Zhiwan was utterly convinced. Shang Hongyu was indeed the proprietor behind Jushin Tea House. Given her rebirth, Sheng Zhiwan's intentions transcended merely evading Qi Shuxian or seeking retribution against those who wronged her. She was determined to prevent the kingdom of Sheng from retracing its previous missteps, unwilling to witness its citizens live in perpetual trepidation. Thus, she resolved to meet with Shang Hongyu before he became the rebel, King Qinyu. Even if she could not win him over, she aimed to extend the royal olive branch for him to see. She pressed her lips together, pondering how to present sufficient leverage for collaboration. In her past life, once Shang Hongyu ascended as King Qinyu, his foremost desires were the General Shang and the current Madame Shang. She firmly believed that his interest in them was not rooted in familial affection. Shang Hongyu's biological mother, Qin Mingxin, hailed from the affluent Qin family. Marrying General Shang, yet she passed away when Shang Hongyu was merely 4. Within half a year, General Shang elevated his concubine, Liang Rao, to the position of wife. Presently, the public regarded the talented Shang Zhiwan as a worthy successor to General Shang, a stark contrast to his former legitimate son, Shang Hongyu. Shang Hongyu had long feigned a life of debauchery, and this was his intent. Only by not obstructing Shang Zhiwan's path could he survive. Only by remaining in the shadows as a comparison could he persist within the Shang family. As Sheng Zhiwan's fingers gently tapped the table, she prepared to speak when a series of knocks interrupted her. The door to the private room swung open, revealing a masked figure clad in dark robes under the moonlight, amidst the clamor from below. Sheng Zhiwan paused, recognizing the individual almost instantaneously, despite the stark contrast to their previous encounters. Tall and slender, with ink-black hair cascading behind, the only notable feature visible beneath the mask was a pair of eyes, deep and hauntingly inscrutable. Master, Mo Qing immediately knelt. The figure gestured, and Mo Qing silently withdrew. The door closed, leaving behind the noise of the world beyond. Sheng Zhiwan felt that gaze upon her. She returned the look, and within the room, silence reigned, their eyes locked in a battle, culminating in a sudden smile. The masked figure's eyes crinkled in amusement, transforming almost instantly into the roguish young master she had previously encountered. Shang Hongyu removed his mask and settled before Sheng Zhiwan. "Princess, you wish to see me?" His words carried an inexplicable mix of longing and audacity. Sheng Zhiwan, roused from her momentary reverie, replied, "Second, young Master Shang, shall we strike a bargain? How does the princess know that I am the one behind Jushin Tea House?" Shang Hongyu poured her a cup of tea. "Was it not the second young master who divulged this to me?" Sheng Zhiwan took a sip. Long before, during their first conversation at the tea house, and even later when she encountered him again, his actions had never suggested an intention to conceal the truth. Indeed, she suspected he had deliberately piqued her curiosity. But why? The dampness of the tea caressed her crimson lips, stirring an impulse to touch and feel their softness. Shang Hongyu averted his gaze, his throat moving slightly. "The princess is quite astute. So, what transaction does she wish to propose?" An hour later, Sheng Zhiwan departed from Jushin Tea House. Master, Mo Qing appeared. Shang Hongyu had already donned his mask once more, ensuring her safe return to the Duke's residence without arousing suspicion. Mo Qing hesitated, but had grown accustomed to following orders, thus turning to vanish into the night. Only then did Shang Hongyu's gaze fall upon the teacup Sheng Zhiwan had used, his fingertip brushing its surface. Suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped from behind the mask. Tilting his head back, he drained the remaining tea in one swift motion. Chapter 47. When she despairs in the following 2 days, the Duke's residence was tranquil. Aside from Meng Yang, who was preoccupied with preparations for the opening of her hot pot restaurant, Sheng Zhiwan spent most of her time in the study. And Ji and Ting Lan were unaware of what the princess was truly engaged in. Meanwhile, rumors outside grew increasingly fervent, particularly after a storytelling session at the tea house yesterday, where a tale from Cangnan moved many with its depiction of a love between a farmer's daughter and a general. The farmer's daughter was unlike any ordinary woman. She was bold and meticulous, unhesitatingly severing an arm to save a poisoned soldier's life. Her kindness and loyalty shone through as she carried the soldier's body back from the battlefield to ensure he could be buried on the sacred soil of Sheng Kingdom. Most importantly, she was incredibly beautiful, her delicate figure as soft as a slender willow. Had it not been known that the princess's story was about Meng Yang, both Ji and Ting Lan would have been smitten. Meng Yang herself was astonished to find that her deeds within the Cangnan army had been woven into a tale that reached the capital. "My lady, is this story about you?" Qing Xing gazed at her with admiration. For the first time since her arrival in this world, Meng Yang felt a surge of confidence. Yet she feigned indifference and smiled. Who would have thought it would spread to the capital? Alas, I wonder how those noble ladies will twist my tale. Who said that? Every lady in the capital yearns to be like the Meng girl in the storyteller's narrative. Is that true? Meng Yang inquired. Indeed. After listening to the tale again in the private room, Meng Yang was met with praises all around. In just 2 days, It seemed that everyone had forgotten about Sheng Zhiwan's charitable act of donating grain. The story of Meng Girl and the young general circulated through the streets, with some who knew the truth whispering that Sheng Zhiwan should recognize her place and gracefully step aside, no longer standing between the loving couple. Princess, did you not say there's more to come? Ting Lan could no longer contain herself. It was precisely during this peak of gossip that news finally arrived from Wenxi courtyard. Cui Shi had dreamt of deities last night and awoke feeling revitalized. Therefore, she instructed Sheng Zhiwan to substitute for her and journey to Chaoming Temple to express gratitude, setting off immediately. Upon hearing this, Ting Lan nearly wept. The princess has offended the madam, and now that the madam has recovered, she wishes for you to go to Chaoming Temple. The round trip will take a day and a night, and the madam knows well how you fear the cold. How will you endure the journey? And she promptly gathered silk charcoal, a bronze stove, and a hot water pot, yet still felt it insufficient. Why not? Just not go, she suggested. If it comes to it, the princess could feign illness. Even the usually composed Ji began to devise desperate plans. Sheng Zhiwan could not help but chuckle at the suggestion. You can evade the initial day, but not the 15th. Now that Meng Yang's reputation is soaring, as you mentioned, the madam is well aware of my aversion to the cold, yet still insists I make this pilgrimage. Do you think she merely desires my presence for the offering? Then why? It is merely to compel me to bow my head and submit, while conveniently avoiding the repayment of the more than 20,000 taels of silver. Sheng Zhiwan retorted with a hint of sarcasm. In this era, filial piety was paramount in Sheng Kingdom. The actions she had taken previously were backed by reason and righteousness. Thus, even if Cui Shi were to be enraged to the point of bloodshed, she could not voice her discontent. However, asking her to fulfill this obligation was a domestic matter, and if she were to refuse again, it would be deemed unfilial. Hence, Cui Shi dared to send someone with the message. On the one hand, she was confident that Sheng Zhiwan would not dare to go due to her fear of the cold. On the other hand, with the external rumors swirling, she believed that Sheng Zhiwan feared Qi Shuxian would distance himself entirely. However, Cui Shi had miscalculated this time. If she was not mistaken, it was Meng Yang who initially proposed the pilgrimage, intending to tarnish her own reputation through this excursion. Given this, Sheng Zhiwan was more than willing to provide her with the opportunity. Thus, when Qi Shuxian returned to the residence, Sheng Zhiwan's carriage had already departed. Upon learning that she was headed to Chaoming Temple, Qi Shuxian's expression shifted dramatically. Earlier that morning, old Madame Han had knelt at the palace gates in her ceremonial robes, beseeching the emperor to dispatch troops to search for her missing daughter-in-law and grandson, who had vanished on their way to the temple, with all their attendants brutally slain. Recently, rumors had surfaced about bandits lurking near Chaoming Temple. The emperor had ordered a preliminary search, and if they could not find the missing individuals, he would lead a troop to besiege the bandits at the temple the following day. What a coincidence! How long had she been gone? Qi Shuxian seized the housekeeper by the collar. The housekeeper, taken aback, stammered, approximately half an hour. She should still be outside the city. Is there something urgent you wish to discuss with the young lady? I can send someone to catch up. We should still be able to reach her. Qi Shuxian hesitated, his gaze meeting the housekeeper's inquiring eyes. Suddenly, a glimmer of realization crossed his face as he recalled Sheng Zhiwan's indifferent demeanor that night and the words he had spoken upon returning to Weiyang courtyard. Perhaps this could indeed be an opportunity. Zhiwan had always lived too easily, with everyone pampering her, leaving her oblivious to the malice of human nature. It was only due to Meng Yang that she had allowed herself to be angered, turning the Duke's residence into such a tumult. If he could seize this chance to teach her a lesson, to reappear when she was in despair, making her aware that the only person she could rely on was herself. With this thought, Qi Shuxian slowly released his grip on the housekeeper's collar. No matter. You may return to your duties. The housekeeper withdrew, and Qi Shuxian then summoned the shadow guard who had remained by his side, whispering a few instructions. Chapter 48. Engaging in more amusing pursuits on Southgate Long Street, dozens of horsemen thundered through the bustling market, eliciting a cacophony of startled cries. At the forefront rode 5 elegantly attired individuals, their flamboyant demeanor apparent, trailed by several attendants. Yirong, I heard your father punished you with more writing yesterday. Is it true that you still cannot recite that 1,000-character essay? Don't even mention it. Yi Rong, the sole son of the Minister of Revenue, Yi Zhiwan, grimaced at the thought of studying. Tell me, am I truly my father's son? While he absorbs knowledge effortlessly, I could stare at a line for half an hour and still fail to memorize it. Ha! That essay question best posed to your mother, laughed Pei Yuan, the legitimate son of General Huaihua. Bah! I fear she would beat me to death. Leading the group, the merchant Sheng Zhiwan reined in his horse, which neighed in protest as he turned it towards the city gate. It soon became apparent to some that their route today diverged from the usual. Shangye, are we not heading to the fragrant pavilion today? Queried Pei Yuan, catching up with him. With a flick of the reins, Sheng Zhiwan halted abruptly, casting a roguish glance at his companions. Endlessly indulging in flower wine grows tiresome. Why not pursue something far more intriguing today? What? What could be more intriguing? Several young scions perked up at his words. They had thoroughly explored the capital's brothels and gambling dens, and scarcely could they conceive of a more entertaining destination. However, Heir was known for his inventive ideas, and all eyes eagerly turned towards him. Raising an eyebrow, Sheng Zhiwan gathered them closer. Have you heard about the recent peculiar occurrences in the outskirts of the capital? What peculiar occurrences? Someone inquired, incredulous. Could anything be more remarkable than that farmer's daughter? Meng Jianyang? Chun Baojing, the eldest son of Grand Inspector Chun Daotan, rubbed his round cheeks in curiosity. I know. Ye Rong intergested. First, a diviner appeared outside Ming Temple. And secondly, the sole grandson of the Grand General, Han Mingrue, has gone missing along with his mother. As Yi Rong recounted these events, a somber tone crept into his voice. Although Han Mingrue was young and not part of their usual circle, his lineage was noteworthy. Both his father and grandfather were battlefield generals. 30 years prior, Grand General Han Su commanded respect across the lands, and many believed his son, Han Zian, would follow in his footsteps. Who could have anticipated that Han Zian would perish on the battlefield, his body never to be returned intact? Han Mingrue, born after his father's demise, was frail from birth. And with the Han family's dwindling numbers, he had become the last hope of the Grand General's household. Now in his 50s, Grand General Han Su faced the grim prospect of his line going extinct should Han Mingrue remain lost. The group fell silent, their usual bravado dampened by a genuine respect for the Han family. Heir, you wouldn't be considering searching for Han Mingrue, would you? Ye Rong inwided. Why? Are you not interested? He retorted. Imagine if we, this group, were to find Han Mingrue, how indebted the Han family would be to us. No longer could anyone claim we were unlearned. Indeed, if I were to recover Han Mingrue, not only would the Han family owe me a great favor, but even the emperor would surely commend me. Then, who would dare say I lack knowledge? Yi Rong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sheng Zhiwan coughed lightly at this, fully aware that while the Han family would indeed owe a debt of gratitude and the emperor might offer praise, the sincerity of such commendation was questionable. Given the long-standing lineage of the Grand General's house, it was clear that the current emperor held a profound trepidation regarding them. Even the circumstances surrounding Han Zian's death were intricately tied to the emperor's interests. Yet, he refrained from voicing these thoughts and instead nodded towards the others. What about you? Will you join? Among them, a few hesitated. For instance, Zhou Yuzheng, the timid son of the Minister of Works, voiced his concern, but what if we encounter mountain bandits? What's there to fear? Before Sheng Zhiwan could respond, Yi Rong interjected, here in the capital, near the emperor's gates. What mountain bandit would dare confront us? A few might, but with so many of us, they would be courting death. Besides, my skills are not for naught. Just say whether you're in or out. If you're not going, then you might as well not follow me any longer, Yi Rong declared, a dismissive look on his face. Zhou Yuzheng, after a moment's reflection, gritted his teeth. All right, I'll go. After all, my father said that if I'm deemed unlearned, so be it. Building relationships with you all is an achievement in itself. It's just a matter of finding someone. Whether or not we encounter bandits is uncertain. And even if we do, we might not cross paths. Thus, after a brief discussion, the group set off in full force towards Ming Temple. their spirits high and anticipation palpable. Chapter 49. Unworthy of her, the carriage of Sheng Zhiwan had arrived at the South City Gate. As Ji was about to produce the official token of the Duke's residence, a faint call echoed from afar. Hearing the sound, Sheng Zhiwan smiled and remarked, "I find myself somewhat yearning for the taste of osmanthus cake. Ji, do procure some for me." Huh? Ji was taken aback. "If the princess had informed me earlier, I would have prepared some for you. Who knows if the ones sold outside are clean?" As she spoke, she descended from the carriage, but after a considerable time, she had yet to return. Seeing the inspection team approaching the gate, Ting Lan peered outside. Observing her anxiousness, Sheng Zhiwan suggested, "You may go and check." Ting Lan complied and hurriedly exited the carriage, just as the gate officer arrived to inspect Sheng Zhiwan's carriage, allowing the two to return together. With the official token in hand, the gate officer naturally did not impose any difficulties, and after a courteous salute, they were permitted to exit the city. The carriage rolled smoothly through the city gates. The autumn air was crisp and clear, and ever since her marriage into the Duke of Qi's residence, Sheng Zhiwan had not ventured outside the city for quite some time. Furthermore, in her past life, for the last 3 years leading up to her death, she had been bedridden, unable to leave the Duke's residence. Now, stepping outside, she felt as though her very breath had become lighter. The scent of autumn harvest wafted in the breeze, and she could hear the cheerful chatter of farmers. Before long, the two carriages entered a secluded official road, where human presence dwindled and the open fields were replaced by towering dense forests. "Madam, there's a tea shop ahead. Shall we rest and refresh ourselves before continuing our journey?" came the voice of the driver through the curtain. "Very well," Sheng Zhiwan replied. When the carriage came to a halt, and Ji and Ting Lan leapt down, one lifting the curtain while the other extended a hand to assist her in dismounting. Just as Sheng Zhiwan's feet touched the ground, and before she could approach the tea shop, the sound of hooves thundered from afar. A smile played on her lips. "Shang Heir, is that not a carriage from the Duke's residence?" Yi Rong pulled the reins, pointing ahead. "Indeed, it appears so. Should we not go and greet them?" "Let us refrain. I have no desire to encounter Qi Shuxian," Yi Rong scoffed. "I have grown weary of hearing his name these days. It's not as if I am saying anything, having a legitimate wife, yet causing such a ruckus. He is hardly a man in my eyes." "Ha! You may wish to see Qi Shixi, yet it is not guaranteed you shall, for he is now of rank and must attend morning court. Unlike us, who have nothing to do, he is unlikely to be found here," Pei Yuan remarked. Yi Rong scratched his head. "Very well, then let us go and exchange pleasantries." Having made their decision, the group rode closer to the tea shop. As they neared, Yi Rong was momentarily dazzled by a slender figure. "Is that Princess Qingming?" The woman stood delicate yet poised, her crescent-shaped brows and shimmering eyes, complemented by a straight, elegant nose and crimson lips, rendered her strikingly beautiful, so much so that even her plain attire seemed to radiate an air of grandeur. Perhaps alerted by the sound of hooves, she inadvertently glanced in their direction. Pei Yuan instinctively clasped his chest, murmuring, "I cannot fathom what sort of beauty Meng Jianyang possesses." Shang Heir, Yida, Pei Gongzi. Sheng Zhiwan's gaze swept over them. Today, Shang Xingyu was clad in a fitted outfit, his long legs encased in tightly laced black boots, his upper body straight and upright. Due to the sunlight behind him, his expression remained obscured, yet the intensity of his gaze was palpable, causing Sheng Zhiwan's long lashes to quiver involuntarily as she turned her attention away. The others were evidently taken aback that Sheng Zhiwan recognized them. Even Shang Heir and Yi Rong were not as surprising as the fact that she even acknowledged Zhou Yuzheng, whose father was merely a fourth-rank assistant minister. The group promptly dismounted to pay their respects. Upon learning that Sheng Zhiwan was heading to Qiaoming Temple, Yi Rong exclaimed, "What a coincidence! We are also on our way to Qiaoming Temple. Is that so?" Sheng Zhiwan smiled warmly, suggesting, "Then why not travel together? It would spare us from any unforeseen encounters along the way." Yi Rong, momentarily enchanted by her smile, nodded in agreement without a second thought. After a brief respite, the two parties resumed their journey. However, after about half an hour, Yi Rong began to regret his decision. "Alas, had I known, I would not have agreed to travel together. How long shall we meander like this?" Ye Rong lamented. Pei Yuan shot him a glance. Who compelled you to agree? Didn't you all remain silent? Yi Rong jabbed at the others. Shang Heir, what are you staring at? Shang Xingyu withdrew his gaze from the carriage and remarked. I was pondering how the Duke's carriage seems somewhat unworthy of the princess. Yi Rong's mouth twitched. What do you mean? Pei Yuan too? Seemed perplexed by Shang Xingyu's words. Are not all carriages similar? If I were the princess's husband, I would personally craft a carriage befitting her, allowing her to recline in regal splendor enough. Do be quiet, Yi Rong glared at him. Such words should not be spoken lightly. What is there to fear? After all, only you all have heard it. Shang Xingyu chuckled nonchalantly, as though his previous words were merely spoken in jest. Chapter 50. An encounter after traveling for over an hour. Several young rakes could hardly contain themselves, ready to suggest parting ways. Just as they were about to act, the sedan in front suddenly jolted violently. Almost immediately, 4 or 5 dozen masked figures emerged unexpectedly from the surrounding trees and dense forest. Each of these individuals was tall and robust, their exposed upper faces marked by fierce expressions, brandishing glimmering long knives. Yi Rong was momentarily stunned, forgetting to react. What in the world is happening? Shang Xingyu narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, he too appeared bewildered. It seems we are encountering robbers? Do they dare to rob us? Have these people lost their minds? Yi Rong widened his eyes, not waiting for Shang Xingyu's reply before stepping forward brazenly. Hey, you scoundrels. Do you know who is sitting in the sedan? How dare you? Before he could finish his sentence, over 20 men charged toward the carriage where Sheng Zhiwan was seated. In the blink of an eye, the guards of the Duke's residence engaged in a fierce battle with them. Each strike was lethal, and Yi Rong noticed a guard responsible for driving the carriage being slashed in the leg, blood gushing forth profusely. The heavy scent of blood wafted into the carriage. What is happening? Sheng Zhiwan reached out to part the curtain for a better view. Young lady, please retreat. Zhang De, ignoring his wounded leg, shouted upon seeing her emerge. The man he was fighting, marked by a scar running down to his eye, became enraged at the shout and raised his knife to strike down. But Zhang De rolled away just in time. However, the others, especially Yi Rong and the other young rakes, were not as quick to react. Although they were young masters skilled in various arts of combat, they had only ever sparred with guards or servants, none bold enough to fight seriously. Thus, they were completely unaware of their own capabilities. Now faced with true bandits, they lacked even the courage to fight back, relying solely on the protection of the guards. Yet, having grown accustomed to their reckless behavior in the capital, the guards had long forgotten the need to hone their skills in mere moments. Several of them were felled by the relentless attackers. Perhaps it was Yi Rong's earlier shout that had drawn ire. As soon as one of the guards fell, 2 bandits approached him wielding their long knives. The blade glimmered ominously, closing in with every second. Instinctively, Yi Rong raised his arm and shut his eyes. Stop! At that moment, a woman's voice rang out sharply as Sheng Zhiwan pressed a dagger to her own neck. In her previous life, Zhang De and the others had died for her. This time, she would not allow anyone to repeat that fate. Isn't your target me? They are merely bystanders. If you let them go, along with these servants, I will come with you. Otherwise, I would rather die than fall into your hands. The bandits paused, astonished, glancing at Sheng Zhiwan. Young lady, Zhang Da's eyes widened. As a servant, he never imagined that his life would one day require protection from his mistress, especially one he had barely met. A surge of warmth and indignation filled his heart. The others, including Yi Rong, were equally taken aback. As the most prominent young masters in the capital, they were used to instilling fear in others, but now they were being shielded by a woman. Yi Rong's eyes bulged in disbelief, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. How could this be? Before he could voice his thoughts, Shang Xingyu gave him a hard kick and clasped his fist towards the bandits, pleading, brothers, have mercy and let us go. We will never speak of this incident. Why should we trust you? The lead bandit retorted sharply. Shang Xingyu, with a carefree smile, replied, Isn't it obvious? You know who you are attempting to abduct, right? We all wish to live. We cannot possibly divulge having witnessed her abduction, or we would be signing our own death warrants. There seemed to be some merit to his words. The lead bandit hesitated for a moment, And Shang Xingyu continued, "You should be unaware of our identities. I am Shang Xingyu, son of the Grand General of the kingdom. This is Yi Rong, the sole heir of the Minister of Revenue. And this is Pei Yuan, the legitimate son of the Grand General of Huaihua. If you harm us, you will invite no small trouble upon yourselves. Why must you pursue total annihilation? Coward!" Zhang De exclaimed in indignation. Yi Rong and Pei Yuan were clearly taken aback by Shang Xingyu's bold declaration. This was not the Shang they knew. He would never act so unprincipled. Surely, there was a hidden agenda. The bandits were equally surprised by the complicated backgrounds of their targets. The atmosphere around them seemed to thicken. The lead bandit glanced at Shang Xingyu, then at Sheng Zhiwan, who held the dagger to her neck, and could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Damn, she truly is a stunning beauty, even in such dire circumstances. She is willing to use herself as leverage to spare these scoundrels. Chapter 51. Do you consider her a benefactor? Sheng Zhiwan remained unmoved. It's not just them. They're my guards as well. Ha. Fine. Seeing how loyal this beauty is, why not let this bunch of cowards go? The man waved his hand, and reluctantly, the others pushed away those they had subdued. Zhang De, clutching his leg, fell to the ground, cursing himself for his laziness in training. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so easily defeated. Why are you still dawdling? With your frail limbs, are you waiting to accompany me to the grave? Sheng Zhiwan cast a glance at Zhang De and the others. Zhang De gritted his teeth, realizing the truth in the words of the Lady of the Air. At this point, he could not rely on a bunch of dandy merchants for salvation. It was likely that, to keep things secret, those people would eliminate them. They could only survive to relay the news back, to find the heir and rescue the Lady of the Air. Zhang De turned to leave, and the other guards, with red eyes, followed suit. And Jilan jumped down from the carriage, intending to leave as well. But before they could take a step, the leading man barked. "The women stay. Damn it. My brothers are all waiting to be grooms. If you all leave, there won't be enough for your master. Ha. The lewd smile sent a shiver down in Jilan's spine. The scar-faced man laughed heartily and pulled her in front of him. "Boss, this little beauty is quite the catch. Can I have her first?" "Do as you wish," the leader said dismissively, kicking the still-lying Yi Rong. "You brat. Why aren't you scramming?" Scram. We're leaving now." Shang Hongyu dragged Yi Rong away, several of them limping and stumbling under the assistance of the guards. Sheng Zhiwan's gaze fell on the retreating figures of Zhang De and the others. Thankfully, though injured, it wasn't as dire as in her past life. She recalled how in her previous life, Zhang De held onto the leg of the scar-faced man, bloodied and gasping, urging her to run. Her fingers tightened in her sleeve, and only when the figures disappeared did she drop her dagger with a clatter. She certainly did not believe that those people would spare Zhang De and the others. However, once they departed, someone would come to their aid, and the one sent to eliminate them would be silently dealt with and replaced. Suppressing her disgust, Sheng Zhiwan allowed the men to gag her and bind her hands and feet tightly. And Jilan was no exception. The group was thrown back into the carriage, and Sheng Zhiwan's head struck the wall with a heavy thud, causing it to swell almost immediately. Yet, she remained silent, as if oblivious to the pain. As the carriage continued on its bumpy path for what felt like an eternity, the bindings rendered Sheng Zhiwan nearly senseless. At this moment, someone pulled back the curtain and yanked the three of them out with a rough rope. The sky had darkened, and the shadows of trees loomed heavily within the bandit hideout. The man standing before Sheng Zhiwan was unfamiliar to her, but she noticed he was missing an arm, causing her eyes to narrow. While she scrutinized him, Zhang De, who was also gazing at her, accustomed to the bloody battles of the battlefield. Zhang De, who had killed countless, and even the most ruthless bandit leader would avert his gaze when faced with his fierce presence. Yet now, he saw no fear in her eyes. The utter calmness made Zhang De squint slightly. After a moment, he sneered. "So you are the so-called Princess Qingning? Beautiful indeed, but your heart is cruel. You dare to harm even my benefactor. What does it matter if you're a princess? Here, you are just a plaything for the masses." As soon as he finished, the air was filled with crude laughter from those nearby. "Ha. We haven't had a princess yet. Look at her delicate skin. I wonder if a whip would make her beg like those noble women." Listening to the brazen remarks of the men before her, Sheng Zhiwan suddenly curled her lips into a smile. At that moment, a scream erupted, accompanied by the sound of steel plunging into flesh from behind. Zunda Gao Frozi, instinctively turning his head. Behind him lay bodies strewn about, and the two previously trembling maidservants now wielded weapons, causing one figure to scream and collapse. You. Zhang Dahu's words faltered as he felt something cold and sharp press against his throat. He swallowed hard, realizing, "Do you think you can escape after killing me? There are over 200 people in this hideout. Can you kill them all?" He thought he had lost his fear of death, but when it truly approached, his heart clenched tightly. "Are you Zhang Dahu?" Sheng Zhiwan ignored his words as Ji Lan cut the ropes binding her. Zhang Dahu was taken aback, clearly not expecting her to know his name. However, he was even more astonished by her next statement. "You regard Meng Yang as a benefactor and are willing to kill me for her. But little do you know, if it weren't for her, your brother wouldn't have died, and you wouldn't be the half-wrecked man you are today." The curve of her lips was laced with sarcasm. Zhang Dahu froze in place, bewildered by her implication. What did she mean? Chapter 52. Do you still wish to live? Sheng Zhiwan ceased her words and stepped outside, where chaos had already erupted throughout the mountain stronghold. Aside from Ji and Tinglan, the bandits originally dispatched to ambush Zhang Da and his companions had been quietly replaced and infiltrated. Merely the three of them were insufficient to confront over 200 foes. Yet, what if those 200 bandits were under the influence of a drug? Perhaps today they had feasted upon a plump sheep, reveling in their merriment. Their eyes glazed over in intoxication, resembling the sheep stripped of its skin, awaiting the fire. From a distance, Sheng Zhiwan mused that even a few rascals could be managed, especially with the assistance of the merchant Hang in the midst. With that thought, she turned her attention back to Zhang Dahu and inquired, "Where are the mother and child you abducted yesterday?" Zhang Dahu's eyes flickered. The moment he spoke, a sharp pain pierced his neck. In an instant, he experienced torment more agonizing than the loss of an arm. His muscles convulsed uncontrollably, his eyes bulging as if they might leap from their sockets. Only when a delicate finger withdrew the silver needle from his neck did he come to life like a fish out of water, though the tremors in his muscles served as a haunting reminder of his previous agony. Ji and Tinglan fixed their gaze on Sheng Zhiwan, with Ji's lips moving in astonishment, as if she wished to speak but remained silent. Unperturbed, Sheng Zhiwan softly reiterated her question. "Where are the mother and child you abducted yesterday?" I don't," Zhang Dahu stammered, but at the sight of Sheng Zhiwan's almost amused expression as she twirled the silver needle, he trembled and pointed in a direction. They are over there." Following his direction, Sheng Zhiwan discovered a hidden cellar. Upon opening it, a foul stench wafted out. The darkness within obscured the scene, prompting Sheng Zhiwan to instruct Ji to bring a torch. Once illuminated, her footsteps halted abruptly. In the damp, shadowy cellar lay over 20 emaciated girls huddled together. The eldest appeared to be in her 20s, while the youngest seemed barely 10. Among the gaunt faces, Sheng Zhiwan instantly recognized two familiar ones. The woman clutching a child had disheveled hair and tattered clothing, her once elegant attire now in tatters. She stared vacantly at a spot on the ground, unable to discern whether she was alive or dead. Sheng Zhiwan pressed her lips together and instructed Ji to escort the others outside. Soon, only Sheng Zhiwan remained with the mother and child. Madame Han. Sheng Zhiwan approached slowly. Upon hearing her name, the woman finally reacted, lowering her head in shame. Unwilling to meet Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's gaze, Sheng Zhiwan reached for the child in her arms. At that moment, the woman suddenly lunged toward the wall, but Tinglan swiftly caught her. Despite being restrained, the woman continued to struggle, repeatedly banging her head against the ground. After a moment of silence, Sheng Zhiwan withdrew her hand, tossing the feverish child onto the filthy floor. "He has a high fever. If you wish to die, take him with you. After all, he is the only grandson of the Grand General Han, the sole bloodline of General Han in this world. If you do not rally, you will be left an orphan. Why prolong this? Perhaps it is better for your family to reunite underground." With that, Sheng Zhiwan turned to leave, her footsteps echoing on the stone steps. Just then, the woman, who had been seeking death, rushed in front of her, her lifeless eyes fixed intently on Sheng Zhiwan without a word. Unmoved, Sheng Zhiwan replied, "You die. He dies. You live. He lives. Do you still wish to live?" The woman's lips quivered. She did not want to live. The events of the previous night felt like a nightmare, shattering everything she held dear, wishing she could die at this very moment. "If the palace knows, then you may die. Your son can remain here to honor you." Sheng Zhiwan tore her hand away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps until she was almost out of the cellar. A hoarse voice finally broke through the silence from behind. "I want to live. Please, save him." Sheng Zhiwan paused. Meanwhile, the dark forest concealed several lurking figures. "Are we really going?" Zhou Yuzheng clutched the reins tightly, astonished by the turn of events. Initially, it was merely a group of rascals causing trouble in search of someone, and they happened upon Princess Qingning, but encountering bandits was entirely unforeseen. While the bandits were fearsome, they ultimately released them. Yet, what was the meaning of stealthily trailing the bandits to their lair? Moreover, they were a group celebrating with drinks? Under ordinary circumstances, he should be comfortably reclining on a soft bed, perhaps indulging in a fragrant petal bath, enjoying the tender care of Sister Muxiang. He certainly should not be here. Should we leave first and inform our father? Chapter 53. Murder, dare you? Yi Rong, who had always been fearless, was unnerved by the recent events. There are even more people than before. What kind of foolish idea did you come up with, Heir? We couldn't win before. Do you think we can now? Just by looking, there are nearly 100 people here. What difference is this from walking into a trap? Yu Zheng was right. Perhaps we should leave quickly. Chen Baojing nervously rubbed his arms. Shang Xingyu raised an eyebrow. "I thought these people were so audacious, even daring to rob a princess. Perhaps Han Mingrue and his mother have also been captured. A man should know when to bend and when to stand firm. We can feign surrender and secretly look for an opportunity to rescue them. After all, Han Mingrue is the sole heir of the National General and Amp, Appo's, Mansion, and Princess Qingning. She was taken because of us. Can you bear to see her fall into their hands? Moreover, do not forget that the guards from a National Duke's mansion are still alive. If they return to report, and something happens to Princess Qingning, can the Emperor and the National Duke's mansion spare us? Not only would we bear the disgrace, but our families would also suffer." As he spoke, the few who had intended to leave suddenly froze in their tracks. The prospect of tremendous merit was right before them. If they left now, would that not be tantamount to giving up? Furthermore, they considered the notion of holding daggers to the necks of the bandits, demanding the release of the captured women. Their feet simply would not move. "Hey, look at that person. They seem drunk." Shang Xingyu suddenly pointed at an individual. "That one too, swaying all over," Yi Rong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. However, as he did so, he was immediately pulled back by Shang Xingyu, who whispered, "Lower your voice." "I just forgot." Yi Rong grinned. "You are right, Heir. I cannot be a coward. This is clearly an opportunity. While they are inebriated, we can rescue Princess Qingning, Han Mingrue, and his mother. Indeed, my father has always said to strike when the iron is hot. This is a splendid chance," Chen Baojing added. "Shang Xingyu, shall we go?" Yi Rong could hardly contain his excitement, casting a glance at Shang Xingyu. Here, they held greater authority than the others, who typically followed their lead. "Let us go." Shang Xingyu awaited this affirmation. However, he swiftly changed his tone, scanning the eager faces of the young men, and suddenly asked, "Are you willing to kill?" "Kill?" Zhou Yuzheng was taken aback. The others exchanged glances, although they often engaged in mischief and petty crimes. The most outrageous they had done was to tease the courtesans and occasionally beat up those they disliked. But murder, they had never done that. The group stared blankly at Shang Xingyu. He smirked coldly. "These are mountain bandits. If it weren't for Princess Qingning offering herself as a hostage, none of us would have escaped. Don't say I didn't warn you. Once we engage, it's either you die or they do. If you dare, then come. If you don't, better return home and console your parents. It's merely killing. Slaying these bandits will earn us merit. The more you kill, the more glory you will gain. Today I, Shang Xingyu, shall claim this merit." With that, he was the first to charge forward. Yi Rong was still absorbed in his words until Shang Xingyu stealthily approached a lone bandit and struck him fatally in the back. "Ah!" Zhou Yuzheng gasped, covering his eyes. Yi Rong could not help but widen his eyes, swallowing hard. Damn it, Shang Heir is indeed a real man. I cannot be a coward. I must rescue Princess Qingning. Here I go, Yi Rong declared, beckoning his own guards as he strode out boldly. Moments later, he appeared behind Shang Xingyu. He mimicked Shang Xingyu's stealthy approach, moving toward a bandit, gripping his neck, but his hand trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, why won't my hand obey? As the bandit turned to face him, Yi Rong's heart nearly leaped from his throat. Thud! Young master, are you all right? Came a worried voice from his guard. The blade pierced the skin, and the metallic scent of blood splattered onto Yi Rong's eyelids. Instinctively, he shut his eyes. Yet at that moment, a hand reeking of alcohol reached from behind him. Almost instinctively, he thrust the knife forward. Dead. Someone's dead. A muffled scream shattered the night. Immediately, everyone sobered up. Yi Rong gritted his teeth, pulling the knife free. The blood that followed splattered across his face, warm and salty. Is this what it means to kill? With a swift motion, Yi Rong recognized the man as the brute who had kicked him earlier that afternoon. Now, with a single stroke, he lay lifeless on the ground, like a discarded dog, eyes wide open in death. It turned out that killing was not as difficult as he had imagined. This group of mountain bandits, even when intoxicated, was not as formidable as he had thought. Yi Rong suddenly recalled the scenes he had seen of chickens and ducks being slaughtered. Damn it! How dare you insolent fools kick me? Chapter 54. When the wine glass shattered, Yi Rong's eyes turned crimson as the wine glass shattered. He brandished a knife, swiftly piercing through several bandits charging towards him. Come on, 1 for 1 and 2 for 2. The scene before him was vividly etched in the minds of the other young masters, leaving Pei Wyan in a state of shock. Witnessing Yi Rong and Shang Xingyu effortlessly wreak havoc among the bandits, he could no longer contain himself. Let us do it. What is the fuss about killing? 1 brings glory, 2 inscribe our names in the family tree, and the more we slay, the greater our merit. Tonight, let us wipe out all these bandits and show those who look down upon us what we are capable of. So what if we are young masters? We've lived our lives in luxury, but now an opportunity for achievement lies before us. If we don't seize it now, when will we? Besides, look at those bandits. They lack any fighting spirit. Thus, one after another, several young masters rushed out, eager to claim their share of glory. The vast stronghold erupted in a cacophony of battle cries. The young masters surged forth like wolves among sheep, while the dazed bandits, confused and disoriented, raised their weapons without knowing whom to strike. In a short time, the ground was littered with corpses, blood soaking the earth. Eventually, the bandits began to turn on one another. Shang Heir, what are they doing? Had they gone mad? Even as dismembered limbs flew, Yi Rong's nerves surged with excitement. If not for a thread of rationality holding him back, he would have charged in to finish them all off. Were these the fierce bandits they had encountered earlier? Was the power of wine truly so great? Surely, they must have lost their minds. Shang Xingyu shook his head. I don't know, perhaps it's infighting. Let us not dwell on that. Aren't we supposed to find Princess Qingning and Han Mingrue, right? Yi Rong exclaimed. The princess saved us. It's our turn to save her. Shang Xingyu's expression momentarily turned peculiar at his words. The group maneuvered around the self-destructing bandits. It was unclear who knocked over the torch, but soon a sea of flames ignited. Amidst the chaos, a slender figure emerged against the backdrop of the fire atop the mountain. The flickering flames cast a golden hue upon her skirt. Several young masters, intoxicated with adrenaline, stood frozen in place until Zhou Yujing exclaimed in disbelief, "Is that Princess Qingning?" The others snapped back to reality. It truly was Princess Qingning. But how could she be here? Wasn't she supposed to be waiting for their rescue in a pitiful state? How could she appear so unscathed? Before long, they noticed those accompanying her. At that moment, Madame Han had changed into a different outfit, her hair slightly disheveled, cradling Han Mingrue in her arms, while Ting Lan supported her. Is that not Madame Han and Han Mingrue? Zhou Yujing's heart sank in disappointment as he recognized the figure on AIG's back. It was one thing that the princess did not require their rescue, but to think that Han Mingrue and his mother had also been saved by her, watching their hard-won glory snatched away by others, the feeling was unbearable. just as Zhou Yuzhing was still reeling from the loss of his anticipated accolades. A swaying figure suddenly appeared behind Sheng Zhiwan. There, as someone. Before Yi Rong could finish his sentence, a blade flashed past him. The swaying figure abruptly halted, bending down to inspect his chest, where a gleaming long knife pierced through. Where had the knife come from? He didn't have a moment to look before he collapsed towards Sheng Zhiwan. Yi Rong's eyes widened at the scene, glancing at Sheng Heir, who appeared equally stunned. Damn, Sheng Heir, are you that formidable? I forgot it was a knife I snatched, he muttered. A wine glass? That makes sense. Sheng Heir has always been accurate with his throws, but can he throw a knife like a wine glass? Sheng Zhiwan's gaze flickered across Shang Xingyu's face. His youthful features pale and handsome, illuminated by the firelight with an enigmatic charm, especially with the droplets of blood splattered across his visage. He exuded an alluring mystery that beckoned exploration. Yet, she only cast a fleeting glance before her attention shifted back to the others. I knew you gentlemen would not be heartless. Now, I see you all have disregarded your lives to rescue me, Madame Han and young Master Han. Regardless of what happens, the Duke's mansion and the General's residence will remember this act of salvation tonight, and I shall personally express my gratitude in due course. As Sheng Zhiwan spoke, her strained back suddenly buckled forward. The other young masters were still processing her words when Shang Xingyu's eyes widened in alarm. In that brief moment, as Sheng Zhiwan fell, he swiftly caught her slender waist, feeling the sticky warmth of blood on his hands. His expression darkened, and he hoarsely asked, "Is the princess injured?" Tinglan, supporting Madame Han, lowered her head in shame, unable to meet his gaze. "It's nothing, merely a surface wound." As she spoke, Sheng Zhiwan mustered her strength to pry his hand away, taking a deep breath to steady herself. Shang Xingyu observed her straightened back, retracting his fingers yet gripping tightly the bloodied remnants. These people, both spoke simultaneously, leading to a brief pause from Shang Xingyu. Sheng Zhiwan continued, "These individuals plundered the common folk, humiliated women, and slaughtered innocent civilians and wealthy merchants. They even dared to rob my carriage. Tonight, while they indulge in revelry." She paused, narrowing her eyes. "I implore you all to slay them without mercy, leaving no survivors." Chapter 55. Let him witness it. As her words fell, Madame Han behind her trembled violently, looking at her in disbelief. However, Sheng Zhiwan seemed oblivious. "They were all killed?" Yi Rong's eyes widened in shock. Shang Hongyu remarked, "A snake will strike wildly, a tiger will surely harm. Once these ruthless villains awaken, escape may prove impossible. Even if we wish to leave one alive, with our current numbers, it is unfeasible." In light of this, Yi Rong scoffed, "Since so many had already perished, or a few more, to kill one is a crime. To kill thousands is to be heroic. Today, those whom you have slaughtered are all heinous criminals deserving death. To slay one is to be heroic, and if we can eradicate them all, we shall be heroes among heroes." Sheng Zhiwan's expression of unwavering trust ignited an unprecedented fervor within Yi Rong and the others. However, it was unnecessary for them to engage fully. The bandits, for reasons unknown, were now embroiled in chaos. By the time they decided to act, over 100 had already fallen, with the remaining ones all injured. Thus, with little effort, the impetuous young men, fueled by the adrenaline of victory, dispatched the remaining bandits with ease. Tinglan assisted Madame Han into Sheng Zhiwan's carriage, the thick stench of blood wafting from outside, yet she trembled with excitement. "They are dead, all dead, all dead," Madame Han murmured. Sheng Zhiwan frowned and instructed Tinglan to place Han Mingrue into another carriage. Initially reluctant, Madame Han eventually loosened her grip on her son upon meeting Sheng Zhiwan's gaze. Inside the carriage, only Sheng Zhiwan and Madame Han remained. Their eyes locked. Madame Han's lips moved as if to speak, but no words emerged. Sheng Zhiwan gazed steadily at her. "The women who were saved do not know your identity. The events that transpired here are known only to you and me. As long as you keep it to yourself, no one else shall know. General Han is dead, the only bloodline he left behind. Can you bear to deprive him of a mother's love?" This statement struck a chord in Madame Han's heart. Her slender fingers clutched her chest tightly. After a long pause, she suddenly knelt before Sheng Zhiwan, her forehead nearly touching the ground, but was lifted by another hand. Sheng Zhiwan's expression was complicated. Had she acted sooner to eliminate these bandits, perhaps this woman would not have suffered such torment. Yet there are no what-ifs. She had no regrets about her decision, but she could not accept this vow of submission. Return and raise your child well. The Sheng nation has already burdened the Han family enough. As Sheng Zhiwan finished speaking, Madame Han could no longer contain her tears and began to sob softly. Sheng Zhiwan offered no further comfort. The wounds on her back left her feeling weak. With the knowledge that Shang Hongyu was outside, her tensed heartstrings relaxed involuntarily, and she leaned against the cushioned seat, drifting into a light slumber. Madame Han joined Han Mingrue in another carriage, while Ting Lan applied some medicine and bandaged Sheng Zhiwan's wounds. In her drowsiness, Sheng Zhiwan failed to register the bumps, instead feeling as if she were enveloped in a fragrant incense. The howling wind from outside blew in, prompting her to instinctively curl deeper into the comforting aroma. Dawn was approaching. Meanwhile, a fully armed squad of soldiers had finally located the bandits' lair, led by Qi Shuxian. His armor gleamed coldly in the firelight, accentuating his striking features. He had intended to spend the night at Meng Yang's residence, had it not been for Zhang De and others, who had been kneeling outside for most of the night with injured legs while recounting their encounter with the bandits and the inaction of Shang Hongyu and the others. He would have remained unaware that Sheng Zhiwan had fallen into the hands of the mountain bandits. Moreover, he could not fathom that the shadow guard he sent to follow Sheng Zhiwan had been knocked out and discarded in an alley. By then, it had been well over half the night since Sheng Zhiwan's abduction. Qi Shuxian could scarcely imagine the horrors she might have faced alone, as those mountain bandits would not spare her simply because of her royal status, especially given her beauty. The more he thought about it, the more his expression darkened. He disregarded the cold poison coursing through his body and forced himself to rise from the bed. Meng Yang, unwilling to see him in such agony while he sought to rescue Sheng Zhiwan, swallowed her reluctance when their eyes met, her tear-filled gaze filled with concern. "My lord, you must return safely. Meng Yang will always be here waiting for you." Qi Shuxian did not respond, hastily exiting the courtyard. The moment he left, the tears in Meng Yang's eyes vanished without a trace. Sheng Zhiwan, after a night had passed, she must have been toyed with by those men by now, right? No matter how noble or enchanting, without the means to defend herself, she was merely a plaything for the taking. A woman who has lost her virtue. What could she possibly return to? Perhaps it was better for the young lord to witness the scene of her being overwhelmed by countless men. With this thought, Meng Yang cooed an amp. Oppos, T helped but stifle a laugh, covering her mouth delicately. Chapter 56. Why do this? Qi Shuxian, having experienced the battlefield, possessed knowledge of tracking. Upon arriving at the scene, he meticulously pursued the trail left by the wheel marks and eventually discovered the stronghold of the mountain bandits. However, to his dismay, he was met with a scene of carnage and destruction, where blood and flames engulfed the sky. The once mighty den of bandits lay in ruins, reduced to mere debris, with countless severed limbs scattered across the ground, creating a grotesque tableau. Qi Shuxian's expression darkened. Was there someone who had reached this place before him? He promptly commanded his subordinates to search the area inch by inch. Upon reporting back, it was revealed that 213 fresh corpses and over 80 ancient skeletons had been discovered. But were there any survivors? Qi Shuxian still clung to a flicker of hope, yet his subordinates shook their heads in response. Qi Shuxian closed his eyes, asking, "Were there any women among the fresh corpses?" The answer was negative. Instantly, the tension in his nerves eased slightly. Soon, the identities of the deceased were confirmed, the majority being wandering bandits who had somehow banded together into a formidable group. Logically, such a rabble might rob passing merchants, but they had audaciously targeted the nobility and royalty. Though the disappearances of Madame Han and Han Mingrue might not be connected to these bandits, the case of Sheng Zhiwan was undeniably serious. According to the guards, this group must have known Sheng Zhiwan's identity before making their move. Realizing this, Qi Shuxian clenched his fists, insisting, "Continue the search. We must find the princess, no matter what it takes." "Yes." The soldiers immediately dispersed to comb the area. Qi Shuxian remained unaware of who had reached this place before him, annihilating the bandits and leaving nothing but ashes of their stronghold. At this moment, he cared little about that. All he wanted to know was Sheng Zhiwan's whereabouts and whether she was alive or dead. Regrettably, as dawn broke and the entire mountain was scoured inch by inch, his men still had no news of Sheng Zhiwan. She was awakened by faint sounds of weeping and, as she opened her eyes, found herself staring into two swollen eyes resembling walnuts. Tinglan? Wow, the princess is awake. You have finally awakened. Tinglan wiped her tears, unable to stem the flow. Princess, does it still hurt? How could you take such a risk alone? It's all my fault. If I had been more capable, you wouldn't oppose to have sent me away. The more Tinglan thought, the sadder she became. Earlier, when they had gone to buy osmanthus cakes, she and Anji had been knocked unconscious and replaced by the people from the merchant shop. The Anji and Tinglan that followed were merely impersonators. All right, let the princess have some water. Anji brought over a cup of perfectly warm tea. Compared to Tinglan, she had always been more composed. She understood that the princess had her own plans and was acting to protect both herself and Tinglan. However, as she watched Sheng Zhiwan drink the tea, she suddenly spoke up. Princess, I wish to learn martial arts from Miss Xiuhua. Xiuhua was the woman who was impersonating Anji. Sheng Zhiwan was taken aback, about to respond when another Anji quietly entered the room. Is the princess awake? Yes. It was just the right time to change the dressing. I have come to tend to the princess. As Xiuhua approached, Sheng Zhiwan recognized the porcelain bottle in her hand. The golden wound healing ointment? Sheng Zhiwan's eyes narrowed. Xiuhua was surprised. How does the princess know? Let me see it. Sheng Zhiwan took the porcelain bottle, running her fingers along the bottom. Indeed, there was a faint crack. Where did you get this medicine? Xiuhua hesitated before answering. It was purchased by the master from the Rare Treasures Pavilion not long ago. Sheng Zhiwan thought to herself. So he used her medicine to auction for money. Qi Shuxian is indeed cunning. Where is your master? Sheng Zhiwan, having been injured in the back, felt her clothing slip down, causing Tinglan's eyes to redden again. However, she stifled her tears to avoid interrupting the dressing. The master is next door. After I finish changing the princess and Appo's dressing, he will come to see you. Sheng Zhiwan fell silent, allowing Xiuhua to finish the dressing before asking Tinglan and Xiuhua to wait outside. Both remained unaware of the true identity of the merchant, who entered the room wearing a ghost mask. He first feigned indifference as his gaze lingered momentarily on Sheng Zhiwan's back before shifting to her somewhat pale face, his long fingers lightly stroking. How did you get injured? It's just a minor accident, Sheng Zhiwan replied, more concerned about another matter. How long have I been unconscious? Not long, just over 6 hours. What is the situation outside? This morning, you were kidnapped by the mountain bandits, and news of your disappearance spread overnight, whispered by those with ill intentions. As the merchant spoke, his eyes behind the mask suddenly darkened, revealing a profound depth. With the current tale of Meng Jianyang, you cannot possibly be unaware of the consequences. Why then do you choose to act this way? He was bewildered. No one understood how much Sheng Zhiwan cared for Qi Shuxian better than he did. For Qi Shuxian, she would willingly sacrifice her wings and break her pride. Yet now, she risked creating a rift between them. Or perhaps, her trust in Qi Shuxian had reached such heights that she believed he would always trust her unconditionally, no matter the circumstances? Chapter 57. Grateful for Miss Meng's healing, Shang Xingyu felt a sudden discomfort in his heart. What? Sheng Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend why he would pose such a question. It's nothing. Shang Xingyu averted his gaze. When shall we meet the person the princess has brought back? Now, Sheng Zhiwan replied. The courtyard was modest, with only 2 courtyards, where the flowers and buildings appeared commonplace. However, descending the steps revealed a hidden dungeon beneath. Zhang Dehu was suspended upside down on a torture device, his only remaining arm firmly restrained, and a metal ball stuffed in his mouth to muffle his cries. Upon seeing Sheng Zhiwan enter, a glimmer of fear flashed in his eyes. He had witnessed the horrors of the mountain stronghold the previous night, and initially thought that since Sheng Zhiwan was merely a woman, even if she were a princess, her loss of purity would render her vulnerable. Even when he found himself captured by her, he dismissed it, thinking that the worst he would face would be a scar and death. Yet, he never anticipated that Sheng Zhiwan would be so merciless. Over 200 lives extinguished without a single survivor. No, there was still one survivor. But as the mastermind behind the abduction, he knew she would not spare him after slaughtering the others. While Sheng Zhiwan lay unconscious, Zhang Dehu had been alone in the dungeon, frightening himself as he stared at the torture devices. As she drew closer, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. "Remove the iron ball from his mouth," Sheng Zhiwan commanded. Shang Xingyu nodded, and the masked guards promptly complied. "Curse you, vile woman. A wicked woman indeed. You can kill over 200 people without a second thought. No wonder the Heir despises your kind." Zhang Dao gasped, his expression fierce and unhinged. Having spent years in the military, his foul language would typically offend anyone, especially someone like Sheng Zhiwan, who had grown up in privilege. He thought that if she became enraged, she might very well kill him with a single stroke, thus sparing him further torment. He could not fathom the dark sorcery she wielded, having previously inflicted excruciating pain upon him with just a needle. Zhang Dahu would rather die than endure such suffering again. His curses were relentless, drawing frowns from the two masked guards and an icy glare from Shang Xingyu, whose gaze pierced him like a sword. Yet, as the target of his insults, Sheng Zhiwan remained composed, her dark eyes fixed upon him. Suddenly, Zhang Dehu felt an unexplainable tremor in his heart, and the words he had prepared became lodged in his throat. "Are you done cursing?" Sheng Zhiwan raised an eyebrow. "Now that you've finished, let us discuss the poison known as the Qinji powder." What is Qinji powder? Zhang Dahu had never heard of such a name. Sheng Zhiwan smiled, producing a small vial and opening it. The familiar scent wafted out the moment the vial was uncorked, causing Zhang Dahu's pupils to quiver. The aroma was unforgettable. He could instantly discern it as the very scent from the arrows that had struck him and his brother in Tsangnan. Zhang Dahu instinctively recoiled in fear. "You wicked woman, what do you intend to do? You dare to harm a man of merit from the great battle of Tsangnan, even as a royal princess? You may have been a man of merit, but alas, you chose the wrong path," Sheng Zhiwan replied, surveying the surroundings before unhesitatingly pouring the powder upon him. "Are you mad? If you wish for my death, then do it swiftly." Zhang Dahu realized her intentions and began to struggle violently. However, Sheng Zhiwan seemed unfazed by his outcry. With a whip in hand, she struck through the air, leaving a shadow in its wake. Then, before Zhang Dahu's horrified gaze, crack! In an instant, he felt the whip tear through flesh and muscle. Yet this pain paled in comparison to the excruciating itch that followed, as if a plague of insects were ravaging his insides. "Kill me! Kill me!" Zhang Dahu and Apos' eyes bulged with blood. When one suffers to the utmost, the mind instinctively seeks to forget the pain. Thus, Zhang Dahu nearly forgot that even the agony of the silver needle from the previous day was but a fraction compared to this moment. "Vile woman, wicked witch, you deserve to die," he spat. "I should strip you bare." As the second lash fell, Zhang Dahu violently thrust his head backward against the torture rack. He would rather die. Moreover, Miss Ming had stated that the poison was incurable by current means. The only way to halt its spread was to sever the affected limb, else the toxin would consume him from the outside in, from skin to bone, ultimately damaging his internal organs, forcing him to witness his own decay in torment before death. His brother, Zhang Eru, had succumbed to such unbearable pain, rushing into enemy ranks to seek death. Yet he, fortunate to be rescued by Miss Ming, had survived only by sacrificing an arm. Chapter 58. The Poison of Qinji San. Yet now, Sheng Zhiwan was evidently incapable of saving herself. Her body was marred by lash marks. Even if she were to attempt rescue, could she sever her entire being? Her eyes were bloodshot, and her cries echoed pitifully. The entire dungeon reverberated with Zhang Dahu's anguish howls, yet Sheng Zhiwan remained unmoved. One lash, another lash, and yet another, until 30 lashes had been delivered. Zhang Dahu, aside from his intact face, was reduced to a bloodied figure, and only then did she cease. Zhang Dahu had long lost the strength to curse. He merely glared at her with bloodshot eyes. At that moment, Sheng Zhiwan took a step forward. Princess. Upon witnessing her advance, the guards instinctively sought to intervene, for none were more aware than they of the ferocity with which a dying man might retaliate. After all, Sheng Zhiwan was but a delicate woman. However, Shang Hanyu waved his hand, prompting the guards to withdraw. Sheng Zhiwan spoke. Do you believe your demise is inevitable? After all, this is Qinji-san. Did Meng Yang not inform you that there is no remedy for it? The sole method to survive after succumbing to Qinji-san. She paused, casting a derisive glance at Zhang Dahu and Appo's hollow sleeves, is to completely sever the poison part. Zhang Dahu and Appo's lips moved. What do you wish to convey? I merely wish to inform you that the death of Zhang Heir is an injustice. You are foolish enough to believe everything she says? Have you never inquired of other military physicians? Never doubted Meng Yang and Appo's words? No, that cannot be. Zhang Dahu protested. Miss Meng is exceedingly capable. She even managed to stitch and staunch the bleeding from my severed arm. How could she be inferior to those incompetent military doctors? Zhang Dahu refused to believe it. Surely this woman before him was attempting to sow discord between him and Miss Meng. She sought to compel him to betray her, but the more she persisted, the less likely he was to divulge anything. Abandon that thought. Capturing you was my own decision, unrelated to Miss Meng. You vile woman shall not drag her into this. He spat blood. Truly a fine dog raised by Meng Yang. Sheng Zhiwan regarded him with a mixture of pity and mockery. Qinji-san is essentially a toxin extracted from a plant known as the Qinji tree. As the Qinji tree only flourishes in the 6 tribes of Yanzhou throughout past wars. These tribes enhance the lethality of their weaponry by coating their arrows with a special concoction derived from Qinji-san. In previous encounters, the Shang kingdom had suffered greatly until over 20 years ago, when the father of Imperial Physician Song developed an antidote for the toxin of the Qinji tree and widely disseminated the formula. Every medical practitioner in Shang kingdom, even those who were not military physicians, knew how to counteract Qinji-san. But Meng Yang, perhaps due to her origins outside this realm, and her unfamiliarity with Shang kingdom's history, she was entirely oblivious when she first encountered Qinji-san, boldly declaring to all soldiers afflicted that the poison was insurmountable. Consequently, many soldiers who fell victim during the Battle of Tsangnan, seeing no hope for survival, chose to take their own lives. Zhang Heir was merely one among them. In her previous life, Sheng Zhiwan learned of this matter through Ruan. At that time, she had just been demoted to a commoner by her father and confined to her quarters, her health deteriorating. Ruan, in her efforts to restore her well-being, had somehow obtained a method and would secretly climb to the rooftop each night to pray for her. It was during this time that she inadvertently stumbled upon Meng Yang burning paper offerings and her scattered confessions. However, this revelation ignited a murderous intent within Meng Yang towards Ruan, ultimately leading to Ruan's brutal demise at the hands of Qi Fian. Sheng Zhiwan even suspected that Ruan's death was far from simple. Yet by that time, she was gravely ill and, until her last breath, could not uncover the truth behind it. If you do not believe me, then you shall try it for yourself. Sheng Zhiwan produced another square bottle. Distinct from the previous one, its cap a vivid red. She dissolved the powder within the bottle in water, then smiled, signaling the guards to pour the liquid over Zhang Dahu. Zhang Dahu had already been tormented to the brink of collapse by excruciating pain. Even so, he remained steadfast in his belief that a woman as kind as Miss Meng would never deceive him. Yet, when that basin of water was splashed upon him, a sharp sting coursed through him, and he froze. The pain, it was still there. However, the previous sensation of deep, bone-aching itching, the gnawing desire to perish, was indeed alleviated in that instant. Now, he could merely feel the pain of his flesh being lashed. How could this be? Zhang Dahu opened his mouth to speak, but was met only by the woman's scornful gaze. It cannot be. Zhang Dahu racked his brain, contemplating a possibility. You are a princess. It is no wonder you could procure the antidote. Yet, in such a dire circumstance, Miss Meng must have resorted to that singular method to spare our lives. Yes, it must be so. It has to be. Otherwise, what was the meaning of all he had done, or the death of Heir? Chapter 59. How should I treat your 2 legs? However, Sheng Zhiwan was not at all angered by his skepticism. In fact, she smiled with increasing derision. If that is the case, I shall grant you the opportunity to personally inquire at every pharmacy and even every medical stall. Ask them if those with even a rudimentary understanding of medicine carry the antidote for Qinji-san with them. Alternatively, you may consult your good brother Jiang Mang in the army and have him ask the current military doctors if there exists a cure for Qinji-san. No. How could this be? How can it be like this? Zhang Dao's temples throbbed, fully aware that he should not believe her. Yet Sheng Zhiwan's expression was so calm, so mocking, that he felt compelled to trust her. Fine. I will go ask personally. Zhang Dao spat out those words. Sheng Zhiwan curled her lips into a smirk. By the way, did you not think that Meng Yang was able to stop the bleeding and suture his severed arm, thus allowing you to survive? Everything comes at a price. You bound me, and I do not consider myself a benevolent person, especially since you severed your own arm, yet delight in employing the same tactics on other women. She had witnessed several young girls in the cellar who had lost their arms and bled to death. Now in her grasp, she lightly pointed her delicate finger at Zhang Dao's legs. What shall I do with these 2 legs of yours? Rest assured, I shall allow you to live, she said with a smile. Zhang Dao was terrified, believing he had misheard. How could one live without their legs? Even if he survived, he would be reduced to a mere worm. No, no. Zhang Dao shook his head desperately, pleading for mercy. However, Sheng Zhiwan turned to the guard beside her, who was equally dumbfounded and swallowing hard, reattached the iron ball to him. After all, severing his legs might be somewhat painful, and biting his tongue to end his life would be unfortunate. Why, yes, the guard voice trembled. Heavens! Everyone said that this princess of Qingning only understood love and compassion, even when she donated grain and medicine to the border. It was merely because she was revered by the people of Shanghua, and it was her due. Yet the woman before him, who could draw blood from a person with casual conversation and now spoke of severing legs with such nonchalance. Could this truly be the renowned princess of Qingning? Soon, Zhang Dao's mouth was filled again with the iron ball as Sheng Zhiwan retrieved a long knife from the rack nearby. Her fingers trembled slightly upon touching the hilt, yet her face revealed no trace of fear as she raised the blade. Just as she was about to bring it down, a large hand firmly grasped hers. Her slender arm faltered. Zhang Dao was heavy. Fearful breaths rendered the air in the dungeon stifling. Sheng Zhiwan turned her gaze to the man who had stopped her. Through the ghostly mask, she could not discern his expression, yet it inexplicably reminded her of a similar scene from her past life. It was the 3rd day after Ruan's death. Qi Fian had accused Ruan of stealing a golden pendant, which was then found in the possession of a courtesan, exchanged for silver at a pawn shop. But how could a courtesan possess something belonging to Qi Fian? Mr. Lin merely had to ask a few questions to discover that it was Qi Fian's husband, Lin Wenhui, who had given it away. Upon learning this news, Sheng Zhiwan felt her heart sear with anguish. She mustered all her strength to rise, stripped of all dignity, and dragged Qi Fian before her, raising her hand in a desperate attempt to stab her. Yet all her movements were restrained by a pair of large hands. It was Qi Shuxian looking at her with impatience and disdain. She is merely a picked-up child. As the eldest sister, how could you lay a hand on her? Sheng Zhiwan, I never expected you to be so malicious. With a sudden chill, Sheng Zhiwan's eyes clouded over with a frosty mist as she regarded the man before her. Her voice turning cold. What? Do you deem my methods malicious? Shang Xingyu paused at her words. Another hand gripped the long knife in Sheng Zhiwan's grasp. What is so malicious about it? Granting him a reprieve is already sufficiently merciful. I merely wish to relieve you of the burden of doing everything yourself. After all, I am here. Such bloody work as severing legs should be handled by a man. You, with your esteemed status, should merely direct from the sidelines. Shang Xingyu's voice carried a light laughter. Where would the princess like to cut? I shall not take a fraction more or less. His casual tone suggested they were discussing not the amputation of legs, but rather which plum blossom to pluck. Sheng Zhiwan's long eyelashes fluttered slightly as she pointed at Zhang Dao's legs. Very well. With a swift motion, the knife fell, Sheng Zhiwan perceived a flurry of blade shadows, and before she could comprehend, the fragrant hem of her garment blocked her view completely. When that hem finally descended, she beheld two severed legs lying on the ground. Chapter 60. If it can't return, Zhang Dahua was in such agony that his face contorted, blue veins almost bursting from the sides of his forehead. Yet, Sheng Zhiwan remained unfazed by the gruesome sight before her. Though she had never taken a life in her past existence, her studies in medicine and poison had exposed her to numerous bloody scenes. What troubled her was the faint scent of sandalwood that lingered in the air, reminiscent of the previous night. Lowering her gaze to collect her thoughts, she retrieved a medicinal concoction. Under her direction, the bleeding from Zhang Dahua's legs swiftly ceased, and the wounds were securely bandaged. Sheng Zhiwan exited the dungeon alongside Shang Xingyu. For the time being, Zhang Dahua would remain there until his condition stabilized, after which Shang Xingyu's men would release him. As for what he intended to do after ascertaining the nature of the poison from the Qinji San, or whether he would seek vengeance against Meng Yang, that was of no concern to her. The morning sunlight streamed in from behind, and as Sheng Zhiwan observed their two shadows standing side by side, she suddenly remarked, "Master Shang is quite generous to part with such a miraculous remedy as the golden wound healing ointment." Shang Xingyu paused momentarily. "It is rather ironic. That medicine originally belonged to the palace, yet it was auctioned off and has now returned to me through you. I wonder, how much silver did you spend to acquire it? Are you suggesting I should return it to you?" Shang Xingyu queried, astonished. "Not at all, Master Shang. I simply detest the notion of someone profiting from my belongings." Shang Xingyu scrutinized her closely. "What about young Master Qi?" "Certainly not." At her response, Shang Xingyu chuckled unexpectedly. Although his expression was obscured, Sheng Zhiwan sensed his delight. "Princess, do remember, the total cost of the medicine, including handling fees, amounts to 1,760 taels of silver. You must ensure to reclaim every last bit from young Master Qi." Sheng Zhiwan tilted her head to regard him. "You seem rather pleased." "Am I?" Shang Xingyu looked upwards. "Perhaps it is simply the pleasant weather uplifting my spirits." "The weather is indeed delightful. It is time for me to return," Sheng Zhiwan stated. At the Duke of Qi's residence, within the Wincy courtyard, Chuishi had not closed her eyes all night. Her concern was not for Sheng Zhiwan's safety. Rather, it was the realization that she had sent her to Chaoming Temple to make amends that left her restless, fearing repercussions from the Emperor and Empress Dowager. "Has the young master not yet returned?" she inquired of the matron once more. The matron shook her head, offering consolation. "Madam, do not fret excessively. The young master's wife is destined for good fortune and will surely return unscathed." Yet an entire night had passed. Chuishi, in her agitation, set down her tea. Even if he were to return, he would likely be a shadow of his former self. But what if he does not return? Suddenly, Chuishi's expression froze. Perhaps she had been overthinking. Upon further reflection, even if he did not return, what of it? Praying for her mother-in-law and fulfilling vows were duties every daughter-in-law ought to undertake. Sheng Zhiwan's misfortune at the hands of bandits was merely her own ill fate and could not be blamed on anyone else. Even if the Emperor and Empress Dowager were to punish her, all she would need to do was kneel and admit her fault. Surely, they would not go so far as to execute her for a mere princess. Besides, Sheng Zhiwan had been married to the Duke's residence for 2 years, and in that time, Chuishi had never seen her enter the palace nor received a summons from the palace. It seemed the Empress Dowager and Emperor had indeed grown distant due to her previous actions. Moreover, with Xu Xian being both scholarly and martial, having achieved great merit in the Battle of Cangnan, the court now sought younger generals. The Emperor would inevitably favor him, not allowing his wrath to fall upon Xu Xian for Sheng Zhiwan's sake. Conversely, should Sheng Zhiwan fail to return, all her dowry would belong to the Duke's residence. The thought of all that gold, silver, rare treasures, and extensive lands stirred a fervor within Chuishi and Appo's previously anxious countenance. "Madam, the young master has returned." At that moment, news arrived from outside. Chuishi inquired hastily, "Have you found Zhiwan?" The servant hesitated, thinking her concern lay with Sheng Zhiwan, before cautiously replying, "Madam, the young master's wife has not been seen." "That is good." Chuishi sighed in relief. just as Qi Shuxian strode in. In just one night, the once handsome and noble young man appeared aged by a decade, his eyes bloodshot, lips pale and cracked, and a stubbled chin. Cui Shi's heart ached for him, prompting her to instruct the maidservants to prepare water and meals. "Mother, there is no need for such fuss. I have merely returned to fetch Ao Yin, and then I shall depart." Ao Yin was a hunting falcon gifted to him by Sheng Zhiwan 4 years prior. Despite being an animal, it exhibited remarkable intelligence, adept at delivering messages, locating individuals, and hunting. Yesterday, in his haste, he had forgotten to bring it along. As Qi Shuxian spoke, he made to leave, but Cui Shi quickly stood up. "My son, I know you are worried for Zhiwan, but have you considered that she worries for you as well? If you exhaust yourself over her, would she truly wish for that? Take a moment to clean your face and eat something. It will not take long. Besides, do you wish for your mother to fret over you?" Cui Shi clutched her heart anxiously. Qi Shuxian's gaze fell upon the dark circles under her eyes. After a pause, he finally sat down. "Mother, you need not worry about my well-being. Please join me for a simple meal." "Very well," Cui Shi replied, her spirits lifted. As long as she could delay the moment, Sheng Zhiwan would remain in peril a moment longer. If she did not return, surely Shuxian would forget her in time. When that day came, she could find him a gentle and virtuous noblewoman as a new wife. Perhaps the daughter of the Minister of Rights, Lu Yin, who was said to possess beauty and grace. She could hardly believe that Shuxian would not forget her. Chapter 61. How could she return? "My lord, my lady." At that moment, a sudden shout echoed from outside. Cui's expression, lost in a reverie, was abruptly pulled back to reality, and she felt a flicker of displeasure. What sort of decorum is this, shouting like that? "My lady." A maid rushed in, breathless, and upon seeing Qi Shuxian, she halted abruptly, urgency etched on her face. "My lord, you must come and see. The young lady has returned." "Really?" Qi Shuxian immediately rose and headed outside. Cui also sprang to her feet. How could she possibly return? Her words left the maid momentarily stunned, and she instinctively glanced at her, only to notice that Cui's complexion was far from pleasant. "Isn't my lady happy that the young lady is back?" Cui, dismissive of a mere servant, wore an exceedingly grim expression in the shadows of the room. "Come, let us go see." In Weiyang Courtyard, Mengyang had just received the news. "What? You say who has returned?" "Impossible. The young lord couldn't find her. How could Sheng Zhiwan possibly come back on her own? Zhang Dahua would never let her go. Unless, could it be that she did something to earn the mountain bandits' mercy?" Meng Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Qingxing bit her lip. Though Meng Yang's body was that of a peasant girl, she possessed considerable strength, and Qingxing felt as if her bones might shatter under the grip. Yet, witnessing the look in Meng Yang's eyes, she swallowed her words in fear. After a long moment, Meng Yang finally relaxed her grip, revealing a familiar and gentle smile. "It is a good thing that the young lady has returned, Qingxing. We should go out to welcome her." Outside the Duke's residence, the scene was bustling. Unlike the previous dynasty, every inch of land in the capital was precious, since the late emperor decreed that officials could not privately occupy the streets. Even outside the Duke and Appo's residence, many vendors had set up stalls, not to mention the curious onlookers drawn by the news. Thus, as soon as Sheng Zhiwan appeared, numerous gazes subtly fell upon her. Sheng Zhiwan managed a calm smile as she gracefully dismounted the carriage, her hand resting on Tinglan and Appo's arm. A faint gasp of admiration rippled through the crowd. "Is this Princess Qingning? Such beauty, what a pity that." Suddenly, the Duke and Appo's door swung open. Qi Shuxian, Kui, and Meng Yang hurried forward, their entourage of maids and matrons in tow. From above, they observed as if conducting an interrogation rather than a welcome. Qi Shuxian's gaze immediately landed on Sheng Zhiwan. She appeared immaculate, her attire crisp and clean, her cheeks flushed, hair meticulously styled, radiating brilliance under the sunlight. She bore no resemblance to someone who had been abducted. "Where on earth were you yesterday?" Qi Shuxian stepped forward. Sheng Zhiwan recalled what the merchant you had said. Qi Shuxian had rushed out of the city at the first news of her disappearance. Seeing the exhaustion etched on his face, she felt a surge of irony within. "Did you not know? I was merely fulfilling a vow for my mother at Chaoming Temple. Then why would the guards say such things? How did you come back? Qi Shuxian pressed, frustration barely contained. He had endured the cold toxins of the mountains in search of her, yet she returned with an air of nonchalance, seemingly devoid of any intention to explain herself. Princess, last night, the young lord had just fallen asleep when the guards reported that you had been taken by mountain bandits on your way to Chaoming Temple. He spent the entire night searching for you. Your return is indeed a blessing, but you must explain the events in detail to ease the minds of both the young lord and us. Meng Yang spoke, her voice laced with concern. Her words held a certain weight. First, they informed Sheng Zhiwan that Qi Shuxian had stayed in her courtyard last night. Second, they publicly reaffirmed the truth of her abduction by bandits. As expected, murmurs of agreement rippled through the crowd. Indeed, only a rare beauty like Meng Jianyang was worthy of being with Qi Shuxian. The princess had lost her virtue. Sheng Zhiwan narrowed her eyes at Meng Yang, her expression a mix of amusement and disdain. Miss Meng seems quite eager for the princess to have been abducted. It is amusing indeed, as I have heard throughout my return that I should yield my place to you, considering you and the young lord are a match made in heaven. I do not dare suggest such a thing. That was not my intention. Meng Yang stammered, retreating behind Qi Shuxian like a startled rabbit. The crowd, upon hearing Sheng Zhiwan's words, instinctively turned their gazes to Meng Yang. Miss Meng? Could it be? She is the extraordinary Meng Jianyang from the tales? Suddenly, all eyes shifted from Sheng Zhiwan to Meng Yang, curiosity and intrigue replacing their previous admiration. And soon, without fail, disappointment washed over them. The woman before them was far from the enchanting figure they had envisioned. The tales described Meng Jianyang as not only kind-hearted and wise, but also remarkably beautiful. Yet, the reality fell short of their expectations. It was not that Meng Yang lacked beauty. Rather, the tales had painted her too gloriously. In a stark comparison, she seemed incomparable. Moreover, with Sheng Zhiwan standing in front, the dazzling gem overshadowed the dull stone, causing them to overlook Meng Yang entirely. What good is beauty if one seeks virtue in a wife? Meng Jianyang, with her gentleness and ability to support the young lord on the battlefield, is the true match for a man. A young man in the crowd scoffed, casting occasional glances at Meng Yang. Compared to the strikingly beautiful Sheng Zhiwan, he found Meng Yang more appealing in a simpler, yet genuine way. At least, she could still be a dream partner, couldn't she? Indeed, Meng Jianyang was kind-hearted and capable, genuinely considering the plight of the impoverished folk like themselves. Listening to these remarks, Meng Yang's expression stiffened. Though she was aware of her own shortcomings in beauty compared to Sheng Zhiwan, hearing it laid bare was still quite humiliating. Chapter 62. No need to suffer such injustice, however. Chui's mind was preoccupied with something else entirely. She suddenly recalled an incident from the previous dynasty involving Lady Dong, who had been abducted by bandits. Upon her rescue, in an effort to prove her innocence, she willingly underwent a chastity test and entrusted her entire dowry to her husband's family, which ultimately earned their forgiveness. But Sheng Zhiwan had been taken by mountain bandits and returned only after a night. Who could ascertain whether she had lost her virtue? As long as that were not the case, the Empress Dowager was exhausted and wished to return to rest. Sheng Zhiwan stepped forward to enter the estate. Qi Shuxian's expression was one of utter despair. Wait, Chui called out, her heart racing as she approached Sheng Zhiwan, scanning her from head to toe before exclaiming, Mother knows you are reluctant to discuss yesterday's events. Zhiwan, please tell me honestly, did those people do something to you that makes you unwilling to speak? As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Reaching out, she gently grasped Sheng Zhiwan's hand. Rest assured, our Duke's household is not one that fails to comprehend reason. If you have truly suffered, there is no need to fear. You were forced into this. Tell me, and I shall send Shuxian to exact vengeance on your behalf. As for you, simply emulate Lady Dong from the previous dynasty. What could others possibly say? I shall continue to acknowledge you as my daughter-in-law, and Shuxian will treat you as he always has. Chui's voice rang with conviction. Yet, around them, a profound silence enveloped the air. Meng Yang was entirely ignorant of Lady Dong's tale, but Qi Shuxian and the majority of Xinhua's native citizens were well aware of it. The duke's household was indeed a benevolent one, even capable of accepting a daughter-in-law who had lost her chastity. In another household, she might have been summarily executed. Yet, one must consider the identity of the daughter-in-law. Let us not forget she was Princess Qingning. True, but regardless of her royal status, once married, any loss of virtue would be her fault. The murmurs pierced Qi Shuxian and Appo's ears like sharp needles, his eyes burning with disbelief as he gazed at Sheng Zhiwan. No wonder. No wonder she had returned unscathed. No wonder the bandits had all perished overnight. Something must have transpired for those brigands to be silenced completely. Indeed, it had to be so. Qi Shuxian's forehead throbbed with tension. My dear child, please tell your mother whether you were wronged. Chui's voice, though tender, concealed an undercurrent of agitation. Regardless of whether Sheng Zhiwan wished to acknowledge it today, the fact remained that she had been abducted. To prove her innocence, she must follow in Lady Dong and Appo's footsteps. Otherwise, the collective scorn of society would drown her. The prospect of vast riches made her heart race. Qi Shuxian fixed his gaze on Sheng Zhiwan, his mouth opening as he struggled to form words. Zhiwan, tell me, is it? Sheng Zhiwan withdrew her hand and suddenly laughed. Isn't the answer already evident in the depths of your heart, young master? Just like in my previous life, even if you witnessed me emerging in disarray from the mire, without witnesses, you would have deemed me unclean. At that time, before encountering the bandits, I had already consummated my marriage with Qi Shuxian, thus rendering me incapable of proving my chastity. But now, the circumstances have changed. I can provide evidence. Yet, why should I feel compelled to prove myself solely based on your perception? As she reflected on her past life, a bittersweet smile graced her lips, and Qi Shuxian's heart sank further, as if he had found the answer he dreaded. In his mind, it felt as though a string had snapped, and he struck the nearby doorpost with a fierce punch, instantly leaving a web of cracks upon the sturdy column. He was with Mingyang because he was a man, but Sheng Zhiwan was a woman who valued chastity above all else. Qi Shuxian and Appo's heart ached with unbearable torment. He could not accept this, yet he understood he must not reveal any further emotions at this moment. Just as his mother had said, Zhiwan was also a victim. If he were to voice anything now, how would she navigate her own feelings? His voice was choked. Mother is right. You were forced into this, and I shall not hold it against you. Sheng Zhiwan nearly retched at his words. Young master, there is no need for such self-deprecation. If you feel disdain, you may easily divorce me, for in your heart, I've already lost my virtue, have I not? This would conveniently make room for the beloved Meng girl. Chapter 63. Not a word of belief. How could I possibly disdain you? Qi Shuxian declared resolutely. He simply found it somewhat difficult to accept. He would never divorce his wife. Sheng Zhiwan was his wife, and she would remain so for eternity. The crowd was filled with praise for Qi Shuxian, a man of emotion and loyalty, a true gentleman. Yet, Sheng Zhiwan, listening, felt only mockery. Qi Shuxian had likely deceived even himself. Very well, Zhiwan. Since you are unwilling to mention last night's events, let us refrain from discussing them. Just emulate Madame Dong and undergo the chastity trial. We shall consider this incident as if it never transpired. Hui Xiastidi interjected. At this moment, Shuxian must not divorce. If he did, Sheng Zhiwan could take her dowry with her. Thus, she must be made to stay. What does it mean to emulate Madame Dong? To undergo a chastity trial? Or to surrender her dowry to her husband's family? Sheng Zhiwan looked at Cui Shi, astonished that she would even invoke a figure from the previous dynasty for the sake of her dowry. Emulating Madame Dong? Cui Shi had the audacity to speak such words. Madame Dong and her husband, Dong Qi, were once merely an ordinary farming couple. Later, Dong Qi entered the military and achieved great accomplishments. Despite his humble origins, he was exceptionally handsome and valiant, catching the eye of the daughter of the then prime minister. The prime minister himself proposed the marriage, which Dong Qi rejected without a second thought. Upon receiving his residence, the first thing he did was to bring Madame Dong home. Subsequently, Madame Dong faced numerous trials, with Dong Qi steadfastly protecting her. When she was captured, Dong Qi fought valiantly to rescue his wife from the bandits. Following this incident, the prime minister petitioned the emperor, stating that Madame Dong was no longer a chaste woman, requesting a decree to have her dismissed. Upon learning this, Dong Qi, with no other option, devised a chastity trial with Madame Dong, merely to silence the gossip. As for Madame Dong's so-called dowry, she was but a farmer. What dowry could she possibly possess? Merely a piece of pork and 2 feet of coarse cloth. Cui Shi's suggestion for her to emulate Madame Dong and undergo a chastity trial was a ruse. Her true aim was likely to secure the dowry. What do you mean by that? Cui Shi, her thoughts exposed, blinked but maintained a facade of deep concern. Mother only wishes the best for you. How can you misunderstand me so? Her notion of good was to have me agree to the heir take a concubine, to have my husband's children recorded under my name, and to relinquish my dowry willingly? Such an oppose, goodness and oppose, is truly unbearable. Sheng Zhiwan stood firm. What? Qi Shuxian actually has children? Was it not said that the late Duke Qi had instilled in his family the importance of cherishing their wives? Previously, the Duchess had publicly stated that she would not arrange for a concubine for her son merely due to a lack of offspring, directly rejecting an offer from a noble lady. It was precisely because of this matter that the Qi family and the Cui family maintained an impeccable reputation. Conversely, Sheng Zhiwan, not wishing to tarnish Qi Shuxian's name, had never disclosed her financial support to the Duke's residence. Could it be Meng Jianyang? Recording the child under Princess Qingning's name would mean having the princess raise the heir alongside another's offspring. Numerous officials and their families surrounded the Duke's residence. While they could not openly revel in the gossip, their servants mingled among the crowd, casting peculiar glances at the Qi family. To have a princess raise the child of a farmer? If the child were indeed recorded under Princess Qingning's name, it would imply she held both the status of legitimate heir and the title. Did they truly see Princess Qingning as so easily manipulated? Countless scrutinizing gazes fell upon Qi Shuxian, who felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Stepping forward, he declared, "Enough. Are you not satisfied with the spectacle?" As he spoke, he reached out to grasp Sheng Zhiwan. "Oh, it seems we have arrived at just the right moment." At that moment, a languid voice drifted from the back of the crowd. Yi Rong and his companions were astonished that the Qi family dared to challenge Princess Qingning. They had heard every word clearly. The Duchess had indeed suggested that Princess Qingning emulate Madame Dong. Seeing the 5 individuals, Qi Shuxian and Appo's eyes narrowed. These were the very people his wife had saved yesterday. He did not expect them to charge forth against the bandits, but at the very least, they should have returned to report what had happened, so that the Duke's residence could act. Yet, they stood there in silence, devoid of conscience. "Who says I did nothing?" Ye Rong retorted indignantly. "Didn't Qi Shuxian ascend a mountain? Did he not see the bandits we defeated? Those were indeed our accomplishments." Qi Shuxian frowned and coldly replied, "Mr. Yi, lacking in knowledge is one matter, but do you understand the gravity of claiming military merit falsely?" "What false claim to military merit? That was the work of us 5. Ask them if you don't believe us." Yi Rong puffed out his chest, and behind him, Pei Yuhan and others nodded in agreement. "Huh, how could that be? If not for Zhiwan putting herself at risk, you would have surely been taken by the bandits. How could you possibly stand here unscathed? Such inept rascals could never stand against the bandits." Qi Shuxian did not believe a word of it. Chapter 64. The Prodigal and Amp. Appo's regrettant. "Do you think I am like those individuals from the Duke of Qi and Amp? Appo's household, utilizing the wealth of Princess Qingning while coveting her dowry? I was merely feigning fear. It was a strategic maneuver. Surely, the young Master Qi, having been on the battlefield, should comprehend this much. Indeed, we discreetly followed after, intent on eliminating that band of mountain bandits." As Yi Rong recounted, recalling his fierce valor from the previous night when he dispatched a bandit with a single stroke. He raised his voice, declaring, "You cannot fathom the terror those bandits felt upon seeing us. They were nearly on their knees, begging for mercy. But when I considered how they had tormented countless innocents, I did not hesitate. I swiftly dealt with the brigand before me. The bandits, astonished by my decisive methods and lack of chivalry, charged at us en masse. My companions and I maneuvered deftly, striking with left fists and right kicks. And without expending much effort, we vanquished over 200 bandits. He spoke without a hint of self-doubt, believing that while he had embellished the tale, it was not far from the truth. We had indeed displayed such fearless valor in obliterating that band of marauders. However, to those listening, the tale was difficult to digest. A servant from a family connected to the Yi clan, witnessing Yi Rong's smug demeanor, shamefully covered his face. What effort did it take? It was a mere puff of air. Young Master Yi, do you not hear how absurd your words sound? Do you truly believe that having bested a few guards makes you invincible in martial prowess? Never mind. I should hasten to report to the master, urging him to fetch Lord Yi, lest this young master continues to embarrass himself here. I recognize him. He is the one who knocked over my stall a few days ago, unable even to wield a whip properly. Him slaying bandits? Someone in the crowd murmured. That rotund fellow. I recall him too. Last time in a tavern he devoured 4 platters of pork knuckles and then tumbled down the stairs, demanding an apology from the innkeeper. Yes. That man who appeared so refined, wielding a fan, is surnamed Pei. He went to a brothel without any money and ended up with 2 scratch marks on his neck from a girl. And the handsome one is even more outrageous. I heard he requests 5 girls at once. The crowd buzzed with whispers, and Yi Rong, infuriated, glanced back. But with so many people, he could not discern who had spoken. Pei Yuyin shielded his face with a fan. Chun Baojing's face turned crimson, and Zhou Yujing wished he could vanish into a crevice, relieved he had not committed any notably disgraceful acts. Yet, casting a glance at the composed Shang Xingyu beside him, he was astounded. Indeed, their leader remained unfazed amidst the ridicule. Young Master Yi, do you believe your own words? Qi Shuxian's eyes gleamed with mockery. Yi Rong's face flushed with anger. He never anticipated that due to past incidents, actions attributed to him would go disbelieved. Young Master Qi, would you rather believe the princess was abducted by bandits than accept that we rescued her? At that moment, the previously silent Shang Xingyu suddenly spoke. His calm voice halted Qi Shuxian and Appo's scornful gaze. Their eyes locked. Qi Shuxian and Appo's expression was cold and disdainful, viewing young masters like them as unaccomplished, relying solely on ancestral favors to act so brazenly. He found even a glance at such individuals a waste of time. Shang's words were indeed laughable. Had the claims not been so outrageous, this young master would have been inclined to believe them. Yet, given their character and abilities, what merit did they possess to earn his trust? This young master is also aware of your concerns regarding the Duke's household's retribution. I bear you no ill will. But since Yin has made her choice, I shall not stoop to petty vengeance. He scoffed. Even if you fought desperately, you would hardly be a match for those bandits, merely courting death. Enough, Shu Xian, Cui Shi interjected, stepping forward, her gaze gentle as she addressed Yi Rong and the others. I understand you gentlemen do not wish for Yin to bear the stain of dishonor. Yet the Duke's household is indifferent to this matter. We simply do not wish for those who have humiliated her to roam freely. Since those bandits are now dead, let this matter rest. Regardless of whether Yin truly lost her virtue, the Duke and Appo's household will never regard her with disdain because of it. Cui Shi and Appo's words were eloquent. Yet if Sheng Zhiwan could not prove her innocence, the whispers of outsiders would surely drown her. To silence the murmurs, she could only emulate Madame Dong. For even if others looked down upon her in their hearts, they would not voice their contempt outwardly. You shameless. Yi Rong seethed with fury. Yet, he found himself at a loss for words to refute her. How could he argue when the surrounding comments were all true? Had he known that his past actions would lead to such perceptions, even jeopardizing their ability to vindicate Princess Qingning? Yi Rong felt genuine remorse for his previous conduct for the first time. Princess Qingning had risked her safety to rescue them. Yet now, because of their tarnished reputation, she could not clear her name? Chapter 65. A grand gift. Just as Yi Rong was anxiously pulling at his hair, a sudden voice emerged from outside. They are not to be trusted. Can we believe what Madame Qi says? A modest carriage came to a halt not far from the residence of the Duke of Qi. All eyes instinctively turned towards it. Cui Shi furrowed her brows in dissatisfaction. Who was this intruder disrupting her plans? It was not until Madame Han, draped in a deep purple, cloud-patterned robe and supported by a maid, slowly descended from the carriage. That Shui, sure, froze momentarily. Qi Shuxian's brows knitted tightly. Yesterday, old Madame Han had knelt at the palace gates, beseeching the emperor to search for someone. Yet he had scoured the capital with his troops and found nothing. How could she suddenly appear here? Moreover, did her words imply that Sheng Zhiwan had been with her last night? Wouldn't that further suggest that Sheng Zhiwan had been abducted? A torrent of thoughts swirled in Qi Shuxian's mind, but before he could clarify, Madame Han had already approached Sheng Zhiwan. Noticing the visitor, Shui quickly donned a smile and approached. Although young, Madame Han had received her title early due to the death of her husband in battle for the nation, and her father-in-law was a prominent general. In the past, she seldom attended gatherings, making it difficult for Shui to forge a connection. To her surprise, Madame Han had come uninvited today. What winds had blown her here? Shui's face beamed with delight. However, Madame Han paid her no mind and walked directly to Sheng Zhiwan, stating, "Last night, my son suffered a high fever at Chaoming Temple, and after waiting long for the physician, it was fortunate that Princess Qingning assisted him, allowing him to escape danger. Today, I have come specifically to express my gratitude to the princess." Upon finishing her words, she slightly nodded to those behind her. Only then did the crowd notice that, following Madame Han's carriage, several other carriages trailed behind, from which maidservants emerged, each carrying red lacquered trays. As the maidservants entered the throng, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Although the contents of the trays remained unknown, the gleaming golden ingots certainly dazzled the eyes of those present. Qi Shuxian's gaze fell upon a half-unfolded painting. It was indeed the master's renowned landscape painting. He recognized it, having heard that General Han had captured it from the Xiongnu royal family following a great victory in his youth. The master had long since passed, and this painting was the most famous of his surviving works. Even the late emperor had once attempted to procure it from General Han, who had deftly deflected the request by claiming it was favored by old Madame Han. Yet now, the Han residents had chosen to present this very painting. Such a prized artwork bore a remarkable history, and the other items were equally extraordinary, each a rare treasure, most adorned with foreign characteristics. Clearly spoils of war from General Han. Qi Shuxian was utterly astonished. Meanwhile, Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. Her previous dissatisfaction at being ignored by Madame Han evaporated upon seeing these treasures. The golden ingots were particularly enticing, as the Duke of Qi's residence was in dire need of funds. The other items were equally appealing. This was merely a small favor. How could they warrant such a lavish gift from the esteemed house? Shui feigned modesty, saying, "Madame Han, you are too generous. These gifts are far too extravagant for our humble service." Only then did Madame Han seem to notice her. Glancing over with a frown, "The Duchess of the Duke of Qi worries too much. These items are tokens of gratitude from the Han residence to Princess Qingning, not gifts to the Duke of Qi's residence." Shui's smile faltered, frozen on her face. Madame Han then turned to Sheng Zhiwan. "I sincerely thank Princess Qingning for last night's assistance. Heir is our sole heir in the Han family. Should anything happen to him, it would mean the end of our lineage. Therefore, I implore you, please do not refuse these tokens." With that, she bowed deeply to Sheng Zhiwan. Sheng Zhiwan remained silent, fully aware of the implications of Madame Han and Appo's gesture. It served as mutual assurance for both parties. Moreover, only by accepting these gifts could Madame Han find peace of mind. Thus, she saw no reason to decline, especially since her future plans would require substantial funds. General Han was the national protector of the Sheng kingdom, and having sacrificed his life for the country, her own offerings seemed insignificant compared to the Han residences. Yet, given the Han family's regard for young Master Han, she graciously accepted the sentiment of Madame Han. Madame Han then looked at the reticent Qi Shuxian, remarking, "If the esteemed young Master Qi does not trust Mr. Yi and Mr. Shang, he may inquire about the princess's whereabouts last night." It was known that old Madame Han had pleaded with the emperor to locate Madame Han, and the attendants she brought had been found slain en route to Chaoming Temple. As a woman, Madame Han had also been abducted by mountain bandits. You may have achieved great merit in Songnan, but your subordinate was killed. Does that mean I and Rue and Appo's or must certainly be in the carriage? Madame Han scoffed coldly. Chapter 66. Do you really want to be a green-haired turtle? As Heir succumbed to a sudden high fever on the way to Chaoming Temple. We had already arrived at the temple's entrance. I instructed my servants to hastily return to the General's manor to summon the physician. However, despite waiting patiently, no one arrived until the princess intervened yesterday and managed to alleviate Heir's fever. The physician had just reported that had the princess not acted swiftly, Heir might have faced dire consequences. At this, Madame Han's eyes glistened with tears. It was only upon returning to the manor that I learned they had encountered misfortune on their way back, which explained the absence of news. Qi Shuxian narrowed his eyes, questioning the veracity of Madame Han's words. Naturally, if Qi Shixi harbored doubts, he could send someone to inquire at Chaoming Temple. Qi Shuxian turned to the composed Sheng Zhiwan. If that were the case, did she truly spend the night at Chaoming Temple? Why did she not clarify her whereabouts or send word back? At that moment, Shi finally grasped the situation. Madame Han was not here merely to express gratitude. She had come to lend support to Sheng Zhiwan. The thought that Sheng Zhiwan's dowry might not end up in her hands filled her with anxiety, prompting her to speak indiscreetly. Sheng Zhiwan, don't think that having Madame Han's backing proves your innocence. You were absent for an entire night without explanation. The Qi Guogong Manor cannot afford a daughter-in-law who behaves so recklessly. Regret washed over her as she quickly attempted to amend her words, glancing at Madame Han. Madame Han, I understand your gratitude for Zhiwan saving your son, but the fact remains that she was abducted by mountain bandits. Even if she was rescued and went to Chaoming Temple afterward, what does that prove? Can it demonstrate that she was not harmed by those bandits? Can it assure us of her virtue? Madame Han, displeased, retorted, What do you mean, Madame Guogong? The princess was rescued immediately after her abduction and subsequently went to Chaoming Temple to save Heir. There is no way anything untoward could have occurred. How could Madame Han know that nothing transpired during her abduction? Shi was resolute in this belief. In any case, today she was determined to compel Sheng Zhiwan to relinquish her dowry. Not only the dowry, but if she wished to continue as a daughter-in-law of the Qi Guogong Manor. Everything sent by the Han family must rightfully belong to the Guogong Manor. Madame Han's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that Shi, known for her elegance and refinement, could be so vicious and spiteful. If she were to insist that something had happened, who could vouch for the princess apart from herself? Is it true that you are the mother-in-law of Princess Qingning? She wishes for her daughter-in-law to be virtuous, and yet you are eager to tarnish her reputation. What? Do you truly desire your son to become a green-haired turtle? Yi Rong spat disdainfully. Laughter erupted around them. Yi Rong felt no shame. He took pride in his audacity. How dare this old hag trouble his savior? Young Master Yi deemed it necessary to scold her for his own relief. What a so-called Madame Guogong. Even if the King of Heaven came, I would still scold you. He was the only son. Could they really harm him? Shi was taken aback by such insults for the first time. As the esteemed Madame Guogong, to be ridiculed by a mere child was utterly intolerable. Angered, she trembled and clutched her maid, exclaiming, Go, bring me my court attire. I shall see his majesty. I will file a complaint. Did she think young Master Yi feared her? Although he felt a tinge of apprehension, he could not show weakness now. Young Master Yi, I shall remember your words. Qi Shuxian's cold gaze intensified, causing Yi Rong to feel a chill run down his spine. Though he had taken lives before, facing Qi Shuxian, a man of martial prowess, was entirely different. Just a single glance from him sent shivers down his spine. Shang Xingyu stepped forward lightly, positioning himself in front of Yi Rong. There is no need for Qi Shixi to intimidate him. Although his words may be harsh, are they not rooted in truth? Not long ago, Madame Guogong herself claimed she did not care about Princess Qingning's virtue, believing her to be a victim of circumstance. She only expressed sympathy for the humiliation she suffered and sought revenge. After this statement, the onlookers began to sense the inconsistency. Indeed, just moments ago, Madame Guogong had stated her indifference. The young master had promised not to hold it against her. How had their stance shifted so abruptly? Could it be that, as young Master Yi suggested, The Qi Guogong manor was indifferent to the princess's fate and solely desired to exploit her dowry, much like Madame Dong. This was utterly shameless. Throughout history, a woman's dowry belonged to her alone. How could her in-laws covet it so brazenly? Rumors circulated that Qi Shixi had been selling off properties gifted by the emperor. Was the Qi Guogong manor truly so impoverished that it sought to claim another's dowry? The surrounding whispers reached the ears of Cui Shi and Qi Shuxian, infuriating Cui Shi while leaving Qi Shuxian's expression grim. No, that is not the case. The young master is not such a person. In fact, the reason he sold the emperor's gifts was to repay the funds previously provided by the princess to the Guogong manor. Meng Yang could no longer remain silent. Chapter 67. Self-proof in Meng Yang and Appo's perspective, ancient women regarded their husbands as their heavens, and it was only natural for their dowries to supplement the duke's household and for them to buy medicine for their mothers-in-law. How could they possibly reclaim such gifts? Yet, Sheng Zhiwan not only sought to reclaim her dowry, but insisted that her husband sell his rewards to compensate her, displaying a blatant lack of compassion. To those who held their husbands in such high esteem, was this not a severe breach of feminine virtue? After speaking, Meng Yang cast a self-satisfied glance at Sheng Zhiwan, anticipating the townsfolk and Appo's scorn to drown her. However, she soon noticed something amiss. Instead of condemning Sheng Zhiwan, the crowd looked at her with pity, while their gazes towards Qi Shuxian and the Cui family were filled with an odd curiosity. Miss Meng, though you hail from a humble background, do you truly believe that using a wife's dowry to support her husband's family would be seen as commendable? Shang Hongyu remarked with a smirk. Historically, honorable men would never resort to their wives and Appo's personal wealth. Although the Duke and Appo's household has fallen on hard times, their family values remain intact. It seems, however, that their principles are now inferior to ours. No, that's not it. The princess is merely using her silver to buy medicine for her mother-in-law. Meng Yang hastily clarified. Silence. Qi Shuxian suddenly barked, causing Meng Yang to retreat in fear, feeling wronged. Cui glanced at her disdainfully. What business did someone of her lowly status have in such a gathering? To intrude and speak foolishly in public was unacceptable. It appeared that being of low birth was indeed a mark of disgrace. She should be kept away from public view to spare the Duke's household any embarrassment. Just then, the situation took an unexpected turn as Sheng Zhiwan suddenly changed her stance. Since Cui and Qi were adamant about her lack of virtue, why not prove herself? Sheng Zhiwan stepped forward and addressed her mother. Cui maintained her stern demeanor. Undeterred, Sheng Zhiwan turned to Qi Shuxian, my lord. She was taken aback, his gaze faltering under Sheng Zhiwan's composed expression. She smiled lightly and declared, given that the Duke's household has deemed my virtue tarnished. Even though my husband and I have been married for 2 years, he was inebriated on our wedding night and departed for Tsangnan the following day. Since his return, he has resided in Miss Meng and Appo's courtyard every night. Thus our marriage lacks any true conjugal connection. As her words hung in the air, murmurs of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Even Lady Han looked at Sheng Zhiwan in bewilderment. Was it not true that the princess had preserved her virtue for 2 years? Sheng Zhiwan offered no comment. Qi Shuxian and Appo's expression darkened, and he seized Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's arm, whispering urgently, Sheng Zhiwan, such words may be spoken within the confines of the estate. But to bring them out here, do you not fear becoming a laughingstock? Do you wish for others to pity you? Is it not true that I deserve pity? Sheng Zhiwan retorted, pulling her arm away. That was only because I was blind in the past. In the future, I shall never be the one to evoke pity. With that, she raised her voice, since the Duke's household insists that my virtue has been compromised. Let us verify it publicly. In Sheng country, there were 2 methods to verify a woman and Appo's virtue. One involved experienced matrons examining the woman, which not only insulted her, but also risked fabrication of results. The other method required the woman to consume a fruit known as the sunflower tongue, which resembled a baby and Appo's tongue in shape and color. Crucially, if a virgin consumed this fruit, it would only quench her thirst sweetly. However, if a woman who had experienced intimacy consumed it, she would be immediately covered in a rash that would take months to fade. Sheng Zhiwan's choice for verification was the latter. Addressing the surrounding crowd, she proclaimed, "The sunflower tongue is not a rare item. I shall procure one for a mere ounce of silver. Does anyone have one?" Before she could finish, Qi Shuxian interjected angrily. "Enough, Zhiwan. Cease this commotion. I know you have not lost your virtue. Is that not sufficient? Let us return to the estate." He reached for her arm, but she deftly evaded his grasp. Shang Hongyu chuckled. "Qi Shuxian, your words are misguided. You have deemed Princess Qingning unchaste and yet barred her from entering. You pressured her to mimic Lady Dong's fate by relinquishing her dowry. Now that the princess has a means to prove her virtue, you wish to obstruct her? It seems you are not as noble as you would have us believe. What business is this of yours, outsider?" Qi Shuxian's veins throbbed with frustration. Though he initially desired to disregard these young rakes, he found Shang Hongyu's words striking painfully close to home, leading him to lose his composure. "Who says this does not concern me? After all, Princess Qingning is here because she risked herself to save us from mountain bandits. Otherwise, she would not be trapped outside by you." Shang Hongyu replied with righteous fervor. Chapter 68. Indeed, it is difficult to sleep soundly. Indeed, the princess is our benefactor. Though I may be a dandy, I am a true dandy who knows how to repay kindness, far better than some hypocritical pretenders. Princess, from now on, should you have any matters, feel free to seek me at the minister's residence. Yi Rong thumped his chest in assurance. Pei Yuyin and others echoed his sentiments. We are here for you as well. These young rakes never bowed to anyone, yet the princess was different as a woman. She had even saved them from bandits. What was wrong with lowering their heads before her? Young Master Qi, since the Duchess had previously deemed the princess to have lost her virtue, rather than harboring resentment, it would be better for the princess to prove herself. Thus dispelling any misunderstandings, suggested Madame Han. Qi Shuxian was a loss for words, feeling some resentment towards the Cui family, who were still preoccupied with Sheng Zhiwan's dowry. As a son, he was well aware of his mother's intentions. However, Sheng Zhiwan was already his wife, and her possessions, even in his mother and Appo's hands, remained hers, preventing her from carelessly donating silver without his knowledge. In recent days, he had encountered various difficulties selling their estate, which made him realize the importance of money. Hence, he had not intervened at the time, but now the situation was different. Sheng Zhiwan was so calm and composed, even openly discussing matters that had yet to reach the stage of husband and wife, clearly indicating that she had not been humiliated by the bandits. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the crowd. "Princess, here are some sunflower tongue fruits. I do not want any money. If you like them, I will give you this entire basket." A young girl approached, her basket covered with a coarse cloth, which was now slightly lifted to reveal the sunflower tongue fruits underneath. Ting Lan immediately handed a piece of broken silver to the girl in exchange for the fruits. "Princess." She carefully peeled back half of the fruit skin and presented the other half to Sheng Zhiwan. Qi Shuxian realized it was too late to stop her. Cui was glaring fiercely at Sheng Zhiwan, holding onto a glimmer of hope. Surely, Sheng Zhiwan must have intentionally chosen this method to gamble that she would not dare to eat it. But could she truly believe that those bandits could resist her beauty? She was even more incredulous about the words of those young rakes, until Sheng Zhiwan took the sunflower tongue fruit. Cui tightened her grip, her gaze fixed intently upon her. Sheng Zhiwan glanced at her, smiled, and without hesitation took a bite. The fruit was sweet and juicy, quite delicious. Mother and Miss Ming should have a taste too. Then she smiled again, almost forgetting, "Oh, I almost forgot, Mother cannot eat this. Miss Ming has already been with the young master, and is even expecting a child. So this fruit is also off limits for her." After saying this, Sheng Zhiwan seemed somewhat regretful and instructed Ting Lan, "Do not waste it. Distribute the fruits among the maidens in the residence later." "Thank you for your generosity, Princess." Ting Lan et Galim Lao Li. This was what Princess Qingning said actually true. Despite being married for 2 years, she remained pure with young Master Qi. No wonder she had not conceived. If she had, the Duke's residence would surely be turned upside down. Why had the Duchess just recently expressed envy towards others' pregnant daughters-in-law at the autumn banquet? Her words were filled with envy. Could it be that she would rather let her son be a cuckold than have a grandson? Lower your voices, the servants from various households huddled together. We needed Istanbul. And Qi Shuxian quickly supported her, turning to Sheng Zhiwan. Enough. Are you truly intent on giving your mother another illness before you relent? I misunderstood you, but I was also worried for you. If you were unharmed, you could have stated so earlier. Why create such a fuss? Did I not say so? Sheng Zhiwan replied dismissively. After thanking Madame Han, Shang Xingyu, Yi Rong, and others, she led in Ji and Ting Lan away from Qi Shuxian towards the residence. Upon reaching Mengyang, her steps suddenly halted. Sheng Zhiwan squinted at her gradually enlarging belly and spoke with a gentle smile. Miss Meng, you seem unwell. Overthinking can indeed affect the fetus. Meng Yang's complexion paled, biting her lip as she replied. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I merely did not rest well last night. Is that so? Sheng Zhiwan responded meaningfully. If one commits many misdeeds, it is indeed hard to sleep soundly. Meng Yang did not comprehend the princess's words. What exactly are you trying to do? Why must you make things difficult for this weak girl? Qi Shuxian pursued from behind. Sheng Zhiwan glanced at him, her calm eyes revealing no hint of emotion in response to his defense. And Qi Shuxian found himself unable to discern his own reflection in her demeanor. Sheng Zhiwan smiled and said, It matters not if Miss Meng does not understand. During my abduction, I suffered no harm. Instead, those bandits, 213 of them, perished overnight. Over 200 lives, Miss Meng. I wonder how those who sought my life would bear such a heavy consequence. I have heard that the sins one commits will be repaid upon their descendants. Meng Yang lowered her head, her nails digging in her palm, filled with both hatred and fear. Yet, upon hearing that all those men were dead, she felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness, they're all dead. As long as Zhang Dahu was also dead, no one would ever know that this matter was related to her. Chapter 69. Is it not a grave offense of decapitation and family confiscation? The following day, during the morning court, Emperor Chongsheng immediately summoned 5 individuals to step forward. They were the esteemed general of the state, Shang Tianhao, the minister of revenue, Yi Zhuiyun, the general of Huaihua, Pei Lingyuan, the censor-in-chief, Qin Daodan, and the deputy minister of works, Zhou Qing. As each one stepped forward, aside from Shang Tianhao and Yi Zhuiyun, who remained unfazed, the other 3 exchanged glances, their hearts racing with alarm. What merit or virtue could they possess to stand alongside the general of the state and the minister of revenue? The only explanation could be that their own sons had once again caused trouble. But what kind of calamity could warrant the emperor's early summons to reprimand them? Zhou Qing was instantly filled with dread, his legs trembling beneath his robe. Had he known his son could stir up such disaster, he would have never allowed him to associate with those troublemakers. Now he found himself embroiled in the consequences. Zhou Qing contemplated various possibilities. Would he face a pay cut, a demotion, or perhaps outright dismissal? No, surely it could not be a crime worthy of decapitation and family confiscation. As the thought crossed his mind, beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. It was only when he heard the sudden laughter of Emperor Chongsheng that he froze in bewilderment. Wasn't he His Majesty about to punish them? How could he possibly be laughing? I recently learned of a band of exceedingly arrogant mountain bandits outside the capital, who have been pillaging innocent families and committing heinous acts, even slaughtering the servants of the general of the state along the way. I had intended to send someone braver than those bandits to eliminate them, but to my surprise, Emperor Chongsheng continued, bursting into laughter once more. 5 rascals known for causing trouble, accompanied by a few retainers, managed to annihilate those bandits completely. While what? Zhou Qing momentarily failed to grasp the meaning of the words. Were the 5 rascals referring to his son and those from the Shang and Yi families? And they had killed bandits? His own timid son, Zhou Yujing, who was utterly unremarkable and timid as a mouse, could have slain bandits? Could he be dreaming? Or perhaps the emperor was misinformed. Noticing the confusion on the faces of the ministers, Emperor Chongsheng took an interest and gestured to Eunuch Su. The eunuch promptly recounted the events of the previous day in vivid detail. Zhou Qing listened dumbfounded. Over 200 bandits, and his son had charged in with his retainers to their deaths, only to emerge victorious and even rescue the Princess Qingning? No, it could not be. Zhou Qing swallowed hard, pinching his thigh discreetly. Ouch! It hurt. It was real. His cold sweat transformed into overwhelming joy. General Pei Lingyuan could no longer contain his laughter during the court assembly. By heavens! Who dares to say my son is a good-for-nothing? A tiger father does not breed a dog son. Though I am a general, my son may appear frail and delicate. Yet look at this. Pei Yu and Appos, and is indeed my bloodline. Censor Chun Baojing wiped his forehead, a rosy hue blossoming on his plump face. Well then, it seems our Chun family has produced a worthy descendant. He thought to himself, planning to comfort his ancestors upon returning home, fulfilling their wishes at last. Yi Zhiyun had learned of these events the day prior, hence his demeanor was somewhat more composed compared to the others, though only slightly. His shrewd eyes narrowed into slits, and a smile lingered on his lips, while he felt a tinge of regret that his only son could not follow in his scholarly footsteps. A military path was commendable as well. He merely hoped a daughter-in-law would be chosen soon, in case of any eventuality, to secure the family's legacy. Lost in thought, his triumphant gaze suddenly fell upon the stern-faced Shang Tianhao beside him. Yi Zhiyun straightened his posture immediately. General Shang maintained his composure, a testament to his character, and Yi admired him for it. All five were spirited young men. And although subsequent investigations by the Court of Judicial Review revealed that the bandits had succumbed to poisoning from fake liquor and thus lacked the will to resist, it was evident that these esteemed gentlemen had raised their sons well. They had shown both valor and wisdom, rescuing the Princess Qingning in the process, and thus they deserved rewards. With a grand gesture, Emperor Chongsheng commanded that several eunuchs present silk-covered trays to the five men. Amid the court, the four fathers, grinning widely, huddled together, reveling in the unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that the Princess Qingning, a mere woman, would dare to offer herself as collateral in the face of bandits? Yet, their sons had demonstrated remarkable courage, charging headlong into over 200 bandits and triumphing against them. Pei Lingyuan proclaimed with gusto, ensuring that all around could hear. Such valor, such audacity, yet he felt it was still insufficient. His son had accomplished a great deed, and the emperor was publicly praising him. How could they not properly celebrate this honor? I say, gentlemen, such a significant event cannot simply fade into obscurity. What rascals! What lack of learning! He banged his thigh. We must ensure that the entire capital knows of their bravery, valor, and loyalty. Chapter 70. No going. What does General Pei intend? Yi Zhiyun felt a stir of excitement. Yi Rong is his only son, and no one desires more than him to erase the frivolous reputation that clings to Yi Rong. What else could be done? Naturally, a grand banquet should be arranged to properly promote our son. Yi Shangshu, Lord Chun, Lord Zhou, will you join us? Yi Zhiyun kafut, wondering if this might be a tad excessive. Excessive? Even His Majesty publicly commended him during the morning court session. What harm is there in inviting everyone to share in the joy? Indeed, Yi Zhiyun and the others quickly reached a consensus. Excellent. Let us inquire if General Shang wishes to join. If he does, we shall not ask him to contribute financially. Our families can manage, especially since it is the accomplishment of his second son, Shang Xingyu. After their deliberations, they intercepted the departing Shang Tianhao. He halted mid-stride. Upon hearing Yi Zhiyun's proposal, his already somber expression darkened further. He had not anticipated that the idle Shang Xingyu would inadvertently achieve merit, attracting the emperor's praise during the morning court. Should this reach Rao Er's ears, would it not remind her of that wretched Qimingson? He wished fervently that he had no son like Shang Xingyu. As for holding a banquet for him, impossible. There is no need. It is merely a trifling achievement. Do you not feel embarrassed by such grandiloquence? What is there to be embarrassed about? His Majesty publicly commended him. Which family's son has such honor? Yi Zhiyun was not pleased. General Shang, while it is important for a father to be strict, one cannot always wear a stern countenance. On such a joyous occasion, why do you look as if you were preparing for battle? Pei Lingyuan also urged him. You may do as you wish. As for the Shang family, we shall not partake in this revelry. With that, Shang Tianhao turned to leave. At that moment, Su Dabin hurried in. General Shang, please hold. His Majesty requests your presence alone. Shang Tianhao paused, nodded to Yi Zhuiyun and the others, and strode back. Su Gonggong, Yi Zhuiyun remarked, did the emperor not summon me? Why must he seek a martial general like Shang Tianhao, while disregarding me, the Minister of Revenue? There has been no need for battles lately. There is nothing concerning you. Today's matters are to congratulate Minister Yi and the esteemed gentleman. Su Dabin bowed to them. Since it does not concern me. Yi Zhuiyun did not dwell on it and resumed discussing the banquet arrangements with the others. Soon, they decided to hold the banquet tonight at Taranju. With Yi Zhuiyun, the Minister of Revenue, present, the guest list was swiftly established. However, when it came to the Qigong's residence, everyone hesitated. Yi Zhuiyun frowned. He was quite reluctant to invite others from the Duke's residence. Yet it seemed improper to invite only Princess Qingning. Let us invite Princess Qingning alone, Pei Lingyuan suggested. Fry initially thought Qi Shuxian was a fine individual, only to discover he lacks any resolve, allowing his own wife to be bullied by his parents. Very well, we shall proceed as General Pei suggests, Yi Zhuiyun decided. In the evening, invitations from the 4 households were delivered to Pinglanju. Sheng Zhiwan donned a deep indigo dress and instructed Aiji to inform the steward to prepare a carriage. Upon learning she intended to leave the residence that evening, the steward hesitated. Your Highness wishes to go out. Perhaps you should first speak with the young master and arrange for a few skilled guards to accompany you. Sheng Zhiwan replied, there is no need. This occasion differs from the last. I am attending a banquet hosted by Minister Yi and General Pei's families within the city. Not leaving the city gates. The steward, feeling helpless, prepared the carriage for Sheng Zhiwan while sending someone to inform Qi Shuxian. Qi Shuxian was in his study. Upon hearing the steward and Appo's words, his expression darkened, and he strode forth to block Sheng Zhiwan at the door. Come down. You are not permitted to go. Qi Shuxian reached out to pull Sheng Zhiwan. She deftly evaded him. What is the meaning of this, young master? Am I not even free to leave the residence? Qi Shuxian retorted. Are you unaware that the household did not receive an invitation? But I have received one. You did not send an invitation to the household, yet sent one to you, inviting only the lady and excluding the lord. Such a thing is utterly illogical. If you go today, you will tarnish the Duke's reputation. The Duke's reputation is not something I can tarnish, Sheng Zhiwan scoffed. You block me at the door and compel me to replicate the past, even when there are witnesses who assert my innocence. Is that not your doing? One matter has nothing to do with another. The past is the past. Why must you cling to it? If the young master can attend, then so can I. Ignoring him, Sheng Zhiwan addressed Zhang De. Let us go. You are not allowed to leave. Qi Shuxian shouted angrily. Zhang De glanced between them, then gritted his teeth. Young master, my life was saved by the princess. If punishment is to be meted out, let it wait until I return. With that, Zhang De cracked the whip. Qi Shuxian quickly dodged, watching helplessly as the carriage rolled past him. Sheng Zhiwan lifted the curtain and saw his darkened expression. Her mood lifted immensely as she called out, Zhang De, do not fear. You are under my protection, and your bonds are in my possession. Those from the Duke's residence have no right to punish you. Her voice echoed back to Qi Shuxian, who clenched his fists in fury, his anger boiling over. Yet ultimately, he could only unleash his wrath upon the wall beside him. Chapter 71. Not letting any passing dog escape in the Wenxi courtyard. Cui was so enraged that she swept the medicine bowl to the ground. It's outrageous. Truly outrageous. That wretched girl. Who knows if she's been mingling with unsavory characters under the guise of propriety. Utterly shameless. At that moment, Qi Shuxian happened to enter. Hearing those words, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Mother, please be cautious with your words. You still defend her? I initially believed she was virtuous. Yet look at her recent actions. Out at a banquet as a lady in the dead of night. What a disgrace. Moreover, if it weren't and Appo's tea for her, how could His Majesty's commendations have fallen into the hands of those few debauched youths? It is clear that you are about to embark on a campaign against bandits. Yet you are overtaken by those rascals at the last moment. The more Cui considered, the more convinced she became that Sheng Zhiwan was there to bring misfortune upon her. Qi Shuxian fell silent, for in truth, during the morning court session, His Majesty had rewarded the 5 merchants, which subtly hinted at his lack of effectiveness in his duties. The banquet co-hosted by the four houses was indeed lively. Upon her arrival, Sheng Zhiwan initially thought it was a wedding celebration, as the line outside for the flowing feast seemed never-ending, and even passing beggars could receive a piece of meat pastry from specially arranged windows. A long queue had formed outside the window. The usually composed minister Yi was now flushed with drink, loudly introducing Yi Rong to others at the entrance. Even Yi Rong, with his thick skin, could not help but feel his smile stiffen. The others were no better, being dragged around by their fathers to toast at various tables. In this bustling atmosphere, Sheng Zhiwan's gaze fell upon a solitary figure, quietly drinking and dining amidst the revelry. Clad in dark brocade adorned with cloud patterns, with long hair like ink tied behind him, his indifferent eyes and sharp, handsome features bore an undeniable aura of charm and coldness. Perhaps sensing her gaze, he suddenly turned his cool eyes her way, shimmering like stars that seemed to have fallen into his depths. As Sheng Zhiwan took her seat, Madame Han also arrived. Although she was not accompanying her, as other ladies did, their presence together was not out of place. When the wine flowed freely, Yi Zhuiyun and Pei Lingyuan personally approached to pour drinks. After downing a full cup, Yi Zhuiyun belched and exclaimed, "Princess Qingning." Everyone used to say my son Yi Rong was a good-for-nothing, and I thought so too. Who would have imagined that from 3 generations of scholars in our family, I would finally have a capable military talent? Defeated over 200 mountain bandits and rescued the princess. Princess, do tell, is my son Yi Rong not a military talent? Father, Yi Rong covered his face. It was one thing to show off in front of others, but now his father was boasting in front of Princess Qingning and Madame Han. The others were unaware of the events of that night, but these two were fully aware. What rescue the princess? She had escaped on her own. Now his father was questioning the very individuals involved. Though embarrassed, Yi Rong feared even more that Princess Qingning would publicly expose the truth. After all, this was the first time in his life he had witnessed his father so pleased and proud of him. Minister Yi spoke highly of Yi Rong and his companions, praising their loyalty, valor, and intelligence, declaring them to be the future pillars of Sheng Nation. Sheng Zhiwan also raised her glass, smiling as she echoed his sentiments. Yi Rong felt a surge of gratitude as he glanced back, only to find no trace of mockery in Sheng Zhiwan's eyes. Her words were earnest, her demeanor sincere, as if every word came from the depths of her heart. Yi Rong could not help but blink, momentarily doubting his own memory. Was it truly them who had rescued Princess Qingning? Was he indeed a pillar of society? Perhaps the derisive labels he had endured were merely due to a lack of direction and opportunity to demonstrate his abilities? Not only he, but Pei Yuhan, Chen Baojing, and Zhou Yujing also felt, for the first time during this banquet, the thrill of confidence and camaraderie, basking in the admiration of their elders. The disdainful looks that once accompanied them had vanished, replaced by respectful gazes from officials who even encouraged their sons to learn from them. This feeling of distinction was strikingly different from the scorn, evasion, and fear they had previously experienced. This sensation, how to describe it? It was utterly exhilarating. As the banquet reached its climax, even a stray dog passing by the entrance was forcibly dragged in by General Pei, who insisted on feeding it a piece of meat before letting it go. Sheng Zhiwan could hardly evade the effects of the wine, either. Her porcelain-like skin flushed with a rosy hue. An imposing figure in dark attire appeared before her. "Princess, it is getting late. You should return to the palace." Sheng Zhiwan, swept up in the lively atmosphere, had lost track of time after indulging in a few more drinks. Only upon his reminder did she suddenly recall. Quickly rising, but slightly swaying, Madame Han looked concerned. "It seems the princess may have had too much to drink. I noticed she did not bring any guards. Perhaps we should lend her some of Han Manor and Appo's as guards to escort her home?" Just as Sheng Zhiwan was about to express her gratitude, Shang Hongyu interjected, "No need. I'm headed back as well and can accompany the princess." Madame Han hesitated for a moment, her gaze lingering on Shang Hongyu's face, then replied, "Then I must trouble young Master Shang to take good care of the princess and ensure she returns safely before you leave. I will remember this." Chapter 72. Are you willing? On a chilly autumn night, as Sheng Zhiwan stepped out of Taoran residence, a shiver ran through her delicate frame. Anji regretted not bringing her cloak, just as a corner of a black garment brushed past her and settled around Sheng Zhiwan. Anji furrowed her brow, instinctively wanting to refuse. But Sheng Zhiwan had already half closed her eyes, subconsciously drawing the cloak tighter around herself, curling up within it. Seeing this, Anji swallowed her words. After all, nothing was more important than the princess's well-being. Thus, she silently thanked young Master Shang. Once they boarded the carriage, Sheng Zhiwan, inebriated and childlike, quietly nestled in a corner and fell asleep. Upon returning to the residence of the Duke of Qi, when Shang Hongyu prepared to take his leave, she lazily lifted her eyes, murmured a response, and then fell silent again. Anji could only say, "Young Master Shang, may I return this cloak on another day?" "Of course. That would be perfectly acceptable," he replied. After watching the carriage disappear into the estate and hearing the sound of the wheels fade away, she turned and vanished into the moonlight. Qi Shuxian had not yet retired. Upon hearing of Sheng Zhiwan's return, he rushed to confront her. However, upon arriving at the pavilion, he was met with an unsettling silence. The young maidservants in the courtyard quietly cleared away the used warm water, lowering their voices in greeting, fearful of disturbing anyone. Qi Shuxian's brow furrowed. Where was Sheng Zhiwan? Just as he was about to push the door open, it swung ajar, revealing Anji standing before him, bowing slightly. "Your Grace, the princess has just returned and is utterly exhausted. She is already resting. If you have matters to discuss, perhaps it would be best to wait until tomorrow. Step aside." Qi Shuxian snapped, his anger boiling. He had been anticipating her awake, and yet here she was, fast asleep. "Your Grace," Anji tried to block him again. Ignoring her, Qi Shuxian pushed through the door. Hearing the commotion, Sheng Zhiwan drowsily opened her eyes, the dim light casting shadows on her delicate neck and collarbone. Her cheeks flushed from the remnants of alcohol, a soft, subtle fragrance wafting from her blanket. Her hazy, shimmering gaze radiated an allure unlike any other. Qi Shuxian and Appo's, as furious eyes dimmed suddenly, an unsettling dryness filling his throat. He stepped closer and declared, "Sheng Zhiwan, did you not say we have yet to consummate our marriage? Today, I shall fulfill that for you." Before she could react, he lifted her entirely into his arms. The last remnants of Sheng Zhiwan's intoxication vanished in an instant, her body tensing with alarm. "Qi Shuxian, what are you doing? Let go of me." "I will not. We are husband and wife." Initially fueled by rage, Qi Shuxian now found himself enveloping her in his arms, feeling her delicate waist, almost fragile, and the translucent blush on her earlobes ignited a fire within him. Despite her struggles, he remained unmoved, a man of strength and skill, her attempts to escape only stirring his desires further. "Let me go. Qi Shuxian, you scoundrel. Let go of me." "I will not. It was you who declared in front of others that we have not yet consummated our marriage. Do you not feel sorry? Do you not feel aggrieved? Now, I shall ensure you no longer feel either. Are you not envious of Meng Yang and Amp? Appo's, as pregnancy? I can grant you a child." As he spoke, one arm held her in a vice-like grip, while the other tugged at her garments. The crimson fabric tore away in an instant, exposing her smooth, pale shoulder. Yet, just as he prepared to continue, Sheng Zhiwan unexpectedly broke free from his grasp, channeling her strength into a sharp slap across his face. The sound echoed, a resounding crack, as Qi Shuxian barely had time to react, the blow landing squarely on his left cheek. Sheng Zhiwan had exerted every ounce of her strength. The sting in her palm mirrored the pain in her heart. Blood trickled from Qi Shuxian's lip, but he felt no pain, only the heat rising within him, compelling him to press her down even harder. His face loomed close to hers, allowing him to fully appreciate her exquisite beauty, her flawless skin glowing in the dim light of the room, as if she were porcelain, ripe for the taking. "Were you not the one who cried and starved yourself to marry me? Did you not resent our wedding night when I did not share my bed with you, when I touched another woman? Now, I seek to make amends, yet you feign this resistance? But it matters not, since you are my wife. You shall remain my wife for all eternity." Qi Shuxian leaned down, intending to kiss her ruby lips. However, before he could draw near, a cold dagger pressed firmly against his throat. "Qi Shuxian, If you continue, I will not hesitate to make you the first man to die in this bed. Sheng Zhiwan gritted her teeth. Ha, would you truly dare? Qi Shuxian scoffed, utterly disbelieving that she would harm herself. The chaos she had stirred was merely a manifestation of her feelings towards him. If she did not care deeply, why would she create such turmoil? Chapter 73. You may as well try contemplating this. He lowered his gaze to meet the defiant visage of the woman before him, which ignited a fierce desire for conquest within him. He paid no heed to the dagger pressed against his throat. With a swift motion, he seized the sash at Sheng Zhiwan's waist. Yet, in the next instant, a chill enveloped his neck, and a pang of pain registered belatedly. Qi Shuxian's hand, gripping the sash, froze as a drop of blood oozed from a wound at his throat. Sheng Zhiwan's voice was as frigid as ice. If you are reluctant, you may certainly try. Do you dare to commit murder against your own husband? Qi Shuxian gazed at her. Sheng Zhiwan pressed her lips together, remaining silent. But the unwavering dagger in her hand spoke volumes. Why do you always fixate on this matter? Meng Yang is merely a peasant girl, even if she bears a child. She could never surpass you. Why must you cling to this issue so tenaciously? I find the things others have used to be repugnant. But I am your husband. In this lifetime, must I forever remain a widower simply because I have touched Meng Yang? Sheng Zhiwan, look at the other men in the capital. Which of them does not have multiple wives and concubines? Have you forgotten the beauty we once shared? Why can we not return to those days? I can overlook your past caprices and persuade my mother to forgive you. Shall we not reconcile? If you dislike raising someone else's child, let her raise it herself. We can still have children of our own. Qi Shuxian's voice was imbued with deep sorrow. Sheng Zhiwan replied, Why should I compare myself to others? I only know that the man I desire can have only me for all eternity. Those memories were indeed beautiful, but they were beautiful because of me, not you. My love would render any memory delightful, would it not? With that, she pressed the dagger forward once more. Qi Shuxian hesitated but ultimately rose. Sheng Zhiwan, finally liberated, hastily donned her clothing and, without a moment's hesitation, leaped from the bed and flung open the door. My lord, please. Qi Shuxian's face finally contorted with anger. Do you intend to exhaust our previous bond completely? No matter what, I cannot agree to a divorce. Without my consent, shall you remain a widower for the rest of your days? My encounter with Meng Yang was merely an accident. I swear by heaven and earth that my heart belongs solely to you. Even if the same circumstances were to occur again, I would rather die than betray you. Will you still persist in your obstinacy? My words are never retracted. Very well. Qi Shuxian, observing the resolute Sheng Zhiwan, ultimately threw his sleeve back and strode away. Sheng Zhiwan, you would do well not to seek my return. Princess, are you unharmed? As soon as Qi Shuxian departed, Ji and Ting Lan rushed in from outside. The two had been waiting at the door, but were barred entry by Qi Shuxian's hidden guards. Princess, are you all right? Ji exclaimed upon seeing the bloody dagger in Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's hand. Ting Lan hurried to inspect Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's injuries. Fortunately, thanks to the medicinal ointment, the wound on her back had healed significantly. Otherwise, she would not have been able to drink tonight. It is nothing. Sheng Zhiwan, feeling drained, cast the dagger to the floor. Once she regained her composure, she suddenly inquired, It has been a while since I last saw Huanzhu. How is she now? Upon hearing this, Ji promptly recounted Huanzhu and Appo's current situation. Ever since it became known that Huanzhu harbored feelings for the Lord, Ting Lan had ceased to arrange for her care, resulting in Huanzhu truly becoming a servant who cleansed the chamber pots in recent times. Tomorrow morning, have her tidy herself up and come to see me. Understood. Ji exited to relay the message. Sheng Zhiwan then requested Ting Lan to prepare ink for her. Moments later, she composed a tale of a gentleman and a maid. Ting Lan, who could read, took the completed manuscript from Sheng Zhiwan and glanced at it. First, take a look. When Huanzhu arrives tomorrow, you shall recount the contents of this to me. Yes. Ting Lan flipped through the pages and soon found her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Grasping the manuscript, she was torn between holding on and letting go. This, Princess, how can you write such a story and have me recount it? If this were to leak out, what would the world say about you? It matters not. If I instruct you to tell it, then you shall tell it. Thus, when Huan Zhu received word the next day and eagerly tidied herself to meet Sheng Zhiwan, she found her reclining languidly on the couch, her lustrous hair cascading like raven feathers, resembling exquisite silk that shimmered in the light. Princess, I realize my mistakes. Huan Zhu knelt. Sheng Zhiwan appeared, not to hear her. Huan Zhu remained kneeling. Having learned through her recent experiences to recognize her own position, a maid is a maid. Regardless of having emerged from the palace or having accompanied the princess since childhood. Once angered, the mistress could easily issue a command that would render her powerless. Huan Zhu knelt quietly on the floor, and within the stillness of the room, the only sound was Ting Lan and Appo's voice reading the manuscript, which Huan Zhu inadvertently began to listen to as well. Chapter 74. Indeed, one less as she listened further, Huan Zhu's complexion deepened in hue. Especially when she recalled that in the past, many had praised her as the most striking maid in the residence, akin to the maid Xing Tao in the story, graceful and blushing. Yet her fate was starkly different from that of Xing Tao. In the Jiang household, there was a dashing young master who took a liking to Xing Tao after merely encountering her a few times in the garden. However, in the Duke's residence, the one she secretly adored had never even cast a glance in her direction. Upon hearing that Xing Tao had taken advantage of the young Master Zhang's drunkenness to achieve her desires, Huan Zhu felt a twinge of envy. If only the heir could notice her sincerity as the young master did with Xing Tao. Princess, is it truly as the tales suggest, that men become more enamored after physical intimacy? Ting Lan blushed as she posed the question. Sheng Zhiwan replied leisurely, not entirely. A man's words in the bedroom can only be trusted a third. Yet even that is a treasure many women find elusive. Princess, I do not comprehend, Huan Zhu admitted. Then let it be. Sheng Zhiwan waved her hand, sitting upright to face Huan Zhu. Do you truly acknowledge a mistake? Huan Zhu was still lost in the narrative's reverie when she heard the question, and after a brief pause, she hurriedly bowed her head to the ground. I truly realize my fault, Princess. I shall never again act on my own accord. Very well. Sheng Zhiwan rose. Then starting tomorrow, you shall be reassigned as a second-rank maid. Yes. Thank you, Princess. Huan Zhu retreated, yet her heart remained tumultuous. That night, she dreamt of herself entwined with Qi Shuxian, akin to the tender romance between Xing Tao and the young Master Jiang in the tale. However, the joy of dreams was ephemeral. Upon waking, she was left with a profound sense of longing and melancholy. If only it were all true, she whispered softly. Huan Zhu, if you do not rise soon, you will miss breakfast. Hurry. The princess has specially requested the kitchen to prepare meat pastries today. She does not favor them, so they must be for us. Huan Zhu, upon hearing the voice outside, could not suppress her eye roll but smiled in response. All right, I shall come. Indeed, a mere morsel of meat pastry could elate a maid so. Typically, she would even scrutinize bird's nest soup. Reflecting on this, Huan Zhu felt a surge of discontent. Why was she destined to be a maid? With her beauty surpassing even that of Meng Yang. What if she were the one to have an unexpected encounter with the heir? As this thought raced through her mind, her heart skipped a beat, and she hastily exited her chamber. Today, Huan Zhu was assigned to attend Sheng Zhiwan outside her chamber. After Sheng Zhiwan had finished breakfast and distributed the remnants to the maids in the courtyard, she noticed a maid named Ji entering the room, partially concealing a small box. Huan Zhu instinctively leaned closer to the window, catching snippets of their conversation. Princess, these are rare medicinal herbs sent by the Han family. I realized upon re-registering that they are quite unique. Although you have not shared a room with the heir, it is prudent to be prepared. This is specifically effective for men and poses no harm to the body. If ever needed, you might consider using it. Let us see for now. I have yet to forgive him, Sheng Zhiwan's voice replied. Just place it in the hidden compartment beneath the jewelry box. The hidden compartment beneath the jewelry box. Huan Zhu, who had once been intimately acquainted with Sheng Zhiwan, could envision it even with her eyes closed. Her heart raced. Could it be that the object was as she imagined? To her astonishment, Sheng Zhiwan, who had previously prided herself on virtue, was now resorting to secret potions for manipulation. Yet, recalling the story in Appo's plot, she felt a stir of ambition. If she were the one to have an unexpected encounter with the heir, why would she still serve Sheng Zhiwan? That evening, after dining, Sheng Zhiwan leisurely played with her pet dog in the courtyard. Huan Zhu observed everyone preoccupied with the little creature and swiftly slipped into Sheng Zhiwan's chamber. The jewelry box remained in its usual spot. Huan Zhu easily opened the hidden compartment and discovered several vials. Shaking one through a cloth, she found a considerable quantity inside. In haste, Huan Zhu uncorked a vial, poured a grain into her fragrance pouch, and then nonchalantly returned outside. Princess, one is indeed missing. That night, Ting Lan counted the herbs repeatedly, confirming that there were indeed 29, though she had initially placed 30. Could the princess possess foresight? How else could she know Huan Zhu would attempt to steal the herbs? Ting Lan was astounded, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Huan Zhu was audacious. Did she truly aspire to transform from a maid into the mistress? Chapter 75. Why not? Why is it not possible? Let us not forget how Meng Yang entered the manor. Sheng Zhiwan smiled, having awaited this day with Huan Zhu. Every occurrence has its parallel. Once a principle is breached, countless individuals will follow suit. If a mere peasant girl like Meng Yang could, by a twist of fate, forge a connection with Qi Shuxian and ascend to the status of the duke's consort, then what is to stop Huan Zhu from doing the same? Gazing into the copper mirror, Sheng Zhiwan reflected on the solitude of their struggle. With an additional participant, it would spare her the burden of Qi Shuxian's affections falling solely upon her. Furthermore, it would allow her to witness whether Qi Shuxian, despite his fervent vows, could truly maintain his composure when faced with a similar situation. Huan Zhu acted swiftly. On the following nightfall, she positioned herself along the pathway from Xiaolan Courtyard to Weiyang Courtyard, holding a bowl of perfectly warm soup, timing her movements to encounter Qi Shuxian as he emerged from Xiaolan Courtyard. Upon recognizing her, Qi Shuxian halted, surprised. What brings you here? Having endured embarrassment at Sheng Zhiwan's residence the previous day, he did not expect to find her maid outside his quarters today. Huh? Qi Shuxian's gaze fell upon the food container in Huan Zhu's hand. Did the young lady send you? No, it is not. I prepared this personally for the young master, Huan Zhu replied, averting her eyes. Qi Shuxian, however, became increasingly convinced that this was an errand for Sheng Zhiwan. She had a penchant for such antics, creating a fade of discord while simultaneously refusing to lower her pride by sending something through Huan Zhu as a conciliatory gesture. Initially, he intended to disregard her, but the memory of her soft skin and delicate waist from the previous evening stirred an unexpected restlessness within him. Perhaps by accepting her offering, he could provide her with a graceful exit. With this thought, he leisurely returned to Xiaolan Courtyard and instructed Huan Zhu to unveil the food container. Within lay a small, exquisitely crafted hawthorn cake, accompanied by a bowl of warm rice wine. These were items that Sheng Zhiwan had prepared for him in the past. While they could not rival the offerings of an inn, they were imbued with heartfelt intention. Reflecting on this, Qi Shuxian naturally requested Huan Zhu to serve him a small bowl. You truly made these? Huan Zhu reiterated, and Qi Shuxian nodded dismissively. Women were indeed perplexing and difficult to appease. They seemed to desire to appear submissive while insisting on employing a servant's voice. As he savored the warm rice wine, Qi Shuxian soon sensed something amiss. By then, the effects of the drug had already begun to take hold. A wave of heat surged uncontrollably from his lower abdomen, and he found himself breathing heavily as he gazed at the woman before him, whose fragrance was irresistibly alluring. Even though he was acutely aware that she was merely a maid, he could not suppress the desires that ignited within him, tearing at the fabric of his reason and instinct. Young master? Huan Zhu had not anticipated the drug's potency. In mere moments, she could perceive the flames of longing in his gaze. Her heart raced with anticipation as she tentatively stepped closer. Young master, what troubles you? Are you unwell? Huan Zhu's heart pounded violently. The man before her was extraordinarily handsome, a paragon of both intellect and martial prowess. He was the Duke's heir, the very man she had once not dared to dream of. Yet now, he gazed at her with unmasked desire. Such blatant longing sent shivers of excitement through her. Young master, she tentatively extended her hand. However, in the next instant, a powerful hand seized her slender neck, and Huan Zhu's eyes widened in terror. Qi Shuxian. though under the influence of the drug, retained a semblance of his senses. His grip tightened slightly as he lifted her chin. "Do you dare to drug me?" Huanzhu struggled desperately, but her attempts to speak were stifled. Yet, her resistance only fueled Qi Shuxian's escalating fervor. He abruptly released her and staggered towards the exit. He sought Sheng Zhiwan. He was under the influence of the drug, and, as his wife, she was obliged to provide the antidote. Yet, as he moved, the fire within him threatened to consume him entirely, and the sound of the woman's soft sobs behind him seemed to ensnare his very soul. He turned suddenly, dragging Huanzhu up from the ground. Her wide eyes reflected both fear and a seductive allure, revealing that even she could not be entirely overlooked. If a peasant girl like Meng Yang could share a fleeting moment with the heir and conceive his child, then why could she not aspire to be the second? Her delicate arms encircled his back. Qi Shuxian shut his eyes tightly, feeling the insatiable desire within him intensify to a near unbearable degree, accompanied by a pain that was difficult to articulate. Gritting his teeth, he flipped Huanzhu beneath him. Chapter 76. A chance for the heir apparent, unlike the tender and affectionate exchanges depicted in the tales heard by Huanzhu. Qi Shuxian regarded her merely as an instrument for his own release, devoid of any solace, and took her by force. A sharp pain surged through her. On the cold stone table in the courtyard, the food containers and bowls were sent crashing to the ground. Huanzhu trembled in agony, wishing to cry out, but the large hand pressed firmly over her mouth stifled her voice. Qi Shuxian had already surmised that Huanzhu had drugged him. Since he viewed her as nothing more than a tool, he would not permit the events here to be disclosed. Thus, she remained silent, her complexion growing increasingly pallid as she endured his merciless ravaging. However, it mattered not. Everything was worth it, as long as she could become the heir's woman. What did a little suffering matter? Once the night had passed, she would no longer be the maid who was subject to humiliation in the pavilion. She could become a mistress. Resolving to suppress her tears, Huanzhu endeavored to cooperate with Qi Shuxian to alleviate her pain. As the night deepened, Qi Shuxian, having found relief, callously discarded the woman at his feet. Huanzhu's body bore the marks of his cruelty. As she adopted the most pitiful expression to plead for sympathy from the man who had taken her body, she was met with an icy command. "Someone, take her away and dispose of her." What? Huanzhu's eyes widened in terror. "No, please. My lord, spare me. I was merely momentarily bewitched." The dark guard stuffed a cloth into Huanzhu's mouth, turning her words into muffled whimpers. Just as despair crept in as she was being dragged away, Qi Shuxian suddenly turned and commanded, "Stop." The dark guards halted instantly. Qi Shuxian approached Huanzhu, removing the cloth from her mouth. "Was it Sheng Zhiwan? Did she instruct you to do this?" "And no." Huanzhu shook her head, fearing to lie. Qi Shuxian, seeing the genuine fear and confusion in her eyes, paused before asking, "Where did you acquire this drug?" "It was a gift from the Han residence to the princess. I overheard the princess mention she had not decided whether to forgive you, so I took one secretly." Huanzhu was horrified. She had never anticipated Qi Shuxian to be so ruthless. Just moments ago, he had overwhelmed her with desire, and now he was ready to dispose of her. Overwhelmed by fear, she could not even entertain the thought of lying. Qi Shuxian's gaze bore into her, recognizing her lack of deceit. He waved his hand, and the dark guard promptly replaced the cloth. At that moment, the door to the Xiaolan courtyard was suddenly thrust open. Sheng Zhiwan entered, her eyes brimming with mockery. Her gaze fell upon the disheveled Huanzhu, and Qi Shuxian instinctively tried to shield her from view. "Did you not say that I was the only one in your heart? That even if the same thing were to occur again, you would rather die than betray me? What does this scene before my eyes signify? My princess, do not blame my lord. It is merely my foolish infatuation, my fault." Huanzhu trembled violently. She felt her life slipping away. If her lord wished her dead, she could still feign pity, but how could the princess, who adored him so, allow her to covet him? Huanzhu and Oppose, as pallid complexion reflected her despair. At this juncture, she could only hope that the heir would spare her life, considering her unwavering devotion to him. Yet, her hopes were dashed. Upon hearing her words, Qi Shuxian felt no compassion. Instead, he stepped forward and kicked her away with force. Huanzhu cried out, blood spilling from her mouth. Sheng Zhiwan laughed coldly. Is the heir trying to deny responsibility after taking his pleasure? Or does he intend to silence her forever? Qi Shuxian, suppressing the onset of his cold poison, glared at her. Did you know all along? Otherwise, how could you enter just as he and Huanzhu had finished? Yes, Sheng Zhiwan admitted directly, denying it was futile, for Qi Shuxian was no fool. However, acknowledgement bore a different weight. Qi Shuxian's eyes turned crimson. Why did you do this? Is it not what you said yourself? That you would rather die than betray me if the same thing were to occur again? Sheng Zhiwan touched her eye corner with a hand smeared with pepper, immediately reddening her eyes. I discovered a pill was missing and ordered a search in the courtyard. Upon finding it on Huanzhu, I learned she had come to your quarters. I wanted to give you a chance. Sheng Zhiwan paused, a cold smile gracing her lips. After all, the list stated that the drug was merely for amusement. Though potent, it poses no harm to the body. If one possesses a steadfast mind, refusal is entirely possible. But I did not expect. She lowered her gaze, feigning disappointment and sorrow. I did not expect to hear such a ruthless voice from you, just outside. As her last words lingered in the air, a bitter smile appeared on her lips, raising her long lashes. Her slightly damp eyes made her appear as fragile as glass in the night. Qi Shuxian stood frozen, yearning to explain, yet he faltered repeatedly, ultimately unable to voice anything. Sheng Zhiwan had no desire to hear his explanation. She cast a glance at the pitiful Huanzhu sprawled on the ground and declared, since she is now your woman, in a few days, have her brought in through the side door along with Miss Meng to be your concubine. With those words, not only Qi Shuxian, but Huanzhu too was left in a daze. The princess actually spared her and permitted her to become the heir and oppose. As concubine? Why? Before she could comprehend, Sheng Zhiwan had already turned to leave. Upon returning to the pavilion, Ting Lan remained shaken. I never expected the heir to be so ruthless as to dispose of Huanzhu. Why did you save her, princess? Chapter 77. The justification. Sheng Zhiwan crouched down, cradling the dog Laifu that had nestled beside her. After all these years of companionship, since she wished to become Qi Shuxian's concubine, she would grant her wish. Moreover, her actions were guided by the palace. Her transgressions were not worthy of death. Tinglan immediately interjected. What does this have to do with you? You merely recounted a story and received a secret remedy from the Han residents. It is her own greed that has led her astray. No matter how you spin it, the blame cannot fall upon you. Sheng Zhiwan smiled at her words but remained silent. She picked up the little yarn ball that Anji had made for Laifu and placed it on the slope, watching it roll down slowly until it fell into a pit. With no chance of escape, Huanzhu had successfully become Qi Shuxian's person, but before she could be elevated, she had to reside within the confines of the Pingle courtyard. Sheng Zhiwan arranged for her to have a separate room. Huanzhu hung her head, too timid to meet her gaze. Sheng Zhiwan waved her hand, dismissing everyone else, leaving only Anji and Tinglan outside. Huanzhu shivered slightly. Sheng Zhiwan chuckled coldly. Why are you so afraid? The one who desires your demise is not me, but the man you covet. You should realize that had I not intervened today, you would already be a corpse, even if you become his concubine. Do you truly believe he will treat you kindly? He might find an excuse to dispose of you at any moment. Huanzhu recalled Qi Shuxian's indifferent expression when he had ordered for her to be dealt with, and her heart sank. Your Highness, she suddenly knelt, crawling to Sheng Zhiwan's feet. I thank you for saving my life. I swear I shall never act so recklessly again. I was bewitched by the tales I heard. Please, Your Highness, save me. As she spoke, she slapped her own face in desperation, causing her delicate features to swell. In that moment, she realized the unlikelihood of such coincidences. First the tales, then the medicine, all of which she had overheard. Sheng Zhiwan sighed. Enough. Regardless of our shared upbringing, how could I remain oblivious to your intentions? The tale you heard was indeed orchestrated by me, but sadly, you only grasped the first half, neglecting the conclusion, which led you to misguided thoughts. And, coincidentally, the medicine sent by the Han residents reached your ears. Huanzhu was taken aback, suddenly recalling that the story indeed had a continuation, but she had been so enraptured by the fantasy of sharing Qi Shuxian's existence that she had overlooked it. Now, in retrospect, while Xing Tao had indeed garnered the affection of young Master Jiang, she soon faced a new mistress who found a pretext to sell her off. Young Master Jiang, disillusioned by the loss of his beloved, abandoned his frivolities and became a renowned official, yet Xing Tao had perished long before that. Ultimately, she was merely a catalyst for Jiang and Appo's awakening. Huanzhu and Appo's heart sank further with regret, and tears streamed down her cheeks like pearls on a broken string. Observing her despair, Sheng Zhiwan felt no pang of sympathy, yet she advised, given the circumstances, you must contemplate your future. I can only preserve your life for the moment. What comes next depends solely on you. If you aspire to be like Meng Yang, consider how she secured her place in the household. With that, Sheng Zhiwan departed. Huanzhu remained in a daze, shaken by the events of the day, her mind swirling with anxiety. Only upon hearing Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's words did she recognize a crucial truth. Meng Yang was with child, whereas she, Huanzhu and Appo's face turned ashen. Unless she too could conceive, Qi Shuxian and Appo's disdain would assuredly lead to her demise. News of Qi Shuxian acquiring another maid spread throughout the residences. Lady Cui was taken aback for a moment, attributing it to her son discovering the pleasures of women. Dismissing it lightly, on the contrary, she welcomed the notion that her son's affections were diverted from Sheng Zhiwan. What was Sheng Zhiwan's reaction? The lady of the house seemed to have emerged from Qi Shuxian's quarters in tears. The matron remarked, serve her right. Lady Cui scoffed. It was about time. The lady of the house had even mentioned that a few days hence, Meng Yang and Huanzhu would be elevated as concubines together, acknowledging their worth. Make sure to take measurements. Even as concubines, they must not appear shabby upon entering. Understood, the matron replied, proceeding with the arrangements. Naturally, the news reached Weiyang courtyard as well. Upon learning that Qi Shuxian had taken another maid, Meng Yang felt an unbearable pang in her heart. Even as preparations were made for her measurements, her mind was elsewhere. She felt a profound sense of injustice. As a time traveler, she believed she should be the protagonist in this narrative. How could Qi Shuxian, after having been with her, still pursue other women? She considered sending Qingxing to gather information, but feared incurring Qi Shuxian's wrath, so she suppressed her feelings. Yet, having been a seasoned player in such affairs in her past life, she soon resolved that with her current status, she could not afford to meddle. Instead, she needed to embody gentleness and attentiveness, showcasing her advantages as a time traveler. Thus, after shedding tears, the next day, she timed her visit to Lady Cui's courtyard. Indeed, Qi Shuxian had also come to pay his respects, and remarkably, Duke Qi was present, not out socializing. Chapter 78. Brewing Meng Yang recognized this as an exceptional opportunity and appropriately reported, Madam, the hot pot restaurant has been thriving these past few days, with a daily net profit nearing 100 taels. What? A profit of 100 taels in a single day? Cui was taken aback. Qi Shuxian and Duke Qi also looked at her in astonishment. Meng Yang continued, furthermore, I have gathered some insights on various alcoholic beverages currently available in the capital. Although there are numerous types, their flavors are rather lackluster. I possess a method to brew a more refined and exquisite wine. Cui showed little interest in such matters. Since the hot pot restaurant was prospering, it was prudent to focus on its management rather than diversifying into other ventures. Mother, Qi Shuxian interjected, sensing the commercial potential, you may not comprehend the allure that wine holds for men. For instance, the third prince is quite fond of fine wine. Recently, he offered several hundred taels for a single exquisite bottle. Indeed, Duke Qi added, several prominent families in the southern region have amassed wealth through the wine industry. But isn't the secret to brewing wine closely guarded by each family? Can you truly produce it? Cui was skeptical, aware of Meng Yang's humble origins as a farmer, which made her doubtful of her capabilities. I have already brewed a small batch. However, it is not yet ready for mass production. Duke, young master, would you like to sample it first? Meng Yang said as she hastily instructed Qingxing to fetch it. In a moment, a small flask of clear wine was presented before them. Duke Qi took a whiff and found it quite pleasant, but he remained cautious about its taste. not wishing to let Qi Shuxian take unnecessary risks. He poured a small amount into a cup for Sun Feng. Although Sun Feng was a servant, he had accompanied Duke Qi and was thus somewhat worldly. After taking a sip, he gazed up in astonishment. What is this wine? Though I have never tasted anything like it, its flavor surpasses that of the finest frozen rice wine available on the market. Really? Duke Qi was surprised, not expecting this farmer girl, Meng Yang, to possess such talent. Observing that Sun Feng showed no adverse reaction, he too took a cautious sip. One taste was enough for him to exclaim, "Impressive! The flavor is rich and fragrant." Hearing this, Qi Shuxian also poured himself a half cup and drank. Indeed, it was as his father had stated. Not only was the taste superior, but the clarity of the wine far exceeded that of anything available in the market. Excellent! Excellent! Duke Qi could hardly contain his excitement. He had never involved himself in household affairs, but now he looked at Meng Yang with newfound admiration. Continue your explorations in brewing. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to consult Shuxian. If Meng Yang can truly produce a more robust and flavorful wine, the profits could far exceed a mere 100 taels. In time, our Duke's residence may well evolve into the next great family. Duke Qi's spirits soared. Qi Shuxian, having been troubled by the matter of Huanzhou, felt considerably uplifted. He had been attempting to liquidate properties, yet those buyers, perceiving his urgent need for money, had driven the prices down to unacceptably low levels. If Meng Yang could indeed produce good wine, he would be free from such financial concerns. A man's efforts should be directed towards his career. Regrettably, Sheng Zhiwan, as the legitimate wife, failed to grasp this principle and had stirred discord over a mere handful of taels, demonstrating that jealousy can often cloud a woman into oppose as judgment. It mattered not. He would show her that without her, Meng Yang, a mere farmer girl, could manage the affairs of the Duke's residence with great competence, perhaps even better than she had during her time as steward. Yet, mindful of Meng Yang's pregnancy, he gently advised, "You are with child. Do not overexert yourself." Meng Yang's eyes reddened at his words. "I understand, and I am grateful for your concern, young master." Qi Shuxian nodded, once again appreciating Meng Yang's thoughtfulness and suitability as a companion. If only Sheng Zhiwan possessed even a fraction of her virtues. With the support of the Duke's household, Meng Yang devoted herself to the art of brewing wine in the coming days. Qi Shuxian seized an opportunity to present her concoction to the third prince. The third prince, a true connoisseur of wine, took but a single sip and discerned its unique qualities. The wines of the current era in Sheng country were often coarsely brewed from grains, resulting in lengthy fermentation, impurities, and varying flavors due to differing brewing environments. However, the wine Qi Shuxian had brought was clear and white, resembling water, yet its flavor was not at all inferior to that of wines aged for long periods, with a hint of warmth that caressed the throat. Upon discovering that this remarkable wine was crafted by Meng Yang, the young lady from Cangnan, the third prince expressed keen interest. "I did not expect a woman to possess such talent. Recently, I heard of her remarkable deeds on the battlefield, and now she excels in winemaking as well. I also understand that the newly established hot pot restaurant is her initiative." "Indeed," Qi Shuxian affirmed. "This extraordinary woman, I must meet her," the third prince declared with a smile. "There is no time like the present. Let's all visit the hot pot restaurant today. Shuxian, may I request that your esteemed Meng Yang join us?" Chapter 79. The third prince's favored Shui sure learned that the third prince wished to meet Meng Yang and hastily summoned her, instructing her on etiquette several times before reluctantly allowing her to leave the residence. Meng Yang was equally exhilarated. A prince, even more esteemed than a marquis, whom she never expected to encounter so soon. Indeed, if a time traveler could harness their advantages, it would serve as their golden key. Ambition blossomed in Meng Yang's heart. She resolved to make a splendid impression to earn the third prince's favor. After all, what was a mere princess like Sheng Zhiwan in comparison? Soon, the carriage arrived outside the hot pot restaurant. A pale-faced eunuch had been waiting and, upon seeing her descend, could not help but scan her from head to toe. "Is this Miss Meng?" Meng Yang maintained her composure and nodded. "Indeed, it is I. Please, Miss Meng." The eunuch gestured for her to ascend to the third floor. At that moment, the third prince, Sheng Yuan Hao, was drinking with his attendants. Upon hearing that the rumored Meng Jiao was present, he lifted his gaze and saw a woman of only average appearance and demeanor being led in by the eunuch. He instinctively glanced behind her, searching for others, and a fleeting look of disappointment crossed his eyes. However, this fleeting disappointment vanished quickly, unnoticed by Qi Shuxian beside him. "Your Highness, this is Meng Yang." "Meng Yang, may I present His Royal Highness, the third prince," Qi Shuxian introduced them. "Greetings, Your Highness," Meng Yang said. As she had anticipated, the third prince was indeed handsome, though perhaps not as striking as Qi Shuxian. She gracefully performed her greeting, raising her gaze to present her most flattering angle. Yet, the crowd in Appo's expressions were peculiar. Qi Shuxian awkwardly explained, "Your Highness, please forgive her. Meng Yang hails from a farming family and has only recently learned these formalities, hence the mistake." Meng Yang was taken aback, quickly realizing her greeting was incorrect. However, to correct it now would be even more embarrassing. Fortunately, the third prince appeared gentle and unconcerned, waving his hand. "Rise. I hear from Shuxian that this wine is of your own brewing?" "Indeed," Meng Yang exhaled in relief. The third prince then inquired about the specifics of her winemaking process and how it achieved such a clear hue. Meng Yang answered each question, though many steps remained a mystery to her, and she could only offer vague responses. The more the third prince listened, the more displeased he became, suspecting Meng Yang was concealing something. Nevertheless, his purpose in meeting her was twofold: to cultivate a bond with Qi Shuxian and to perceive her brewing talents as a potential means of profit. Thus he did not reveal his dissatisfaction, instead expressing high regard for her. Their conversation flowed from wine to hot pot, and then to the recently popular character Meng Jiao from a novel. The third prince praised, "Miss Meng possesses a sharp mind and broad vision, though her origins are humble. Her thoughts and actions are both brave and astute, unlike typical women of the household. This wine shall be named Jiaonyang wine. What say you?" Meanwhile, 2 streets away at the Jushin Tea House, Sheng Zhiwan had just disembarked from her carriage and, before entering, overheard familiar voices engaged in lively discussion. Glancing over, she found it was none other than Shang Shuyuan and Wang Huaiji among others. It was indeed a stroke of folly that those mountain bandits had bought counterfeit wine, leading to their intoxication, allowing these scions to benefit from their misfortune. Otherwise, with their skills, charging it would be akin to courting death. Exactly. Their success is merely a stroke of luck in the Emperor and Appo's, as commendation is likely due to Princess Qingming and Appo's influence. However, the Emperor surely knows they are a bunch of inept fools, hence the meager rewards without even an official title mentioned. It was laughable to see them celebrating so heartily. Zhang Yuanzhu shook his head in derision, clearly unimpressed. Indeed, the Emperor knows well the difference between a mere ornamental pillow and genuine talent. Otherwise, how could our brother Xu Yuan have garnered the Emperor and Appo's favor without slaying any bandits and instead been appointed to oversee the maritime tea trade? This illustrates the disparity. "Just an assistant role," Shang Xuan replied nonchalantly with a smile. The others at the table deemed him modest. Wang Huaiji raised his cup. "Brother Xu Yuan, let this toast be a prelude to your swift success. May your ship reach harbor in triumph. Let's toast to Brother Wang and Appo's auspicious words." They all drank heartily. Sheng Zhiwan had initially intended to ignore them, but upon hearing their derision of Shang Hongyu, she halted in her tracks as they congratulated Shang Shuyuan on his new appointment. Her gaze fell upon Shang Shuyuan, surrounded by admirers. For some reason, this brought to mind the solitary figure of Shang Hongyu drinking alone that day. An indescribable emotion welled within her. Did Shang Shuyuan truly not know how he acquired this position? The day her father had retained General Shang, he had uttered something that outsiders were unaware of. But she had learned from her grandmother's emissary. Her grandmother had expressed gratitude for Shang Hongyu's rescue and had mentioned to the emperor the intention to secure him a position. That day, the emperor had retained General Shang for this very purpose. Little did they know, General Shang had, in the emperor's presence, disparaged Shang Hongyu and instead recommended his elder son, Shang Shuyuan. Thus the appointment fell to him. Chapter 80. Protection. The young master of the Shang family exhibited a surprising humility. Sheng Zhiwan spoke, causing Shang Shuyuan to pause. Wang Huaiji and Appo's countenance instantly turned rigid, taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Princess Qingning. Had he known of such a coincidence, he would have refrained from visiting the gathering of Talent's tea house today. I have had the honor of meeting Princess Qingning. Your praise is unwarranted, Shang Shuyuan said as he rose to bow. Sheng Zhiwan smiled knowingly. Indeed, it is unwarranted. For your esteemed position is a result of your brother Shang Heir and Appo's merit in eliminating bandits. It is one thing for others to be unaware, but I am astonished that you yourself do not realize this. Has General Shang failed to inform you? What? The position of Shuyuan is derived from Shang Heir's accomplishments? Wang Huaiji exclaimed in disbelief. Is that true, Shuyuan? Another inquired. Shang Shuyuan's face shifted through shades of green and white, his handsome features reflecting his embarrassment and dismay. Naturally, his father had not divulged such information to him. However, the timing of his assignment had indeed raised suspicions within him. Yet, since his father remained silent, he feigned ignorance, secretly reveling in the flattery directed at him while belittling Shang Xingyu. After all, who ultimately benefited from this situation? It was he himself. Little did he anticipate that Sheng Zhiwan would expose the truth publicly. What business does a princess have wandering about? Shang Xian felt a surge of resentment and lowered his gaze. The princess has misunderstood me. I truly had no knowledge that my position was connected to Xingyu. And now you are aware? Sheng Zhiwan replied, her gaze sweeping over his companions. It seems that while your friends belittle Shang Heir, they elevate you, Shang Xuan. If I did not know how much you value brotherhood and protect your kin, I might suspect these friends were purposely tarnishing Shang Heir's reputation. Shang Xuan felt an acute sense of discomfort. The princess is mistaken. They are merely forthright in their expressions and did not intend this. Very well. Let us hope that matters do not repeat themselves, Sheng Zhiwan remarked, then noticed Wang Huaiji, who had been hanging his head beside Shang Shuyuan. Prince Wang, it seems you are also present. I wonder if there's been any progress regarding the grain and silver donation I requested an investigation into? And not yet, Wang Huaiji stammered, his voice barely above a whisper. Is that so? It appears that your efficiency leaves much to be desired, Sheng Zhiwan retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Striding past the group, Wang Huaiji dared to lift his head only after her opulent footwear had vanished from view. Upon reaching the third floor, Mo Qing awaited her arrival outside the Tianzi elegant chamber and promptly opened the door. Sheng Zhiwan gestured for Ji and Ting Lan to wait outside. Were you speaking up for me just now? A casually reclining figure at the window turned as he spoke, his voice laced with a playful nonchalance. His black hair framed a youthful visage, and the audacity in his gaze bore an indescribable boldness. Sheng Zhiwan was momentarily taken aback. It must be said that Shang Xingyu possessed an astoundingly handsome face, had it not been for his notorious reputation. Countless noble women in the capital would likely regard him as a prime candidate for marriage. It was no wonder Shang Shuyuan went to great lengths to undermine him. What? Is that unacceptable? Shang Xingyu teased, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he lowered his dark lashes. Of course not, she replied, diverting her gaze. It is merely the first time I have encountered someone so openly favored. Sheng Zhiwan was astonished. Is that so? The esteemed Prince Qin Yu can indeed be pitied. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. His mother had passed away early, and his father, eager to win over his stepmother, likely wished he did not exist. Otherwise, he would not have been relegated to a constant comparison with Shang Xuan, living cautiously. Contemplating this, Sheng Zhiwan felt an unexplainable softness in her heart. Do not be disheartened. If no one else protects you, then you must protect yourself. Indeed, but I find great comfort in your protection, Princess, Shang Xingyu remarked, his gaze fixed upon her. Through their interactions, he had recognized that despite her being merely a teenage girl, even younger than he, she possessed an air of maturity and restraint. Little did he know that Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's soul had matured over nearly 30 years, now residing in the body of a mere girl. Yet, regardless of her maturity, she was still susceptible to the intensity of his gaze. Feeling her ears warm, she hastily changed the subject. Thank you for your cloak the other day. Was Shang Heir pleased with the outcome of our collaboration? Shang Xingyu chuckled lightly, choosing not to tease her further. As long as the princess is not displeased. I found our previous collaboration to be quite satisfactory. An encounter with bandits had granted him a rightful place in the esteem of Emperor Chongsheng, aligning him with the Yi, Pei, Chun, and Zhou families. This alliance was markedly different from the frivolous associations of his past. To put plainly, while previously, those families would have preferred their own children to keep their distance from him during times of trouble, the situation had now shifted. Should he encounter difficulties, they would not turn a blind eye, provided the challenges were not insurmountable. Chapter 81. The Supreme Art of Strategy in the Past. If Shang Tianhao sought an opportunity to send him out of the capital, apart from himself, Yi Rong and others would be anxious but ultimately powerless to intervene. However, the circumstances have changed. Should Shang Tianhao genuinely wish to send him away now, Minister Yi and Pei Lingyuan would undoubtedly not stand idly by. Moreover, with these influential figures present, Shang Tianhao would no longer dare to act as he once did. Of course, his precarious reputation has been somewhat salvaged. These 3 points are merely superficial. The most significant factor is the Han family, whose debts of gratitude represent the greatest gain from this endeavor. Is the princess satisfied with the outcome? Shang Xingyu and Appo's dark gaze turned toward her again, although his eyes bore the weight of utmost seriousness. Sheng Zhiwan felt their intensity and instinctively averted her gaze before replying. Indeed, I am satisfied, even if it leads to a fallout with young Master Qi. I have heard the Qi Duke and Appo's residence has been quite lively of late. Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's displeasure was palpable. You are prying into my private affairs? Indeed, Shang Xingyu unabashedly confessed. I must understand the princess's intentions. Otherwise, if one day you disclose these matters to young Master Qi, I would prefer not to have a sudden change in my cooperative partner. Furthermore, as he spoke, he leaned in closer. I must admit, I harbor a certain bias against young Master Qi. I cannot help but feel he is unworthy of the princess. The sudden tension made Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's body stiffen. Just as she was about to retreat, Shang Xingyu had already stepped back. He innocently spread his hands, revealing a tiny spider resting in his palm. Fear not, princess. This little creature nearly landed upon you. Sheng Zhiwan was taken aback for a moment before regaining her composure. Shang Xingyu was correct. In any partnership, trust is paramount. She believed he had the welfare of the people at heart. Otherwise, in her past life, he would not have fought valiantly to safeguard the lives of countless citizens in Tingzhou. She looked at him and said, My actions serve 2 purposes, one for the benefit of the Sheng Kingdom and the other for myself. In recent years, the Sheng Kingdom has faced relentless warfare, leaving its treasury depleted. While it may appear flourishing at present, a war or natural disaster would undoubtedly cause turmoil. Moreover, which of my royal brothers do you believe is capable of shouldering such responsibilities? What Sheng Zhiwan spoke of had already come to fruition in her previous life. By the end of this year, the northern regions would suffer from a cold disaster. The following summer, the south would be plagued by severe flooding, and thereafter, numerous calamities would ensue. Her royal brothers were embroiled in a struggle for succession, using natural disasters as a means to vie for power, all while disregarding the plight of the common folk. Which prince do you favor? Shang Xingyu discerned the deeper implications in Sheng Zhiwan's words, though he found it hard to believe. Not that he doubted her thoughts, but rather that she would share such sentiments with him. Did she not fear? I trust you, thus I have my sights set on that position, Sheng Zhiwan replied, her gaze steady and resolute. Having been reborn, her intention was never solely to leave the Qi Duke and Appo's residence. She aimed to depart, ensuring those who had wronged her in her previous life would face consequences. More importantly, she sought to protect the Sheng Kingdom and unravel the mystery behind her grandmother's insistence on her modesty. Why was she not to be wise and yet taught these skills? And what of the cold poison within her, which her master claimed she bore from birth? Who would poison a mere palace maid? Sheng Zhiwan's eyes met Shang Xingyu's, calm yet radiating an unyielding determination. Shang Xingyu and Appo's heart raced. And what the Qi Duke and Appo's residence and young Master Qi? I certainly intend to leave. Shang Xingyu's eyes brightened. Excellent. What? Now it was Sheng Zhiwan who was momentarily taken aback. Shang Xingyu's eyes sparkled with interest. What does the princess require of me this time? Sheng Zhiwan regarded his smile, momentarily dazed. Before recalling the scent of sandalwood from that night, she averted her gaze and said, I need you to establish a trade caravan between Sheng Kingdom and Tedan in the shortest time possible. Tedan, adjacent to the western borders of Sheng Kingdom, shares boundaries with Yizhou and Jizhou, boasting fertile lands and abundant food production. Although relations have not been particularly amicable in recent years, trade between the common people has remained robust. Organizing a trade caravan, given sufficient funds, should not pose much difficulty. Yet, Shang Xingyu was puzzled by Sheng Zhiwan's motives. Did she seek silver or grain? Both. Sheng Zhiwan traced the map of the two nations on the table with her finger. I intend for Tedan to become my granary and treasury. The royal family of Tedan held purple in high esteem. However, the extraction of purple dye is intricate. Tedan must traverse the Puya Mountains and negotiate with other coastal nations to procure bone shells. Yet, even then, harvesting bone shells from the deep sea is arduous, and only a select few royals and nobles can obtain the purest shades of purple. Years ago, Sheng Kingdom received a tribute of floral bulbs from Zadian, among which was an exquisite flower named Lilan, with roots as large as eggs, resembling garlic in shape, and with petals of myriad colors. Emperor Chongzheng had distributed these bulbs to various palaces, and Sheng Zhiwan was fortunate to receive some. Due to her sensitivity to cold, she had nurtured these flowers in her temporary residence, employing specialists to care for them. By now, she had cultivated thousands, with 99 of them displaying white, yellow, pale apricot, and light pink hues. However, there were a few rare specimens, their white petals streaked with vibrant purple. From the moment she first beheld those flower buds, she devised this plan. The supreme art of strategy dictates that one should first conquer through wisdom, then through alliances, and only lastly through military might. She intended to seize control of Tedan without employing a single soldier. Chapter 82. Was it deliberate? In her previous life, Sheng Zhiwan had employed this very scheme to elevate Qi Shuxian to the position of right minister. At that time, in order to preserve Qi Shuxian and Amp, Appo's dignity, she had meticulously crafted the entire plan into a manuscript and placed it in his study, subtly guiding him to discover it. Eventually, Qi Shuxian did uncover it and proceeded to implement the insights contained within. However, the ultimate outcome was marred by his insatiable greed. He not only failed to transform Tedan into the granary of the Sheng Kingdom, but also garnered a mere 30 million taels. Consequently, when the Eastern Wok invaded, Tedan still had the resources to collaborate with them, thereby sandwiching the Sheng Kingdom and leaving it with little capacity for counterattack. Yet, even that 30 million taels was sufficient for the officials in the court to extol Qi Shuxian's strategic acumen and foresight. Everyone admired him as a prodigious talent, and the emperor, elated, promoted him to right minister. As for Sheng Zhiwan, a princess with no remarkable attributes other than her romantic inclinations, to be wed to such a man was indeed a stroke of immense fortune. Sheng Zhiwan collected her thoughts and began to narrate the plan in detail. The merchant, Shang Hongyu, listened intently, his eyes growing brighter with each passing moment. For the next half hour, they engaged in a lively exchange, refining the existing plan. Sheng Zhiwan soon realized that while her previous strategy was not flawed, the distinct circumstances of Tedan as opposed to the Sheng Kingdom necessitated minor adjustments in their tactics to reap greater benefits. For instance, while the Sheng Kingdom operated under a merchant association system, Tedan adhered to a guild system, with the guilds being under the jurisdiction of the Tedan royal family. Should they succeed in bribing members within the guild, their operations would undoubtedly become far more expedient. Moreover, there was no need to be fixated on the current lilac bulbs. They could preemptively engage in trade for the following year's harvest, concentrating on the pre-sale of the bulbs. This would significantly reduce transportation costs while allowing for easy transactions of ownership, leading to an escalation in prices as the bulbs changed hands multiple times in a short span. As they discussed, they found themselves unconsciously leaning closer. Sheng Zhiwan lifted her gaze, her forehead brushing against something soft. She froze. Shang Hongyu, momentarily taken aback, innocently remarked, "Princess, you wouldn't hold it against me for being forward, would you?" Sheng Zhiwan pressed her lips together, distancing herself slightly, assuring him that it was merely a surprise and certainly not a grievance. "That is good." Shang Hongyu's eyes deepened. "Otherwise, I would have to return the favor." Sheng Zhiwan furrowed her brows. Before she could respond, Shang Hongyu cleared his throat with a serious demeanor. "Furthermore, I believe we could involve Yi Rong and a few others in this matter. Their presence would undoubtedly be beneficial for your endeavors." Sheng Zhiwan, indeed diverted by his suggestion, pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Having concluded their serious discussions, Sheng Zhiwan produced a porcelain vial and placed it on the table. Shang Hongyu immediately recognized it. "Is that the golden wound healing ointment?" "Indeed," Sheng Zhiwan affirmed. "Later today, the Duke of Qi and Appo's residence will be inquiring about the golden wound healing ointment. You may auction it at the Qijin building. The higher the price, the better. I shall ensure you receive your share of the proceeds." The thought of Qi Shuxian ending up at a disadvantage brought a smile to Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's face. Shang Hongyu raised an eyebrow, tucking the vial into his cloak. "Rest assured, I will not allow the princess to suffer any loss." They exchanged a knowing smile. After their laughter subsided, Sheng Zhiwan found herself momentarily taken aback, realizing that she had developed an unexpectedly comfortable rapport with Shang Hongyu. This feeling was disconcerting, as it risked eroding her vigilance. Upon leaving the Jushin tea house, she made her way directly back to the Duke's residence. "Where have you been?" Upon reaching the entrance, she encountered Qi Shuxian, who was descending from a carriage with Meng Yang's assistance. Sheng Zhiwan's gaze swept over them languidly. At the palace, visiting grandmother. Qi Shuxian's demeanor became instantly wary. "You haven't gone to complain, have you?" Sheng Zhiwan smiled lightly. "I am not so frivolous." Qi Shuxian felt a momentary relief, only to hear her continue. "However, the maid by grandmother's side, Mama Xiao, has sustained an injury and cannot attend to her. I recalled the golden wound healing ointment she had gifted me, so tomorrow morning someone from the palace will come to the Duke's residence to collect the medicine." Qi Shuxian's expression suddenly froze. Meng Yang, unaware of the significance of the golden wound healing ointment, grasped its value merely from its name. Sheng Zhiwan gently tucked a strand of hair blown forward by the wind behind her ear. "I know that it was Huanzhu who took the ointment to give to you, but that was a gift from grandmother to me. It would be prudent for the young master to return it promptly. Otherwise, if grandmother learns that a mere maid dared to take her mistress's belongings to give away, she will surely question her, and then the matter between you two cannot be concealed any longer." Sheng Zhiwan. Qi Shuxian ground his teeth, his forehead twitching. "You did that on purpose?" Sheng Zhiwan feigned innocence. "The young master has misunderstood me. I only learned of this matter recently. Nevertheless, the golden wound healing ointment is still in your possession, a whole vial. Given its efficacy, I trust you won't exhaust it completely. I am being magnanimous. You may simply return the remaining portion." Chapter 83. Setting a Trap. The heir must remember to act swiftly, for tomorrow morning, someone from the palace will arrive. Sheng Zhiwan, with a charming smile, gracefully passed by the two. Since they dared to betray her by exchanging her belongings for silver, they must be prepared for a significant loss. Qi Shuxian was aware that she was acting intentionally. What wrong was she committing by reclaiming her own possessions? On the contrary, it was Qi Shuxian and the Qi Guogong mansion whose reputations were tarnished due to recent events. If news spread that they were auctioning off the princess's personal items for profit, their already sullied reputation would suffer further disgrace. Qi Shuxian had begun to notice a growing distance from some of his colleagues, and thus he could not tolerate this incident occurring. Watching Sheng Zhiwan's retreating figure, the joy that Meng Yang had felt from the third prince's favor dissipated significantly. He hurriedly returned her, then promptly left the residence to inquire about the previous bottle of golden wound healing ointment. Ideally, he would retrieve it at the original price. If not, he would have to part with additional silver. However, matters seldom unfold as desired. Upon hearing from the manager of Qijin Tower that the medicine had already been sold and they could not disclose the buyer's information, Qi Shuxian felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Fortunately, after some inquiry, The manager mentioned that another bottle of the golden wound healing ointment was up for auction soon, and if Qi Shuxian was interested, he could partake, albeit at a higher price. With the palace's visitors approaching, Qi Shuxian gritted his teeth and asked, "How much?" 5,000 taels. As soon as the manager revealed the price, Qi Shuxian sprang up in anger, seizing the manager by the collar and demanding, "How much?" 5,000 taels. Ah, young Master Qi, the manager and Appo's face turned pale with fright. If you find it too expensive, you need not purchase it. It is not my offer, but the seller and Appo's stating that the minimum is 5,000 taels, or else it will not be sold. This is not a small item, and I am powerless in this matter. Qi Shuxian released his grip, his expression dark as a storm cloud. Who is it? Arrange for this young master to meet him. That is not permissible. The manager flatly refused. Our Qijin Tower has a strict policy against disclosing the identities of buyers and sellers. If we were to make an exception for you, young Master Qi, who would dare to do business with Qijin Tower in the future? Seeing Qi Shuxian about to seize him again, the manager hastily added, "Of course, if you're dissatisfied, you may seek out the Prince of Huai. If he speaks, I shall have no choice but to comply." Qi Shuxian immediately regained his composure. The backing of Qijin Tower was the Prince of Huai, whose first wife had sacrificed herself to save the first prince, earning immense favor from His Majesty. Thus, he could not afford to offend that party. Yet, he had to acquire the medicine. 5,000 taels was not beyond his means. Recently, to repay Sheng Zhiwan, he had sold several properties bestowed upon him by the emperor, netting over 19,000 taels. Still, 5,000 for this bottle of medicine felt exorbitant. The more Qi Shuxian pondered, the deeper his regrets sank. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have sold the medicine in the first place. But it was too late for regrets now. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "This medicine, this young master shall have." That evening, Qi Shuxian personally delivered the medicine to Pinglan residence. Upon seeing the bottle that had returned to her possession, now purchased at a high price by Qi Shuxian, Sheng Zhiwan felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Unable to suppress a smile, she remarked, "You have truly gone to great lengths, young master. But I forgot to inform you that news has just arrived from the palace. My grandmother no longer requires this medicine." Qi Shuxian was nearly overcome with rage. He had expended triple the original price to reclaim it, and now she declared she no longer wanted it? Why not say so earlier? Qi Shuxian was about to take back the medicine. Since it was no longer wanted by the palace, he wondered if he could return it in time, or at the very least, reclaim some of his silver. As he reached out, Sheng Zhiwan had already grasped the porcelain bottle. "Have you forgotten, young master? This is my possession. It is merely a bottle of medicine. Must you be so calculative with me?" Qi Shuxian nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Sheng Zhiwan continued, "If I am not mistaken, since our acquaintance began, the gifts you have bestowed upon me could be counted on one hand. The clay figurine you carve has long since cracked, and the flowers you gifted were merely picked from the roadside. What else have you given me?" "Oh," she seemed to suddenly recall, rising to approach her jewelry box. "There is also a wooden hairpin you crafted by hand." She casually retrieved a peachwood hairpin and held it out to Qi Shuxian. "Do you think it fitting for a princess to wear a wooden hairpin?" Qi Shuxian, seething with indignation, retorted, "Sheng Zhiwan, when did you become so materialistic? You seemed to cherish it back then." Sheng Zhiwan smiled, her eyes crinkling with mirth. "You are not materialistic, and neither is the Guogong mansion. It is merely that my mother has grown accustomed to using my favors to solicit Dr. Song. My elder sister expects me to arrange positions for her husband. My second sister relies on my silver for clothing and jewelry, and my younger brother has grown used to borrowing my dowry for gambling. And you, young master." Ignoring Qi Shuxian and Appo's displeased expression, Sheng Zhiwan mocked, "You have become accustomed to treating my belongings as your own, even taking them without inquiry to auction for silver. Do you know?" Qi Shuxian was taken aback. Then an overwhelming sense of shame and anger surged within him. "Since you are aware, why did you bring up the medicine with the Empress Dowager?" "No, the Empress Dowager never desired the golden wound healing ointment, did she?" Qi Shuxian finally grasped the situation. Sheng Zhiwan had, indeed, ensnared him in her trap. Chapter 84. supporting you without question. The considerable sum he had spent was a deliberate act by Sheng Zhiwan. No wonder it was so coincidental that he needed to purchase medicine. And the Qijin building just happened to have a vial available, priced at 5,000 taels. A sum he knew was exorbitant, yet felt compelled to pay. Was this medicine not released by you? Where's the money? Qi Shuxian stepped forward and tightly grasped Sheng Zhiwan's wrist. Sheng Zhiwan shook him off. I do not comprehend what the heir says. Are you so eager to see the duke's fortune squandered? Qi Shuxian asked through clenched teeth. What concern is that of mine? If memory serves, I have been in the residence for over 2 years and have not utilized a single cent of the duke's treasury. Even the silver thread I purchased for myself required the generosity of others. That is because Meng Yang is with child. Besides, did I not bring it to you later? What does her pregnancy have to do with me? Did I force her to be with you, or compel her to bear your child? If the heir had the capability, he should purchase silver thread for his own concubine rather than flaunt the funds of his legitimate wife. What a grandiose display that would be. Qi Shuxian was incensed by her words, raising his hand high with considerable force. At that moment, Ji rushed forward. Slap! A resounding blow landed squarely on Ji and Appo's head, causing her to stagger backward involuntarily. Sheng Zhiwan quickly steadied her, only to see blood trickling from the corner of Ji's mouth. Her expression turned cold, and without hesitation, she spun around and struck Qi Shuxian and Appo's face with a swift slap. Qi Shuxian reacted quickly, raising his hand to block, easily deflecting Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's arm. However, her true intention was not to strike his face. With a fierce stomp, her right foot crushed down on his, and taking advantage of his astonishment, she bent her leg and delivered a knee strike. A muffled groan escaped Qi Shuxian's lips as his expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated that Sheng Zhiwan would be so agile, her movements fierce and directed with the intent to incapacitate him. Fortunately, he retreated just in time, otherwise. Yet before he could catch his breath, Sheng Zhiwan seized the opportunity, her hands free, and with a resounding slap, struck his face once more. Had it not been for Qi Shuxian's quick reflexes, the second slap would have landed as well. Sheng Zhiwan, are you mad? Qi Shuxian stepped back a few paces. Gasping slightly, Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's gaze remained unwavering as she fixed her eyes upon him. If you dare to lay a hand on me or my people again, even in death, I will ensure you bear the consequences. Do you believe me? Qi Shuxian's face darkened at her words. His expression grew solemn. Meng Yang possesses considerable talent in commerce. With her here, the Duke's residence will not gain an ounce from you. Tomorrow, I will inform my mother to hand over the management to her. Do not regret it then. As he spoke, he fixed his gaze upon Sheng Zhiwan, seeking to detect pain and resentment in her eyes. However, Sheng Zhiwan paid him no mind, her concern directed solely at Ji. Does it hurt? It is not. Ji shook her head. In truth, it did hurt. But the thought that the blow was originally intended for the princess dulled the pain. Moreover, the princess had defended her against the heir, leaving Ji deeply touched. Ignored, Qi Shuxian stood there for a moment before striding away from the railing, the remnants of Sheng Zhiwan's words echoing in his mind, alongside the fierce intent he had seen in her eyes. For the first time, he realized that perhaps her declaration of no longer loving him was genuine. But why? Was it solely because of Meng Yang? That was inconceivable. He had not abandoned her despite her flaws. Why should she cast him aside first? Qi Shuxian's gaze darkened. Since their acquaintance, it had always been Sheng Zhiwan who loved him more. She had organized his exam questions, coaxed him to study during sweltering days, and even sent him military texts while he was in Sangnan, showing concern for all aspects of his life. He had never imagined a day would come when Sheng Zhiwan would cease to love him. Yet, with this stark reality laid before him, he found it increasingly intolerable. Worried for Ji, Sheng Zhiwan meticulously checked her pulse and examined her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, confirming that all was well before she felt at ease. The following morning, upon awakening, she was informed that someone had come to summon her to Wensi Courtyard. Reflecting on Qi Shuxian and Appo's words from the previous day, she had already surmised the reason before even arriving. Unable to contain a smile at her reflection in the bronze mirror, she mused, the Duke's residence is now but an empty shell. Shui herself finds managing the household a burden. How could she still believe I care? Nevertheless, since the invitation had been extended, she felt compelled to comply. Allowing Ji to select a jade-colored spring silk gown for her to wear, she appeared radiant, resembling the blossoms of spring even before applying any makeup. Princess, your complexion has become notably fair and translucent recently. The previous makeup only served to darken your appearance. And Ji remarked as she began applying makeup. Sheng Zhiwan examined herself closely in the mirror and indeed noticed the difference. It made sense. Previously, she had been preoccupied with Qi Shuxian, worried about Shui Shi's health, and burdened with the myriad affairs of the Duke's residence. Now that she had released those concerns, enjoying good food and restful sleep, her heart felt unburdened. Despite the ordeal of being kidnapped by bandits, her complexion had improved significantly. Chapter 85. Is it really just this? Then let us forego the makeup for now and simply use some lip balm, suggested Sheng Zhiwan. After tidying up, Ji wrapped a remarkably fine white fox fur cloak around Sheng Zhiwan. As she turned, her delicate, jade-like face nestled within the soft white fur left all the maids, who were accustomed to her dazzling beauty, momentarily speechless. Your Highness, you look truly exquisite, Ting Tan remarked in a daze. Sheng Zhiwan, seeing her astonished expression, couldn't an amp, Oppos, to help but smile. You look lovely as well. Ting Tan blushed at her smile. Your Highness, you tease me. Previously, she had found the exaggerated praises of poets regarding beauty to be implausible, but upon seeing her own princess, she felt that those words were indeed quite fitting. Wasn't the princess a celestial being descended from the heavens? Sheng Zhiwan led the two to the Wenxi courtyard, her laughter bright and cheerful, admiring the flowers and the scenery while gathering countless astonished glances. Although people had known the young master's wife to be exceptionally beautiful, the impact of her beauty seemed to renew itself with each encounter. Especially today, the allure of the young master's wife appeared to have reached new heights. Upon entering the Wenxi courtyard, they spotted Madame Cui warmly holding Meng Yang's hand, engaged in conversation. Auntie Lian and Auntie Ping stood behind Madame Cui. And to Sheng Zhiwan's surprise, Qi Shuxian was also present. After greeting Madame Cui, Sheng Zhiwan naturally found a place to sit. Did Mother summon me for a matter? Qi Shuxian's gaze had been fixed on her since her entrance. Meng Yang noticed this and turned pale. But the thought of the announcement to come filled her with a sense of triumph. She particularly disliked Sheng Zhiwan's calm demeanor in the face of any situation. Unable to contain her anticipation of witnessing Sheng Zhiwan's discomposure, she remarked, Your Highness, Mother summoned you due to me. Oh, Sheng Zhiwan glanced at her. Has Miss Meng been unwell lately? You seem to have aged considerably and even have developed some spots on your face. As she spoke, her elegantly arched brows knitted together slightly. Meng Yang's self-satisfaction faltered instantly. With her recent endeavors in the hot pot restaurant, brewing wine, and managing household affairs, she indeed had little time for rest, leading to the appearance of pregnancy spots, which she had meticulously concealed with powder. To her dismay, Sheng Zhiwan had seen through her disguise and dared to mention it in front of so many people. Feeling embarrassed, Meng Yang lowered her head, her nails digging into her palms. Humph. Sharp-tongued, Madame Cui huffed. What good is beauty? You may be lovely, but you neglect your duties to your elders and care little for the household, always thinking of escaping outside. While it is true that marrying a virtuous wife is important, though Yang's background is humble, she is filial, virtuous, and astute. Now, she has even earned the favor of the third prince, managing the affairs of the Duke's household. In my opinion, you should learn from her. Madame Cui cast a glance at Sheng Zhiwan's exquisite appearance, reflecting on her own recent frailty due to recurring health issues. Her heart grew even more discontented. If it weren't for Sheng Zhiwan's refusal to brew her medicine or provide her with massages, would she have fallen ill? And how many times had she been infuriated by her? Sheng Zhiwan, however, remained unfazed, merely smiling and nodding. Mother speaks truly. Beauty, while pleasing to the eye and soothing to the heart, is indeed of little worth otherwise. Yet such pleasing appearances are quite significant. After all, men are naturally drawn to beauty. As it fades, so does their desire. Should one become unattractive or age, that allure diminishes. Of course, father does not fall into this category. After speaking, Sheng Zhiwan smiled lightly. Who in the Duke's household was unaware that the Duke seldom remained at home, either engaging in social gatherings or seeking solace at his estate. Although there were no rumors to speak of, Sheng Zhiwan's words struck deep into Madame Chui's heart. Enraged, Madame Chui's nostrils flared. Sheng Zhiwan feigned ignorance. Ah, mother, do tell me why I was summoned. I still wish to return for a nap. As physician Song mentioned, more sleep is beneficial for maintaining one's complexion. You, Madame Chui, exasperated, pressed her hand to her chest, pointing at Qi Shuxian and then at Sheng Zhiwan. Utterly at a loss for words, Qi Shuxian darkly stated, "In that case, the management of the household will be entrusted to Meng Yang. You may continue your nap, and let Meng Yang oversee the Duke's affairs." Meng Yang. Suddenly, she was no longer so eager to manage the household. Still, she turned to Sheng Zhiwan, hoping to see the expression she so desired on her face. Sheng Zhiwan, as if fulfilling her wish, appeared momentarily taken aback. Is it truly just this? Mother could have simply sent someone to convey the message. Why must I make this journey? What? Meng Yang and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to comprehend. Did Sheng Zhiwan not hear the young master's words? Any household should be managed by the matriarch, and now that it had been handed to her, it signified the utter disappointment of the young master and the Duchess. How could Sheng Zhiwan remain so indifferent? Was it truly possible, or was this merely a facade? Meng Yang, unwilling to relent, continued to observe Sheng Zhiwan. Noticing her gaze, Sheng Zhiwan replied with a hint of realization. If Miss Meng wishes to take charge, she must also have a proper title. I shall return and send over Huan Zhu's appointment. I would trouble mother to include it in the household registry. Tonight, let them enter the estate through the side door to welcome my concubine. What does mother think? Chapter 86. Surely a pretense Chui was taken aback, surprised that Sheng Zhiwan would voluntarily bring up this matter. However, her reasoning was sound. Chui coldly huffed and nodded, then tidy up the courtyard next to Weiyang Court for Huan Zhu to reside. I express my gratitude to my mother on Huan Zhu's behalf. Sheng Zhiwan departed from Wenxi Court. Just a few steps away, a delicate voice called from behind. Princess, please hold on. Sheng Zhiwan paused, realizing it was Meng Yang and her maid, Qingxing, beside her. She remained poised in place. As Meng Yang approached, she chuckled lightly. Miss Meng, do you feel secure in your pregnancy and wish to employ your old tactics once more? Upon hearing this, Meng Yang instinctively stepped back, cradling her belly. Princess, I merely wish to assure you that I will manage the Duke's residence diligently, ensuring neither the heir nor you are disappointed. Oh, so you have come to flaunt your authority, Sheng Zhiwan remarked with a light laugh. Tell me, Miss Meng, should I commend your cleverness or label you a fool? Do you truly believe that overseeing the household grants you a status superior to mine? I actually admire you, she continued, for no concubine has ever had to bear children for the family, generate wealth, and also manage the household. Should you perform well, you may receive praise. But if you falter? Sheng Zhiwan smiled, her lips curling. Such a heartless strike was all too familiar. Meng Yang felt a pang in her chest. Watching Sheng Zhiwan and Oppo's retreating figure, biting her lip. The heir mentioned yesterday that I am a suitable match, but this is my first experience managing the household. If I falter, I hope the princess will not hold it against me. She did not believe for a second that Sheng Zhiwan was indifferent. A woman understands another woman best. Given Sheng Zhiwan's past actions, such devotion could only stem from deep affection. Thus, she was convinced that the other's calm demeanor was merely a facade. Jealousy and discomfort twisted within her, resolving to manage the Duke's household with utmost care. Meng Yang was determined to prove to Sheng Zhiwan that she was the only woman worthy of the heir's satisfaction. That evening, both Meng Yang and Huan Zhu donned pink attire, entering the estate through a side door, officially becoming Qi Shuxian's concubines. Sheng Zhiwan listened to the hushed stillness enveloping the estate, lifting her delicate, jade-like toes from the washing basin. Tinglan promptly wiped them clean with a soft cloth, applying a layer of sheep fat cream. As Sheng Zhiwan perused her book, she chuckled softly. In her previous life, Meng Yang had lingered in the household without a title for 3 years, until her reputation soared across the capital and she secured the support of the princess of Huaiwang, finally receiving the so-called formal acknowledgement of her status as a concubine in front of numerous witnesses from high society. Though it was termed an acknowledgement, the grandeur was no less than that of a formal wedding. 3 matchmakers, 9 invitations, a grand sedan chair, and a 3-day feast attracted considerable attention. Yet now, she had already been acknowledged and registered, losing any opportunity for such a spectacle. What a splendid night it was. Some were taking concubines, while others gathered for a small celebration. Shang Hongyu, Yi Rong, and a few others met for the first time since the recent banquet. Perhaps due to the overwhelming praise they had received over the past few days, more than the last decade combined, the once reckless youth, accustomed to drinking and gambling, found themselves at a loss for what to do. Yi Rong sipped his wine listlessly, exclaiming, "How dull. I wonder if Yuzhu managed to secure the top performer this time?" Pei Yuhan fanned himself lazily. Chen Baojing, engrossed in devouring a pig's trotter, suggested, "Why don't we go and see? After all, we used to visit brothels frequently. Who says heroes can't indulge?" Yi Rong felt a twinge of excitement and turned to Shang Hongyu. "What do you say?" "I have no objections," Shang Hongyu replied, rising to his feet. "Regardless of whether I am a dandy or a hero, my father cares not. Let's go. Being a dandy is rather comfortable. Someone to massage my shoulders, another to tend to my legs, and someone to feed me. Besides a tarnished reputation and a bit of disdain, it's not too troublesome for the family." As he spoke, he reached the door. Turning around, Yi Rong and Pei Yuhan remained behind. He raised an eyebrow. "Why aren't you coming?" Pei Yuhan stammered, "Well, I thought it over and decided against being a dandy. You see, my mother was so thrilled to hear the emperor's praise that she hasn't slept well for 3 days, praying to all our ancestors. I don't want to disappoint her. And you, Yi Rong?" Shang Hongyu inquired. Yi Rong scratched his head. "I too wish to avoid disappointing my father. When he returned that day, he drunkenly confessed to me that I had caused him much worry. Me as well," Chen Baojing interjected, lifting his head from the pig trotter. "My father said our family's prosperity rests on me. Ha." The others exchanged glances at the greasy remnants on his lips. Perhaps it would be wiser for the inspector to place his hopes on another son. "I'm fine with whatever," Zhou Yujing chimed in. "My father said that whatever I do, following Shang Hongyu and Yi Rong is a sure bet." Chapter 87. Glorious ancestors, Shang Heir, you are well informed. Can you think of any mountain bandits in our vicinity that we could eliminate? Yi Rong proposed. "Eliminate? Are you serious?" Shang Hongyu rolled his eyes and sat back down. "Do you truly believe that dealing with mountain bandits is that simple? Just with our meager skills? Do you expect over 200 bandits to stand around like tofu waiting for us to strike? But we could wait until they're drunk, just like last time, and seize the opportunity to charge at them. Drunken bandits are as foolish as children," Chen Baojing chuckled. Shang Yefei silent, his gaze sweeping across the 4 of them, meeting 4 pairs of eyes filled with foolish confidence. He chuckled lightly. "Do you truly think those bandits are merely drunk? What do you mean? Are you not aware of what His Majesty said when he awarded us? The Dali Temple discovered that those bandits had consumed counterfeit liquor before their demise. Counterfeit liquor is still liquor." Yi Rong dismissed the concern. "We can devise a way to ensure they buy some counterfeit liquor for themselves." Has your brain gone soft? Those bandits are involved in matters of life and death. Do you think they would be so foolish as to purchase counterfeit liquor? And what a coincidence that they happened to drink it just when we arrived. Then what does that imply? Ye Rong Bilinkit. Have you forgotten? When we found Princess Qingning, she had already escaped and was injured. Those drinks must have been tampered with by her people beforehand. In simpler terms, our merit was given to us on a silver platter by Princess Qingning, Shang Hongyu concluded, causing the 4 to fall into a stunned silence. What? How could it be so? Why would Princess Qingning do such a thing? Yi Rong's mind struggled to comprehend. Of course, it is because we returned. Although we achieved little, we did show some loyalty by not leaving a woman behind in the bandit's lair. Yi Rong's heart felt slightly lighter at that thought. So, does that mean we are still the same useless fools as before? Pei Yuan asked. Now it appears we aren't even considered rascals, but mere fools, Shang Hongyu replied. Who said that? Whether you wish to be a fool or a hero depends on your future actions. After all, no one knows about this incident. If you desire it, you might transform it into reality. What do you mean by that? The few rascals became intrigued. Shang Hongyu observed them, noting their eager expressions, and chuckled. Do you truly wish to be heroes? Of course. Who would choose to be a fool if they could be a hero? No one is born aiming for mediocrity. Becoming a hero is no easy feat, Shang Hongyu remarked with a sidelong glance. Yi Rong hesitated for a moment, but then retorted, Isn't it just about enduring some hardship? I am not afraid of killing. Why would I fear hardship? Indeed, Shang Heir, do you have a plan? As long as we are not forced to carry sandbags at the docks, we can still be of use, Pei Yuan urged. Shang Hongyu was momentarily speechless. It's not that terrifying. He beckoned them closer and whispered a few words. Yi Rong spat out his drink upon hearing this. Pei Yuan could not resist reaching out to touch Shang Hongyu's forehead. Shang Heir, have you lost your senses? That's Taidan. Although it is not as vast as our Shang kingdom, it is rich in grain and military strength. You aim to profit, yet you speak so boldly? Yi Rong gasped and could not help but scrutinize Shang Hongyu from head to toe. Shang Hongyu remained calm under their scrutiny, his expression unperturbed. The tranquility in his eyes made Yi Rong and the others' questions seem overly dramatic. Shang Heir, do you truly mean it? Yi Rong asked, his curiosity piqued. Yi Rong, why are you joining in on the madness? Pei Yuan exclaimed. Even His Majesty. He halted, wary of eavesdroppers, and whispered. Even His Majesty cannot guarantee that Taidan will become our granary and treasury. How dare you say such things? Just consider whether we should proceed or not. If we succeed, we shall bring glory to our ancestors. If we fail, we will simply earn less silver, Shang Hongyu smiled. Pei Yuan regarded him skeptically, his teeth grinding for some time before he finally said, Shang Heir, do share the specifics with the brothers. We ought to have some clarity, do we not? Shang Hongyu succinctly recounted Sheng Zhiwan's strategy. Yi Rong was taken aback. So, this is actually Princess Qingning's intention? Why did she choose you and not us? Can a mere flower truly possess such power? Is Princess Qingning overthinking this? After all, she is a woman, and if commerce were so simple, would not every merchant be prosperous? Perhaps you should dissuade Princess Qingning from attempting something so arduous and thankless. The others expressed their doubts, disliking flowers. No matter how beautiful, a flower blooms for only a few days. How could it possibly fetch the high-priced Princess Qingning envisions? Have you considered whether you can slay over 200 mountain bandits? Shang Hongyu inquired. The group exchanged glances, rendered speechless. But how can it be the same? Chapter 88. The prodigal departing the capital, what's the difference? It one tea cost you a penny. If it succeeds, we shall bring glory to our families. If not, we shall merely lose a little silver, remarked Shang Hongyu, raising an eyebrow. Is that really true, Shang Heir? One of them replied, pondering. Since we have nothing better to do, why not give it a shot? Then let us try. After a brief discussion, they resolved to agree. As they still owed a favor to Princess Qingning, should they succeed, they would not only hold their heads high at home, but also earn a respectable reputation among the talented youth of the capital. To control the economic lifeblood of a nation, who else in the capital possessed such capabilities? The more they contemplated, the more excited they became. Words alone are not enough. We need written proof. Shang Hongyu promptly instructed someone to bring paper and ink. The servant, puzzled, wondered when these rascals had taken to using writing implements for their revelries. Had they truly changed, as rumored? Yet, he dared not inquire further and dutifully fetched the materials. Shang Hongyu swiftly drafted the document he had long envisioned, making 5 copies, one for each of them. Originally, he had intended to retain 2 parts of the profits from Sheng Zhiwan, but now he decided to keep just one, distributing the remaining share among Yi Rong and the others. They had no objections. After all, they weren't investing any silver, merely contributing their efforts, even though they were uncertain what those efforts might entail. To share in a portion of the profits was already a significant advantage. If Princess Qingning's plan unfolded as intended, it would be worth far more than mere thousands of taels. As they observed Shang Hongyu solemnly signing the agreement and affixing their seals, a sense of seriousness overtook their previously frivolous demeanor. They felt an unexpected weight upon their shoulders, realizing that after years of mischief, they were now embarking on a grand scheme. Holding their respective agreements, they felt an unbidden surge of bravado akin to vanquishing bandits. This matter is known only to us five, aside from Princess Qingning. Let be clear, if anyone dares to leak information, we shall divide his share amongst ourselves. Shang Hongyu declared, casting a meaningful glance at Zhou Yuzhing. Especially you, be cautious about what you say to your father. Understood, Zhou Yuzhing replied. Shang Hongyu scoffed. It matters not. If you let it slip and jeopardize the princess's venture, who knows what repercussions may befall your father? With that mixture of sweet persuasion and stern warning, Zhou Yuzhing dared not be careless. He nodded vigorously, nearly swearing an oath to remain tight-lipped. 2 days later, a merchant caravan of fewer than 100 departed the capital quietly. By heavens, this is my first time traveling such a distance, nearly to the Sheng kingdom. Do you think my father will send someone after us? Probably not. After all, we used to spend months at the estate. Besides, we left a letter, Yi Rong replied. Dressed in merchant attire, reclining in the spacious, ornate carriage alongside Pei Yuhan and Shang Hongyu. Is this truly comparable? We are not merely visiting the estate. We have no official seals for our documents, Zhou Yuzhing said, his face pale. The group fell silent. What's there to fear? It's merely a precaution. If we travel quickly, we might return in a month with a fortune. Do you think your father will still reprimand you? That makes sense, they all thought, a mix of trepidation and anticipation stirring within them. Meanwhile, within the various households of the capital, servants began discovering letters left by their young masters. Staring into the now empty rooms, they paused momentarily before routinely delivering the letters to their respective masters. Indeed, the rascals would always be rascals. They could only remain composed for so long before restlessness took hold. The hopeful fathers, sharpening their swords in preparation for teaching their sons, were momentarily stunned upon reading the letters. Traveling south for a warm winter? To Yuanzhou? That scoundrel! Pei Ling Yuan, infuriated, immediately ordered his deputy to pursue. General, his wife interjected, hastily intercepting him. Yuan has always had poor health. Even if you wish to teach him martial arts, it must wait until spring. Moreover, a journey can broaden his horizons, better than remaining in the capital to cause mischief. Her earnest gaze and reasoned words quelled his anger significantly. Very well. You have a point. Let this trip serve as an opportunity for growth. Having calmed down, he couldn't help but worry. I wonder if that boy has enough silver for the journey? Similar conversations unfolded in the households of the Yi, Chun, and Zhou families. Yet the Shang family reacted differently. Upon seeing Shang Hongyu's letter, Shang Tianhao felt no inclination to even glance at it. The last time, Shang Shuyuan had confronted him, questioning whether Shang Hongyu's elimination of bandits had granted him the prestigious position in the maritime tea trade. He was astounded that this matter had reached not only the emperor, but also Princess Qingning, who had inquired about it from Xian. Having lost face, he was further agitated by the thought of the detestable Qin Mengtsen, which left him feeling unwell. Were it not for his desire to secure a partnership with the Qin Merchant Association, he would have wished for Shang Hongyu to meet an unfortunate fate far away. Thus, he was disinclined to concern himself with where Shang Hongyu was stirring up trouble. Consequently, he merely skimmed the letter before dismissing it. Chapter 89. Disrespecting the matriarch. As deep autumn approached, the days grew increasingly colder. Meng Yang's delightful wine could finally be produced in abundance within a mere fortnight. It had garnered the personal endorsement of the third prince, becoming one of the most sought-after beverages in the entire capital. Engrossed in this endeavor, Meng Yang had little time to stir up trouble within the household. Apart from a bold reshuffle of the servants and an increase in the monthly allowances for several managers of the inner and outer courts, as well as the kitchen, she had not implemented any other significant changes. Sheng Zhiwan, for her part, did not inquire further. As long as her people remained unharmed, Meng Yang was free to do as she pleased, especially since all the provisions for the pavilion were now sourced independently. The newly hired servants occasionally boasted outside the pavilion about how favored Meng Yinyang was, how well the delightful wine was selling, and how the young master frequently accompanied Meng Yinyang. Sheng Zhiwan chose to regard their chatter as mere entertainment. One day, Sheng Zhiwan noticed that within an hour, the small kitchen had fed Lai Fu 3 chicken legs and 2 steamed buns. No wonder the little creature was growing plump so rapidly. It had been indulging in outside food. She promptly decided to take the little one out for a stroll. Otherwise, instead of a dignified guard dog, they would end up with a greasy little pup. Lai Fu was reluctant to move, so Sheng Zhiwan had Tinglan dangle a greasy chicken leg in front of it as bait. The little fellow, predictably, fell for the trick, scampering along with its short legs. Sheng Zhiwan and Anji followed behind, amused by the little one's swaying backside. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed from around the corner. "What princess? I've been here for days and haven't seen the young master visit her courtyard. It's clear that if she hadn't shamelessly sought to marry the young master, you and he would be a match made in heaven." Tinglan, who was leading the way, halted abruptly, her expression darkening as she prepared to investigate who had spoken. Lai Fu, however, dashed out ahead, baring its teeth. "Get away! Scram! Where did this filthy creature come from?" The startled exclamations and a low growl of Lai Fu being kicked aside filled the air. Tinglan rushed forward, cradling Lai Fu in her arms. Sheng Zhiwan's gaze turned icy as she approached swiftly. "Did you dare to insult me, calling me shameless? And kick my dog?" Meng Yang had not anticipated that Sheng Zhiwan would be present and had overheard Qing Lu and Appo's words, leaving her momentarily stiff with an unpleasant expression. Sheng Zhiwan paid her no mind, instead fixing her gaze on the round-faced maid beside her. "Though I may not manage household affairs, I am nonetheless the legitimate young masteress wife of the Duke's residence. Since when did a maidservant of Concubine dare to gossip about me behind my back? Tinglan, what should be the punishment for disrespecting the matriarch and speaking ill of her according to the Duke's household laws?" Tinglan, having checked Lai Fu thoroughly to ensure it was unharmed and lively, replied coldly, 30 slaps and 30 strokes of the rod." "Very well. Then let this maid who dared to speak ill of the matriarch learn proper etiquette first. Once her mouth is clean, send her to the steward for punishment." "Yes." Tinglan promptly placed Lai Fu on the ground and approached the round-faced maid. The maid's complexion shifted as she realized Sheng Zhiwan's status, and she immediately turned to Meng Yang for help, crying, "Annie, save me." Her name was Qing Lu, a maid newly appointed by Meng Yang's steward. From her arrival, her sharp tongue had caught Meng Yang's attention, and within just a few days, she had surpassed Qingxing to become the most favored maid in the Weiyang courtyard. She had quickly discerned that her mistress delighted in disparaging Sheng Zhiwan and thus tailored her words to please Meng Yang. Little did she know that she would be overheard by the very person she spoke of. However, Qing Lu felt little fear. Having seen how Meng Yang managed the Duke's residence and even formed connections with the third prince, how could a neglected princess, confined to her own courtyard, ever compare to her mistress? Meng Yang hastened to interject, "Your Highness, do not take offense. Qing Lu is a new maid I have appointed, and she speaks without restraint. I will discipline her when we return, so there is no need for your Highness to concern yourself." Sheng Zhiwan raised an eyebrow at her. Meng Yang immediately scolded Qing Lu. "Hurry and apologize to the princess." Qing Liu's face turned pale, her lips pressed together in indignation as she muttered, "It was Qing Lu who offended the princess. Please forgive this servant." "Oomph." Sheng Zhiwan observed her. Noting the eye roll, she failed to conceal. Suddenly, a cold smile graced her lips, and then it vanished as quickly as it appeared. "Tinglan, what are you waiting for? Teach her a harsh lesson." "Your Highness." Meng Yang gasped. Qing Lu attempted to resist, but despite Tinglan's petite stature, she was remarkably agile. Swiftly seizing Qing Lu and Appo's hair and forcing her to look up, rendering her unable to fight back. Anji joined in as well, delivering blows from both sides. Soon, Qing Lu and Appo's already round face swelled like a steamed bun. Meng Yang watched in horror, her complexion paling as she witnessed the scene unfold. She wanted to intervene, but upon meeting Sheng Zhiwan's grim gaze, she swallowed her words. By the time 30 slaps were delivered, Qing Liu's face, once somewhat fortunate, was now utterly unrecognizable. Chapter 90. Unjust punishment princess, perhaps it would be better to spare her. 30 lashes can indeed be fatal. Meng Yang clutched her abdomen, her expression sorrowful. However, Sheng Zhiwan remained unmoved, instructing Anji Take her to the steward, clearly state her transgressions and the words she has spoken, and then watch as the steward administers the punishment. Oh, and inform the steward that if I learn he dares to show leniency, he should contemplate the consequences himself. Understood, Anjai replied, her face stern as she dragged the pale Qinglu away. At that moment, Meng Yang realized that pleading with Sheng Zhiwan was futile. She stumbled towards Xiaolan courtyard in search of Qi Shuxian, clutching her belly. Qi Shuxian had just returned from social engagements. Due to the recent popularity of the Jiaoyan wine and his connections with the third prince, he had been receiving significantly more invitations than before. Upon hearing that Meng Yang's maid had been punished with 30 slaps for a mere verbal misstep, his face contorted with disdain. She simply cannot bear to see the duke's household thrive. As Meng Yang and Qi Shuxian arrived at the front courtyard, they found Qinglu had already endured more than 10 lashes. Large splotches of blood seeped through her garments. Upon seeing Meng Yang, a desperate glimmer ignited in Qinglu and Appo's eyes. "Auntie, please save me. I was wrong. It was unintentional." Meng Yang, witnessing this fragile figure trembling uncontrollably, cried out, "Stop! My lord, please make them cease." As the lord, Qi Shuxian and Appo's words held weight, and the steward complied. Anjai had no choice but to return and report this. Once she departed, Meng Yang rushed forward, disregarding everything, attempting to lift Qinglu. Being pregnant, Qi Shuxian could not allow her such recklessness. He quickly wrapped his arms around her, instructing the other maids to assist Qinglu in standing. Qingliu's initial resentment transformed into gratitude upon witnessing Meng Yang's fierce defense. Tears streamed down Meng Yang and Appo's cheeks as she turned to Qi Shuxian. How could the princess be so heartless? Qinglu is but a child. She merely spoke a few incorrect words, and I have already made her apologize. Yet the princess is still unwilling to forgive her. Woe is me, my lord. Have I brought misfortune upon Qinglu? Meng Yang sobet inconsolably. Qi Shuxian's garment became soaked with her tears, reminiscent of the times she had wept for him on the battlefield when he was injured, stirring within him a pang of sympathy. Seeing her cry more intensely, he sighed softly, lifting her effortlessly into his arms and carrying her back to Weiyang courtyard. Qinglu was gravely injured, and Qi Shuxian specifically arranged for medicine to be procured. Meng Yang, with reddened eyes, personally tended to Qingliu's wounds. "Auntie, you are so kind to me," Qinglu expressed, her heart brimming with appreciation. "Foolish Qinglu, if not for me, you would not have suffered such torment," Meng Yang replied, her gaze dropping slightly. "I understand that your words about the princess were meant to cheer me up, though they may not have come from the heart. I truly enjoyed hearing them, for I genuinely love the Lord." Meng Yang sighed softly, however. "Please refrain from such comments in the future. I fear it may truly bring you harm, and next time, I may not be able to protect you." "Auntie." Qinglu was taken aback, unable to fathom that her aunt understood her sentiments, momentarily at a loss for words. Meng Yang gently stroked her hair. "You should know my background. I'm a peasant girl. Before coming to the duke's residence, I had a younger sister just your age. Thus, I do not wish for you to be in danger." Touched by Meng Yang's words, Qinglu gazed at her with deep appreciation. "Auntie, do not worry. The Lord surely holds you dear, otherwise he would not have carried you back just now." Hearing this, Meng Yang's eyes flickered. "Qinglu, I will not allow today's injustice to go unpunished." With that, she suddenly removed her outer garment and splashed tea onto her inner clothing before finally opening the window. That night, the temperature plummeted. Sheng Zhiwan suffered a bout of cold-induced fever, wrapping herself tightly in blankets. Anjai stoked the fire vigorously and brought out several warming pots to place inside the bedding. Despite these efforts, she remained awake until the early hours of the morning, still not having fallen asleep by the time breakfast was served the next day. "What commotion is occurring outside?" Anjai quietly inquired, hearing the noise. Tinglan replied, "It seems the one from Weiyang courtyard had a high fever last night." Let her be. The princess's cold affliction has already surfaced before winter, and I wonder how she will endure the chill without Tianzhu fruit." Tinglan harbored great disdain for Meng Yang, and so did Anjai. Hence, they chose to ignore the matter, firmly closing the door to their own courtyard to ensure their princess's sleep remained undisturbed. Sheng Zhiwan did not awaken until the afternoon. Upon rousing, she felt quite hungry, prompting Tinglan to hastily instruct the small kitchen to prepare food. Before long, the kitchen delivered a pot of soup that had been simmering for some time. After having a few bites, Sheng Zhiwan overheard a conversation between a maid from the kitchen and Tinglan. Though they were distant enough that the words were unclear, their anxious expressions were unmistakable. "What is happening?" Sheng Zhiwan inquired. Tinglan quickly relayed something to the maid before rushing back, saying, "Princess, Lafu is missing." Chapter 91. The disappearance of Laifu. Where could Laifu be? Sheng Zhiwan furrowed her brow. Laifu had always been fond of food rather than movement. Had it not been for the chicken drumstick enticing it yesterday, it would not have ventured out for a stroll. Let us check the nooks and crannies. Feeling a twinge of concern, Sheng Zhiwan immediately rinsed her mouth and joined in the search around the courtyard. However, after a prolonged search, Laifu remained elusive. Instead, a maid outside the railing discovered half of a greasy chicken drumstick. "Sister Anji, this drumstick is still warm." The maid felt something was amiss. The small kitchen had yet to start simmering chicken today. Where could this drumstick have come from? Upon observing the earth beside the stone door, it appeared disturbed. Anji quickly deduced that Laifu, the gluttonous dog, must have been lured away by someone with the promise of chicken. Laifu, Laifu. The inhabitants of the railing residence immediately began searching throughout the estate. The back garden, the front courtyard, even the grand kitchen was turned upside down. Yet the little creature remained nowhere to be found. Sheng Zhiwan's heart sank as she gazed at the pristine, untouched water bowl. "Your Highness, please do not worry. Laifu is so adorable that someone must have taken a liking to it and wanted to take it for a stroll. Perhaps it will return shortly. It might just be playing outside." Anji attempted to reassure Sheng Zhiwan. Yet, she too harbored concerns. Over the past month, everyone in the railing residence had genuinely cared for Laifu. "You make a valid point," Sheng Zhiwan remarked with a slight smile. "That ungrateful creature indeed follows whoever has delicious food." Nevertheless, despite her words, the search must continue. Thus, they scoured the premises from dawn until dusk. With each passing moment, the unease in Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's heart grew heavier. A foreboding feeling enveloped her. "Anji, Tinglan, let us cease our search for now." Sheng Zhiwan suddenly stood up. If they could have found Laifu, they would have by now. The likelihood was that it had been hidden away. Reflecting on yesterday's events, her first instinct was that the people from Weiyang Courtyard were responsible. She promptly led the way to Weiyang Courtyard. Inside Weiyang Courtyard, the lights were bright, and maids and matrons bustled about. Ever since Steward Meng had taken charge, Weiyang Courtyard had transformed from its previously desolate state, with more attendants than even in Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's residence. Qi Shuxian stood in the courtyard, his brow furrowed. "She has awakened." A voice full of excitement came from within. "Young master, the lady really has awakened." Qi Shuxian relaxed his brow and strode inside. Meng Tsung's misty eyes had just opened. She seemed unable to focus until, after a moment of confusion, her gaze settled on Qi Shuxian. Her lashes fluttered, and tears began to fall like pearls. "Young master, I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime." She struggled to rise. Qi Shuxian quickly bent down, gently helping her from the bed. Sensing a strong metallic scent in the room, his lips tightened into a straight line. "Dispose of that." "Yes," Qingxing replied, her face pale as she picked up a porcelain basin from the floor, too frightened to look closely. "Young master, what is that?" Meng Tsung seemed to finally notice the odor. "It's nothing," Qi Shuxian said, trying to prevent her from being frightened. "You were startled. Are you feeling better now?" As if recalling a disturbing memory, Meng Tsung trembled in his embrace. "Young master, I had a terrifying nightmare. A red-eyed beast was chasing me." "Do not fear. It was merely a dream," Qi Shuxian soothed, stroking her back. Meng Tseng leaned against his chest. "You are right, young master. There cannot be such a fearsome beast in the world. I must have been terrified by Qingxing's bloodied appearance. By the way, Qingxing, young master, I must check on Qingxing." Meng Tseng struggled to rise. Fearing for her safety, Qi Shuxian could only comfort her while carrying her outside. It was at that moment that Sheng Zhiwan arrived. Upon witnessing the scene before her, a chill swept through her eyes. Qi Shuxian clearly did not anticipate her presence, and his steps faltered instinctively as he furrowed his brow and questioned, What brings you here? Rest assured, I have no intention of interrupting the affectionate exchange between you and Lady Ming. I merely came to inquire about my lost dog, Sheng Zhiwan replied, her gaze sweeping around the room. What dog? Qi Shuxian pressed his lips together, averting his gaze. There is none here. Sang'er is ill. Do not cause a disturbance. Sheng Zhiwan narrowed her eyes. Meng Tseng was ill. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Meng Tseng's lips were pale, and she appeared frail. Yet her eyes narrowed. What illness afflicts Lady Meng? Just as Qi Shuxian was about to speak, Meng Tseng suddenly gasped. Qi Shuxian quickly looked down with concern. What is it? Are you feeling unwell again? No, nothing. Just the baby is a bit restless. Meng Tseng bit her lip, her pale face betraying her embarrassment as she struggled to get down from Qi Shuxian's arms, all the while glancing at Sheng Zhiwan, seemingly afraid of incurring her displeasure. Hearing this, Sheng Zhiwan chuckled. Lady Ming need not fear. As long as you do not mind the embarrassment, I will not be bothered if you both shed your clothes and roll together. You. Qi Shuxian's anger flared. At that moment, Sheng Zhiwan's gaze suddenly caught sight of something behind the two, and she paused before swiftly advancing forward. Chapter 92. Where is the princess? An inexplicable feeling washed over Ji and Ting Lan until they observed Sheng Zhiwan pulling out a familiar pink cloth. It was the bib the maid had made for Lai Fu, and Ji recognized it at once. Sheng Zhiwan clutched it tightly, the bloodstains upon it a horrifying sight. She abruptly turned, locking eyes with Qi Shuxian, who averted his gaze in distress. Where's Lai Fu? Sheng Zhiwan, with little time to spare for grievances, felt her hand tremble around the cloth. She had never considered herself a virtuous person to gain the favor of the Han family. She had waited until Meng Yang's schemes unfolded before acting. She had never truly believed she cared for Lai Fu. More often, she viewed the little one as a mere source of amusement. Yet now, faced with the possibility of loss, panic and concern gripped her, revealing how she had unwittingly come to regard the little creature as part of her life. She recalled the first time she met Lai Fu, a tiny bundle whose eyes barely opened, yet instinctively sought her hand to taste the steamed bun. Taking a deep breath, Sheng Zhiwan repeated her question. Where is Lai Fu? Qi Shuxian averted his gaze. What did you say? This young master does not understand. Suddenly, a resounding slap struck Qi Shuxian's face. Princess, Meng Yang exclaimed, only to be abruptly yanked by her hair, as Sheng Zhiwan mercilessly pulled her from Qi Shuxian's embrace. I ask you again, where is Lai Fu? I do not know. Another slap landed forcefully on Meng Yang's face. Qi Shuxian, regaining his composure, was filled with indignation. Sheng Zhiwan, have you lost your mind? She is still with child. Yes, she is still with child. Sheng Zhiwan smiled, her palm hovering over Meng Yang's swollen abdomen. Qi Shuxian's eyes widened in alarm. I will ask one last time. Where's Lai Fu? Should you fail to provide the answer I seek, this child. Sheng Zhiwan pressed down on Meng Yang's belly with a sudden force, her smile twisted and foreboding. I fear that you two shall be forever separated from it. No, Meng Yang shrieked in terror. Sheng Zhiwan, this madwoman, dare compare her child to a mere beast. But that beast must be dead by now. Meng Yang, frightened, felt genuine pain in her abdomen. Ah, young master, I am in agony. Sheng Zhiwan, release her. Qi Shuxian gritted his teeth. That beast is in the little kitchen. Sheng Zhiwan shot him a fierce glance and immediately shoved Meng Yang back. Qi Shuxian hastily caught her. Sheng Zhiwan strode toward the little kitchen, colliding with Xing as she exited, barely pausing to notice. Princess, and Ji and Ting Lan hurriedly followed. Upon entering, they found their princess standing still. Ting Lan advanced a few steps, clearly seeing Lai Fu lying among the straw, its throat slit. Unable to contain herself, she cried out, Lai Fu, Lai Fu, and Ji, white-faced, crouched down to cradle Lai Fu's body. The moment her hand touched it, Lai Fu, whose eyes had been tightly shut, suddenly began to open them slightly. Princess, Lai Fu is not dead. Lai Fu is still alive. Ting Lan shouted in a frenzy. Sheng Zhiwan, breaking free from her icy daze, rushed forward. Lai Fu, upon seeing her, rolled its wet, dark eyes and emitted a soft whimper. Sheng Zhiwan quickly embraced it, Noting the blood still oozing from its neck, her heart gripped tight. "Nji, cloth. Fetch cloth to stop the bleeding." Nji dashed out in haste. Sheng Zhiwan's fingers gently caressed Laifu's frail body. The little one who once eagerly snuggled into her arms now lay still, its large, bright eyes wide open, gazing intently at her. Its chest heaved with effort, emitting faint whimpers, reminiscent of its endearing coos after a comforting rub. Sheng Zhiwan pressed her cheek to its tiny nose. "Laifu, darling, we shall never diet again, shall we? You can eat as many chicken legs as you wish from now on." Laifu struggled to lift its tiny head, extending its tongue in an attempt to lick her face as it used to, but before it could rise, its neck gave way, and it slumped back down. "Princess, the cloth is here." Nji rushed in with a torn strip from her garment. Yet Sheng Zhiwan did not move. Ting Lan bit her lip, allowing large tears to fall, her lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Ultimately, it was Sheng Zhiwan who turned away. Laifu remained in her arms, its eyes wide and brimming with tears, yet devoid of the irksome yet heartwarming sparkle they once held. "Oh, Laifu! Laifu!" Ting Lan clutched her chest in anguish. Sheng Zhiwan merely bowed her head, her fingers tenderly stroking the spot Laifu loved being caressed the most. Chapter 93. A worthy demise. "Why, my lord, what is happening? Why is in my courtyard?" Meng Yang was engulfed in confusion and shock. Qi Shuxian, while discontent with the commotion, reminded himself that it was his own doing. He comfortingly patted Meng Yang and rose, saying, "It's merely a beast. If you are unwilling to part with it, I shall procure another of similar quality for you later." As soon as he uttered these words, Sheng Zhiwan emerged from the small kitchen, having taken the creature's lifeless form into her hands. She approached Qi Shuxian and Meng Yang with an expression devoid of emotion, only an abyss of indifference. Upon witnessing her demeanor, Qi Shuxian furrowed his brow, instinctively positioning himself protectively in front of Meng Yang, ready to speak. Suddenly, a glint flashed before him, followed by a sharp pain in his arm. Meng Yang's eyes widened in horror as she saw blood trickling from Qi Shuxian's sleeve. "My lord," she gasped, catching sight of the kitchen knife in Sheng Zhiwan's hand. "Have you lost your mind? How dare you harm the prince?" Yet, Sheng Zhiwan paid her no heed, relentlessly aiming the knife at Qi Shuxian's neck. Caught off guard, Qi Shuxian had been wounded, but now, with caution in his heart, he swiftly seized Sheng Zhiwan's left wrist, forcing the knife to clatter to the ground. Sheng Zhiwan's eyes blazed with fury, having anticipated her disadvantage. She wielded a sharp silver hairpin in her right hand, seizing the opportunity to strike at his shoulder blade without a moment's hesitation. "Ugh!" Qi Shuxian grunted, feeling a sharp ache in his shoulder. He met Sheng Zhiwan's fierce gaze, and she twisted the pin before pulling it out with force. Clutching his left arm, he winced at the pain that rendered him nearly immobile. "My lord, are you all right?" Meng Yang cried, horrified by the madness of Sheng Zhiwan, her ruthless insanity. "Do not touch me." Qi Shuxian felt as though his left arm was being pierced by 1,000 needles as Meng Yang instinctively withdrew her hand. "What have you done?" he asked, looking at Sheng Zhiwan in disarray. She merely smiled, then repeated, "Qi Shuxian, you will answer my questions, or your arm shall be rendered useless forever." "What?" Qi Shuxian could hardly believe her words. Sheng Zhiwan disregarded his disbelief and pressed on. Who was responsible for this? Qi Shuxian remained silent, lips pressed tightly together. She smiled again. "Very well, it appears you are willing to sacrifice your arm. A general who cannot wield his weapon is doomed to perish on the battlefield, thus avenging the creature." With that, she cast a cold glance at Qi Shuxian and turned to leave. "Wait." Meng Yang, observing the anguish on Qi Shuxian's handsome face, gritted her teeth and implored, "Princess, every mistake is mine. I am willing to pay with my life for the creature. Please do not harm the general." As she spoke, she stumbled to the side. Qi Shuxian, moved by her words, instinctively used his other arm to catch her. Tears filled Meng Yang's eyes. "There is no need for such extremes," he replied coldly. "A minor injury is not enough to incapacitate me." "Ah, but that wound is located at the Tianzong point." Sheng Zhiwan interjected coldly. "As a martial artist, You surely understand the consequences of an obstructed Tianzong point. If you doubt my words, feel free to test it. My lord. Meng Yang gazed at him with alarm. Qi Shuxian's expression changed. He found it hard to believe that a princess would possess knowledge of acupoints, as she had never mentioned them before. Yet, her unwavering confidence compelled him to cautiously channel his inner strength. Suddenly, a pain more intense than before surged through his left arm. Qi Shuxian could hardly believe it. It was true. Sheng Zhiwan had indeed rendered his left arm useless. How could this be? Reluctant to accept the reality, he attempted to summon his strength once more, only to break out in a cold sweat. My lord, what is wrong? Speak to me, Meng Yang urged, sensing his distress. After several attempts, Sheng Zhiwan's voice echoed ominously. Allow me to remind you that should you exceed 10 attempts to channel your strength, your arm shall be truly lost. Upon hearing this, Qi Shuxian hesitated to try again. He stared incredulously at Sheng Zhiwan. When did you acquire such knowledge? Why was I unaware of it before? Do you truly wish to discuss this now? Sheng Zhiwan replied icily. I will ask you once more. Who harmed the creature? Qi Shuxian fell silent. Sheng Zhiwan turned to leave, but his voice rang out. It was I. She halted abruptly. But who can be blamed? Had you not been so aggressive, threatening to strike Qing Lu over mere words, Meng Yang would not have been driven to such a fevered state. So, why did you act against the creature? Sheng Zhiwan turned back, her gaze locked onto him. Qi Shuxian's face contorted with discomfort. It was merely a beast, a tool for warding off evil. If it must perish to save Meng Yang and her unborn child, then it has met its rightful end. Chapter 94. Just a beast, yet here you are, treating a mere beast with such compassion, while a living human life could be so easily dismissed with a strike. The tone of Qi Shuxian grew increasingly frigid. He had not intended for Meng Yang to learn of this matter. After all, with her gentle and kind nature, she would undoubtedly take the blame upon herself if she found out. But, in truth, what connection did she have to this affair? If blame were to be assigned, it should fall upon Sheng Zhiwan for her own ruthless actions. The cycle of karma is relentless. After all, how fitting that she meets her deserved end. Sheng Zhiwan cast her gaze down with a faint smile, then, regaining her composure, inquired, Who informed you of the superstitious means of warding off evil? Your Highness. Meng Yang's eyes brimmed with tears as she looked on, realizing that the prince's concern was solely for his concubine. Your Highness, if you must harbor resentment, let fall upon me. It is I who has wronged you. Please do not involve others. I commanded you to speak. Sheng Zhiwan fixed her gaze directly on Qi Shuxian. Qi Shuxian lowered his eyes. It is common knowledge. Common knowledge indeed. Sheng Zhiwan glanced around, but did not see Qing Lu from the previous day. She turned her ambiguous gaze toward Meng Yang. Meng Yang, I shall remember today's events. Meng Yang bit her lip, exuding an air of innocent vulnerability. Yes, it is all my fault. I should not have succumbed to a high fever and fainted. What does that have to do with you? Qi Shuxian interjected. Sheng Zhiwan, it is merely a beast. Why must you feign sincerity? And Qi, filled with indignation, had reddened eyes. Yet Sheng Zhiwan merely smirked. Indeed, just a beast, but to me, the prince's arm pales in comparison to the life of this creature. With that, she turned and departed. Qi Shuxian's expression darkened as he stared at her retreating figure. Your Highness. Meng Yang attempted to speak again, but Qi Shuxian seized her arm. Why do you impede me, my lord? Is it truly the case that the prince's arm is to be rendered useless? Do not plead for her, he retorted. Without her, can I not find another? He had never realized that Sheng Zhiwan possessed knowledge of acupuncture. It must have been acquired during the past 2 years of her marriage, as she tended to her mother daily. How severe could an injury be, given such rudimentary understanding? Without further delay, Qi Shuxian left the estate. Upon returning to the pavilion of the railing, Sheng Zhiwan instructed Ting Lan to dig a deep pit beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. All the maids and matrons witnessed the frail body of Lai Fu, many unable to suppress their tears. Ting Lan covered her mouth, stifling her sobs. As Qi gently laid Lai Fu's body into the pit, she was halted by Sheng Zhiwan. Bury its little blankets, bibs, and yarn balls as well. Those were its favorite possessions. I hope that in the afterlife, it can be with the things it loved. Understood. And she nodded, gathering the items. To her surprise, upon collecting them, she realized how many small belongings the little creature had accumulated, and she enlarged the pit to accommodate everything. Sheng Zhiwan silently observed until the pit was filled, then returned to her chamber without a word. That night, Sheng Zhiwan suffered from a cold-induced fever. When she awoke the following afternoon, she noticed an unusual stillness in the courtyard. That's right, Lai Fu was gone. After a moment of contemplation, she rose, dressed, and had her meal. In the pavilion of the railing, no one dared to speak loudly. A heavy gloom hung over everyone, observing their somber expressions. Sheng Zhiwan abruptly stood and clapped her hands. All right, since this has occurred, mourning will not bring Lai Fu back. If it were to see us like this, it would surely wish for our happiness. Life must go on. We must carry on as we should. Yes, Your Highness. The maids and matrons responded in unison. Although the atmosphere remained somewhat subdued, it had improved compared to before. Sheng Zhiwan turned away, her face marred by a cold expression. She returned to the concealed compartment in her bedroom and retrieved 2 bottles of medicine that had been set aside for 2 years. And she, Ting Lan, accompanied me to see Huanzhu. Huanzhu's courtyard was adjacent to Weiyang Courtyard, known as Ningxiang Garden. The garden was modest, far less extravagant than the pavilion of the railing or Weiyang Courtyard, adorned with simple decorations, and even the weeds had gone unkempt. As Sheng Zhiwan entered, an elderly matron with drooping eyes hurried forward to greet her. The prince's wife has arrived. After speaking, she cast a sidelong glance into the room. Is the concubine deaf or crippled? Why does she not come out? Does she truly believe that becoming a concubine makes her a master? Your Highness. A frail figure finally emerged from the room, her eyes red-rimmed. Sheng Zhiwan regarded her. In just half a month's time, Huanzhu seemed to have transformed entirely. Once, she had trailed behind Sheng Zhiwan, though officially a maid. Her living standards were akin to those of a wealthy young lady, never having touched cold water, her skin meticulously cared for. But now, Sheng Zhiwan's gaze swept over her cracked and swollen hands, as well as her gaunt, sunken cheeks. She smiled gently at the matron. I wish to speak with Huanzhu. And she, please take the matron for a stroll. With that, and she promptly stepped forward. The matron, wishing to say something, caught sight of the golden melon seeds in Enchi's hand. Instantly, her eyes gleamed with amusement. Then I shall take my leave so as not to impede the prince's wife's view. As the matron departed, Huanzhu finally mustered the courage to look at Sheng Zhiwan. Is the princess here to mock me? Chapter 95. The opportunity to ascend. Sheng Zhiwan remained silent as she led Ting Lan into the room. Ting Lan let out a cold snort. Huanzhu bit her lip and followed them in. Sheng Zhiwan's gaze swept across the sparse furnishings within. She had assumed the courtyard was merely a facade, but was taken aback by the starkness inside. She could hardly find a place to sit. The bedding on the bed was inferior to what she had when serving as a maid in her own courtyard. Seeing her frown in discomfort, Huanzhu felt an immense sense of humiliation. Is the princess satisfied now that her maid has fallen to such a state? Upon hearing this, Sheng Zhiwan turned to her and scrutinized her for a moment. Is this not the result you sought for yourself? From the moment you first laid eyes on Qi Shuxian, you harbored affection for him, did you not? Otherwise, you would not have played matchmaker between him and me, spreading many unfounded rumors. It is precisely for this reason that you firmly believe Qi Shuxian is a man of virtue. Huanzhu trembled slightly, forcing a bitter smile. Yes, I indeed fell for the young master from the very beginning, but I never intended to. Yet you did. Sheng Zhiwan interjected. Huanzhu's eyes turned red, and she fell silent. At this point, what good would further words do? Suddenly, Sheng Zhiwan spoke. However, you are still my maid, and after all these years together, I cannot bear to see you suffer such a fate. Huanzhu was taken aback, her eyes wide with disbelief. Ting Lan had already carefully spread a handkerchief on the bench, and Sheng Zhiwan leisurely sat down before continuing. There is no need to look at me like that. I have come today to offer you an opportunity to rise. It is up to you to seize it. What opportunity? Huanzhu asked eagerly, her desperation evident. She was utterly weary of her current existence. Without favor, without support, even an old crone dared to trample upon her. In recent days, all matters in the Ningxiang garden had fallen upon her shoulders, and she even had to wash her own clothes. She wished to file a complaint, but that old hag called her a backstabbing concubine, claiming that the young master despised her, and the young master's wife would just as soon flay her alive. Who would stand up for her? Huanzhu realized that without a powerful protector, she was even lesser than a mere maid. You must have heard about yesterday's incident. I injured Qi Shuxian's left arm. He will likely seek a physician for treatment in the coming days. Regardless of the treatment, his internal energy will be disrupted. However, I possess a set of pressing techniques that, if applied correctly, can restore his left arm to its former state after a few sessions. Huanzhu was stunned. The princess intends to teach me these pressing techniques? As a maid who had accompanied Sheng Zhiwan for many years, she was aware of her expertise in massage and acupressure. Yet, she had never anticipated that Sheng Zhiwan would be willing to impart such knowledge to her. Yes, but this will merely prevent the young master from disliking you. Sheng Zhiwan took out 2 vials of medicine and placed them on the table. This first vial is called the Xiangji Yugu Wan. Take 1 pill each morning and night, and within 3 days, your skin will become radiant and alluring. Moreover, it will cause your body to exude an enticing fragrance that, once experienced by any man you have been intimate with, will be difficult for him to resist. The second vial, to be used after bathing daily, will render men utterly captivated by you. As soon as Sheng Zhiwan finished speaking, Huanzhu rushed forward to embrace both vials. In her ecstasy, doubts flooded her mind. If these medicines were truly so miraculous, why did Sheng Zhiwan not use them herself? Seeing her expression, Sheng Zhiwan discerned her thoughts and said softly, "Naturally, there's one more thing you must know. Both vials contain poison when used sparingly. They pose little danger to the user, but prolonged use could lead to dire consequences." At this, Huanzhu felt somewhat reassured. So that was it. She had suspected Sheng Zhiwan's intentions were not entirely benevolent. Remembering recent upheavals in the household, she pursed her lips and coldly laughed. The princess must believe she cannot compete with Meng Yang, which is why she has come to me. Am I right? I warned you that pushing the young master away in a fit of anger was unwise, yet you refused to listen. Now, the consequences are yours to bear. Sheng Zhiwan's eyes narrowed sharply. She leaned in closer, the chill in her gaze causing Huanzhu's self-satisfied expression to falter. But in the blink of an eye, Sheng Zhiwan's demeanor transformed, her smile as warm as spring. "No, you are mistaken. I merely consider Meng Yang to be of little consequence. The true spectacle lies in the struggle between dogs, does it not? Of course, if you do not wish for such an opportunity, that is perfectly acceptable. I can easily find someone more suitable." As she spoke, Tinglan moved to take the vials from Huanzhu's grasp. Huanzhu panicked and immediately knelt on the ground. "I trust you, princess. I am willing to serve you. This is not merely serving me." Sheng Zhiwan corrected her. "This is for your own sake." Yes. I am doing this for myself." "Very well. Eat well in the coming days to regain some strength. I will return tomorrow to teach you the pressing techniques." With that, Sheng Zhiwan rose to leave. Huanzhu's body collapsed weakly to the ground. Chapter 96. A firm grip. Sheng Zhiwan stepped into the courtyard, wherein Ji was returning with the old maid. The maid, having received some benefits, nodded and bowed as she approached her, saying, "Has the princess concluded her words? Please take your leave, princess." Sheng Zhiwan smiled gently, "Maid. Although Huanzhu has indeed committed some acts that displeased me, she has been by my side for many years. In the future, I hope you will take good care of her. After all, as the concubine of the heir, her hands and skin must not be lacking in grace. Would you not agree?" "Why, yes," the maid stammered, her expression shifting. Sheng Zhiwan turned to Ji. "This courtyard needs some renovations, and we must acquire some additional items. Please provide some silver to the maid." And Ji, though reluctant, complied with the princess's command. The maid, upon receiving the silver, beamed with joy. "Thank you, Lady of the Heir. I once thought that my fortunes were forever bound to the Ningxiang garden, but who would have imagined? Perhaps Huanzhu will truly find success in the future." With this thought, she entered the house with a smile. Sheng Zhiwan's words reached Huanzhu's ears word for word. She lowered her gaze and let out a cold laugh, feeling that Sheng Zhiwan intended to use her for her own purposes. What kindness! To put it plainly, It was merely because she could not compete with Meng Yang and sought to exploit her. But it mattered not, since there was an opportunity for advancement. She would grasp it tightly. In the following 3 days, Qi Shuxian indeed searched high and low for a doctor, consulting dozens, from imperial physicians to local healers. Yet none could discern the issue with his arm. Aside from external injuries, the heir's left arm was unharmed. The feeling of obstruction likely stemmed from his own thoughts. Could the heir permit me another examination? Asked yet another doctor, echoing the same sentiments. Qi Shuxian's face turned ashen. He recalled Sheng Zhiwan's words and had already attempted twice more, daring not to try again. He knew best whether he was truly injured. But how could so many doctors fail to see it? What did Sheng Zhiwan do? After dismissing the doctor with a stern countenance, he could no longer remain idle and sought out Sheng Zhiwan. As a newly rising military general, the loss of an arm could spell the end of his career. Sheng Zhiwan was indeed ruthless. Upon reaching the exterior of Pinglan residence, he found a courtyard tightly shut. With his martial prowess, he could easily scale the walls. But he deemed such an act beneath him. Instead, he kicked the courtyard door open. The occupants within were startled upon recognizing the visitor. None approached to pay their respects as they typically would, but busied themselves with their own tasks. Qi Shuxian furrowed his brow. He did not concern himself with such trivial matters, yet his scan of the area revealed no sign of Sheng Zhiwan. "Where is your mistress?" he casually inquired of a maid. The maid hesitated before responding. "The princess has gone to the Ningxiang garden." "The Ningxiang garden?" Qi Shuxian frowned, momentarily recollecting that it belonged to Huanzhu. The thought of Huanzhu filled him with disdain. Yet, for the sake of his arm, he turned and headed towards the Ningxiang garden. In the Ningxiang garden, Sheng Zhiwan had instructed Huanzhu to practice her methods on her. "Acceptable. You may proceed." Just then, Ting Lan hurried in. "Princess, the heir has indeed come to our garden." Sheng Zhiwan's eyes flickered with intrigue as she rose and addressed Huanzhu. "He'll be here shortly. Whether we can retain him and gain his favor will depend on your abilities. Rest assured, I will not disappoint the princess." Huanzhu replied, casting a glance at her flawless skin, feeling an unprecedented surge of confidence. This newfound assurance even led her to refer to herself in the first person before Sheng Zhiwan. The princess noted this but remained unfazed. Confidence is commendable. I hope she can maintain it. As Sheng Zhiwan departed, Qi Shuxian indeed arrived. Huanzhu, hearing the familiar footsteps draw nearer, lowered her head while carrying a copper basin filled with water. The basin clattered to the ground as Qi Shuxian, irate, kicked aside the figure that had collided with him. His already sullen expression deepened as he glared at the drenched individual. Huanzhu, startled, lifted her face. "Why, young master?" Seemingly stunned, she gaped in surprise, and at that moment, water droplets cascaded from her drenched hair down her neck, trickling further. Qi Shuxian's eyes darkened, yet upon recognizing her, his heart filled with revulsion. "Where is Sheng Zhiwan?" "The princess just left," Huanzhu murmured, her head lowered like a frightened rabbit. At her words, Qi Shuxian did not spare her a glance and turned to leave. "Young master," Huanzhu called out, halting him, "if you wish for the princess to treat your arm, I can assist as well." Qi Shuxian halted abruptly. Huanzhu tightened her grip, knowing she had succeeded. Indeed, Qi Shuxian turned around, squinting as he scrutinized her. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I would never deceive you, young master. I have been by the princess's side for many years and learned numerous acupoints and massage techniques to assist the Empress Dowager. I have gained considerable knowledge over time. If you do not believe me, allow me to demonstrate." Chapter 97. Once again bestowed favor upon hearing those words, Qi Shuxian's gaze shifted, for if there were anyone else capable of healing, he would certainly refrain from seeking the assistance of Sheng Zhiwan. It was only natural that Huanzhu, once a servant of Sheng Zhiwan, would possess such knowledge. Contemplating this, he turned back decisively and declared, "Very well, but should you dare to deceive me, the consequences will be dire." "Yes," Huanzhu responded timidly, lowering her head. "Might I first tidy myself up?" It was then that Qi Shuxian noticed Huanzhu's dress, drenched and clinging to her form. The thin fabric, saturated with water, wrapped around her like a second skin, and under the slanting light, her porcelain-like complexion glistened. reminiscent of someone else he knew with similarly exquisite skin. Your Grace? Huanju trembled slightly. The attire sent by Sheng Zhiwan was indeed beautiful. Yet, drenched and exposed to the wind, it was uncomfortably cold. Qi Shuxian, roused from his reverie by her voice, averted his gaze, instructing, "You may proceed." Very well. Huanju quickly changed into another dress, still provided by Sheng Zhiwan. The sheer, pale pink outer garment complemented the apricot-colored inner layer, closely resembling the natural hue of human skin, exuding an alluring charm in the dimly lit room. Your Grace, please remove your left sleeve, Huanju requested, gesturing for him to sit. With an air of impatience, Qi Shuxian tore open his garment, revealing his left arm, where a wound from a hairpin had begun to scab. Right here, he noted. Huanju followed the techniques taught by Sheng Zhiwan, applying pressure step by step. Initially skeptical, Qi Shuxian did indeed feel a warmth spreading through his arm once the treatment was complete. Your Grace, this must be done for several consecutive days. At least 3 times each day, Huanju said, positioning herself in a manner that showcased her most alluring features. Very well, Qi Shuxian replied distractedly. The room fell into a tranquil silence, neither party speaking. Qi Shuxian's gaze inadvertently drifted to Huanju's face, and he was surprised to discover the maid possessed a striking beauty he had never noticed before. The unique fragrance emanating from her, intensified by a hint of perspiration, became increasingly pronounced. He closed his eyes, attempting to quell the rising tumult within him. As the final session concluded, he found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Just as he prepared to rise and depart, Huanju unexpectedly gasped and, due to maintaining the same posture for too long, stumbled forward. Instinctively, Qi Shuxian was compelled to push her back into her seat. The scent enveloped him, and her soft skin felt as delicate as fine porcelain, inviting. When he regained his senses, he had already turned her over and pinned her against the table. You wretched woman, have you once again resorted to some form of enchantment upon me? Qi Shuxian seethed, delivering a sharp slap to her face. Huanju, momentarily lost in the euphoria of her success, was jolted back to reality by the sting of his hand. No, it was not me. I did not use any drugs. Do not deny it. It must be your scheming ways that have ensnared me once more. If that is the case, I shall indulge you. Qi Shuxian struck her again, and with her startled cry, the courtyard soon echoed with unspeakable sounds. As dust ascended, Meng Yang returned home after a long day of labor, her belly heavy with child. Exhausted and concerned for Qi Shuxian's injured arm, she pondered whether the physicians were truly incompetent or if it was merely fate that they could not heal the wound inflicted by that vile Sheng Zhiwan. Today, she had specifically inquired about several doctors from the eastern lands, rumored to possess healing arts vastly superior to those of Shen country, possibly capable of mending her beloved's injury. Contemplating this, she was about to send Qing Lu to summon Qi Shuxian from Weiyang courtyard when she suddenly remembered Qing Lu was still in bed. Thus, she instructed Qingxing to go instead. Once Qingxing departed, Meng Yang requested hot water for a refreshing wash, wishing to reapply her makeup. A woman always desires to present herself in her finest form before her beloved. Even in her condition, she delicately applied a layer of powder to conceal any traces of her pregnancy, smiling upon achieving a flawless visage. However, the cosmetics of this era were exceedingly cumbersome, difficult to transport. If only she could replicate modern beauty products in this ancient setting. A spark of inspiration ignited within her as she contemplated this, eagerly awaiting the results. Yet, as the kitchen delivered the evening meal, Qingxing had yet to return. Meng Yang's patience waned. Typically, Qi Shuxian would have arrived at this hour without her prompting, yet he had not appeared today. Could it be that his arm had worsened? With that thought, Meng Yang rose and made her way outside. Upon exiting Weiyang courtyard, she spotted Qingxing hurrying back, head bowed, and notably alone. Qi Shuxian was absent. Where is the young master? Meng Yang inquired. Has something happened to his arm? No. Aunt, you should return and wait a little longer. Perhaps the young master will arrive shortly. Qingxing replied, avoiding eye contact. Meng Yang pressed further. What is truly happening? Did you even go to see him? I did. Qingxing exclaimed, frightened, dropping to her knees. The young master is at Ningxiang Garden. Chapter 98. Tossed into the flower pool Ningxiang Garden, Meng Yang furrowed her brows, momentarily forgetting its location, but soon recalled that it was where the maid who had helped her with the concubine resided. A shameless creature, she had clearly tested the heir and Appo's extreme disdain for her. How could the heir possibly visit her? Let's go take a look, Meng Yang said, her brows still knitted as she stepped forward. Qingxing, seeing this, wished to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, she swallowed her words, hoping the heir had finished. Yet, it was evident that her wish would remain unfulfilled. As Meng Yang arrived outside Ningxiang Garden, she heard ambiguous sounds emanating from within. Her steps halted abruptly, and her body trembled violently. Madam! Qingxing looked at her with concern. Are you all right? Shut up. A slap landed squarely on Qingxing and Appo's face, but Meng Yang and Appo's body swayed even more violently. No? Impossible. How could this happen? The heir was clearly disgusted by Huanju. How could he come here? Qingxing, disregarding her own pain, hurried to support her. Madam, please remain calm. You are with child. No matter what, you must think of the baby. The child. Yes, the child. Meng Yang and Appo's heart paused, but just then, a mocking laugh came from behind. Upon hearing that voice, Meng Yang abruptly turned around. Sheng Zhiwan stood not far from her, approaching step by step. What does Meng Madam intend to do? The heir is currently in high spirits. As a mere concubine, do you wish to intrude upon him? Meng Yang bit her lip. Why is the princess here? Taking a stroll, is that not permissible? Sheng Zhiwan replied with a smile that held no warmth. Yet, Meng Yang remained unconvinced. Listening to the intense gasps from within Ningxiang Garden, a thought surged within her mind. As soon as this notion arose, she glared at Sheng Zhiwan with disbelief and revulsion. It's you. Isn't it? What? Sheng Zhiwan raised an eyebrow. You resent me for capturing the heir's heart. So you instructed a maid to climb into bed with him, fully aware of the heir's aversion to her, deliberately letting me witness this scene to sow discord between the heir and me. Sheng Zhiwan, you are truly malicious. Meng Yang's eyes brimmed with accusation. Sheng Zhiwan laughed at her words, stepping closer. Qingxing attempted to intervene, but was restrained by Qianji and Tinglan. Sheng Zhiwan looked down at Meng Yang, her gaze piercing. Malicious? Who dares to compare their malice to that of Miss Meng? You target me because of a man. You desire Qi Shuxian. Thus you seek to eliminate me. Each with your own motives, this I understand. But how can you harbor animosity toward a mere puppy? It is but 2 months old. What could it possibly have done to deserve your wrath? Sheng Zhiwan spoke swiftly, suddenly gripping Meng Yang's face deeply. Meng Yang instinctively tried to resist, but Sheng Zhiwan's grip tightened, and her other hand pressed against Meng Yang's abdomen, her voice softening. Do not move. I harbor resentment towards you, yet I do not wish to involve your child. However, should you provoke me, she pressed her fingers against Meng Yang's belly. The little one within might just arrive prematurely. You. Meng Yang met her dark gaze, a chill running down her spine, rendering her momentarily speechless and immobile. Sheng Zhiwan nodded in satisfaction. Now be obedient. Tell me who informed Qi Shuxian that dog blood can ward off evil. I do not know what the princess is talking about. Was it Qinglu? Sheng Zhiwan leaned in closer. Meng Yang instinctively averted her gaze. It seems so. But who conceived this idea? If not for your command, how could she have had the opportunity to comply? Meng Yang, do not forget you are with child. To harm yourself while plotting against me. How foolish. Sheng Zhiwan's tone turned icy as she tightened her grip around Meng Yang's neck, dragging her backward. Princess, I do not know. I truly do not know. Meng Yang pleaded desperately as Sheng Zhiwan ignored her, continuing to pull her farther away. Panic surged within her. Sheng Zhiwan, what are you doing? Shoo. Sheng Zhiwan pressed her fingers forcefully, easily dislocating Meng Yang's jaw. Meng Yang trembled in pain. The heir was in high spirits. How could she disturb him? I merely find your fortitude astonishing, that you would risk your health to scheme against me. Since you were awakened only because of a puppy's life, I shall see what happens should you fall ill again. Whose blood will ward off evil then? How about Qingliu's blood? As she spoke, Sheng Zhiwan had already dragged Meng Yang to a flower pool not far from Ningxiang Garden. In late October, The temperature fluctuated greatly. As dusk approached, a chill enveloped them at the flower pool. Meng Yang sobbed uncontrollably, but her dislocated jaw prevented any sound from escaping, drool spilling from her lips. Sheng Zhiwan turned her to face the pool. "Will you enter on your own, or shall I throw you in?" Fear gripped Meng Yang, and she struggled against Sheng Zhiwan. Sheng Zhiwan smiled. "So you wish for me to toss you in?" With that, she raised her hand as if to push. Meng Yang shook her head vigorously, struggling fiercely. Sheng Zhiwan paused, then yanked her back. "It seems Meng Madam has chosen to enter herself." Chapter 99. Intentional Torment in the Depths of Night. Meng Yang and Appo's eyes blazed with resentment as she fixated on Sheng Zhiwan. Unfazed, Sheng Zhiwan gently caressed her hair, her voice soothing. "Do not worry. This pond is merely for nurturing flowers and plants. At its deepest, it poses no danger to life. After all, do you not revel in your ailments? I shall certainly accommodate you." Her soft, delicate fingers trailed from Meng Yang and Appo's long hair down her neck. A shiver coursed through Meng Yang, her fear stifling her cries. Yet her jaw was held ajar, rendering her voice only a muffled whisper. "Meng Annie, my patience is limited." Sheng Zhiwan's tone suddenly turned frosty, meeting her emotionless gaze. Meng Yang recalled the chilling moment when Sheng Zhiwan had wielded a knife against Qi Shuxian the previous day. Her body trembled involuntarily. In this dire situation, she was utterly incapable of calling for help, and the only companion she had brought, Qing Xing, was also under Sheng Zhiwan's control. After a prolonged silence, she tightly shut her eyes, ultimately suppressing her hatred. With tears brimming, she nodded and slowly stepped toward the flower pond. The icy water immediately soaked her shoes, a chill creeping up from the soles of her feet. Meng Yang dared not look down into the pitch-black depths of the pond. "Do not think that merely wetting your feet is sufficient, Meng Annie." Sheng Zhiwan's voice echoed ominously. Meng Yang pinched the tender flesh of her palm, gritting her teeth as she took a few more steps forward until the water reached her calves, then her waist. Finally, Sheng Zhiwan smiled with satisfaction. She lazily stifled a yawn. "Very well, Meng Annie may remain here. When a young master concludes his affairs, I shall ensure your release. Princess, you should return to rest. Once this is over, we can also help Meng Annie with her jaw," Ting Lan said, concerned for Sheng Zhiwan's well-being. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng Zhiwan nodded in agreement. With a smile, she turned to Meng Yang, whose gaze was filled with resentment. "By the way, Meng Annie, are you perhaps contemplating reporting to the young master after this? You must contemplate carefully whether it is of greater consequence that I, as the legitimate wife, allowed a concubine to enter the pond, or that a concubine dared to conspire with bandits to kidnap the reigning princess." As her words hung in the air, Sheng Zhiwan and Appo's smile held a profound significance. Meng Yang stood in disbelief, staring at her. What was Sheng Zhiwan implying? How could she possibly know about the letter? Surely, all those mountain bandits had perished, including Zhang Dahu, had they not? Whether it was fear or the biting cold, Meng Yang's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She yearned to inquire about Sheng Zhiwan's true meaning, but the latter turned away and departed. That night, Qi Shuxian savored his indulgence. Huan Zhu's body possessed an inexplicable allure, compelling him to continue until he was utterly spent, at which point he pushed her away. Glancing at the disarray around him, his expression stiffened momentarily. However, compared to him, Huan Zhu, pinned beneath him, fared far worse. Her entire body bore the marks of bruises, and some more intimate areas were swollen to an unbearable degree. Qi Shuxian furrowed his brow and remarked, "I shall send medicine for your injuries shortly. However, if you dare to speak of today's events, I assure you, I will not be merciful. Do you understand?" I understand," Huan Zhu replied hoarsely. Qi Shuxian then adjusted his attire and departed from Ningxiang Garden. The night was deep, and he remained oblivious to the figure submerged in the flower pond nearby. Meng Yang was already thoroughly chilled, only regaining her freedom when Qing Xing helped her ashore after Qi Shuxian had completely vanished from view, and Ji disdainfully assisted her in reattaching her jaw. Meng Yang could not suppress a cry of pain. Yet before she could voice her distress, a slap struck her face, and Ji chuckled. "My apologies, Meng Andy. But it is late, and I truly do not wish for you to create too much of a disturbance and alarm the young master. Would you not agree?" With that, she turned to Qing Xing. "Your lady fell into the flower pond and caught a chill. Hurry back and ensure she is more careful in the future." Ting Lan could not contain a laugh at this. Meng Yang, both furious and cold, trembled all over. How outrageous! These two lowly maids dared to flaunt their authority before her. She longed to strike Nji's face, but Sheng Zhiwan's words echoed in her mind. Compared to her current torment, the implications of Sheng Zhiwan's warnings weighed heavier. Thus, she fought to suppress her burgeoning resentment, trembling fiercely as she dug her fingers into Qing Xing's flesh. "Return," she commanded, her grip tightening. Qing Xing winced in pain, but dared not utter a word. The following day, Meng Yang indeed succumbed to a high fever once more. Upon receiving the news, Qi Shuxian personally brought a physician to her side. Wrapped in multiple layers of quilts, she continued to shiver. A slender wrist emerged from the brocade curtains. The moment the physician took her pulse, he frowned in discontent. "You have caught a chill from external sources, causing internal cold. Did you venture into a damp and cold environment again? Otherwise, such severity in just one day is quite improbable, having encountered numerous schemes from the women of the household." The physician had sensed something amiss upon his last visit, but refrained from voicing his suspicions to maintain the family's dignity. Yet, to his astonishment, the same ploy had been employed again. Did she truly believe his medical expertise was to be trifled with? He rose abruptly to take his leave. "The young master should seek another physician. While I possess medical skills, I cannot endure the intentional torment of someone who repeatedly engages in such antics." Chapter 100. The use of human blood in medicine, what does it mean? Qi Shuxian was momentarily taken aback. What does it mean to intentionally cause trouble? The doctor snorted coldly. Meng Yang never anticipated that such a minor physician would dare to disregard her dignity. Ever since collaborating with the third prince, she had always been in the limelight, yet now, not only was she insulted by Sheng Zhiwan and Oppos, as lowly maid, but this insignificant doctor also had the audacity to. Meng Yang lowered her gaze, suppressing her resentment, and bit her lip, saying with feigned innocence, "The doctor is right. It is all my fault for being preoccupied with thoughts of the brewery while walking that I accidentally slipped and fell into the flower pond." "What? You fell into the flower pond?" Qi Shuxian exclaimed, immediately filled with rage as he turned to Qing Xing. "Was it you who followed Yang and Oppos, yesterday?" "Why, yes." Qing Xing stammered, kneeling in trepidation. Qi Shuxian's voice turned icy. "How could you care for your mistress like this? If anything were to happen to Yang, not even 100 of your lives would suffice as compensation. Get out and go receive your punishment." Qing Xing turned pale. Meng Yang hurriedly grasped Qi Shuxian's hand weakly, saying, "My lord, please do not frighten her. It is my habit to think when no one is around, so I intentionally asked her to keep her distance. If I fell, it is only my own fault, and she should not be blamed. Besides, Qing Lu is still in bed. If you punish her, I shall have no one by my side." "My lord," Meng Yang pleaded, biting her lip. Qi Shuxian sighed softly, gently embracing her. "You are too kind-hearted, which makes you easy to bully." The doctor rolled his eyes. Meng Yang's words might deceive Qi Shuxian, but he, being a professional, could tell that it was not as simple as just falling into a flower pond. She must have soaked in it for quite a while. Nonetheless, despite his anger, he would not truly abandon her and composed a prescription before leaving with a stern expression. Meng Yang gazed deeply at his departing figure, raising her eyes with a feigned gentle weakness. "My lord, how is your arm? I inquired about several Eastern doctors yesterday. If you need, you may summon them to the residence." Upon mentioning his arm, Qi Shuxian's body stiffened for a moment, recalling the absurdity from the previous day at Ningxiang Garden. And while feeling regretful, an inexplicable restlessness emerged within him. "No need," he evaded Meng Yang's gaze. "I've already found someone who can treat my arm." "Oh, who is it?" Meng Yang was taken aback. However, Qi Shuxian did not respond, instead offering a few more words, urging her to take care of her health before hastily departing. Meng Yang felt a sense of foreboding and promptly summoned a maid to inquire about Qi Shuxian and Oppos' whereabouts. When Qing Xing brought in the medicine, the maid returned to report, "Madam, the lord has gone to Ningxiang Garden." Bang! The medicine Meng Yang had just sipped splattered on the floor. Ningxiang Garden. Again, Ningxiang Garden. Meng Yang trembled. Madam, your health is paramount. No matter what, you must recover before contemplating other matters, Qingxing urged, grateful for her plea on her behalf, and stood to prepare another dose of medicine. Stop! Meng Yang called out, her eyes fixed on her. Did you hear what Sheng Zhiwan said yesterday? What? Qingxing was taken aback. Meng Yang scrutinized her closely, relieved to see no signs of abnormality on her face, and waved her hand to send her back to prepare the medicine. Balancing her concerns over Sheng Zhiwan's threats and the anguish regarding Huanzhu, Meng Yang and Appo's fever was particularly severe this time. Meanwhile, although Qi Shuxian had come to visit Wei Yang courtyard, he spent even longer in Ningxiang Garden. 3 days later, Meng Yang fell into a coma once more. At that time, Qi Shuxian was in Ningxiang Garden, entangled with Huanzhu. Sheng Zhiwan arrived with her entourage, and upon seeing the unconscious Meng Yang, a smirk appeared on her lips. Last time, the Lord said that dog blood dispels evil. Meng Anyang's fainting was due to a collision, and this time, it seems likely to be the same. However, there is no dog blood in the mansion. I have heard of another method. Using the blood of a loyal servant in medicine could awaken the Master's consciousness. Tinglan. Sheng Zhiwan's gaze swept over the numerous maids kneeling in Wei Yang courtyard. The maid named Qinglu. I see she is very loyal to Meng Anyang. Bring her here. Tinglan responded loudly. Soon, the still injured Qinglu was carried in on a board and placed in the courtyard. Upon realizing that Sheng Zhiwan intended to use her blood and medicine to save Meng Anyang, Qinglu was utterly dumbfounded. No, don't. Why should I? This is malicious revenge from the princess. If my mistress were awake, she would never agree to your method. But she was currently in a deep sleep, and even if she never awakens, it would be due to your blood not being loyal enough to protect your master. However, if your blood proves useful, surely your Meng Anyang would be grateful to you. Sheng Zhiwan chuckled, ignoring Qingliu's protests, and ordered her mouth to be blocked, slicing her palm to let the blood flow. Drops of blood fell into the bowl until it was filled to the brim. Sheng Zhiwan elegantly stood, mixing the blood into the medicine, presenting it to the unconscious Meng Yang. This blood was, of course, useless, but if mixed with her own concoction, it would be effective. Sheng Zhiwan added a pill to the mixture, forcefully prying open Meng Yang's lips to administer it. Moments later, the sleeping Meng Yang actually opened her eyes. Sensing the metallic taste of blood in her throat, she instinctively gagged, followed by her gaze landing on the blood-soaked empty bowl beside her. What is this?